Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball Universe. In the Dragon Ball universe. On Earth. What in the world? Isn't that the bald character, Nappa, from Dragon Ball? And isn't the one pursuing him the main character, Son Goku? Why are they charging towards me? Could it be that I have traversed into the Dragon Ball universe? With a look of astonishment, Sumu gazed at the two figures hurtling towards him. Gohan, get out of the way, Krillin shouted, mistakenly believing that Son Gohan was frozen in fear by their overwhelming aura. After all, Gohan had only trained with Piccolo for a year and was now confronted with such formidable adversaries for his first battle. Vegeta, arms crossed, observed the scene with a slight smirk. Kakarot's son had grown too comfortable on Earth, becoming frightened time and again by such incidents. Hadn't Nappa just demonstrated his power by defeating that Namekian? Why was he now acting like a coward? Suddenly, a powerful surge of memories flooded into Sumu's mind. He finally comprehended that he had indeed traversed into the Dragon Ball universe and had taken on the form of a young Son Gohan. Sumu was originally a chef from another Earth, standing at 1.8 meters tall with striking features. While working the night shift at a hotel, he suddenly experienced excruciating pain in his chest, and then he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered that his soul had merged with that of young Son Gohan. Their souls had unexpectedly fused, meaning they were now inseparable. In essence, he had been granted a second chance at life, now bearing the name Son Gohan. Since childhood, Sumu had been an ardent fan of Dragon Ball. He admired Son Goku's indomitable spirit, rising from a lowly warrior to surpass the genius fighter Vegeta. Now he found himself inhabiting Gohan's body, with Goku as his father. While he certainly cherished Goku, this plot twist seemed excessively melodramatic. Gohan, there's no time. Kaioken, Goku shouted anxiously, as Nappa advanced within 5 or 6 meters of Gohan and Krillin. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Kaioken, drastically increasing his speed to deliver a crushing blow to Nappa's spine. Then, moving at incredible velocity, he caught the injured Nappa with one hand and tossed him toward Vegeta. What? Kakarot's battle power just surged above 8,000 in an instant. Vegeta gasped, astonished by the spike in his scouter's readings, which quickly returned to normal. He stared incredulously at Kakarot, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. This was becoming increasingly interesting. The scouter merely clouded my judgment. The power levels of Earthlings and Kakarot can fluctuate at will. He ripped the scouter from his ear and crushed it in his hand. Just a year ago, Kakarot's battle power was only a few hundred, barely able to assist in defeating Raditz. Now, he had effortlessly dispatched Nappa, who possessed a power level of 5,000. How had he trained? Gohan, are you alright? Goku asked, looking down at his son with affectionate concern. Just moments ago, Nappa had aimed to attack Gohan and Krillin, and in a dire moment, Goku had utilized Kaioken. A powerful punch had shattered Nappa's spine. Fearing that the foe might harm his son and brother Krillin once more, the sacrifices made to protect Earth had already been devastating, with Piccolo and the others having perished. He would not allow such tragedy to occur again. You scared me to death. Thank goodness you made it in time, or Gohan would have been in grave danger, Krillin said, patting his chest to calm himself. Seeing Gohan seemingly dazed by Nappa's aggression, he approached and grasped his arm to comfort him. Gohan, it's all right now. With your father here, we are safe. After all, Gohan was still just a child, and this battle had been exceedingly intense. Dad, Uncle Krillin, I'm fine, Gohan replied, surprised that calling out Dad felt entirely natural. This was because Sumu and Gohan's souls had fused, awakening memories from his past life. Currently, the Dragon Ball storyline had reached the point where Yamcha and others were being killed by the Saiyan invader Nappa. Piccolo had also sacrificed himself to protect Gohan, and the Dragon Balls had vanished from Earth. Just as Gohan and Krillin found themselves in peril, Sumu's soul had transferred into Gohan's body. After the skirmish between Goku and Nappa, Vegeta recognized that Nappa was no match for Goku. Vegeta ordered Nappa to withdraw, intending to take the field himself. However, in a fit of rage, Nappa sought to strike Gohan and Krillin once more. Goku would not permit such insolence before him. He decisively intervened, incapacitating Nappa. This led to Sumu witnessing the scene of the bald Nappa and Goku charging towards him. Sumu examined the characters of the Dragon Ball universe, finding them nearly identical to those in the anime. As he scrutinized the second-rate Vegeta and the diminutive Krillin, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the Attribute Acquisition System. This system allows you to collect the battle power and skill attributes dropped by opponents. A system? Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Indeed, this is a necessary tool for traversers, an essential golden finger. Sumu felt exhilarated. Vegeta, save me. Nappa, gravely injured and on the ground, weakly extended his hand in a plea towards Vegeta. He never anticipated that after being struck by Kakarot, he would be unable to rise. Die, Nappa. I have no use for trash by my side, Vegeta sneered. With a malicious grin, he spun the terrified Nappa around in a 360-degree turn and hurled him into the air, gathering a massive energy wave in his hand to pursue him. Vegeta, you will die a miserable death. I will haunt you as a ghost. Oh! A scream filled with rage and despair echoed through the air. Nappa, who had always obeyed Vegeta, found himself facing such a fate. He had survived Kakarot's assault, but perished at the hands of his own comrade. A bitter irony indeed. The energy wave swiftly engulfed Nappa's body, and thus, the universe lost another Saiyan. Ding! Detected a drop of 100 battle power attributes ahead. Would you like to acquire it? The mechanical voice resonated in Gohan's mind. He was overwhelmed with excitement as he glanced toward Vegeta. Indeed, beneath Vegeta's feet lay an attribute, visible only to him. The bald Nappa had finally met his end at the hands of the second-rate Vegeta. It appeared that the trajectory of the Dragon Ball storyline had not altered due to his traversal. Acquire. Gohan joyfully thought, instinctively. The attributes instantly surged into his body, and he felt his strength augmenting. This system is utterly extraordinary. I have just gained 100 battle power. Chapter 2. The Attributes of the Fallen King of Worlds. How can you still possess humanity when you are capable of killing your own comrades? Son Goku exclaimed in fury, unable to tolerate the cold-bloodedness exhibited by Vegeta, who would even turn against his own brothers and friends. Haha, Kakarot, you are but a mere clay Buddha crossing a river. How can you still concern yourself with others? Vegeta regarded Son Goku with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool. Even if you could effortlessly defeat that fool, you would never conquer me. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the prodigious warrior, Vegeta. This is no place for battle. Those who dare, follow me. Upon uttering these words, Son Goku cast a glance at Krillin before soaring towards the opposite side of the sky. He believed that through his training with King Kai, he had reached the pinnacle of his power. However, upon encountering the formidable Saiyan, Vegeta, his resolve began to waver. The intensity of Vegeta's aura was overwhelming, instilling a sense of doubt regarding his ability to prevail. He feared the worst, that they might perish together in their conflict. Concerned that Gohan and Krillin might distract him on the battlefield, he opted for a more isolated venue. Krillin and Son Goku, being such close friends, could easily decipher each other's thoughts with a mere glance. Goku's decision to distance himself was motivated by a desire to ensure the safety of both himself and Gohan. Kakarot, it matters not where we fight. The outcome will remain unchanged. Do you think I would be foolish like Raditz and allow you the opportunity to perish alongside me? Vegeta, brimming with confidence, pursued Son Goku, declaring, I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a genius warrior. You, a lowly fighter, dare to challenge me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Here on Earth, only Kakarot is capable of matching my strength, and he will undoubtedly fight with all his might. Vegeta's immense pride rendered him unrestrained. After all, Goku was merely a lower-class warrior. Meanwhile, Gohan, still basking in the exhilaration of acquiring the system, had little time to delve into its functionalities. Observing Vegeta and Son Goku take flight, he was determined not to squander this invaluable opportunity to enhance his combat power. With a swift rush, Gohan followed in the direction of Son Goku and Vegeta. Gohan, come back quickly, Krillin shouted anxiously, realizing the urgency of the situation. Son Goku had previously instructed him to keep a close watch on Gohan, aiming to prevent any distractions that might hinder his confrontation with Vegeta. Krillin was well aware of his own limitations and knew he could not provide assistance at that moment. By the time Gohan and Krillin arrived, Son Goku and Vegeta were already engaged in fierce combat. They took their position atop a hill, spectating the clash. The combatants had only just surpassed a power level of 1,000, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible to the onlookers. All that could be heard was the continuous sound of their immense power colliding in the heavens above. The ground was battered. creating deep indentations as small hills collapsed in an instant. The battlefield between the two combatants lay in utter devastation. A mechanical voice echoed incessantly in Gohan's mind, announcing the attributes of combat power falling from above: 50 combat power attributes and 100 combat power attributes. His heart surged with excitement as he witnessed a deluge of combat power attributes raining down from the sky. Was it true that the potency of his ultimate move determined the magnitude of the combat power attributes that would drop? The Kaioken? Combat power attributes. He eagerly collected them all. The fact that the Kaioken could yield such rewards was nothing short of miraculous. Combat power attributes and Kaioken attributes streamed into Gohan's body like a relentless flow of tadpoles, continuously augmenting his power. The Kaioken was a secret technique that allowed one to instantly amplify their combat strength. A twofold Kaioken would double one's power, while a threefold would triple it, and so forth. In the Dragon Ball anime, Goku demonstrated the might of the Kaioken on Namek, where he clashed with the tyrant Frieza using a 20-fold Kaioken. The intensity of that battle was nothing short of brutal. The confrontation between Vegeta and Goku mirrored the anime, with both warriors unleashing their full potential from the very start. After several probing exchanges, Goku found himself at a disadvantage, quickly concluding that the only way to triumph over Vegeta was to achieve a swift resolution. Determined, Goku unleashed his maximum limit from the outset, the threefold Kaioken. Red energy flared around him, elevating his combat power to 15,000, while Vegeta stood at 12,000. Thus, Goku, empowered by the threefold Kaioken, began to overpower Vegeta. However, Vegeta, having fought tirelessly on distant planets, possessed formidable resilience and strength. Despite being severely outmatched under the threefold Kaioken, Goku realized that defeating Vegeta in a short time was a naive aspiration. Damn it, how can Kakarot's power surpass mine? I am the Prince of Saiyans, the universe's strongest warrior. I shall not be bested by a low-class fighter. Vegeta, battered and bruised, felt his pride wounded. His eyes reddened with rage as he unleashed his full energy, charging at Kakarot with fists and kicks. Goku, denying Vegeta any chance for retaliation, executed the threefold Kaioken to perfection. Neither Vegeta's strength nor speed could keep pace with him. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a powerful blow that sent Vegeta soaring into the air, then pursued him at breakneck speed, unleashing a barrage of punches like a machine gun. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike landed mercilessly upon Vegeta, culminating in a devastating punch that sent him crashing into a hill. The hill was pierced by Vegeta's body, causing rocks and soil to cascade down, effectively burying his opponent. Goku gradually descended to the ground, breathing heavily, as the crimson aura surrounding him dissipated. He needed to conserve his strength and refrain from wasting energy, prompting him to retract the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal rate. The instant he withdrew the Kaioken, Goku stumbled backward a few paces, a wave of soreness enveloping his entire body. It seemed that employing the Kaioken at such an intensity had proven to be too taxing, and Goku shook his head with a wry smile. Each punch exchange between the two fighters resulted in a shower of combat power attributes raining down around them. Gather them all, Gohan exclaimed, astonished, realizing he was on the brink of a breakthrough. The combat power attributes flowed toward him like a river, gradually merging with his being. In mere moments, all the attributes on the ground had integrated into his limbs and bones. He opened his personal attributes interface, and suddenly, a virtual screen materialized before him, visible only to himself. Host, Gohan Race, Saiyan System Space, 100 cubic units special ability, none skills, flight technique, key perception and manipulation, magic flash, energy wave. Kaioken transformation, none combat power. 10,000 Chapter 3. The Pinnacle Showdown, clash of energy waves on the battlefield. Boom. The hill was instantaneously obliterated by the white aura emanating from Vegeta, reducing it to dust as he coughed up blood. Furiously, he soared into the sky, conjuring a massive energy sphere in his hand, his most formidable technique. Damn it, Kakarot. I never imagined that a lower-class warrior like you could challenge a higher-class warrior and make me bleed. This earth has no reason to exist alongside you. He seethed. This is my strongest move, and you cannot withstand it. Should you dare to evade, the earth will be utterly annihilated. Vegeta, blinded by rage, could not accept the fact that a lower-class warrior had inflicted such damage on a higher-class warrior. His wounded pride demanded the destruction of both Kakarot and the Earth. Are you insane? That energy wave at 3 times the Kaioken. Goku gritted his teeth and exclaimed upon witnessing the overwhelming energy Vegeta was gathering. The Earth simply could not bear such a colossal energy wave. Should he evade, it would be reduced to rubble. It was evident that Vegeta was forcing him into a direct confrontation. In an instant, Goku activated the Kaioken at 3 times its intensity once more. Adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave, his hands positioned at his waist as he began to gather energy. Instantly, debris from the ground began to levitate into the air. Both warriors staked their fates on this single move, as the energy waves surged and intensified. This is madness. The Saiyan is losing it. The Earth cannot withstand such formidable energy waves. Goku, you must hold on. Krillin trembled in fear at the sight of the enormous energy Vegeta was amassing. Placing all his hopes on Goku's Kamehameha wave. The fate of Earth hinges on this singular clash of energy. Should Goku falter, the planet will cease to exist. He clenched his fists, fervently praying within. Ding! A Kamehameha wave has dropped ahead. Do you wish to collect it? A combat power attribute of 100 has fallen ahead. Collect all. The contrasting emotions of Krillin and Gohan were stark. Ha! Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh towards the heavens, as the system's notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. In this battle between Goku and Vegeta, the ultimate victor was undoubtedly himself. Thanks to their selfless contributions, he now reaped the benefits of the Kaioken and the Kamehameha, alongside an unceasing influx of combat power. Vegeta unleashed a colossal energy wave, while Goku, refusing to be outdone, retaliated with his own Kamehameha energy blast. Boom! The two immense energy waves collided, generating a terrifying shockwave that tore through the ground. The surrounding hills crumbled instantly, and even Yajirobe, who had been spectating from a distance, was swept away. Impossible. This is my strongest technique. You cannot withstand it. Vegeta was utterly astounded that his ultimate move had been countered by Kakarot. He unleashed a frenzied assault, as his Gallic gun began to gradually overpower the Kamehameha. Goku, you must hold on. If you lose, Earth is finished. Krillin's fists were tightly clenched, sweat trickling from his palms. In this clash, Goku was clearly at a disadvantage. Gohan's expression was stoic, yet within him, tumultuous waves of dread surged. The system's notifications continued to reverberate in his mind, revealing that the energy waves of Goku and Vegeta were clashing, causing a frenzied drop in combat power attributes of 100. The North Kai, who had been keeping a close eye on the battle, was equally tense. The Saiyans truly embodied the spirit of warriors. Their strength and physical prowess were formidable. Is there truly no hope? The Kaioken times 3 is already Goku's limit. The North Kai observed in dismay as Goku's Kamehameha, augmented by the threefold boost, failed to overcome the Saiyan. Clenching his fists, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. If Goku were to lose, Earth would no longer exist. If Goku continued to escalate the Kaioken, his body would not endure such overwhelming power. There is no other choice. My body, hold on. Kaioken times 4. Goku recognized that prolonging this stalemate would be detrimental. His body could not sustain the prolonged exertion. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the Kaioken to 4 times its original power. A searing pain coursing through him, contorting his face in agony. The energy of the Kamehameha surged violently, forcing Vegeta's Gallic gun back. What? This is my strongest technique. How can Kakarot possess such combat power to surpass me? I am indeed the mightiest Saiyan warrior, exclaimed Vegeta, his face a mask of disbelief, his heart brimming with trepidation. His energy wave proved utterly insufficient to withstand Kakarot's might. He was propelled skyward, piercing through the clouds. With every ounce of his strength, Vegeta finally descended from the energy wave. The Kamehameha continued its relentless ascent toward the Earth's atmosphere. How infuriating! To be bested by a low-class warrior is inconceivable. I refuse to accept defeat. I shall transform into a great ape and crush Kakarot beneath my feet. Vegeta's countenance twisted into a menacing grimace as he swiftly searched the skies for the moon of this planet. He had deliberately chosen to invade Earth during the full moon, intending to annihilate its inhabitants. Piccolo destroyed the moon to prevent Gohan from transforming into a great ape. It will be futile for the Saiyan to search further. Far away on North Kai's planet, he recognized Vegeta's actions as a quest for power transformation. Are Saiyans truly monsters? How do they still survive? Observed Krillin. incredulously noting that Vegeta had yet to perish. System, collect battle power attributes. Gohan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the abundant battle power attributes scattered around him. The attributes flowed towards him like a gentle stream, surging into his being. The display of battle power attributes skyrocketed. After a few breaths, he sensed that the influx had ceased. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, realizing his battle power had reached 30,000. Goku, I had no idea you were concealing such strength. That previous battle was utterly terrifying. Yajirobe, appearing as if from nowhere, lavished praise upon Goku. Goku firmly warned him that the Saiyan was not yet defeated and urged him to flee quickly, for he had exhausted himself and could no longer offer protection. Hearing this, Yajirobe muttered a farewell and dashed away. How foolish, Kakarot. Do you think that by destroying the moon, I cannot transform? Truly laughable. Although it has cost me some battle power, it matters not. Vegeta scoured the skies, but found no trace of the moon. Gradually, he descended before Goku. A wicked smile gracing his lips. Transform? Goku inquired, perplexed, unable to comprehend Vegeta's words. Has this fool's mind been compromised? Kakarot, surely you are aware that Saiyans transform into great apes upon gazing at a full moon, unlocking our latent powers? Our tails are the key to our transformation. You must regret losing yours now. Haha. Once we transform into great apes, our battle power multiplies tenfold. Vegeta, elated at Goku's lack of a tail, proclaimed with fervor. In his hand, a wisp of white energy coalesced, taking form in an instant before being cast into the sky. Chapter 4. The Astonishment of Sun Wukong Earth. Arise, Moon. The energy that Vegeta hurled into the air swiftly transformed into a full moon. After conjuring the moon, his aura began to sharply decline, and he started to breathe heavily. Yet, Vegeta remained indifferent, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he beheld the energy morph into the moon. Oh no, the Saiyan had just created a moon, intending to transform into a colossal ape. At that moment, Krillin also grasped the reality of the situation, staring in astonishment at the luminous orb in the sky. He never imagined that a Saiyan could be so terrifying as to fabricate the moon itself. It was during the World Martial Arts Tournament that Sun Wukong had transformed into a giant ape upon seeing the full moon, losing his sanity and wreaking havoc with a twisted and ferocious disposition. Ultimately, Master Roshi had to destroy the moon to restore Wukong to his human form. King Kai of the North. Well, what? A Saiyan can actually create a moon? Observing the battle from afar, King Kai was utterly shocked by this revelation. He slumped to the ground, muttering incessantly, "It's over. This time, Earth is doomed." Having utilized the Kaioken at 4 times its normal strength, Sun Wukong was now at his limit. Even if the Saiyan refrained from transforming into the giant ape, Wukong had no chance of victory. Should Vegeta choose to transform now, his combat power would surge tenfold, rendering anyone on Earth powerless against him. Thus, the chances of Earth's survival dwindled to nothing. King Kai sat despondently upon the ground, already foreseeing the planet's grim fate. What? Full moon? Giant ape? Suddenly, Sun Wukong seemed to recall something, standing frozen in place as tears streamed down his face. Wukong, when the moon is full, do not venture outside, for monstrous apes appear at that time. The giant ape is fierce, causing destruction wherever it goes. Encountering it would spell disaster. You must remember the words of your grandfather, Wukong. The voice of his grandfather, Gohan, echoed in Wukong's mind as he recalled the words spoken before Gohan's passing. Grandfather, I am sorry. If I perish this time, I will seek your forgiveness. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong finally understood everything. It turned out that his grandfather had never revealed to him the truth. The giant ape he had seen during the full moon was, in fact, himself, and he had inadvertently trampled Gohan to death. His grandfather had feared that revealing the truth would burden him with guilt and remorse, thus keeping the secret until the end. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Are you already frightened into muttering to yourself before I even transform? Vegeta mocked, a triumphant smirk adorning his face as he gazed at Sun Wukong. Then he turned his gaze towards the moon, his heart racing faster with each beat, a surge of energy awakening in his tail, thrashing wildly. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic sound of his heartbeat grew increasingly intense. Vegeta's physique began to swell, resembling a colossal hill, his mouth revealing sharp fangs, instantly transforming into a fearsome gorilla. How could this be? A gorilla? Goku watched in astonishment as Vegeta underwent this transformation. Once Vegeta took on the form of a gorilla, an aura of dread enveloped him. Now his only trump card was the spirit bomb he had learned from King Kai. However, gathering the necessary energy required considerable time. Coupled with the exhaustion from forcibly utilizing the Kaioken at 4 times its usual strength, he was at the brink of collapse, relying solely on fate. How do you feel now? Do you regret not having your tail? Vegeta reveled in Goku's stunned expression, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He felt invigorated. Envisioning the imminent destruction of Kakarot and the inhabitants of Earth, his heart brimming with delight. Vegeta, I shall experience your power firsthand. Suddenly, Gohan vanished, only to reappear before Goku in the next instant. Krillin was taken aback as he witnessed Gohan's sudden appearance in front of Goku. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was seeing things. Instinctively, he glanced to the side, but there was no trace of Gohan. What should he do? Although Krillin could sense the overwhelming energy radiating from the transformed Saiyan, far surpassing Goku's own, he felt powerless. Should he charge forward to battle like Gohan? I must remain calm and devise a way to assist Goku and his son. A sudden thought struck him. If he could catch the Saiyan off guard and sever his tail. Quickly, Krillin recalled that the Saiyans' transformation relied on their tail. If he could cut it off, they would revert to their original form. With determination, he sprang into action, flying close to Vegeta, gathering a thin layer of energy in his hands, preparing his signature technique, the key round slash. Ding! Key round slash attribute dropped ahead. Would you like to pick it up? Gohan suddenly heard a notification in his mind, recognizing that Krillin was employing his ultimate move. Key round slash. Yes, I will take it. His personal attribute panel updated with the key round slash. This technique, created by Krillin, frequently appeared throughout the Dragon Ball series, with many attempting to replicate it. In the anime, Krillin nearly severed Frieza's tail with the key round slash on Namek, demonstrating its formidable power. Gohan, hurry! Before Goku could finish his sentence, he was left speechless, for Gohan's energy was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Moments before, he had been focused on confronting Vegeta, oblivious to the presence of others on the battlefield. Had it not been for Kairobe's sudden emergence, he might still be oblivious to the situation. Now, his son Gohan appears before him. Astonished, he scrutinizes Gohan, questioning whether this truly is his son. Within Gohan resides a formidable aura that seems to be awakening. Trust me, Dad. Gohan exudes an unparalleled confidence, his eyes sharpening like those of a slumbering beast stirring to life. The fate of Earth rests in your hands, Gohan. Goku nods affirmatively, then swiftly departs the battlefield. He senses the immense power emanating from his son, realizing Gohan's strength has far surpassed his own. Furthermore, having forcibly amplified his Kaioken fourfold, he finds himself unable to continue the fight. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, you truly are a remarkable father, leaving this little brat to battle me. Are you out of your mind? Vegeta, witnessing Goku's retreat, refrains from intervening and instead mocks him with a smug expression. With Kakarot's son present, he knows that the small bald figure must also be nearby. Vegeta remains vigilant, aware that despite his transformation granting him power, safety is paramount. Die Saiyan. Krillin hurls his energy attack towards Vegeta with all his might. Should it strike, the consequence would be catastrophic. Chapter 5. Gohan makes his move, astonishing all such trivial skills. Did you think I would not notice you? Once I handle Kakarot and his son, I shall attend to you, little bald one. Vegeta leaps powerfully, evading the energy attack, turning to face Krillin with disdain. Upon hearing this, Krillin instinctively retreats several steps, his heart gripped by fear, trembling uncontrollably. I never anticipated that Gohan's strength would surpass mine by such a margin. Goku flies to Krillin's side, enduring his physical agony with pride. He realizes that Gohan's combat prowess may indeed have exceeded his own. Is this truly Gohan? It seems Piccolo possessed foresight, successfully awakening the immense power within him. As Goku approaches, Krillin's fear gradually subsides. He becomes acutely aware of Gohan's rapidly surging energy, akin to an ocean in tumult. Their hearts begin to steady as they soar away from the battlefield, taking refuge on a hill overlooking the fray. Reflecting on Piccolo's words, they understand the necessity of harnessing Gohan's formidable power to triumph over the Saiyans. Clearly, Piccolo's decision was astute. Kakarot, you have far too much faith in your son. I shall crush his bones this very moment. Vegeta, Witnessing Kakarot entrust the battlefield to his son feels no anger, for he is determined to annihilate all of Earth's inhabitants shortly. This is precisely why he chose the full moon to invade Earth. Although the moon of this planet has been obliterated by humans, it has not hindered his transformation into a colossal gorilla. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds enveloped the sky. As if heralding the apocalypse, the ground trembled, and hills began to crumble. A wave of energy surged forth from Gohan, radiating outward in all directions from his being. It resembled the onset of a tempest, with debris swirling around. The nearby hills and stones were utterly devastated. How could this be possible? This little brat, Vegeta the gorilla, found himself pushed back a step by the force of the energy wave. He stood in stunned disbelief, questioning how Kakarot's son could have become so extraordinarily powerful. Goku and Krillin exchanged incredulous glances. This was what Piccolo had spoken of. Within Gohan lay such immense power. Could it be the result of the union between Saiyans and Earthlings? This force surpassed Goku's strength by a considerable margin. Who could have anticipated such formidable prowess hidden within Goku's son? Even the King Kai, far away on King Kai's planet, was taken aback by Gohan's revealed combat strength. Saiyans truly are extraordinary beings. It was astonishing that such a small physique could harbor such tremendous power. It seemed that the Namekian, Piccolo, possessed remarkable foresight. After training this boy for a year, had this power finally awakened? At that moment, everyone believed that Gohan had unleashed the latent power within him. In mere moments, the Earth returned to its original state, and Gohan's strength escalated to 30,000. Brimming with power, he yearned to experience the exhilaration that such strength could bring. This was his first battle since arriving in this world. Arrogantly, he declared, "I am the mightiest Saiyan." Vegeta, witnessing the eruption of power from Kakarot's son, was enraged and swung his massive fist toward Gohan, intent on obliterating him, dismissing the notion that his opponent, no matter how powerful, was still just a child. Triple Kaioken. Gohan, refusing to back down, countered with his own triple Kaioken. His entire being was enveloped in a crimson aura as he unleashed a punch. The two fists contrasting starkly against one another. Boom. A powerful shockwave surged outward, yet Gohan remained firmly rooted to the ground. In contrast, the robust gorilla Vegeta was pushed back several steps by the force of the energy wave. When they collided, the disparity in strength was immediately apparent. Ding. Combat power attribute of 100 has been dropped ahead. A notification echoed in Gohan's mind, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. Incredible. Kaioken. Is this child's talent truly so extraordinary? Upon witnessing Sun Wukong employing the Kaioken, one could hardly believe that he had mastered it so swiftly. What an extraordinary being. That Namekian, what manner of creature have you trained? The North Kao stared in astonishment. His jaw nearly agape enough to accommodate a duck egg as he beheld Gohan unleashing the Kaioken. Observing the Saiyan transform into a colossal ape and engage Gohan. Fortified by the Kaioken, he found himself thoroughly outmatched. A flicker of hope reignited within him for Earth. Had Gohan heard the North Kao's words, he would surely have laughed it off. Learn it? Impossible. I merely acquired those attributes with the aid of the system. How could such an aberration exist in this world? Is it not akin to cheating? It seems this dimension indeed harbors such an anomaly, Majin Buu. He learns a technique merely by witnessing it once. And upon devouring his opponent, he inherits their techniques and traits. The Kaioken, who would have thought Gohan would master it? Sun Wukong himself was equally astonished. The Kaioken was something I labored for months under the guidance of Lord Kao to learn. Who would have imagined Gohan's latent talent was so formidable? He merely observed my combat with Vegeta using the Kaioken and was able to grasp it. Watching his son's prowess, Sun Wukong finally felt a sense of relief. Is this the ferocious power residing within Gohan? Truly remarkable. Piccolo, you are indeed an exceptional teacher. Gohan's strength now far surpasses my own. Incredible. Krillin, witnessing the clash between the mighty ape Vegeta and Gohan, was filled with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Such a powerful ape staggered backward several steps from a single blow. Go for it, Gohan. Earth is entrusted to your guardianship now. Ding, combat attribute of 300 dropped. Following that punch, a notification resonated in Gohan's mind. A smile graced his lips, for the greater the combat power, the more significant the attributes dropped. This was indeed the largest drop in combat attributes. No, it cannot be. Upon transforming into an ape, my combat power must have surged tenfold. Even if this is not my pinnacle strength, this little brat cannot possibly be my match. Vegeta glared at Gohan with a feral intensity. Transformed, his strength had multiplied tenfold, meaning his power now exceeded 60 to 70,000. Yet, he had been sent reeling several steps back by Kakarot's son with a mere punch. Surely, it was due to my earlier instability. He opened his massive jaws and unleashed a tremendous energy wave. Evil explosion. Gohan raised his hands above his head, executing Piccolo's signature move, the evil explosion. The two energy waves were propelled forth, and in an instant, they collided with immense force. Boom! The ground suddenly caved in, and the immense energy propelled Vegeta, the gorilla, backward, carving two deep furrows into the earth. Pick up! The incessant voice of the system echoed in Gohan's mind. As his combat power attributes plummeted wildly, an endless stream of combat power attributes surged into his body, witnessing the relentless rise in his combat prowess. His heart brimmed with elation. Impossible! How could you be this strong? Vegeta's face contorted in disbelief. Despite his transformation amplifying his power tenfold, he found himself at a disadvantage in this energy clash, retreating at an astonishing pace. No matter how Vegeta unleashed his might, he could not alter the outcome. With swift decisiveness, he evaded the energy wave propelled back by the magical flash. Boom! The magical flash obliterated a nearby mountain in an instant, sending a colossal mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. Chapter 6, 3 Seconds of True Manhood, Vegeta on the battlefield. Bang! 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 The fierce combat between Gohan and the gorilla Vegeta raged on, each blow landing with resounding impact. With every collision, combat power attributes fell like ripe fruit. Growing more confident with each exchange, Gohan was astounded to see the ground strewn with combat power attributes. If not for the attributes dropped by the system, he could have dispatched Vegeta in a single blow. It appeared that the combat power attributes dropped at a 100% rate. However, skill attributes did not seem to follow suit, as Vegeta's devastating attack had not yielded any attributes. How infuriating! After transforming into a gorilla, Vegeta's size rendered him akin to a moving target, continuously absorbing Gohan's assaults. Taste this move, Kamehameha. Gohan initiated the Kamehameha wave, eager to experiment with all the techniques acquired from the system. Now, with the system's assistance, he had amassed 30,000 in combat power. Utilizing the Kaioken technique thrice, his combat power surged to an astounding 90,000. Thus, Vegeta had become merely a sparring partner for Gohan. Kamehameha? When did Gohan learn the Kamehameha? Krillin and Goku watched Gohan's movements, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. They exchanged glances, but it soon made sense. Given Gohan's prodigious training talent, it was hardly surprising. Just moments ago, he had unleashed the Kaioken. Now, the Kamehameha was certainly within his grasp. The energy of Gohan's Kamehameha had coalesced to a terrifying degree. With both hands, he propelled the massive energy forward, transforming it into a colossal beam of energy that surged toward his opponent. Oh no, not this move again. I must evade. Vegeta's heart raced in terror at the sight of the gigantic energy beam approaching. He had just experienced Kakarot's technique moments ago, and now his son's attack was even more potent than before. Vegeta dared not take the risk of confronting it head-on. His life was at stake. He swiftly evaded the massive energy wave, which then shot into the sky, piercing through the Earth's atmosphere and vanishing into the cosmos. Where do you think you're going? Take this. Seeing Vegeta successfully evade the Kamehameha, Gohan employed the prince's technique. He continuously gathered energy waves in his hands, unleashing them like a relentless barrage upon the mighty Saiyan, causing Vegeta to wail in distress. The ground shook as clouds of dust erupted from Vegeta's form, obscuring him from view. Gohan ceased his assault and decided to try Krillin's Destructo Disc. He raised his right palm skyward, and a thin, shimmering wave of energy blossomed forth. What? The Destructo Disc? Krillin watched in astonishment and delight as Gohan displayed such remarkable talent, managing to execute a technique he had only seen twice. The Destructo Disc was a technique that had taken him 3 years to master. As the dust settled, a battered and breathless Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan harbored an unfathomable power within, rendering even the great ape transformation of a Saiyan ineffective against him. The King Kai, witnessing Vegeta's loss of combat ability, was taken aback. This boy seems to be merely 5 years old, yet his strength has reached such terrifying heights. If he continues to train diligently, just how formidable will he become in the future? I can hardly wait to see how far he will go. Gohan, show some mercy. Such a worthy opponent should not perish on Earth. It would be a tragic waste. Just as Gohan prepared to unleash the Destructo Disc, a thunderous shout from Goku echoed nearby. Goku, have you lost your mind? You're asking Gohan to show mercy? How many lives have Saiyans taken on this planet? Including Yamcha and Tien? Krillin shouted angrily at Goku. The losses Earth had suffered were monumental. Even if the Saiyans died 1,000 times over, it would not suffice. Krillin, let me indulge myself just this once. I once believed I had reached my peak during my training with King Kai, but encountering Vegeta made me realize how far I still have to go. If he were to perish now, it would be an immense loss. I promise you, I will train diligently and ensure I can defeat him next time, Goku implored earnestly. The thrill of battle with Vegeta ignited a fire within him, as if his very blood were ablaze, and the thought of witnessing Vegeta's demise on Earth filled him with an indescribable sorrow. Very well, Goku. You have earned the right to be willful. Not only is your strength formidable, but Gohan's power is even more astonishing. After hearing Goku's words, Krillin found himself devoid of anger. After all, given the opponent's strength, he is indeed entitled to be willful, as it is he who has saved the Earth time and again. I understand now. Son Gohan nodded at the two of them. He unleashed his ki sphere slash towards the gorilla's tail, swiftly severing it. Vegeta began to revert to his human form, having exhausted his strength to remain standing. How infuriating. The mightiest Saiyan warrior, reduced to defeat on Earth, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice frail. Now, he lacked even the strength to rise. Struggling, he turned over and laboriously retrieved the remote from his pocket, pressing a few buttons. Then he sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The spaceship, not far away, received the signal and immediately activated, propelling itself toward them. Vegeta, I hope to fight alongside you again in the future, Son Goku said, his body aching from the excessive use of the fourfold Kaioken. The pain coursed through him, as if his body were about to split apart. During the battle, he had gritted his teeth to endure, but now, with his defenses lowered, a wave of exhaustion and pain washed over him, leaving him somewhat unsteady. Goku, are you all right? Krillin quickly supported him upon noticing his condition. He hadn't anticipated his friend's body would be so thoroughly taxed. Had it not been for Son Gohan awakening the power within him at that critical moment, the consequences would have been dire. I'm fine, but I've overexerted myself using my ultimate technique. Help me down, Son Goku replied with a foolish grin. Krillin placed Goku's arm over his shoulder, and together they flew to Vegeta's side. Gather everything. Son Gohan also retracted his threefold Kaioken, delighting in the myriad of battle power attributes scattered across the ground. Like a small stream, they flowed into his body. After a few breaths, the attributes ceased to increase, and he noted that his personal battle power had reached 50,000. Incredible, the system. After battling, my power has surged by 20,000. Kakarot, I will not express my gratitude. Next time, I will surely kill you. Vegeta weakly spat out some harsh words upon seeing Son Goku's arrival. His entire body felt unresponsive, rendering him nearly immobile. On an unknown planet in the universe, report. Lord Frieza, we have intercepted a message from Vegeta sent from Earth. There is something called Dragon Balls on Namek that can grant wishes. The electronic door opened, and a dog-headed alien entered, respectfully bowing to Frieza, who sat on his throne, swirling a glass of red wine. Ha ha ha, Vegeta. I never expected you would bring me such good news. Assemble the troops. We shall depart for Namek in 3 days. A gleam shone in Frieza's eyes. He had always desired eternal life to dominate the universe. Regardless of the veracity of this news, he was determined to explore Namek. Chapter 7. The Method of Resurrection on the Battlefield of Earth. Son Goku beamed with joy, eagerly anticipating their next battle. He and Vegeta shared a rivalry akin to that of formidable chess opponents, reveling in each other's indomitable spirit. In Vegeta, Goku glimpsed a reflection of his former self, reminiscent of the relentless determination he had displayed when confronting Demon King Piccolo, ultimately emerging victorious through sheer tenacity. Suddenly, Vegeta's spaceship descended before him, its hatch already ajar. As he ascended into the vessel, Goku and his companions refrained from intervening. You worthless trash, I shall not spare you. When I return to Earth, I will annihilate you all, Vegeta declared ominously as he boarded the spacecraft. Krillin's lips twitched in irritation, He yearned to rush forward and deliver a sound thrashing to Vegeta. It was truly a case of misplaced goodwill. Having spared him, Vegeta now plotted revenge. The hatch slowly closed, and the spaceship departed, taking the Saiyan prince away from Earth. Shortly after Vegeta's departure, a jet aircraft landed on the battlefield. Gohan, my poor Gohan, mother is here. Master Roshi and the others arrived aboard the jet. As Chi-Chi disembarked, she rushed to embrace her son, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? Gohan struggled momentarily, but ultimately yielded to her embrace, experiencing maternal love for the first time. Having been an orphan in his past life, gradually, he began to accept his identity as Gohan in the Dragon Ball universe. In this reality, he had both parents and a multitude of dear friends. Chi-Chi, Goku is injured quite severely. Perhaps you should come and see him, Krillin suggested, linking arms with Goku in a gesture of solidarity. The disparity in treatment between father and son was stark. I don't care. If it weren't for him, my Gohan wouldn't be embroiled in adult conflicts at such a tender age, Chi-Chi retorted, not sparing a glance in their direction. It had been a year since she last saw Goku and Gohan. Now that she found both safe, a heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. Yet resentment simmered within her. She deliberately ignored Goku, venting her discontent. If it weren't for her husband, her son would not have faced such unfair circumstances. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Goku's lips twitched in response, yet he remained silent. Had he not perished, Gohan might not have strayed far from Chi-Chi's side. While her anger was understandable, today, without Gohan's assistance, Earth could have faced dire peril. Goku, I am so relieved to see you safe. Both Master Roshi and Bulma exclaimed, approaching him simultaneously. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and his son alongside Krillin alive, their eyes instinctively welled with tears. Grandfather, I apologize, the Saiyans have already fled, Sun Wukong explained. It is of no consequence. Merely driving the Saiyans away is quite an achievement, Cat Sage remarked with a smile. Let us first take you to the hospital. The magical beans are all depleted, and it will take at least a month for them to be cultivated again. They were unaware of Son Gohan's formidable prowess and assumed it was Sun Wukong who had repelled the Saiyans. I have conceived a method to resurrect everyone, Krillin announced suddenly, noticing the somber mood aboard the aircraft. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan discerned that Krillin was referring to seeking the Dragon Balls on Namek. He chose not to elaborate further. What? Krillin, have you thought of an effective solution? Please share with us. The group, invigorated with anticipation, turned their gazes towards Krillin, eager to understand the source of his optimism. Bulma, let us first preserve the bodies of Piccolo and the others. I will disclose my plan thereafter. Krillin directed them to the battlefield where they had fought against the vegetable beings, meticulously gathering the remains of Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo. Krillin, can you reveal your idea now? Bulma inquired impatiently. Given that Yamcha was now her boyfriend, her curiosity about Krillin's method of resurrection was piqued. When Goku returned from the King Kai's realm, Vegeta had mentioned that Piccolo was a Namekian, implying that his home would possess even more powerful Dragon Balls. Krillin recalled Vegeta's order to Nappa to eliminate Piccolo, which hinted at the existence of Dragon Balls on Namek. Indeed, we can utilize the Saiyan spaceship to journey to Namek, Son Gohan chimed in. Bulma began calculating the travel time from Earth to Namek. Gohan is correct. Behold this, the remote control for the Saiyan spacecraft. Krillin waved the remote in his hand, his spirits evidently uplifted. Yea, is that true? Hand it over so I can examine it. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her excitement akin to that of a child. As long as they could locate the Dragon Balls on Namek, they would be able to resurrect Yamcha and the others. In the West City Hospital, within a room containing 3 beds, the group gathered to deliberate on who would embark on the quest to Namek for the Dragon Balls. After their arrival at the hospital, the doctor had conducted examinations. Sun Wukong's injuries were severe, necessitating a 2-month hospital stay. The Cat Sage had also indicated that the magical beans would be ready in a month, signifying that Goku would remain in the hospital for the duration. What? Is Gohan's power truly that formidable? Klin recounted all of Sun Wukong's heroic deeds, revealing the extraordinary talents of his son, Sun Wufan. The onlookers gazed at Sun Wufan with a mix of envy and admiration, pondering whether such immense power could truly reside within a child. Are Saiyans indeed monstrous beings? The latent, terrifying strength within a mere 5-year-old is astonishing. It seems that Piccolo, the Demon King, possesses an exceptional eye for talent, having recognized and unleashed the formidable power within Sun Wufan. After the initial shock, The group deliberated on who would venture to each planet in search of the Dragon Balls. All eyes turned towards Bulma. What? You want me to go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls? I am but a weak woman, Bulma exclaimed, pointing incredulously at herself. Although she yearned to journey to Namek to resurrect Yamcha, the daunting distance and the myriad uncertainties of the universe weighed heavily on her. Moreover, as a fragile woman, she fretted over the potential dangers that awaited her. In Chapter 8, Kiki's Compromise, we find ourselves in a hospital in West City. Bulma, aside from you, who else can pilot a spaceship? You needn't worry. I will protect you, Clint assured her nonchalantly. With Yamcha and the others perished in battle, only he and Sun Wukong, along with Master Roshi and Yajirobe, still possessed fighting strength. However, Sun Wukong lay bedridden, Master Roshi was advanced in age and needed to oversee Earth, and Yajirobe was too timid to contribute. It appeared that only he and Sun Wufan remained. Yet Kiki's nature would undoubtedly prevent her from allowing her son to depart. Sun Wukong glanced at his son, Sun Wufan, hesitating to speak. His intentions were clear. He wished for his son to safeguard Bulma and Klin. He understood that Wufan possessed the strength to bear this responsibility. All eyes turned to Sun Wukong, who lay on the hospital bed, then back to Sun Wufan. Wukong, don't even think about it. I have decisively resolved that my Wufan will not embark on an adventure to Namek, Kiki declared, her temper flaring like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She comprehended her husband's desire for Wufan to accompany him to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect Earth's inhabitants. However, she harbored no concern for whether the others could be revived. If it weren't for the Demon King Piccolo, she wouldn't have been deprived of her son's presence for an entire year. As a mother, her only wish was for son Wufan's safety, to shield him from perilous encounters. Mother, I understand you wish for my well-being and hope I grow to become a scholar. But have you considered that if Earth were to be destroyed by aliens, what would become of my scholarly pursuits? The invasion of Earth by the Saiyans is merely the beginning. If everyone shares your reluctance to allow their children to take risks, who will protect our planet? With a heavy heart, Gohan expressed his sentiments, not wishing to cause Chi-Chi any sorrow. Indeed, Chi-Chi is a rather unfortunate woman. Ever since her marriage, she has devoted herself wholeheartedly to their family. With Goku constantly engaged in battles outside, she has come to rely solely on her son, Gohan. As a mother, her aspirations are not misplaced. She merely hopes her son will grow to become a scholar, ensuring a life less fraught with hardship. Her reluctance to allow Gohan to train stems from her desire for him not to follow in his father's footsteps, embroiled in ceaseless fighting, which she views as lacking in future prospects. The onlookers regarded Gohan with disbelief. Could such profound words truly emanate from a mere 5-year-old? This past year of training with Piccolo has proven to be beneficial for him, earning him newfound respect. In just a year, he has undergone a remarkable transformation, not only exhibiting formidable combat prowess, but also demonstrating a matured intellect. It is no surprise he is Goku's son, capable of grasping such intricate concepts at such a tender age. This further highlights Piccolo's excellence as a mentor. I have no concern for others. My priority is ensuring my son lives a safe and sound life, Chi-Chi asserted with unwavering resolve. Gohan, recognizing that there was no real danger, proposed to accompany Krillin and Bulma. However, witnessing Chi-Chi's fierce protectiveness, he felt compelled to abandon that notion. Mother, do you not frequently teach me the importance of responsibility? Uncle Piccolo sacrificed himself to save me from the Saiyans. I must journey to Namek to retrieve the Dragon Balls and resurrect him. Otherwise, I shall be plagued by guilt for the rest of my life, Gohan declared with steadfast determination. He was acutely aware of the peril that awaited him on Namek. Should he refrain from going, Krillin and Bulma would undoubtedly be sending themselves to certain doom. Indeed, Chi-Chi, Gohan has matured. He possesses a sense of responsibility that should bring you joy, Bulma interjected, encouraging Chi-Chi. She was astonished by Gohan's remarkable sense of duty at such a young age. Reminiscing about the time when Goku first brought him to Kame House. Was this truly the same child who had once hidden behind his father a year ago? Yes, Chi-Chi. You have heard of Gohan's strength. He has triumphed over Saiyans and is not in danger, Master Roshi chimed in, advocating for Gohan's journey. With Gohan's formidable abilities, his presence would significantly enhance their chances of success. Sun Wukong lay contentedly on his bed, nodding with satisfaction. Truly, he was my son. One must always be grateful and repay kindness. It was not in vain that Piccolo dedicated a year to your training, even sacrificing himself to protect you. Now that you possess the strength, you must shoulder the responsibility to seek out the Dragon Balls and revive him. Chi-Chi hesitated, acknowledging the truth in his words. Yet her heart remained uneasy, for her child was but 5 years old. Indeed, Piccolo had spent a year nurturing his son, ultimately falling victim to the Saiyans while attempting to save Gohan. "Mother, I promise, I will return safely," Gohan declared as he rushed to embrace her leg, reassuring her. "Very well, my child, but you must ensure your safe return, and your studies must not falter," Chi-Chi replied, not one to be unreasonable. She understood the importance of gratitude and was aware that Piccolo had perished while attempting to save her son. Now, with assurances that the journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls was not perilous, she permitted her son to embark on this quest. An enigmatic spherical object, seemingly left behind by extraterrestrials, had been discovered yesterday. 2 had been found, but 1 had flown away. The remaining 1 was now under investigation in the laboratory. The television in the hospital room broadcasted live, featuring a host holding a microphone, introducing the Saiyan spaceship. I have finally deciphered the Saiyan remote control. I shall summon the spaceship now, and the people in the lab will undoubtedly be astonished," Bulma exclaimed, inputting a series of codes into the remote. The onlookers were transfixed by the television screen, for this was their hope of reaching Namek. Seeing Bulma's actions, Gohan felt an urge to intervene, but he was too late. The anime had previously mentioned how Bulma inadvertently activated the self-destruct mechanism of the spaceship, leading to its explosion. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the Saiyan spaceship erupted into flames. Chapter 9. The Goddess Attendant, Mr. Popo Bulma? You actually pressed the self-destruct button, shattering everyone's hopes, Master Roshi exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration upon witnessing the explosion. The group fell into a heavy silence, unsure of what to say. Chi-Chi, however, felt a surge of joy. Without the spaceship, Gohan would not have to travel to Namek. Meanwhile, Gohan contemplated that soon, Mr. Popo would appear by the window, revealing that the god also possessed a spaceship. Ahem ahem. Bulma coughed awkwardly, trying to mask her embarrassment. It shouldn't have happened. How could this go wrong? What exactly went awry? What are we to do now? Without the spaceship, how shall we reach Namek? Krillin lamented, his face a portrait of despair. Now, even the only spaceship to Namek has been rendered inoperative by Bulma. Where else can we find a spacecraft? It's all your fault, Krillin, for picking up that garbage remote control. Otherwise, the spaceship would not have exploded. Bulma has truly excelled in her unreasonable tirade. Upon hearing this, Krillin's lips twitched in disbelief. Bulma, is it truly fair for you to say such things? Does your conscience not ache? The onlookers gazed at Bulma's defense with astonishment, utterly speechless. You had not even fully comprehended the situation before recklessly pressing buttons. And now that the spaceship has exploded, you blame the one who picked up the remote? Everyone, do not panic. I believe I once traveled here on a spaceship during my childhood. Moreover, my brother Raditz' spaceship is still intact, albeit severely damaged by Gohan. Goku recalled what his grandfather had once told him about finding his spaceship within a spherical, unidentified object. That must have been a Saiyan spacecraft. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Goku. Indeed, why did we not think of this sooner? We could modify our spaceship, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Goku, you are brilliant. I must hurry to find it. Just as everyone was reveling in Goku's words, a man's voice from the window captured their attention. A man dressed akin to an Indian, with characteristic dead fish eyes and fiery red lips, appeared. Wasn't he this the attendant of the Supreme Kai Bobo? How terrifying. Bulma, standing by the window, turned her head only to find the man looming behind her, his appearance so daunting that she momentarily thought she was seeing a specter. Especially given that they were on one of the higher floors, standing outside the window during daylight seemed surreal. She stumbled back in fright, nearly losing her balance. Gohan, witnessing her reaction, couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, this was Bobo, precisely as depicted in the anime. Do not be afraid, everyone. This is Mr. Bobo, who has always been by the Supreme Kai's side, Goku introduced, reclining on his bed. None knew of Bobo's origins. The Supreme Kai had mentioned him serving the previous generation of gods. With Goku's introduction, the group relaxed, realizing he was merely the Supreme Kai's attendant. Suddenly, a black man standing at the window drew the attention of many in the hospital. It was truly newsworthy for someone who appeared ageless. At that moment, they noticed that this man stood upon a flying carpet. Mr. Bobo, is it true that you have a spaceship? Where is it? Krillin asked excitedly as he approached the window, The news he brought was simply astounding. Indeed, I am uncertain of the exact location, yet I can guide you there. Who will accompany me? Bobo nodded affirmatively. He was only aware of the place, and it could not be succinctly articulated in a few sentences. However, he recognized the path, having previously been taken there by the deity. Bulma, you should accompany Mr. Bobo. Krillin turned to Bulma, for she was the only one capable of piloting the spaceship. Oh, me? That Bobo looks rather villainous. As a delicate woman, what if he were to act inappropriately? Bulma gazed apprehensively at Bobo, perceiving him as anything but trustworthy. An unsettling image flashed through her mind. What if this man were to lead her to a desolate place and commit unspeakable acts? In such a scenario, there would be no one to hear her cries. Bulma, I shall accompany you. Upon seeing Bobo, Gohan recalled the deity's realm and the miraculous room of spirit and time, a sanctuary for unparalleled training. Now was the perfect opportunity to hone his skills and elevate his power. Excellent. With Gohan by my side, I feel reassured. Bulma's spirits lifted instantly. Gohan's formidable strength ensured her safety. Be cautious, Gohan. Chi-Chi hesitated, wishing to keep Gohan close, for they had been apart for a year. Yet, she could not tether him to her side now, especially since Earth was devoid of imminent danger. Goku and the others each urged their sons to prioritize everyone's safety. Let us depart. Await our good news. Bulma and Gohan leaped onto the flying carpet, which Bobo piloted, swiftly vanishing from sight. The frigid edge of Earth. Bobo, what is this place? Why is it so cold? Bulma dismounted the carpet, feeling the icy wind and instinctively wrapping her arms around herself in dismay. This is the edge of Earth, a place that remains in perpetual shadow, hence its chill. I shall take you to see the deity's abode. I am unsure if it is indeed a spaceship. Bobo led them over mountains, making their way to the deity's residence. This place is one that the deity visits periodically, often bringing Bobo along. Now, he skillfully guided Gohan and Bulma to a dwelling resembling an insect. Gohan, do you not think the deity's house resembles a dung beetle? Bulma remarked to Gohan as she beheld the spaceship before her. It does bear some resemblance. Gohan, witnessing a spaceship for the first time, observed how this one appeared insect-like. With 4 elongated pillars supporting the structure, its surface adorned with moss. Bulma, with her straightforward nature, often spoke her mind without hesitation. She knew her thoughts. Why express such distasteful words? Is this truly a spaceship? Why does it seem so unlike itself? How does one gain entry? At that moment, Bulma circled the peculiar abode of the celestial being, yet could not discern where the entrance lay. Chapter 10. The Celestial Being's Spaceship Piccolo. Bobo exclaimed as a section of the celestial dwelling descended. In the past, whenever they visited, the celestial being would always allow them to glimpse the interior. So Bobo had memorized the access code to the entrance. Wow, it's voice-activated. The technology of these extraterrestrials is truly advanced, Bulma remarked with admiration. If Earth science were as remarkable as that of the aliens, they would have already constructed their own spaceships, rendering the search for extraterrestrial vessels unnecessary. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that Earth is significantly behind. Bulma, there's no need for further lamentation. Let us enter and take a look, Gohan and Bobo urged, as they leaped onto a segment of the fallen spaceship, extending their hands to Bulma. Upon hearing them, she too reached out, and Gohan pulled her aboard. Following this, Bobo called out to Piccolo, and like an elevator, they were transported into the interior of the dwelling, whereupon all the lights illuminated instantly. What is this? There is nothing here. Is this truly a spaceship? Fly, show me your capabilities. Bulma exclaimed, surveying the interior of the vessel, which was in disarray and resembled a mere house. The interior contained only a single chair and a device that appeared to control the spaceship. She shouted a few commands at the control panel, but it remained unresponsive. It was highly likely that this spaceship was also voice-activated, yet there was a language barrier. She recalled how the celestial being and Piccolo had communicated using the language of Namek during their battles. Bobo, could you command the spaceship to fly near Jupiter in the Namekian language? Gohan, experiencing the novelty of a spaceship for the first time, was intrigued. In his previous world, the fastest mode of transportation was an airplane, and now he wished to test the speed of this spacecraft. Bobo began to chatter in a string of unintelligible Namekian phrases directed at the spaceship. Instantly, the control panel lit up, responding in a series of rapid Namekian utterances. Remarkably, it is indeed voice-activated. What does it mean? Bulma's eyes sparkled with realization. Bobo could comprehend the Namekian language. It means it understands, Bobo explained. Suddenly, the spaceship ascended with astonishing speed, leaving everyone pressed against the floor due to the force of the ascent. Ah, what is happening? Why is there no seatbelt in this spaceship? Bulma screamed in fright, as the speed of ascent was overwhelming, causing the trio to lie flat on the spacecraft's floor. After a brief moment, the spaceship pierced through Earth's atmosphere and hovered near Jupiter. Is this the cosmos? How marvelous! Is this truly our home, Earth? Inside the spacecraft, Bulma and her companions stood in astonishment, gazing at the scene before them, where Earth resembled a basketball in their view. It was Gohan's first encounter with the cosmos, and he couldn't help but marvel silently at the sight. At last, they had succeeded. This was indeed a spacecraft, enabling them to journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Supreme Kai. Overwhelmed with joy, Bobo wept, using a white handkerchief to wipe away the tears streaming down his face. His excitement was palpable. They had finally located a spaceship. However, the vessel was rather antiquated and in dire need of modifications, which he estimated would require around 10 days. After sharing their sentiments, Bulma addressed Bobo and Gohan, expressing concern over the spacecraft's dilapidated state. It was devoid of furnishings, and she envisioned transforming the interior into a 2-bedroom apartment with a bathroom and more. No problem. We need to prepare, she continued. Could you please call my parents and inform them that Bobo and I will be training together? Gohan readily agreed and asked Bulma to relay his whereabouts to her family. Bulma and her father, the doctor, collaborated on the research and renovation of the spacecraft, subsequently returning to Capsule Corporation in West City. After bidding farewell to Bulma's family, Gohan expressed to Bobo, I wish to train with you for a while before we head to the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan sat upon Bobo's flying carpet, aware of Bobo's formidable strength, capable of battling Gotenks in the anime. He pondered whether engaging in combat with him would enhance his own battle attributes. He intended to utilize the next 10 days for rigorous training to elevate his powers once more. Although aided by the system, he was determined not to squander his exceptional training potential. He recalled the saga of Majin Buu, where the Elder Kaioshin had harnessed all of Gohan's latent abilities, thus earning him the revered title of God of Rice. It was evident that Gohan could triumph over Super Saiyan 3 Goku without transforming, highlighting the extraordinary nature of his training aptitude. Having endured rigorous training under Piccolo from a young age, he had developed a strong resilience. I must become a powerful figure in the Dragon Ball universe, transforming into the God of Rice, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and Super Saiyan Red. Absolutely, Bobo replied. Despite his aversion to battle, I will assist you in resurrecting the Supreme Kai. The stronger you become, the greater the chances of locating the Dragon Balls. Bobo quickly acquiesced to Gohan's request, though he was puzzled as to how Gohan knew about the hyperbolic time chamber. Nonetheless, these details were inconsequential. The paramount goal was to resurrect the Supreme Kai. In the Supreme Kai's temple, the air filled with the sound of 2 figures engaged in a rapid exchange. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Gohan and Bobo. Control and utilization of energy attributes detected ahead. Battle power attributes of 10 and 50 detected ahead. The system's notifications echoed continuously in Gohan's mind. Every collision between the two resulted in the shedding of combat power attributes. Witnessing the attributes scattered across the ground, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming joy. Such a method of enhancement was simply remarkable. The two of them spent their days engaged in relentless combat, save for meals and rest. Bobo proved to be a commendable sparring partner, capable of enduring even the mightiest of attacks from Sun Wukong without fatigue. Collect them all. Sun Wukong silently vowed as the combat power attributes from the ground melded into his being. Father, the shower room is separated here, and the restroom is arranged nearby. Additionally, there are some speakers. Bulma, I believe this setup is aesthetically displeasing. The speakers should be suspended to free up more space. Far away in West City, Bulma and her father, the doctor, collaborated on the design and construction of a spaceship. They were not short on funds, so they prioritized comfort. Once the father-daughter duo reached an agreement, they promptly began modifying and repairing the spacecraft. Chapter 11. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training time flew by. Days passed one after another, swiftly leading to the 8th day. Bulma and her father had completed the construction of the spaceship. During these 8 days, Sun Wukong and Bobo engaged in continuous combat, only pausing for meals and sleep. Now, Sun Wukong had significantly harvested Bobo's combat power attributes. While Bobo generously imparted all his skills and experiences to him, at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Bobo said, "Sun Wukong, I have left ample food and water inside. The time flow within the chamber differs from that of the outside world. Each individual's lifetime allows for 2 years of training inside, equivalent to 2 days outside. Should you exceed 2 years without emerging, the door will close forever, and you will be trapped in that dimensional space." Bobo spoke earnestly, having never uttered so many words before, his heart heavy with concern for the resurrection of the Supreme Kai. "I understand. I will emerge on time," Sun Wukong replied with a bright smile. He recalled the Majin Buu saga, where Trunks and Goten fused to become Gotenks, attempting to confine Majin Buu within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, Majin Buu, with his formidable strength, forcibly created a hole in the chamber's space, escaping from within. Upon witnessing Buu's escape, Gotenks followed suit, breaking through the chamber's confines as well. This segment illustrated that the hyperbolic time chamber allowed for more than merely 2 years of training. As long as one possessed sufficient power to transform into a Super Saiyan 3, they could break free from the constraints, even if the door vanished. "All right, you may enter. I have ensured there is plenty of food and water inside," Bobo said, finally at ease, placing all his hopes for the resurrection of the Supreme Kai upon Sun Wukong. "Thank you. I have entered." After speaking, Sun Wukong pushed open the door and walked in without looking back. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, a vast expanse of white greeted him, where the gravity was 10 times stronger than that outside, compounded by the inclement weather. "I shall first acclimatize myself to the gravity here." Sun Wukong harnessed his control over Ki, compressing his inner strength. He began performing simple exercises within the chamber, such as push-ups and sit-ups, while also practicing Piccolo's technique of creating clones, engaging in duels to enhance his combat prowess. Before long, Sun Wukong had trained for a year and a half within the hyperbolic time chamber, his aura becoming both dense and formidable. "I should now be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, shouldn't I? With half a year remaining, I must endeavor to breach the barriers of Saiyan power. Rage. Only rage can facilitate the transformation into a Super Saiyan. But how can I incite that anger within me? It was through his fury, stemming from the loss of his dear friend Krillin at the hands of Frieza on planet Namek, that Goku attained his Super Saiyan form. Within the Dragon Ball lore, there exists the notion of Krillin's sacrifice for power. Sun Wukong racked his brain for a method to evoke anger, even contemplating self-harm. He soared into the sky and plummeted down, burying his head into the ground, yet still found no rage. It seemed I must resort to the technique taught by Vegeta, utilized by the Saiyans of Universe 6. First, I must direct all my ki to my back to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong frantically gathered his ki to his back. His hair stood on end, and his aura surged dramatically. The color of his body oscillated between white and yellow, flickering in and out. His hair alternated between black and yellow in a chaotic dance. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Break free." Bang! It felt as though his body shattered. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he reverted to his normal state, having maintained the transformation for but a fleeting second. I never anticipated this method would be effective. For the latter half of the year, I shall consistently employ this technique. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. The power he had just tapped into was truly terrifying. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would amplify his combat strength 50-fold. Having attained the Super Saiyan form, I shall have no reservations when I journey to planet Namek. The healing abilities of Din and the time-stopping technique of Guldo from the Ginyu Force? A gleam of determination shone in Sun Wukong's eyes. This time, his mission to planet Namek was purposeful. He sought to acquire Guldo's time manipulation abilities and Din's healing techniques. It had been mentioned in the anime that Din's healing was comparable to the Senzu beans of Earth, while Guldo's time-stopping technique could last several seconds. He recalled a formidable legendary assassin from Universe 6, the Shadow Assassin Hit. He possesses a remarkable skill known as the time pause technique, allowing him to halt time for a fleeting 0.5 seconds during combat. For a seasoned fighter, even this brief suspension can significantly alter the tide of battle. In West City, at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, a spacecraft resembling an insect hovers above the arena. Where's Gohan? Has he forgotten that we are to embark today? Krillin glanced at the clock, reflecting that it had been quite some time since he last saw Gohan. Especially after their last encounter at the hospital. Where could that boy be? Gohan, my Gohan, your mother has brought you books and supplies. From a distance, the excited voice of Chi-Chi could be heard, her vehicle laden with numerous bags of luggage, as if she had expected Gohan to already be here. Chi-Chi, let me help you with that. Gohan hasn't arrived yet, Krillin said as he approached the car, unloading the several bags. His lips involuntarily twitched. It was not a vacation. So why the excess baggage? In the Hall of the Gods, the host, Son Gohan, race, Saiyan, system space, 100 cubic meters, special abilities, none, skills, flight technique, key perception and manipulation, instant transmission, Kaioken, Kamehameha, Keyblade, transformation, Super Saiyan 1, battle power, 3,000,000. As the door to the room of spirit and time gradually opened, a young man emerged, his resolute visage brimming with confidence. With his battle power now reaching 3 million. It is undeniable that Gohan's training aptitude is extraordinary. Gohan, it's been 2 days since we last met, and your transformation is nearly unrecognizable, Bubbles exclaimed, who had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Gohan, he could not help but blink in astonishment at the drastic changes. The boyish roundness of Gohan's face had vanished, replaced by a chiseled countenance, and he had grown to approximately 1.4 meters in height. Mr. Bubbles, it has been 2 years since our last encounter. Gohan remarked playfully after changing into a fresh outfit. Now, go ahead. The resurrection of the dragon god relies on you. Bubbles waved his hand in farewell. It was evident that Gohan's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Thank you for your care over these past few days. I must take my leave now. As everyone is awaiting my departure, Gohan stated, and with a running leap towards Korin Tower, he passed by Master Roshi's residence. Hearing the old master shout, the hope of resurrecting everyone rests upon you, Gohan. I will not let everyone down. Await our good news. Gohan declared as a surge of energy enveloped him, propelling him at incredible speed towards West City. The cat immortal sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the individual before it, and couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. Just how far does this young one's limits extend? The Saiyan constitution is indeed extraordinary. Such a diminutive form contains an astonishing amount of power. Chapter 12. Frieza's Army Headquarters, West City. What is this power? Gohan. While Krillin was engaged in light conversation with others, he suddenly glanced skyward, feeling a formidable energy approaching at an astonishing speed. Could this possibly be Gohan's aura? How could it have intensified so dramatically in just 10 days? What? You say my Gohan has arrived? Upon hearing Krillin's voice, Chi-Chi also turned her gaze in that direction. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, causing the onlookers to stagger slightly. When the gust subsided, a young man stood before them. Remarkable. Just moments ago, that energy felt so distant, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has appeared here. Are you Gohan? Among those present, Krillin possessed the keenest eyesight, allowing him to quickly discern the newcomer's features. Although the young man's resolute countenance and stature did not resemble Gohan's, the aura was unmistakable. Moreover, he bore a tale that mirrored Gohan's from his childhood. You are my Gohan. What have you undergone to change so drastically? As a mother's intuition often prevails, Chi-Chi quickly recognized that the individual before her was indeed her son, whom she had not seen for 10 long days. Tears welled in her eyes as she approached Gohan. The baby fat that once adorned his face had vanished entirely, and he now stood at an impressive height of 1.4 meters, making it no wonder Krillin had initially failed to recognize him. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. Mother, I have returned. Gohan embraced Chi-Chi tightly. Having not seen her for 2 years, having never experienced the warmth of familial love in his previous life, he now cherished this connection dearly. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Krillin finally confirmed that the individual was indeed Gohan. Wow, is this truly Gohan? He looks so handsome. After Bulma verified the identity of the newcomer, she couldn't help but tease a little. It was astonishing how different Gohan appeared after just 10 days apart. He was almost unrecognizable. Bulma, your boyfriend is Yamcha, and besides, Gohan is still a child. Krillin, perceiving Bulma's infatuation resurfacing, could not resist offering a gentle reminder. Humph. Krillin, your thoughts are so impure. Bulma rolled her eyes at him, her expression one of disdain. You really have no appreciation for romance. Bulma, you two are growing more beautiful by the day. After sharing a heartfelt embrace with his mother and exchanging a few warm inquiries, Gohan playfully teased Bulma. Seeing everyone around him brought joy to Gohan's heart. A stark contrast to the 2 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber without a single conversation. Ah, it seems our Gohan has truly matured. His words now melodious and charming. Since you are here, let us prepare for our departure. What woman does not relish being told she is beautiful? Bulma is no exception. She was the first to stride towards the spaceship, calling out to Piccolo. A platform was lowered from the bottom of the ship, and Krillin and the others ascended. Gohan, remember to wash your hair tonight. I have prepared your assignments. You must remember to study diligently, Kiki said with a worried expression directed at Gohan. I understand. Gohan waved goodbye, and Bulma ascended the platform, instructing everyone to fasten their seatbelts. They approached the control panel of the spaceship and issued commands for their journey to Namek. Frieza's headquarters. Lord Koei, the spaceship of Prince Vegeta has returned, reported a soldier from Frieza's army upon seeing a spaceship approaching the headquarters on the monitor. He promptly informed the highest authority, Lord Koei. Let us go see if he is alive, Koei replied coldly. A few days prior, Vegeta's ship had sent a distress signal, indicating he was gravely injured and in need of medical attention. After more than 10 days of travel, his ship had finally returned. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's spaceship landed at Frieza's headquarters, the hatch slowly opening. Ha ha ha, my Prince Vegeta, look at you now. Usually so arrogant, yet here you are, humbled. Koei and his companions observed as they found Vegeta unconscious and battered, the ship's emergency medical functions activated. Seeing Vegeta in such a state brought them great joy. You lot, quickly take Vegeta to the infirmary. The soldier recognized the severity of Vegeta's injuries. Without prompt treatment, he would perish. Koei remained silent, although he despised Vegeta's arrogance. Now was not the time to end his life. In the vastness of the cosmos, a beam of white light zipped through the void. As the view focused, it revealed a spherical spaceship, inside which lay the severely injured Vegeta from Earth. Oh, how dull this is. Had I known, I would have brought a cryogenic pod. Bulma lamented, munching on snacks while watching a soap opera. Gohan, just how strong are you? May I see? Krillin inquired with curiosity, eager to gauge Gohan's true strength for his own peace of mind. Very well, I shall show you my power. Gohan began to gradually unleash his energy. Instantly, Krillin felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, the spaceship began to tremble. What are you two doing? If you wish to spar, go to the training room. This is outer space. If anything goes wrong with the ship, we are doomed. Bulma shouted loudly, as the safety of the three was at stake. The consequences of a mishap aboard the spacecraft in the vastness of space were unimaginable. I apologize. I have been meticulously controlling my energy, Gohan said, compressing his aura, which caused the ship to cease its trembling. This presence is simply terrifying. The pressure was so intense that I nearly lost my footing, Krillin remarked, fear evident on his face. Just moments before, his heart had raced as if he had encountered a ghost, leaving him trembling. Faced with such overwhelming energy, even his movements were hindered. Krillin, shall we hasten our training? Strengthening ourselves will ensure greater safety, Gohan suggested, aware that their journey to Namek would bring them face to face with the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. He hoped that Krillin would bolster his power for added assurance. With a formidable ally like you, what is there to fear? Krillin replied, his pride swelling as he felt somewhat reassured by Gohan's prowess, though he often comforted himself by insisting that this journey posed no real danger. The universe held too many uncertainties. Let us head to the training room to spar a bit, Gohan proposed, eager to harness some combat power during this interval. However modest it may be, he chuckled at Krillin's words, reflecting on how this individual lacked any determination to grow stronger, always seeking to rely on others. While Earth's inhabitants faced significant physical limitations, the essential prerequisite was the desire to improve. If one lacked the will to strengthen themselves, how could they expect assistance from others? Chapter 13. All set and ready to depart. Destination, Namek. Absolutely. With that, the two made their way to the training room. And soon the sounds of their sparring filled the air. They truly are a pair of fools, Bulma grumbled, her dissatisfaction apparent. Do these two imbeciles have nothing in mind but to train and brawl? She resumed snacking, idly watching a soap opera. Beep. 10 combat power attributes dropped ahead. Beep. Combat power attribute 10 dropped ahead. Within the training room, Goku's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. Collect it all. Even the smallest morsel counts. Every bit accumulates. We cannot afford to squander time during our cosmic voyage. The combat power attributes flowed into Gohan like water, gradually augmenting his strength. Due to the urgency of this journey, Bulma had only installed some basic furnishings and supplies in the spacecraft, neglecting to create a gravity chamber. Thus, the two fought cautiously, keeping their power to a minimum, lest they accidentally damage the ship. Time flew swiftly. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Beyond their battles, the two engaged in meditation. Meanwhile, Bulma spent her days either reading or engrossed in her soap operas, leading to a rather mundane existence. Suddenly, the spaceship jolted violently, as if it were under attack. "This is bad. We are being assaulted." Bulma rushed into the control room, her fingers dancing across the keyboard, inputting a flurry of codes. Suddenly, the screen illuminated with scenes from outside the spacecraft. Countless enemy vessels were launching an assault against them. "Bulma, hurry and retaliate," Krillin shouted, his eyes fixed on the massive ships approaching from outside. If they were overwhelmed by the enemy, it could mean their doom in the vastness of space. Gohan, witnessing the dire situation, seemed to have an epiphany. "Stop fussing. Do you think I am unaware? This spaceship is far too outdated." Bulma continued to type furiously, entering a sequence of commands, while the ship's weapons simultaneously fired, obliterating the attacking vessels into mere fragments. "What on earth is happening? Why are we being attacked by these crafts?" Krillin inquired, his expression one of confusion as he observed the enemy ships being shot down. "Look, another spaceship identical to ours is approaching. It's about to collide with us," Bulma exclaimed in horror, her face paling. If the two ships collided, it would lead to utter destruction. Krillin trembled in fear, realizing that they might perish in space, having not even reached Namek, let alone found the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. "Bulma, Krillin, remain calm. The spaceship approaching us is merely a reflection. It won't actually collide," Gohan reassured them, noticing their faces turn pale with fright. In the anime, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan encountered a group of mysterious children in space, seemingly responsible for the bizarre occurrence. "Gohan, is everything you said true?" Bulma and Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. The vessel truly resembled their own. Could it be that Gohan was right all along? Despite Gohan's previous explanation that it was merely a mirror image, Bulma and Krillin chose to trust his words. Yet, as the ships appeared on the cusp of collision, Bulma instinctively shut her eyes, overwhelmed by fear, unable to suppress her screams. "Bulma, it's all right now," Krillin reassured her amidst her panic. As he surveyed their surroundings, he realized their spaceship had come to a halt. "Gohan, your keen observation truly saved us. You instantly recognized that the opposing vessel was merely our reflection." Once Bulma regained her composure and noticed their ship was stationary, she commended Gohan. It seemed that having Gohan accompany them was indeed fortuitous. His youthful diligence was impressive, showcasing both strength and keen perception. "We must exercise caution. We are likely within the confines of another enormous spaceship. There are many faint energy signatures here, lacking any significant combat prowess." The trio swiftly exited their spacecraft, only to find themselves confronted by another vessel, surrounded by steel plating. "Is there anyone here?" "We mean no harm," Son Gohan bellowed, determined not to squander anyone's time. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen children, armed and advancing towards them, caught their attention. Ranging in age, the eldest among them appeared to be no more than 11 or 12. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us? We were merely traversing through space, having done no one any wrong. Why have you chosen to assail us?" With Son Gohan's formidable prowess as their backing, Bulma too, emboldened, demanded answers from the children. "Are you not minions of Frieza?" One slightly older child, observing that the trio bore no ill intentions, curiously inquired, "What is Frieza? I have never heard of him." "We are en route to Namek," Krillin retorted with irritation. "A bunch of little brats, attacking without even discerning who we are. This is life-threatening. We are not affiliated with Frieza's forces. Rest assured, we are merely passing through and will depart at once," Son Gohan asserted, feeling it unnecessary to linger further. "My apologies." One of the older children, around 11 or 12, replied sheepishly. "The Frieza force is ruthless. They have occupied our planet and slain our parents. We feared you might be agents of Frieza, hence our preemptive strike. We truly apologize and will permit your departure." The child sensed a formidable aura emanating from Son Gohan and Krillin, realizing that they were not to be trifled with. He had felt a similar apprehension towards Frieza's minions. If they lacked the strength to annihilate their foes, It could very well spell doom for themselves and their companions. Noting their youth, yet audacity to traverse the cosmos, it was clear they possessed significant power. Reluctantly, he turned to his companions and commanded, "Guide them to the ship's exit." Without further protest, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma returned to their spacecraft. After all, it had merely been a misunderstanding, easily resolved. As the hatch above gradually opened, Bulma piloted the ship onward, resuming their journey to Namek. Chapter 14. The resurrection of Vegeta and the journey to Namek. Due to Son Gohan's presence, the narrative took a different turn. The children did not disclose any shortcuts to Namek. Even if they had, the trio would not have taken that route. In the original storyline, they became ensnared in a spatial tunnel, landing upon a desolate planet, where two stranded aliens awaited them, creating illusions that ultimately led them to the 7 Dragon Balls. Ultimately, they sought to seize their spaceship, intending to confine them eternally to this desolate planet. Gohan, remarkable as ever, resolved the matter with but a few words, eliciting admiration from Krillin. He had initially believed that explaining things to this group of youngsters would be futile, yet Gohan's eloquence had effortlessly rectified the situation. Indeed, Gohan, your time spent training with Piccolo has undeniably fostered your maturity. I recall the first time I met you, when you were quite bashful, often hiding behind your father's back. Bulma reflected with a wistful expression. She reminisced about the moment a year prior when Goku had brought Gohan to Kame House. Both Krillin and Bulma attributed Gohan's growth solely to Piccolo's training, never considering other influences. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. One must inevitably mature. Gohan, too, expressed a sense of wonder, never having anticipated that he would traverse into a world where strength reigns supreme, destined to live a life far removed from the norm. Following this escapade, the trio reverted to their previous state. Bulma, seeking to pass the time, resumed watching her soap operas, while the others continued their sparring, with Gohan still absorbing the combat attributes that Krillin provided. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of the Frieza force, chaos was afoot. What? Frieza has already departed for Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, fully healed from his injuries, was agitated. Choi informed him that Frieza, upon overhearing their conversation on Earth, had set off in pursuit of the Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes. Vegeta was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Should Frieza attain immortality, his own chances of resurgence would vanish. Vegeta, I understand your desire for the Dragon Balls, but they are coveted by Lord Frieza. Should you attempt to seize them, it would be a blatant act of betrayal, and the consequences would be dire, Choi warned, relishing Vegeta's predicament. The Dragon Balls belong to me, Vegeta declared defiantly, dashing towards a spaceship. In a swift motion, he pilfered a nearby scanner from an unsuspecting foe. He was determined to reach Namek post-haste. In the blink of an eye, he boarded the spaceship and set a course for Namek. Vegeta, how dare you openly betray Lord Frieza? I shall not let you escape. Choi followed suit, entering another spacecraft in pursuit of Vegeta. On Namek, the environment was idyllic, inhabited by benevolent beings who cherished peace, devoid of conflict and strife. This planet had no night. 3 suns alternated in the sky, creating a unique rhythm, and the year comprised merely 90 days. A day prior, the Frieza Force's spaceship had landed on this tranquil world, shattering its serenity and peace. Upon their arrival on this planet, they began an onslaught of violence, mercilessly slaughtering the inhabitants of various tribes and gathering the Dragon Balls, evidently in pursuit of their power. The newcomers emanated several formidable auras, one of which exuded a terrifyingly malevolent energy. Like Earth, Namek possesses 7 Dragon Balls, and when united, they can summon the eternal dragon Purunga to grant wishes. Perched atop a towering structure resided the Grand Elder of Namek, a sight reminiscent of Earth's Korin Tower, easily discernible from afar. Grand Elder, what shall we do? The essence of our kin is vanishing in increasing numbers, exclaimed Nail, the foremost warrior of the Namekians. His expression fraught with urgency as he gazed at the Grand Elder, who sat meditating upon his throne. Remain calm in adversity. One must always believe in the existence of miracles, the Grand Elder replied, his eyes remaining closed, his voice barely a whisper. The 7 Dragon Balls were his creation, and he towered over ordinary Namekians. Yet, he was now at the brink of exhaustion, clinging to life with the hope that a miracle would manifest, enabling the Dragon Balls to restore his people. Thank you for your wisdom, Grand Elder. Nail inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising anxiety. fervently wishing for the miracle the elder spoke of. In the vastness of the universe, an insect-like spacecraft approached a magnificent green planet. We anticipate reaching our destination, planet Namek. In 10 minutes, the ship's intelligent voice announced. Wow, it's beautiful. We've finally arrived at Namek. I feel as though I've been suffocating, Bulma proclaimed as she stood up, stretching her limbs and revealing her alluring figure. Is this the homeland of Uncle Piccolo? Gohan pondered, gazing at the ever-enlarging Namekian landscape from the spacecraft. A great battle was imminent, and I eagerly anticipate your contributions. Dragon Balls, here I come, exclaimed Krillin, brimming with excitement after a month aboard the ship. Now just moments from their destination, Gohan, inspired by the enthusiasm of his companions, couldn't help but smile. Soon, the spacecraft landed safely on planet Namek. The trio disembarked, inhaling the fresh air of this new world with sheer exhilaration. Who would have thought the air on Piccolo's planet would be so pristine, seemingly devoid of pollution? Bulma relished the fresh air, feeling invigorated after a month of monotony aboard the ship. Gohan, upon arriving on Namek, sensed several potent auras and deduced that Frieza had arrived before them. Ha ha ha, no wonder our esteemed Lord Sabo summoned us to investigate. It turns out you three little ones have descended here. At this moment, two diminutive members of the Frieza force arrive. Habitually, they press their earpieces to check the combat power of the two newcomers, which barely exceeds 1,000. It seems that upon their arrival, the Namekian Dragon Balls were immediately detected by Frieza's sensors. Allies of the Saiyans, why does this planet emanate such malevolent energy, some of which surpasses even that of Vegeta by an unknown magnitude? Krillin was taken aback to encounter allies of the Saiyans on Namek. Could it mean that Vegeta himself has also arrived on this planet? How could there be such a potent aura of evil? How bothersome. Son Gohan had already sensed two faint auras approaching and, raising his hand, unleashed an energy blast to eliminate the two small Frieza soldiers. There was no time to squander with them here. Chapter 15, The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. What? The Saiyans have allies? One's far more formidable than Vegeta? Bulma vividly recalled the invasion of Earth by the Saiyans. If they indeed have companions, what would happen when they return to Earth seeking vengeance? Yamcha and the others fell victim to the Saiyans' wrath. Had it not been for the desire to resurrect them, she would never have journeyed so far to Namek. Now, upon her arrival, she was confronted with foes clad in Saiyan battle armor. Bulma seethed with rage, wishing to flay them alive. Especially with the emergence of someone even stronger than Vegeta. That aura feels so familiar. Could it be Vegeta? And another presence, equal in strength, is trailing closely behind him. Suddenly, Krillin looked up to see two spacecraft descending upon the planet. He immediately recognized Vegeta's energy. Let them be. They are merely insignificant pests. Bulma, bring out the Dragon Radar and locate the Dragon Balls, Son Gohan declared with authority. Even if Vegeta is here, he would be subdued as well. Judging by their battle attire, they appeared to be part of Frieza's army. What is going on here? Has someone outpaced us in gathering the Dragon Balls? Bulma consulted the Dragon Radar and noted the presence of 4 Dragon Balls clustered together. Remembering that Vegeta had also come to this planet, it dawned on her that their comrades must be assembling the Dragon Balls. Without delay, she used a satellite phone to inform Master Roshi on Earth that they had safely arrived on Namek, where Vegeta and numerous allies were present, along with an incredibly powerful presence. Earth, what? All the Saiyan allies have arrived on Namek, and a powerful aura has appeared? I must inform Son Goku at once. After hanging up, Master Roshi hurriedly made his way to the hospital, eager to relay the developments on Namek to Son Goku. Although Gohan possesses formidable strength, his youth renders him somewhat apprehensive regarding the safety of the three. Half an hour later, Master Roshi's figure materialized in Goku's hospital room. To his astonishment, Vegeta had ventured to planet Namek. Moreover, a presence even more formidable than his had emerged there. Goku was taken aback by how severely Vegeta had been injured and how swiftly he had recovered, racing off to planet Namek. The energy of his companion surpassed even his own. He genuinely anticipated the opportunity to engage with them once more. Goku, the sins of beans have sprouted. Master Karen instructed me to bring them all to you, Kaiatsu announced as he stood at the doorway. It seemed that a month had elapsed, and the sins of beans were finally ready. What splendid fortune! Please, allow me to consume one, Goku exclaimed eagerly, having just received news from Bulma about planet Namek. Kaiatsu's arrival was like a godsend. You, despite being unable to defeat them, are still so exhilarated, Kaiatsu remarked with a smirk. tossing a Senzu bean to Goku from his pouch. This is the essence of a Saiyan's lineage. They find joy in battling formidable adversaries, Master Roshi explained. Having grasped the situation, since childhood, Goku has trained by his side, and it was evident that he was inherently combative. Where does such immense fighting prowess stem from? It must have been honed through countless battles, he pondered. The last time Bulma's father visited him in the hospital, he had asked for assistance in modifying the spaceship he had arrived on Earth in during his youth. I shall now visit Bulma's residence to see if the spaceship is ready, Goku declared, seizing the Senzu beans from Kairatsu's grasp and leaping through the window, summoning the flying Nimbus to fly to Bulma's home. Even as a father, Goku remains as impulsive as ever, Master Roshi chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Goku depart. At Bulma's house, headquarters of Capsule Corporation, Goku exclaimed, "Uncle, can the spaceship truly fly? Please teach me how to operate it. I must reach planet Namek at once." He accelerated to his utmost speed and soon arrived at Bulma's abode, staring in astonishment at Bulma's father and the enormous spaceship before him. "Indeed. I worked tirelessly and finally completed the modifications. We can set off immediately. Simply press this button, and we shall reach planet Namek in 6 days," Bulma's father proclaimed proudly. This spaceship was a product of his own hands. He imparted all the operational instructions and usage methods to Goku, ensuring that various supplies were prepared, as well as the functionality of the gravity chamber. "Uncle, you are truly remarkable. Even the deity's ship takes a month to reach planet Namek. Yet your modified vessel can arrive in just 6 days." Sun Wukong expressed his admiration, then invited Bulma's father out of the spacecraft. Whoosh! The colossal spacecraft soared into the sky, swiftly breaching Earth's atmosphere and entering the vast expanse of space. For the first time, Sun Wukong found himself in the cosmos, where the inky darkness offered little to behold. He commenced his training, enduring 20 times the gravitational force. On Namek, King Frieza learned that the 2 scouts they had dispatched had lost contact, and it seemed their fate was grim. Holding 2 Dragon Balls, Zarbon reported respectfully to Frieza, who sat in his hovercar. What was the battle power of their assailant? Frieza inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The death of 2 scouts was inconsequential to him. He was merely interested in the combat prowess of their killer. King Frieza, their power was just over 1,000. They appear not to be Namekians. Zarbon recalled the scouts' earlier conversations, realizing they had only just arrived on Namek. Ha ha ha. Pathetic, to be slain by mere mortals with such feeble power. Let us disregard them for now. We will deal with them when we encounter them again. For now, we must seek another Dragon Ball. Frieza dismissed the notion of their threat, believing that a mere glance could extinguish their lives. They flew towards another Namekian tribe, as the scanner indicated the presence of over 10 life forms. This planet harbors several formidable presences. We must exercise caution. Krillin sensed the malevolent aura surrounding the planet, noting several energies stronger than his own. What is amiss with this world? Why is it so rife with evil? From the signs, it was evident that these individuals were drawn by the allure of the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, Gohan accompanied them. Otherwise, they might have met their demise on Namek. "Let us proceed towards the Dragon Ball that lies closest to us," Gohan stated, observing the radar indicating a nearby Dragon Ball. With a gentle touch, he placed his palm on the deity's spacecraft, mentally summoning it into the system's spatial realm. Both Bulma and Krillin gazed at Gohan in astonishment, wondering how he accomplished such a feat. Chapter 16. Rescuing Dandy on Namek. Frieza led Zarbon and Dodoria into a tribe, herding all the Namekians into the square. He threatened and coerced them, demanding their Dragon Balls. "Where have the rest of your people gone? Isn't your tribe supposed to consist of 10 individuals? Why are only the frail and elderly present?" Dodoria grinned as he spoke, having seized the 4 Dragon Balls they possessed along the way. He and Doria served as Frieza's right-hand men, yet Doria's prowess eclipsed his own. Consequently, many trivial matters were left to Doria's discretion. "You possess 4 Dragon Balls." The elder of the tribe was astounded, realizing that the adversary held 4 Dragon Balls. This indicated that 4 tribes had met a grim fate. For each tribe guarded a Dragon Ball fiercely, and these orbs were never entrusted to extraterrestrials. How could these aliens possibly know the number of inhabitants in their tribe? Meanwhile, Gohan and his companions followed the direction indicated by the Dragon radar, arriving at this very tribe. Concealed on a distant mountain, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma suppressed their energy, lurking to observe the unfolding events. "Uncle Krillin, please take Bulma away from here. I need to assess the situation first. Gohan noticed an elderly Namekian accompanied by 2 children, one of whom was likely Dend. In the anime, Dend played a pivotal role, utilizing the Namekian language to make wishes to Shenron. Furthermore, both Dend and the Grand Elder possessed extraordinary abilities. Dend's healing technique mirrored that of the Senza beings. As long as there was breath, he could restore others. The Grand Elder, by merely placing his hand on another's head, could access memories and awaken latent potential. Gohan sought to harness the extraordinary powers of these 2 individuals through the attributes dropped by the system. Hence, he urged Krillin and Bulma to leave, confident that with his current combat strength, he could evade any pursuers. Gohan, be careful. Bulma and I will depart now, Krillin advised, leading Bulma away. He understood that their presence would only serve as a hindrance, and they left without hesitation. Shortly after their departure, several warriors from the Namekian tribe returned, leading to an immediate skirmish. Ding! 10 combat power attributes dropped ahead. Ding! 10 combat power attributes dropped ahead. The system's notifications echoed in Gohan's mind. A faint smile graced his lips as the battle between the Namekians and Frieza's forces commenced, resulting in a continuous influx of combat power attributes. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Vegeta and Chilled faced each other. Vegeta, I have long harbored disdain for you, waiting for the right moment to act. Now you dare to openly betray Lord Frieza? Do not expect mercy from me, Chilled declared with a smug grin. He had long desired to eliminate Vegeta, but lacked the means. Now that he had this opportunity, he would not let it slip away, as it had always been his ambition to subdue Vegeta. Chilled, you dare to challenge me? Allow me to demonstrate the new skills I have acquired on Earth. Vegeta, with a smug smile, reveled in the moment, seizing the opportunity to flaunt his prowess using Earth's resources, relishing the chance to strike a blow against his adversary, who, oblivious to his true strength, dared to challenge him. Ha! Surely you haven't come to Earth to master the art of retreat. Chioi scoffed, his disdain palpable. You boast without a shred of credibility. Having returned from Earth battered and nearly lifeless, and now you dare to brag? This is a skill to control battle power. Open your eyes and behold the magnitude of my current strength. Vegeta retorted defiantly, channeling all the energy within him. Chioi's forehead glistened with cold sweat, fear gnawing at his insides as the readings on his scouter skyrocketed. 15,000, 18,000, 20,000, 22,000, 23,000. Boom. The scouter at his ear could not withstand the overwhelming force and exploded. What? Vegeta's battle power has reached 23,000, surpassing that of my kind? Simultaneously, the scouter beside Frieza, warned by Zarbon, met the same fate in an instant. Impossible. Your scouter is outdated. It must be malfunctioning. Let me take a look, Dodoria insisted, pressing his scouter to confirm Vegeta's formidable battle power of 23,000. The elder of the Namekians, ever vigilant on the battlefield, grasped the situation upon overhearing the aliens' conversation. Realizing their devices could detect both location and battle power, he seized the moment to swiftly destroy all such instruments. Enraged, Dodoria retaliated by slaughtering the Namekian elders, while 2 frightened children cowered and retreated. Without hesitation, Gohan made a decisive move, concealing his battle attributes. He unleashed his energy, vanishing from sight, only to reappear beside Dodoria, delivering a powerful kick that sent the brutish foe crashing into a building. He then scooped up the 2 frightened children and hastily fled the battlefield. Recognizing that now was not the opportune moment to confront Frieza directly, especially with all the scouters destroyed by the Namekians. With the scouters obliterated, Frieza's forces were left without means to detect energy signatures or ascertain the strength of their opponents. The onlookers were left in awe by Gohan's maneuver, oblivious to the hidden strength that lay within him. Dodoria, disheveled, rose from the rubble, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the enemy. Dodoria, what are you waiting for? Go after them, Frieza commanded, pointing skyward with a smile. The inhabitants of this planet possess pitiful battle power. I have no desire to engage them. Lord Frieza, with our scouters destroyed, what should we do? Should we call for reinforcements? Zarbon questioned, realizing that without the scouters, they were as lost as a ship adrift at sea. Unable to locate the remaining Dragon Balls, quickly summon the Ginyu Force, who are currently on a mission nearby, to deliver the detector. Frieza understands the significance of the detector, yet the most expedient solution lies with the Ginyu Force. How infuriating! Dodoria gazed in the direction indicated by Frieza and indeed spotted a small black, figure rapidly fleeing into the distance. He erupted with a surge of white energy and pursued the figure with all his might. Chapter 17. Krillin vs. Dodoria on the battlefield. Vegeta, spare me and allow me to join your ranks. Together, we can vanquish both Zarbon and Dodoria. In truth, I harbor a deep disdain for Frieza. Upon witnessing the immense battle power emanating from Vegeta, Kairatsu's mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Kairatsu, your insidious demeanor repulses me. Do you even believe the words you utter? Vegeta advanced menacingly toward Kairatsu, who retreated in trepidation. An aura of death enveloped Kairatsu, indicating that he had no choice but to make a desperate gamble. Frieza, my lord, Kairatsu shouted behind Vegeta. Vegeta's heart sank as he instinctively turned to look. You've fallen into my trap, Vegeta. Prepare to meet your end. A wicked smile crept across Kairatsu's face as he reveled in his cunning. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, striking toward Vegeta with the ferocity of a machine gun. Boom! The energy waves detonated instantaneously, causing the ground to crater and a colossal mushroom cloud to rise into the sky, engulfing the surroundings in dust and debris. Kairatsu beamed at his handiwork, thinking, no matter how powerful you are, you will either perish or be gravely injured by this onslaught. Fool! Do you not realize that my battle power increases in tandem with my speed? Vegeta's voice resonated as he appeared behind Kairatsu, having swiftly evaded the attack at the last moment. His gaze was cold and indifferent, as though he were staring at a corpse. No, this is impossible. Kairatsu's spine tingled with fear as he retreated, a crimson aura flaring around him as he soared into the sky, desperate to escape the terrifying intensity of Vegeta's gaze. Looking to flee? Let my fists pose the question, Vegeta declared, suddenly materializing in front of Kairatsu. A fist, the size of a sandbag, collided with Kairatsu's abdomen. His expression twisted in agony as he doubled over, clutching his stomach, and began to retch uncontrollably, as if his insides were in turmoil. Vegeta concentrated immense energy in his hands, instantly reducing Kairatsu's body to dust. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze toward another direction, sensing a familiar presence, Kakarot's son, Gohan. To my astonishment, I found myself once again on Namek, where a fierce fire ignited within me. Once I gather all 7 Dragon Balls and attain eternal life, I shall gradually rid myself of you pitiful beings. First, I must locate a single Dragon Ball, then stealthily acquire Frieza's 5. After all, they are currently devoid of their scouters. Krillin, Bulma, I have returned. Gohan descended with 2 small children, landing directly before the fleeing Krillin and Bulma, unperturbed by the pursuit of Dodoria. Wow, how adorable are those Namekian children. What are your names? Bulma approached, crouching down to caress the children's heads, but they shyly recoiled. I am Dandy, and he is Dange. Thank you, Dandy replied, the two resembling each other almost perfectly, though Dandy was slightly taller and less timid. Dange, on the other hand, remained silent, clearly intimidated by strangers. Gohan, there's a formidable aura approaching from behind, Krillin said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he sensed the overwhelming presence drawing nearer. What could this mean? Was Gohan being targeted? Ha ha, why aren't you fleeing? Dodoria arrived, hovering above, observing Gohan and the others with a mischievous grin. As he slowly descended, he cast a glance over the group. Gohan, leave this to me. Ensure their safety, Krillin said, stepping forward to shield Bulma and the others behind him. Although he could feel the strength of his adversary, he could not simply hide behind children. After all, he was older than Gohan. He was eager to test the limits of his own strength. Very well. I shall leave it to you, Gohan replied with a slight smile, guiding Bulma, Dandy, and Dange to a safer distance. This was precisely the outcome he desired, allowing him to await the opportunity to absorb the battle energy. Prepare yourself, you little bald-headed fool. Today, you shall witness my might. Without his scouter, Dodoria was unaware of Krillin's current power level. Mistaking Krillin's shorter stature for weakness, he intended to toy with him. Come on, you great fat pig. Krillin, sensing the overwhelming energy, resolved to strike first. He unleashed over 1,000 units of battle power, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Krillin's fists rained down upon Dodoria like a barrage of gunfire, yet Dodoria effortlessly deflected each blow, no matter how swiftly Krillin attacked. Ha ha ha, feeble human. Allow me to demonstrate my strength with this punch. As Dodoria's words fell, his massive fist struck Krillin squarely in the abdomen. Bam! Clinton spat a mouthful of blood, his body launching forth like a cannonball, instantly piercing through the entire hillside. Combat power attribute dropped. 50, ever since the combat commenced. Gohan's mind was filled with the system's prompts. He observed their clash with keen interest, relishing the opportunity to accumulate combat power attributes simply by standing there. Gohan, hurry and assist. Clinton seems to be struggling against that hefty pig, Bulma exclaimed, her face pale as she watched Clinton fall to the ground with a single punch. Her hand instinctively grasped Gohan's arm, anxiety evident in her voice. The overwhelming strength of their adversary was terrifying. Yes, Gohan, you must help. Otherwise, Uncle Clinton could be killed. Dandy and Dagger echoed her fears, their expressions rife with dread. The sheer ferocity of their opponents was overwhelming, having already slain so many of their kin. Rest assured, I will not let anything happen to Clinton, Gohan replied calmly, fully aware of his own capabilities and the purpose behind his demeanor. Damn it, let me try this move. Clinton clumsily rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth. Recognizing the formidable power of his opponent, he knew that ordinary attacks would yield no results. He swiftly unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Boom. The energy beam of the Kamehameha struck Dodoria, instantly enveloping the area in smoke and debris. Little bald head. It's time to end this, Dodoria remarked with a smirk, his figure emerging from the dissipating smoke, unimpressed by Clinton's efforts. The power of the little bald head did not pique his interest. He gathered a massive energy blast in his palm and hurled it toward Clinton. Despair washed over Clinton as he saw the colossal energy wave approaching, and he instinctively closed his eyes. Giving up so soon? The people of Earth are counting on us to resurrect them. Suddenly, Gohan appeared before Clinton, effortlessly deflecting the enormous energy blast. A wave of joy surged through Clinton as he realized he had such a powerful ally in his camp. Kid, your combat power is impressive. You managed to deflect my energy blast. You are worthy of my attention, Dodoria said, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Anyone capable of repelling his energy blast was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Fat pig, let me show you my Kamehameha, Gohan declared, a look of disdain crossing his face. Dodoria's combat power was likely around 22,000, hardly worthy of his concern. He assumed the stance to unleash his wave, immense energy coalescing in his palm. How dare you look down upon me? I'll show you my true strength. Dodoria retaliated, gathering his own power, refusing to believe that such a young child could possess significant strength. As both of their energy waves reached their peak, they launched them toward each other, setting the stage for an epic clash. Two colossal waves of energy collided in an instant, their blinding brilliance rendering onlookers unable to open their eyes. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground trembled, the Kamehameha wave surging forth with unstoppable force, instantly repelling Dodoria's energy wave. In a fleeting moment, Dodoria was engulfed by the energy wave, letting out a wretched scream before being utterly obliterated. Even in his last moments, he could not fathom how he had met his demise at the hands of a mere child. Ultimately, without his scouter, he had no grasp of his opponent's combat prowess, mistakenly believing the child to possess strength akin to that of the bald warrior. The power attributes scattered across the ground converged towards him, and upon gazing at his personal attributes panel, he was astonished to see his combat power soar to 3 million, emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. He had only increased his power by 300,000. Had Piccolo witnessed such a rapid growth in a mere month, he would surely have been overcome with frustration, lamenting his own years of arduous training that had yielded only 1,000 in combat power, while this child seemed to effortlessly surpass him. As the blinding light dissipated, the onlookers stood in awe. No trace of the stout creature remained. Only a deep fissure marred the ground. Gohan, your strength is incredible. Thank goodness you accompanied us to Namek, or we would have been doomed, Krillin exclaimed, grinning despite the lingering pain from Dodoria's blow. Alas, my power is still too feeble. Then, let me heal you. Dend observed Krillin clutching his abdomen, grimacing in discomfort. He extended his palm towards Krillin, channeling a gentle energy that surged into his body. Oh, that feels wonderful. The pain has subsided significantly, Krillin remarked, reveling in the soothing energy that enveloped his injuries, akin to basking in a hot spring. Bulma watched in intrigue, questioning whether such a technique could truly mend injuries. Witnessing Krillin's evident relief, she marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of the Namekian child. Alert! Healing attribute detected ahead. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Gohan instinctively recited, surprised to find a healing function added to his personal attributes panel. His spirits lifted, as his aim in luring Dodoria had been to acquire Den's healing attributes. Krillin, you're all better now, Den declared with a bright smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment at witnessing Krillin's recovery. Thank you, Den. Your healing is truly remarkable. It requires no injections or medicine, and my body is fully restored. Akin to the senzu beans we have on Earth. Krillin exclaimed, clenching his fists and jumping in exhilaration, feeling revitalized. Could it be that even children from Namek possessed such extraordinary abilities? It was astonishing that someone so young could wield such skills. We are all eggs expelled from the mouth of the Grand Elder. The Namekians are divided into several types: the wise, the healing, and the combatants. There is no distinction of gender among us. Dan recounted the origin and classification of the Namekians to Krillin and the others. The revelation that the inhabitants of this planet possess no gender left Bulma in a state of astonishment. They are all offspring of the Grand Elder, akin to the great demon king on Earth, capable of laying eggs. Brother Gohan, could you take us to see the Grand Elder? I must inform him and Nairu that they need to leave here quickly. Many villains have arrived on this planet. Dan gazed earnestly at son Gohan. For the present circumstances rendered their world perilous, and he wished to alert the Grand Elder as soon as possible. Certainly, we shall go at once. Gohan nodded, as visiting the Grand Elder was also one of his objectives. The group soared towards the direction of the Grand Elder, on North Kai's planet. After Piccolo and the others perished, guided by the Supreme Kai, they traversed the Snake Way for a month to reach North Kai's planet for training. Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu praised Piccolo's keen insight, noting his ability to discern the immense power lying dormant within Gohan and to draw it forth, which was truly remarkable. Piccolo felt a sense of pride, his heart swelling with joy for Gohan's achievement. In truth, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He had gradually integrated into this circle. Lord Kai, would you allow us to express our gratitude to Son Goku? Tien, aware of their quest for the Dragon Balls on Namek, wished to convey his appreciation. Absolutely. As long as you place your hands upon my back, you may communicate with Goku. North Kai replied with a smile, relishing the lively atmosphere on Kai's planet. Assured that their training would yield plenty of amusement. In the vastness of the universe, a spaceship raced towards Namek. Within the confines of the ship, Son Goku exerted himself, performing push-ups to acclimate to the 30-fold gravity. He understood that formidable foes, even stronger than Vegeta, awaited him on Namek, and he needed to utilize these 6 days to adjust to the increased gravity. Although he recognized Gohan's formidable strength, he was still young and lacked combat experience. He had to grow stronger swiftly to face the powerful adversaries on Namek. Goku, can you hear me? Many guests have arrived here, and they are all acquaintances of yours. At that moment, the Kai connected with Goku through the 2 antennas on his head, relaying the news of Tien and others training on North Kai's planet. Yamcha and the others communicated simply with Goku through the Kai's back. It is widely known that Sun Wukong and his companions traveled to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen comrades. As Sun Wukong embarks on his journey to that distant planet, many express their gratitude. Ultimately, King Kai cautions Sun Wukong against provoking the tyrannical cosmic overlord, Frieza, a being so deranged that he would obliterate entire planets merely for his amusement. Chapter 19. Namek, the Grand Elder on the planet Namek. Within the residence of the Grand Elder, gratitude fills the air. Thank you for saving my child. He expresses as Dandy and Dend escort son Gohan and the others into his presence, recounting the tale of their heroic deeds. The Grand Elder addresses the trio, revealing his imposing stature, surpassing that of the average Namekian, with a visage etched in wrinkles, resting his eyes upon a throne. There is no need for thanks. It is our duty, comes the humble reply. We have come to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect our fallen Namekian, Krillin. Krillin elucidates their purpose, summarizing the chain of events: the Saiyan invasion of Earth, the disappearance of the Dragon Balls, and the revelation that Piccolo is indeed a Namekian. Earthling, come closer. Allow me to touch your head, and I shall discern the nature of your plight, the Grand Elder states, bewildered by the existence of Namekians on Earth. He swiftly assimilates the memories, piecing together the narrative with remarkable clarity. Is it truly so extraordinary? Krillin, somewhat skeptical, approaches as the Grand Elder's large hand rests upon his head. Instantly, Krillin's memories unfold like a cinematic experience within the Elder's mind. Ah, I see. The Grand Elder remarks, witnessing the birth of the Supreme Kai and the separation from Demon King Piccolo, along with the latter's demise. Alert! Memory retrieval attribute detected ahead. Would you like to collect it? A voice echoes in Son Gohan's consciousness, prompting him to consider his next move. Earthling, I now comprehend the entirety of your circumstances. I shall awaken the latent potential within you. May it aid us in overcoming this crisis. Upon reading Krillin's memories, the Grand Elder recognizes his remarkably low combat prowess. Recalling how close he had come to perishing moments ago, suddenly, a surge of white energy emanates from the Grand Elder's palm, enveloping Krillin entirely. Incredible! I feel as though I am reborn, Krillin exclaims, sensing an immense power stirring within him, invigorating him like never before. The Namekian's prowess is indeed formidable. Alert! Potential enhancement attribute detected ahead. Would you like to collect it? Collect all. Son Gohan instinctively declares, marveling at the extraordinary means of enhancing potential. The attributes of memory and potential seamlessly integrate into his being. Gohan, come quickly. Let the Grand Elder help you unlock your latent abilities, Krillin urges, expressing his gratitude to the Grand Elder for his newfound strength. Then swiftly, Sun Wukong was brought under the care of the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I beg your assistance. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, eager to uncover the latent abilities within this new form. He recalled how, in the anime, the Grand Elder of Namek had once helped him unlock his potential, just as the old Kai had aided Goku in the past. Both instances had resulted in significant enhancements. Do not mention it. You are all good children. I hope you can help our Namekian planet through this crisis, the Grand Elder said, placing his large, rugged hand atop Sun Wukong's head. A shimmering white aura emanated from his palm, enveloping the young warrior in an instant. Within Sun Wukong's being, a terrifying power began to awaken. He struggled to contain this ferocious battle energy, for otherwise, the entire room would be obliterated. What incredible potential! I find myself unable to fully unleash it all. Are you a Saiyan? The Grand Elder was taken aback by the overwhelming strength, his previously closed eyes snapping open. He perceived within the child an ancient beast stirring, akin to a mighty gorilla. Indeed, I possess Saiyan blood, but I was born on Earth, Sun Wukong declared, excitement coursing through him as he clenched his fists. The sensation was exhilarating. This body still held untapped potential. It seemed the anime had not misled him. He would need to summon the old Kai to further develop his abilities. Open the attributes screen. Host, Sun Wukong Race, Scion System Space, 100 cubic special abilities, healing, memory reading, potential unleashing skills, flight, key perception and manipulation, instant transmission, energy waves, Kaioken, super energy cannon, Kamehameha, key blade transformation, Super Saiyan 1 battle power, 310. 000 goodness. My battle power has surged by 1,000,000. It appears this body harbors immense capabilities. Sun Wukong marveled at the extraordinary revelation. Haha. With a battle power of over 3 million, employing a 10-fold Kaioken would yield over 40 million. And if I were to use a 20-fold Kaioken, wouldn't that amount to 80 million? Of course, one could not simply utilize the Kaioken at will. With a physical prowess exceeding 4 million, a 10-fold increase was feasible. But a 20-fold would require a desperate effort. Transforming into a Super Saiyan could elevate his power by 50 times, surpassing 200 million. Children, take the Dragon Balls. Henceforth, I entrust Namek to you. Bring Dandy along to search for the Dragon Balls, and instruct him on any tasks you require. My time is limited. You must find the Dragon Balls and make your wish swiftly. The Grand Elder's face radiated warmth as he slowly closed his eyes. A miracle had indeed transpired. It seemed that the key to overcoming this crisis rested upon their shoulders. He saw hope in Son Gohan. Yes, Elder, I understand. Dandy's eyes brimmed with tears. He had inquired with his brother Nail, and learned that the Elder remained because, at his advanced age, he had grown indifferent to life and death. Moreover, his own life was nearing its end, with only a few days left to live. The group bid farewell to the Elder and began their quest for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the Namekians had destroyed all of Frieza's reconnaissance devices. Frieza, clutching 5 Dragon Balls, returned to his spaceship, while Zarbon continued the search for the remaining orbs. Without the devices and lacking the ability to sense energy, the group had no choice but to split up in their search. In another Namekian tribe, Vegeta was in a frenzy of slaughter. He annihilated everyone present and seized a Dragon Ball from them. The Dragon Ball was cumbersome to carry, so he tossed it into a nearby pond. Suddenly, the device signaled the approach of someone with a power level exceeding 20,000. He deduced that it must be Zarbon. At last, the opportunity had arrived for him to confront them alone, and a smirk curled on Vegeta's lips as he soared towards the energy signature, intent on dispatching his foes one by one. Before long, the two encountered each other in the air. "Vegeta, hand over your device," Zarbon exclaimed, his eyes burning with intensity upon noticing the instrument adorning Vegeta's ear. With the entire army devoid of reconnaissance devices, searching for the Dragon Balls had become quite challenging. "Zarbon, you desire my device?" "Not a chance," Vegeta retorted arrogantly, removing the instrument from his ear. With a powerful squeeze, he crushed the device in an instant. Having already mastered the control of energy on Earth, he deemed such a tool unnecessary. "You wretched fool, Vegeta," Zarbon seethed, his eyes aflame with fury. White energy surged from him as he charged at Vegeta, momentarily forgetting that it was Vegeta's power that had destroyed his device. "Come at me, Zarbon. It's been a while since I've seen you alone. Now I shall demonstrate my true strength," Vegeta declared, a white aura enveloping him as they stood face to face. With Zarbon's power level at 20,000 and Vegeta's at 24,000, the disparity was evident. Initially, their clash was an exchange of blows. But once Vegeta unleashed his full power, he sent Zarbon soaring into the air with a single punch, swiftly pursuing him. Bang! 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 Vegeta unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Zarbon, playing with him as if he were a mere football. Finally, he raised both hands high and delivered a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, Zarbon's body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact. Vegeta cast his gaze towards the opposite side of the sky, where two formidable auras were rapidly approaching. Who could they be? Why did they seem so familiar? On the battlefield. Bang! "Vegeta, you have thoroughly enraged me. Appearances no longer matter. Allow me to unveil the transformation of a demon." A surge of white energy erupted from Sabo, who forcefully propelled himself into the air, his visage twisted in a menacing glare directed at Vegeta. The only way to subdue Vegeta now was to transform. In the face of life, one's image became irrelevant. "You all continue. Do not mind me." Within mere moments, Gohan and the others, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, arrived at the scene. Observing the charged atmosphere from a nearby mountain, they chose to watch the clash unfold, relishing the opportunity to gather battle power attributes. Vegeta, glaring with fury, had not anticipated encountering this scoundrel so swiftly. On Earth, even in his great ape form, he was no match for him. What should he do now? "A tail, Science. You hail from Earth. That Namekian brat led you here. Such an obvious tactic that I failed to consider. Ha ha ha. Once I eliminate Vegeta, I shall deal with you." Sabo scrutinized Gohan and the others and, noticing a brown tail protruding from Gohan's backside, quickly deduced that only Earth harbored Saiyans. Observing that they were merely children, he underestimated their battle prowess. Moreover, with the Namekian child as their guide, locating the remaining Dragon Balls would be a trivial pursuit. With that thought, he clenched his fists, and a powerful aura emanated from his being. His visage began to contort, transforming into an exceedingly grotesque countenance. How is this possible? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Sabo's overwhelming presence. Having coexisted for so long, he had never known that the other could transform. "Gohan, how did they come to blows?" Though Krillin was aware that Vegeta had arrived on this planet, the two had yet to meet. Now, with the Elder's assistance, his battle power had also increased, alleviating his fear. "How could you be so foolish? It is undoubtedly due to the Dragon Balls that they are clashing." Bulma rolled her eyes at Krillin, her expression dripping with disdain. "We merely followed the Dragon Ball radar here, and along the way, we witnessed their duel. Anyone with sense would realize they are also here for the Dragon Balls." "Oh dear, my head." Krillin scratched his bald head, a sheepish expression adorning his face. He was no fool. After Bulma's explanation, understanding dawned upon him. It would be splendid if they both perished in their conflict, as that would simplify matters for us. That villain, who has slain so many of our kin. "Gohan, you must avenge our fallen brothers." Dandy recognized Sabo as the very individual who had ravaged their village. With gritted teeth, he directed his words towards Goku. "If I were a battle-oriented Namekian, I would have charged forth and torn my opponent asunder long ago. Fear not. I shall avenge you," Dandy, Gohan assured, patting him on the shoulder. He had more to say, but it was contingent upon first reaping their battle power. Dondi nodded vigorously, fully aware of Gohan's formidable strength and his unwavering commitment to fulfill his promise. What say you, Vegeta? Did you not relish the fight moments ago? Continue, I implore you. After fully transforming, Sabo, brimming with overwhelming power, declared with arrogance. His battle power had surged to 27,000, while Vegeta's stood at 23,000, prompting him to relish the prospect of dominating his foe. With that, he lunged at Vegeta, delivering a punch that was evaded by Vegeta with an uncanny agility. Vegeta sensed the peril posed by the newly empowered Sabo and knew he must fight with all his might. Strike, strike, strike. Sabo, undeterred by his initial miss, accelerated his assault, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Beep, battle power attribute decreased by 100. The incessant alerts from the system echoed in Gohan's ears. And soon he beheld a plethora of battle power attributes scattered across the ground. A faint smile graced his lips. Exhilarating, indeed. Keep fighting, exert yourself. How is this possible? Your power has increased so dramatically post-transformation. Vegeta felt increasingly overwhelmed as Sabo's speed escalated. Fatigue began to set in, and pain radiated through his arms. Vegeta awakened. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo landed a punch squarely in Vegeta's abdomen, the tremendous force propelling him into a mountainside. Boom! The mountain crumbled instantaneously, entombing Vegeta within its debris. Bang! Suddenly, radiant light erupted from beneath the rubble, reducing the earth to ash in an instant. Sabo, you shall not escape my wrath. Vegeta's crimson eyes glowed as he concentrated energy blasts in his hands, hurling them at Sabo like a barrage from a machine gun. Sabo, suspended in the air, advanced rather than retreating, deftly weaving through the energy blasts as he descended at lightning speed. The transformation had not merely augmented his strength, but also significantly enhanced his swiftness. Beep, battle power attribute decreased by 100. As Vegeta executed this maneuver, battle power attributes cascaded from the ground. The system's notifications reverberated incessantly in Gohan's mind. Collect them all, he thought, realizing that Vegeta was indeed the most fruitful target, yielding dozens of battle power attributes. The attributes surged into his body, causing his battle power in the system to soar. Fascinating, this is the essence of combat. Sabo evaded the energy blasts at supersonic speed, then arrived before Vegeta, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his head. Chapter 21, Injured Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta was once again sent flying by Sabo, his body embedded in a large rock. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This marked the second time he had sustained such grave injuries. The first occurred during his battle against Kakarot and his son on Earth. Damn it, I am the strongest warrior. I cannot be defeated. I must bring you down. Vegeta's aura erupted fiercely, a white flame enveloping him as he unleashed an energy blast towards Sabo, only for it to be effortlessly swatted away by his opponent. Vegeta, it appears you are desperate now, but alas, you are still no match for me. Sabo began to gather energy in his hands, launching a barrage of attacks in the style of a prince aimed directly at Vegeta. The ground erupted in explosions as Vegeta dodged clumsily from side to side. But Sabo's relentless energy blasts soon found their mark. With a resounding crash, more and more energy slammed into him, engulfing him in a thick cloud of smoke. After firing hundreds of energy blasts, Sabo ceased his assault. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta lay battered and torn, his battle suit in tatters, covered in wounds, gasping for breath. With blood smeared at the corners of his mouth, he collapsed heavily onto the ground, evidently drained of his fighting spirit. Had Sabo continued to bombard him with even a handful more energy blasts, he would surely have perished there. Collect. Gohan gathered the combat power attributes from the ground, witnessing his own power surge to 4,000,000. A wave of joy washed over him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was indeed exhilarating. How formidable. This monster's strength surpasses even Vegeta's. What shall we do? Krillin exclaimed, his jaw dropping as he observed the fierce clash. Although the Elder had enhanced his combat power, it still fell short of Vegeta's. What can we do? For the Dragon Balls, we must fight back. Bulma shouted at Krillin, unable to keep pace with the swift movements of the combatants. It felt as if gods and demons were clashing, the entire mountain vanishing in an instant. The ground marred by deep craters. The sounds of their power colliding echoed through the sky, resembling a large-scale missile attack. Had it not been for Gohan and the others by her side, she would have been utterly terrified. Gohan, my combat power has increased significantly. Allow me to test it. Krillin said eagerly, itching for a chance to engage after his power boost. He was curious to discover the extent of his newfound strength. Go ahead. I shall watch over you. Gohan encouraged, eager to reap the rewards of battle. He had observed the combat between Vegeta and Sabo and felt he had gained considerably. You monster, let me test your strength. With Gohan's affirmation, Krillin erupted with a white aura and charged towards Sabo. After all, if he fell short, he still had formidable allies behind him. Arrogance, indeed, stems from ignorance. Allow me to impart a lesson upon you, mere inhabitant of this earth. Upon transforming, Sabo is endowed with formidable power that renders him fearless. It has been quite some time since he assumed this form, and it is a rare delight to have someone to spar with. No sooner had he uttered these words than his figure vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Krillin. The two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, each matching the other in skill. Well now, I underestimated you. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my fist. With a surge in strength and speed, Sabo unleashed a powerful blow, catching Krillin unprepared as he instinctively raised his arms in defense. The impact sent him hurtling backward, pain radiating through his arms. Kamehameha. Krillin executed a 360-degree flip to dissipate the force, gathering energy to unleash the Kamehameha wave. You wish to compete in strength? Very well. Sabo, having gained the upper hand in their physical exchange, prepared to retaliate with an energy attack. Undeterred, he concentrated a sphere of white energy in his palm. In an instant, the two warriors launched the energy they had gathered. The resulting collision of two massive beams of light created a tremendous explosion, neither side yielding. Witnessing this, Krillin felt a surge of confidence. He had not anticipated that the Elder would help him unlock such potential. Ha ha ha. Is this truly all you can muster, Baldy? Prepare to perish. Just as Krillin reveled in his newfound strength, Sabo's words doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, chilling him to the core. In a moment, Sabo unleashed a torrent of energy, causing his beam to swell dramatically, forcing Krillin's Kamehameha wave to retreat at an alarming speed. I once thought my power surpassed Vegeta's, but it appears this fellow has merely been toying with me, not revealing his true strength. As Krillin's thoughts raced, he realized his own power was still insufficient. Now, allow me to show you mine, Kamehameha. Suddenly, Son Gohan vanished, reappearing before Krillin. He too unleashed a Kamehameha wave at Sabo, determined to showcase the prowess of Earth's warriors. The enormous energy wave engulfed Sabo in an instant, and he did not emit a single cry of agony. What a close call. As Krillin observed Sabo reduced to nothingness by the Kamehameha wave, he breathed a sigh of relief. This adversary had concealed his strength far too well, and Krillin had nearly fallen victim to him. Gohan, you truly are remarkable. Bulma, witnessing son Gohan's decisive victory, looked upon him with admiration and respect. With him by her side, she felt a profound sense of security. With a smile, son Gohan nodded, watching as the battle power attributes from the ground surged into his being. The system's combat attributes are continually on the rise, and now the power has been further enhanced. This Saiyan is still alive. What shall we do? Krillin approached and noticed that Vegeta was, surprisingly, still breathing. He inquired of Gohan, Bulma, and Dandy. He secretly admired this fellow's tenacity. Despite enduring so many attacks, he remained unyielding. I will kill him, avenging my brothers, Dandy declared fiercely while glaring at the fallen Vegeta. Although he had not witnessed the murder of his kin, their clothing was identical. It seemed they were not allies. We should awaken him first, Gohan suggested. Reflecting on the anime, Gohan recalled that Vegeta ultimately turned good. Evidently, his inherent nature had not been entirely corrupted in the Majin Buu saga. He sacrificed himself to protect the Earth, perishing alongside Majin Buu. Moreover, keeping him alive would facilitate the future acquisition of combat attributes. Gohan knelt beside Vegeta, opened his palms, and a white aura slowly flowed into Vegeta's body. What? Dandy exclaimed in astonishment at Gohan's actions. Wasn't this his own healing technique? How could Gohan also wield such a skill? Did he learn it merely by witnessing Dandy use it once? Krillin too discerned the peculiarities. Incredulous at how Dandy had only used the healing technique once, and Gohan had seemingly mastered it. His jaw dropped in disbelief as he gazed at Gohan. However, Krillin quickly brightened. The stronger Gohan became, the safer they all would be. Chapter 22. The arrival of the Ginyu Force. Bulma, recognizing the familiar gesture, immediately recalled how Dandy had healed Krillin in a similar manner. She was astonished that Gohan had also mastered healing. Goku, you truly have an extraordinary son. Learn? Impossible. I merely acquired the attributes, Gohan surmised, interpreting the expressions of those around him. You saved me? Where is Sabo? Within mere moments, Vegeta's wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Feeling his injuries completely mending and a powerful force surging within him, he felt elated. Vegeta sprang to his feet, bewildered as he gazed at Gohan and the others, questioning their intentions. The monster you mentioned has been slain by Gohan, Krillin stated with pride. Although he had not personally dealt the blow, they were allies in this endeavor. Vegeta, you may leave, Gohan stated coldly. The dragon radar indicated the presence of a Dragon Ball nearby. It was likely one Vegeta had concealed. He had no time to consider what Vegeta might do. Finding the Dragon Ball took precedence. You truly intend to let me go? Vegeta asked, incredulous. He still suspected that the other party had ulterior motives. The claim of releasing him seemed rather incredulous. What purpose would there be in keeping you here if I were not to let you go? This individual exhibited a complete lack of humanity, having even slain his own comrades. Had it not been for Goku's insistence on sparing your life, you would have been eliminated moments ago. Krillin reflected on the peril of allowing such a ruthless character to remain in proximity. One could not dismiss the possibility of a treacherous attack from behind, leading to his demise. You wretched garbage from Earth, I shall ensure your downfall one day. Vegeta seethed with fury at the mere mention of Earth, attributing his own misfortune to their existence. He longed to exact vengeance upon Gohan and his companions. Yet his current strength forbade such actions. After issuing a fierce proclamation, a radiant white light enveloped Vegeta as he ascended into the sky. Let us hasten our journey. The Dragon Ball lies 20 kilometers in this direction, Bulma stated, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, which pointed northward. They had already acquired one Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder, and another awaited them here, with 5 more gathered in one location. They swiftly followed the radar's guidance, soon arriving at a village where all the Namekians had perished. Those scoundrels must have been responsible for the massacre of this village's inhabitants. Dend exclaimed in outrage upon witnessing the scene. Every man, woman, and child had met a tragic fate, leaving not a single survivor. It was undoubtedly that wretched Vegeta's doing. I should never have saved him. What a heartless fiend. Krillin echoed, his expression mirroring the fury felt by all. This grim sight resonated painfully with memories of their own friends suffering at the hands of the Saiyans. Do not grieve, according to the radar. The Dragon Balls lie within the fish pond. If we can gather all 7, we shall revive them, Bulma reassured, maintaining her composure. Their current mission was to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect their friends. Once they brought back Earth's Piccolo, they could invoke the Namekian dragon to restore the fallen Namekians. Suddenly, Gohan and Krillin sensed several formidable energies descending upon Namek at astonishing speed. Namek. The ground shook as 5 spherical spacecraft crash-landed onto the planet's surface, creating 5 deep craters that emitted wisps of black smoke and a charred scent into the air. The hatches slowly opened, revealing 5 legendary figures. The first mercenary squad of Frieza, the fearsome Jinyu Force, emerged. They were the vanguard of Frieza's army, colloquially known as the Enforcers. Captain, Jinyu, Lieutenant, Guldo, members, Berta, Rikum, and Jis. They had been executing tasks nearby when summoned by Frieza to assist in locating the Dragon Balls and deploying a probe. We are the Jinyu Force. As 5 individuals emerged from the spacecraft, they gathered together, striking a flamboyant pose while shouting, "You few shall search for the Dragon Balls. I will report to Lord Frieza and deliver the detector." Captain Jinyu, true to his role, remained clear-headed, immediately recalling his responsibilities upon arrival. After affirming their mission, the group dispersed. In this vicinity, a power level exceeding 500,000 indicated the presence of Lord Frieza. Among the 4 individuals nearby, 2 possessed power levels above 3,000. One individual boasted a staggering power level of 12,000, most likely Vegeta. Several others were present as well, one with a power level surpassing 20,000. Let us first observe our dear Prince Vegeta. His audacity to betray Lord Frieza shall be our first target. Yes, capturing Vegeta to present as a gift to Lord Frieza seems prudent. The 5, accustomed to consulting their detectors, quickly determined that this planet exhibited minimal life signs. Engaging in spirited dialogue, they unanimously decided to pursue Vegeta first. With swift movements, Jinyu soared towards Frieza's direction while the others headed towards Vegeta. To their dismay, the Jinyu force had rapidly relocated to Namek, seemingly converging upon their position. Realizing the urgency of the situation, one could not afford to remain passive. Assistance was imperative. Vegeta sensed the presence of his adversaries upon the Jinyu force's arrival, though he was unprepared for their immediate pursuit. Aware of the formidable strength of the Jinyu force, he recognized that he stood no chance alone. His only recourse lay in seeking allies, and Gohan presented himself as the optimal choice. Without hesitation, he surged towards the direction he had previously sensed. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, 6 days had unexpectedly slipped by. What had become of Gohan and the others? They must hold on. I shall soon land on Namek. Meanwhile, Goku ceased his training, indulged in a hearty meal, donned a fresh martial arts uniform, and prepared for action. Through relentless training over these days, he had mastered the ability to endure a gravity of 100 times that of Earth, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. Should he engage in battle with Vegeta, victory would undoubtedly favor him. Goku's heart raced with exhilaration at the prospect of confronting an adversary even stronger than Vegeta, as described by Bulma. The mere thought of clashing with such a formidable opponent sent shivers of excitement through him, not from fear, but from a thrilling anticipation. Chapter 23, Krillin vs. Guldo. As Gohan and his companions sensed the approach of the Jinyu force, Bulma and Dandy have already been placed in a cave. The outside world is perilous, and I fear for their safety. Gohan, several powerful auras are approaching us, and Vegeta is also drawing near. What could possibly be happening? Krillin gazed at Gohan in confusion, pondering why a new wave of extraterrestrials had emerged on Namek. They have just landed and are heading towards us. Could they be allies of the Saiyans? It is likely they have come to deliver a device for Frieza, while Vegeta approaches us seeking refuge, as he currently lacks the strength to contend with 4 adversaries. Gohan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Guru, are you finally making your entrance? The prospect of pausing time is exhilarating. His heart swelled with joy at the thought. If he could freeze time mid-battle and unleash a powerful energy attack, it would be nothing short of perfection. Within a few breaths, Vegeta and several members of the Jinyu force arrived above Gohan. My beloved Prince Vegeta, I thought you might flee. It turns out you are in search of assistance, exclaimed one of them. Look, that kid is a Saiyan. He even has a tail. They must be the Saiyans of Earth, right? Ha ha, it seems Vegeta is not foolish. Realizing we are not his enemies, but rather allies he seeks. Regardless of their numbers, I, Kirilim, could easily annihilate them all. Kirilim, you cannot be so selfish. This time we must draw lots to determine our opponents fairly. The Jinyu force did not regard Goku, Gohan, and the others with any seriousness. They busily discussed who would strike first. Gohan observed them with a bemused expression, particularly focusing on Guru. They were not much different from their animated counterparts. Fools! Do you think I, Vegeta, am dead? You Frieza lackeys are pushing your luck. Vegeta, furious, unleashed an energy blast towards the 4. Boom. My dear Vegeta, there is no need to rush. We will take our time to greet you once we finalize our plans. Kirilim effortlessly deflected Vegeta's energy blast, wearing a smug smile. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his expression contorted in rage. These individuals were notoriously powerful. Given how easily they had deflected his energy blast, their strength was undeniably formidable. With the formidable Gohan at his side, Krillin felt reassured. He chose to remain silent, eager to observe what tricks these beings had in store. Ultimately, Guru of the Jinyu force won the game through a game of rock-paper-scissors, selecting the 2 young ones as his targets. His 4 eyes darted between Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, finally settling on Gohan and Krillin as his chosen adversaries. As the 2 warriors' detectors indicated their combat power was merely over 3,000, it was evident that they would target the weaker opponent. Vegeta, allow me to explain the rules of this game. While they are engaged in battle, you must refrain from intervening, lest we become rather unfriendly, Kirilim remarked with a playful demeanor, his tone laced with veiled threats. For them, this conflict was merely a diversion. The trio soared towards another lofty mountain, eager to witness the unfolding clash. Watch yourselves, you little rascal. This opponent possesses a formidable ability known as Time Stop, Vegeta declared, arms crossed, feigning indifference. In truth, he reveled in the situation. How dare they provoke Goku's son? Truly tempting fate. Gohan, I shall take the lead this time. Seize the opportunity to eliminate that fellow, Krillin instructed, disregarding Vegeta's warning, his demeanor reminiscent of a cat feigning compassion towards a mouse. He had bravely volunteered for battle after receiving a power boost from the Grand Elder on Namek. Now, he needed to hone his skills, for the forthcoming skirmishes would only escalate in intensity. Son Gohan nodded with a smile, for this was the outcome he desired, allowing him the chance to harness the time-stop technique. Ha ha ha, ignorance breeds audacity. Guldo observed as the bald Krillin boldly challenged him, naively declaring his intent to defeat him. As if he were merely clay. He was, after all, the soul of the Ginyu Force, and the time-stop ability was indeed formidable. Enough of this idle chatter. Witness my prowess. Krillin struck first, vanishing from sight and reappearing above Guldo with blinding speed, unleashing an energy wave attack. He sensed the overwhelming aura of the three spectators above, eager for a swift resolution, aiming to dispatch the four-eyed adversary instantaneously. What? Time stop! Guldo exclaimed, realizing Krillin had vanished only to reappear with an energy wave in hand. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Could this truly be a warrior with a combat power exceeding 3,000? Desperately holding his breath, he raised his hands to employ the time-stop technique, only to witness a shocking sight. Krillin's energy wave was already upon him. Guldo nearly stumbled in fright, hastily retreating from the impending attack. Unable to restrain his breath any longer, he exhaled heavily, and time resumed its normal flow. With a resounding explosion, the ground was instantly transformed. A massive crater carved by the energy wave. Guldo, drenched in cold sweat, was grateful for his swift escape. Had he been struck, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. It became evident that the duration of the time stop was determined by the time it took for Guldo to hold his breath. Once he exhaled, time would revert. Son Gohan watched in astonishment as the two engaged in their actions, puzzled by the lack of any drop in time attributes. For this adversary had indeed utilized the time stop technique. Vegeta, too, seemed to discern something, his eyes darting with intrigue. Goku must have harnessed the extraordinary ability to suspend time. Otherwise, my eyes could never have kept pace with his speed. His mastery of time suspension is truly formidable, and I must seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, it will become troublesome if they unite. How infuriating. Can his speed truly be that swift? Upon the cessation of the time suspension technique, Klin found that Goku was nowhere to be seen, mistakenly attributing this to his opponent's swiftness. He had no inkling that Goku had indeed employed a superpower to halt time, relentlessly launching energy blasts in his direction. Oh no, a time suspension technique. Goku, seeing the colossal energy orbs hurtling towards him, knew that being struck would surely spell his doom. Without hesitation, he activated the time suspension ability once more. Holding his breath, he dared not gamble with his life, desperately fleeing the scene, only exhaling once he felt secure. Boom. Goku witnessed the very spot where he had stood erupt in an explosion, the ground caving in and thick smoke billowing forth. Something feels amiss. Why was I hiding? I could have simply dispatched him. Alas, how could I have been so foolish? He patted his head, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. Chapter 24. Acquisition of the Time Suspension Technique. Ding. A time suspension attribute and 100 combat power points have dropped ahead. Will you collect? As the time suspension technique faltered, a deafening explosion resonated, and Sun Wukong's mind echoed with the system's prompt. Elation surged within him as he gazed in Goku's direction, where indeed, the attribute of time suspension lay beneath his feet. I shall collect it all. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong chanted internally. Suddenly, the special abilities section of his personal attribute panel displayed the newly acquired time suspension attribute. He had not anticipated that it would take 2 instances of the time suspension technique for it to drop. How fortunate he was. Good grief. Klin observed Goku's figure now distanced from his original position and couldn't help but curse under his breath. He recalled Vegeta's words about Goku's time suspension superpower, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. What a bothersome extraterrestrial. If he were to employ time suspension again to launch a sneak attack, no amount of lives would suffice to withstand it. The thought alone was terrifying. Wukong, you must keep a watchful eye on me. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Klin focused intently on confronting this formidable adversary. A surge of white energy erupted from him, and as he exerted force against the ground, it shattered like a spider's web. On the battlefield, Goku, what is this predicament? Have you been idle for too long, causing your mind to rust? Ha ha ha, has your brain grown moss? You are merely a terrestrial being. why are you in such disarray? Your combat power is only a little over 3,000. Was it truly necessary to suspend time twice? Indeed, we must uphold the honor of our Ginyu Force. The members of the Ginyu Force may appear as mere spectators, yet the performance of Goku has rendered them utterly disillusioned. It is truly disgraceful to be pursued and bested by that small bald figure from Earth. This is a blemish on our reputation. This scoundrel's superpower should not be wielded in such a manner. This transgression cannot go unpunished. I have lost face because of it. Bind technique. Upon hearing the jeers of his comrades and the advancing presence of Krillin, Goku finally resolved to resist. Moments ago, he had been dazed by the opponent's assault, but with his superpower, he was confident he could achieve victory. Alas, my body feels immobilized. Krillin sensed himself ensnared by an invisible force, unable to move. Reminiscent of Earthlings' dumpling-like powers. He struggled desperately in midair, yet could not shake off this binding force. Control technique. Goku, witnessing the small bald figure trapped in midair, struggling with gritted teeth, felt a surge of elation. He unleashed the control technique, sending a relentless barrage of sand and stones from the ground to assault Krillin, who was ensnared above. The Earth's debris bombarded Krillin, eliciting blood-curdling screams. He had never anticipated the monstrous power of this four-eyed creature. He was utterly immobilized, incapable of fighting back. Ding! A bind technique and control technique attribute has dropped ahead. Would you like to collect it? At that moment, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. A smile graced his lips. This individual possessed 3 superpowers, and now they would all be his. Collect, he silently affirmed, as the 2 combat attributes surged toward him and seamlessly integrated into his being. The special abilities section of his personal attribute panel suddenly displayed these 2 new powers. While the control technique might not have significant combat utility, it would serve well for showmanship. Ha ha ha, small bald figure. Were you not so arrogant just moments ago? Now, meet your demise. Goku utilized the control technique to uproot a large tree, sharpening both ends, and hurled it towards the wailing Krillin. He intended to skewer him, eager to see if he would dare to humiliate him further. Observing this scene, Vegeta acted decisively, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Goku. He aimed to demonstrate his allegiance to Gohan, hoping that Kakarot's son would lend him assistance. Bang! Goku's head was instantly severed, his life signs extinguished in an instant. Blood splattering across the ground. He could not have imagined meeting his end in such a manner. Vegeta concentrated energy into a single strike, obliterating Goku's head into dust. He instinctively glanced towards Gohan, surprised to find no hint of disdain in his gaze. Instead, Gohan regarded him with a fleeting look. Before the powers were stripped away, had Vegeta taken action to eliminate Goku, Gohan would undoubtedly have intervened to save him. He was resolute in his determination, even if it meant coercing this alien. He would pause time to ensure the drop occurred. However, at this juncture, Goku had ceased to hold any value, and even if Vegeta refrained from acting, he would have taken matters into his own hands. What? Goku, that scoundrel, met his demise at Vegeta's hands. How dare he disregard the rules of the game? With Goku's untimely death, the Ginyu Force was diminished by 1 member, leaving them to ponder how they might achieve their flawless poses. Vegeta, you have audacity beyond measure to disrupt our affairs. The Ginyu Force seethed with indignation at Vegeta's flagrant violation of the rules. Goku's demise was of little concern to them. They were only fixated on the loss of a member and the subsequent inability to strike their perfect poses. Humph, did I ever declare that I would refrain from intervening? That was a rule you imposed, and I never consented. Vegeta asserted with unwavering conviction. He had made his stance clear. Should Goku's son fail to assist him, he would bear the burden alone. Vegeta, since you choose to disregard the rules, I shall commence my assault on you. Cullum snarled, positioning himself opposite Vegeta. This scoundrel dared to ignore his warning, thus tarnishing his reputation. He paid no heed to Goku's death. His sole concern was his own pride. Vegeta and Cullum stood poised for battle, the air thick with tension. Following Goku's death, the binding spell on Krillin dissipated instantaneously, granting him the ability to move. He was taken aback to find it was Vegeta who struck, seemingly attempting to extend an olive branch. Hovering in the air, Krillin observed the confrontation between Vegeta and the pineapple-headed Cullum. Gohan watched the two with keen interest. Where there is conflict, power attributes are bound to drop. Why should he intervene? Would it not be wiser to await the acquisition of power attributes? Cullum was ever eager to seize the spotlight, always rushing to the forefront of every exciting moment. It was truly exasperating. Bart could not help but voice his frustrations to the deputy captain. Guys. There was no remedy for Cullum's vanity. Vegeta's audacity to disregard his counsel and disrupt the game rules would surely provoke him. Guys. As the deputy captain and strategist of the team, knew each member intimately. The battleground crackled with tension as the two figures suddenly vanished from sight. And the battle was about to commence. Chapter 25. The Misfortune of Vegeta. Vegeta, prepare to meet your end. Cullum vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Vegeta. Launching a powerful punch, Vegeta, with an uncanny agility, evaded the attack and swiftly countered. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of several hundred rounds, with Kaleem seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch that sent Vegeta crashing into a mountain. The system's notification chimed in Gohan's ears, announcing the acquisition of 50 battle power attributes. As he surveyed the battlefield littered with these power attributes, a wave of joy surged within him. Krillin sought to intervene, but found no suitable moment, for the enemy of his enemy was his ally. Despite Gohan's formidable strength providing ample support, Vegeta still chose to assist, clearly indicating their alliance as a unified team. Vegeta is furious, he exclaimed, as the entire mountain was instantly reduced to nothingness. He charged at Kaleem, unleashing a torrential assault. Oh dear, our Prince Vegeta seems desperate. How frightening. Kaleem taunted while deftly evading Vegeta's strikes. I relish seeing you frustrated yet unable to defeat me. Do not underestimate me. I am a Saiyan warrior of unparalleled genius, and I shall never succumb to a scoundrel like you. Vegeta's pride, ignited by Kaleem's derision, surged with a fierce energy, intensifying his speed and strength. He could not afford to lose this battle. He was determined to decapitate his opponent and kick his head like a ball. With a resounding thud, Kaleem was launched skyward by a powerful kick, and Vegeta pursued him, akin to a soccer player striking the ball. He relentlessly battered Kaleem's body, then raised both hands high to deliver a devastating punch. The resulting explosion was deafening, creating a deep crater in the ground as Kaleem's body was blasted away like a projectile. Taking advantage of his momentum, Vegeta hovered above, employing the prince's combat style to unleash a barrage of energy blasts upon Kaleem trapped in the crater. As the system continued to notify Gohan of the acquisition of 100 battle power attributes, the ground shook violently under the explosions of the energy blasts, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. After launching hundreds, if not thousands, of energy blasts, Vegeta, slightly out of breath, gazed at the swirling dust in the crater below. Kaleem, this fellow simply delights in games, he thought, as he prepared to collect the rewards. The battle power attributes surged towards Gohan, merging seamlessly into his form. The numbers representing his personal attributes fluctuated rapidly, stabilizing only after several breaths. Gohan observed with astonishment that his battle power had increased by over 30,000. The system truly was remarkable. Merely being a bystander had allowed him to gather such power. My beloved Prince Vegeta, you nearly obliterated me just moments ago. The thrill of defeating others is indeed exhilarating, is it not? Now it is my turn to strike. As the dust settled, Kaleem appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and torn, revealing his disarray. He rose from the abyss, soaring before Vegeta with a sinister grin. This is impossible. How could this scoundrel possess such strength? A wave of fear surged within Vegeta as he beheld the unscathed Kurim. His feet instinctively retreated a few steps. He had already unleashed his full power. With all his might, Kurim erupted with a formidable aura, channeling every ounce of his strength into the battle. Small stones on the ground began to levitate, propelled by the overwhelming energy emanating from his being. There was no longer any reason to play around. His fists, as large as sandbags, struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Energy waves surged from beneath the earth, instantly striking Vegeta and sending him hurtling into the sky. Kurim allowed no respite for his opponent, his speed surging as he pursued Vegeta, raining down punches like a tempest. The sky echoed with Vegeta's anguished cries. With a powerful blow, Kurim sent Vegeta crashing back to the ground. Bang! His body struck the earth like a missile, creating a deep crater. Vegeta lay helplessly at the center of the pit, gasping for breath and occasionally spitting out blood. He was thoroughly beaten, completely overpowered by Kurim. Ha ha ha. The little brat from Earth has come to greet you all. Kurim remarked with a playful glint in his eyes as he turned to Gohan and Krillin. His confidence soared. If he could incapacitate Vegeta, what chance did these two small fry have? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Let me show you my binding technique. Gohan, eager to test his newly acquired skill, was ready. Their objective on Namek had been achieved. Den's healing abilities and Goku's time techniques were now in hand. What? My body won't move. Kurim gasped, staring at Gohan in terror, trembling as if he had seen a ghost. His body felt as if it were bound, utterly immobile. This sensation was all too familiar. Binding technique. No way. An Earthling can use binding technique too? Kurim was in serious trouble. Ginyu Force's Geese and Bart gaped at Gohan in shock. How could this little brat possess Goku's abilities? Could it be that he just learned them? If so, that would be terrifying. Incredible, Gohan. You are truly amazing, Krillin exclaimed, standing nearby, astonished that Gohan had also mastered this technique. Having just experienced its potency, he knew all too well the sensation of being immobilized, unable to summon any strength. Ha ha ha, enjoy this moment. Gohan unleashed his control technique once more. Stones on the ground levitated, hurling towards Kaleem with the ferocity of a machine gun. Kaleem cried out in agony, suspended in midair, his strength utterly shackled, rendering him incapable of movement. Within mere moments, he was battered and bruised. The vice-captain, Jis, quickly discerned the dire situation. Adherence to any game rules was no longer necessary. Observing Kaleem's immobility, it was evident that the boy would soon be the death of him. He exchanged a knowing glance with Bart, who, after years of collaboration, comprehended Jis's intent without hesitation. In an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing before Son Gohan. Jis and Bart aimed a kick directly at Gohan's head. Should they connect, he would undoubtedly shatter like a gourd. They were confident of rescuing Kaleem, believing their speed to be unmatched in the universe. Yet, their calculations were gravely mistaken. What transpired next completely shattered their understanding. Chapter 26. Son Goku arrives on the battlefield on Namek. A circular spaceship descended gracefully to the ground. As the hatch opened, Son Goku emerged, attuning himself to the energies of this planet. What was amiss here? So many formidable auras existed, several of which were distinctly malevolent. Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin had converged. What could possibly have brought them together? And there were other powerful presences nearby. Based on Vegeta's aura, it was apparent he had sustained serious injuries. No matter, locating Gohan and the others would clarify the situation. Goku summoned all his energy and swiftly soared towards the direction of Gohan and Krillin. Frieza's spaceship. What? A combat power of 90,000? Ginyu expressed his confusion. Upon Goku's arrival on Namek, both Frieza and Ginyu were slightly taken aback as the reading of 90,000 flashed on their scouters. Frieza had been closely monitoring this potent energy. The moment the entity landed on Namek, it began to approach the other members of the Ginyu force with remarkable speed. Intriguing. Ginyu, go investigate the matter. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's face. A combat power of 90,000 was hardly worth his personal attention. Ginyu could handle it. His priority was to continue the search for the Dragon Balls. Using the scouter, he pinpointed the Grand Elder of Namek. Frieza presumed that the final Dragon Ball was in the possession of these Namekians. Yes, I will attend to it at once, Ginyu exclaimed, darting towards Son Goku. Meanwhile, Frieza remained aboard his ship, heading towards the Grand Elder and Nail on Namek. On the battlefield, as Sun Wukong cast his gaze towards the shifting aura of Frieza, it became evident that he believed the final 2 Dragon Balls rested in the hands of the Namekians. With Frieza's energy now in motion, he was evidently seeking the last surviving Elder and the prodigious warrior Nail. Gohan and Krillin barely had a moment to react before 2 extraterrestrial figures materialized before them. Astonished by their swiftness, Krillin instinctively warned Gohan, yet the overwhelming power of their adversaries rendered his warning futile. Excellent, Gohan remarked with a triumphant smile. In a flash, he seized the feet of Guise and Buddha, who had launched a coordinated attack. What? No, it's impossible. The duo was utterly stunned. Their synergy had never faltered before. Especially Buddha, who had always prided himself on possessing the fastest speed in the universe. They unleashed their full combat prowess in a desperate attempt to break free from Gohan's grasp, while Krillin was instantly swept away by the force of their confrontation. The ground buckled beneath them, yet Gohan remained steadfast, his grip unyielding as he clutched their feet like a vice. Hey, Escaping one TB as easy as you think. Gohan taunted, swinging their bodies with tremendous force to collide against one another. The impact left them dazed, and he subsequently hurled them towards the direction where Kuririn was imprisoned. Magic flash. Gohan raised his hands above his head, unleashing a colossal beam of energy that surged towards the three adversaries. The recently revived Buddha, guys, and Kuririn let out anguished cries, yet their bodies were ensnared, leaving them no chance of evasion. The immense energy beam engulfed them in an instant. From that moment forth, only the captain remained of the Ginyu Force. Krillin, witnessing Gohan's display of prowess, was left in awe. To eliminate three formidable foes in a single breath was truly exhilarating. Just then, the device of Captain Ginyu, en route to the battlefield, exploded, startling him. "Damn it, you little brat from Earth. I will make you pay dearly." He seethed, veins protruding on his forehead, his teeth gritted in rage as he accelerated to maximum speed. Simultaneously, Frieza's device met the same fate, prompting him to glance in Gohan's direction before continuing his flight towards the Elder. Ginyu was already on his way there. He would handle it. "My primary objective now is to locate the Dragon Balls and make a wish." That Goku's energy, how powerful! Krillin exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. His spirits soared as Goku had finally arrived. In a matter of moments, the small debris on the ground began to levitate, a whirlwind whipping through the area, stirring up clouds of dust. Krillin struggled to maintain his footing amidst the chaos. "How are you, Gohan and Krillin?" As the dust settled, the figure of Son Goku emerged. Seeing that both were unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Father, you have arrived." Gohan and Krillin exclaimed joyfully, rushing to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Krillin animatedly recounted their journey to Namek. A formidable presence was approaching. "Let us first rescue Vegeta," Goku suggested, glancing towards the deep pit where Vegeta lay. He sensed that Vegeta had not succumbed to darkness entirely, as he had just fought alongside Krillin. This time, Krillin fell silent, realizing that both Goku and Gohan were present, and with their immense power, they need not fear any adversary. "Father, the Elder's life is nearing its end. I wish to seek the Dragon Balls to make a wish." Gohan cautioned, "The approaching presence may not match your strength, but possesses a unique ability to swap bodies, so please be cautious." At that moment, he noticed a large earthworm on the ground, picked it up, and knocked it unconscious before handing it to Goku. "What? An alien with such formidable powers, capable of body swapping?" Goku replied, astonished. "I will be careful. You go find the Dragon Balls." He was taken aback by the revelation of the intruder's abilities. "I will accompany you to find the Dragon Balls, as I can be of no assistance here," Krillin said, startled by Gohan's description of the four-eyed individual's extraordinary powers. "Indeed, let us go." Gohan nodded to Krillin, and they soared towards Dandy and Bulma. The Dragon of Namek requires wishes to be spoken in its language. Soon, the two vanished from Goku's sight. Goku tucked the earthworm into his pocket and leapt into the pit to confront Vegeta. "Kakarot, you bastard. I will kill you," Vegeta snarled. His fury ignited at the sight of Goku, reminding him of his experiences on Earth. Lying in the pit, he gritted his teeth, seething at the thought of Goku's newfound strength. "I am the genius warrior of the Saiyans. How could your power escalate so dramatically in just a month?" He coughed, still brimming with rage. "Calm down, Vegeta. First, take this Senzu bean to restore your strength. A formidable foe is approaching," Goku said with a smile, placing a Senzu bean in Vegeta's mouth. Such a worthy opponent must not perish. Vegeta had witnessed the efficacy of these beans during his invasion of Earth. Without hesitation, he crushed and swallowed one. Suddenly, it was as if he had been electrified, fully revitalized. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his body in astonishment. Not only were all his injuries healed, but his combat power had also significantly increased. "Why does my combat strength enhance so drastically each time I recover from injury? Is it due to the innate physiology of the Saiyans, or does combat itself serve to augment one's strength? I must seek an opportunity to verify this." At that moment, Goku lifted his gaze to the sky and spotted an alien, dressed similarly to Vegeta, floating above them. The alien looked down upon them with an air of disdain. Chapter 27, Shenron, Porunga on the battlefield. "Haha, Ginyu, your speed is utterly lacking. Now, with you as the sole survivor of the Ginyu Force, it seems your time has come," Vegeta mocked, feeling invigorated after his revival. He had just endured a frustrating battle with Cooler. "Vegeta, It's a pleasure to see you. Where are those young ones from Earth? Jinyu inquired, unperturbed by Vegeta's taunts. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, with only Goku and Vegeta remaining. The two children from Earth were nowhere to be seen. It appeared the individual detected by the scouter, with a power level of 90,000, was indeed Goku. Jinyu observed him with keen curiosity. Are you referring to Gohan and Krillin? They have gone in search of the Dragon Balls, Goku replied. A glimmer of excitement evident in his voice. Hee, your energy is remarkably formidable. You must be a worthy opponent. Goku felt a surge of exhilaration at Jinyu's powerful presence, as if his very blood were boiling. What? The Dragon Balls? Jinyu exclaimed, taken aback. That is problematic. Frieza is already hunting for the remaining Dragon Balls. With the ship leaderless, there are still 5 Dragon Balls left. If those two children from Earth reach them first, the consequences would be dire. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, for he had concealed the last Dragon Ball at the bottom of a fish pond. Even if those two children found the other Dragon Balls, they would be unable to make a wish. Yet, Vegeta was unaware that the Dragon Ball he had hidden was discovered by Bulma using the Dragon Radar. He had been smugly pleased with himself for concealing it. In an instant, Jinyu made a decisive move, unleashing a burst of white energy as he sped toward the spaceship. His focus was no longer on the battle. He needed to return to safeguard the Dragon Balls. Trying to escape? It wouldn't be that easy. Goku realized that this alien was intent on stopping Gohan and the others from collecting the Dragon Balls. He activated the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal level, propelling himself to maximum speed, and swiftly blocked Jinyu's path. Jinyu, indifferent to the battle, flew away in another direction. The two engaged in a fierce chase through the skies. Alarms sounded aboard Frieza's spaceship. Danger! We are under attack. It turned out that Gohan and Krillin had located Bulma and Den using the Dragon Radar, leading them to this very spot. The Frieza force issued a warning. Suddenly, a large swarm of small warriors surged forth from the depths of space, each possessing a fighting power of about 2,000 to 3,000. Within mere minutes, Gohan and Krillin dispatched them with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. With the aid of the Dragon Radar, the 4 quickly located 5 Dragon Balls. Gohan retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from the system space, bringing the total to 7. Gigi Gulu. Den called out in the Namekian language to the 7 Dragon Balls, invoking the dragon much like the Dragon Balls of Earth. The sky darkened ominously, and thunder rumbled. Bulma, visibly frightened, hid behind Gohan. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, shooting upwards into the heavens. Suddenly, a dragon resembling a toad, Purunga, materialized in the sky. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes, and I shall grant them, it proclaimed. However, only 3 wishes could be made. With its crimson eyes surveying the crowd, the majestic voice of Purunga resonated through the air. At last, the 7 Dragon Balls had been assembled. A faint smile crept upon the wrinkled face of the Grand Elder seated upon his throne. We entrust the fate of Namek to you. Meanwhile, Frieza halted his spaceship, gazing upwards. What is happening? A monstrous, golden figure appeared in the direction of his ship. Could this be the dragon? He unleashed all his firepower and surged towards the dragon. Who dares to seize my Dragon Balls? The Emperor Frieza. I will flay them alive and make them suffer. Frieza gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. The cooked duck had flown away, and his rage was palpable. Simultaneously, Jinyu and Vegeta stood in shock. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? They beheld a colossal monster emanating a golden light, stark against the night. Is this the dragon? No. It cannot be. I have hidden 1 Dragon Ball away. How could those 2 brats from Earth possibly gather all 7? I will not allow you to succeed. Vegeta's aura flared intensely as he flew towards the shimmering dragon. Jinyu was equally astonished, realizing that the 2 Earthlings had managed to gather the 7 Dragon Balls far sooner than expected. He also flew towards the dragon, hoping to arrive in time. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a sly smile as he too soared towards the dragon. Dandy's first wish was to resurrect a person named Piccolo on Earth. His second wish was to obtain the skill of instantaneous movement. The third wish was to gain the ability to survive in the vastness of space. Unlike the characters in the anime, Son Gohan was not one to dawdle. He promptly articulated all 3 wishes to Dandy in one breath. In the anime, before the 3 wishes could be fulfilled, the Grand Elder had passed away, causing the dragon Shenron to vanish and waste the opportunity for wishes. The skill of instantaneous movement was indeed a remarkable ability within the Dragon Ball universe. Sun Wukong had accomplished many extraordinary feats using this skill, such as transporting the self-destructing Cell away from Earth during the Cell Saga, and rescuing Vegeta and Mr. Satan during the destruction of Earth by Majin Buu. Instantaneous movement allowed one to traverse the cosmos, saving others and oneself. Gohan's third wish was born out of a desire for safety. If he could survive in the cosmos, even if a planet were destroyed, he could endure and later use the Dragon Balls to resurrect that planet. Brother Gohan, I understand now, Dandy said, using the Namekian language to point at Gohan, mumbling a series of incantations to the dragon. The Grand Elder had once instructed him to assist Gohan in making wishes, leaving the specifics of those wishes to be determined by Gohan himself. Krillin and Bulma had no objections to Gohan's desires, though they could only listen in confusion, unable to comprehend the Namekian tongue. These three wishes are quite simple and shall be granted immediately, the dragon proclaimed, its scarlet eyes shimmering. Far away on King Kai's planet, Piccolo felt the fibers on his head vanish in an instant. On Earth, the Supreme Kai appeared in the Kai's temple. Upon witnessing this, Bubbles was overjoyed, like a child, excitedly wiping away tears. The first wish has been fulfilled. Now I shall grant your second wish. The dragon's eyes once again glimmered with enchanting light as a white energy enveloped Gohan's body. His mind cleared, and he felt an exquisite sensation within himself as the skill of instantaneous movement integrated into his consciousness. The second wish is now granted. I shall now fulfill your third wish. The dragon's voice resonated once more, its eyes flickering. A beam of white light entered Gohan's body again, and he felt as though every pore of his being could breathe. Is this the skill that allows survival in the cosmos? With all three wishes granted, the dragon bid farewell, transforming into stone. The sky brightened instantly. Bang, bang, bang. 7 stones fell from the sky. Chapter 28. Son Gohan attempts a new skill. At long last, I can find peace. Following the disappearance of the dragon, the Grand Elder wore a smile upon his face. He had been holding on to a flicker of hope, awaiting a miracle. Now, having fulfilled his mission, he felt no need to linger in a state of despair. His voice grew increasingly faint, eventually resembling that of one who has succumbed to slumber. The Grand Elder's absence was felt deeply by Nail and Dend, who knelt before him with tear-streaked eyes. Now, on Namek, only the two of them remained alongside Dende. Damn it, I will not forgive you. Frieza, still en route, noticed the sudden illumination in the sky. The dragon had vanished, indicating that his wish had evaporated. After traveling such a great distance to find the Dragon Balls, he had merely facilitated another's desires. His teeth clenched in fury, akin to the discomfort of consuming a dead fly. When had the Cosmic Emperor Frieza ever endured such indignity? He vowed to exact a torturous revenge upon his adversaries to alleviate the resentment festering within him. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the sky brighten and the dragon's departure, he seethed. You will not be spared. Those insufferable earthlings, I shall see to your demise. Vegeta, halted mid-journey, found his eyes bloodshot with rage. His own wish had met with failure, and he understood that such a commotion would surely summon Frieza. There was no longer any need to proceed further. You dare to seize what Lord Frieza has coveted? Prepare to face his wrath. Guldo, observing the sky's illumination and the dragon's disappearance, realized Frieza's wish was now unattainable. Seeing Vegeta stop, he couldn't suppress a sense of schadenfreude. It seems the wish has been thwarted. Let us settle this in a duel. Son Goku, noticing both opponents had ceased their movement, exclaimed with excitement. He had not been unable to catch up. Rather, he sought to reach Son Gohan's side. However, with the wish now fulfilled, there was no further necessity to advance. Krillin, take Bulma and Din to a safe place, Son Gohan instructed, subsequently placing Frieza's spaceship into his system's space. The vessel appeared opulent, spacious within, and might prove useful in the future. Understood, I will ensure their safety, Krillin replied. Gohan, be cautious. Big brother Gohan, please take care. Krillin, Bulma, and Dend urged. Before departing from the scene, aware of his own limitations, Krillin realized he could offer little assistance here and opted instead to protect Bulma and Dend. Not long after their departure, Son Gohan decided to test his newfound skill. As his energy surged, he ascended into the sky, swiftly piercing through the atmosphere of Namek and entering the vastness of space. What a remarkable ability, he exclaimed, feeling no discomfort amidst the cosmos. However, The dark expanse of the universe offered little in terms of visual delight. He silently attuned himself to the essence of each planet, filled with a sense of foreboding. Who could it be? Frieza, having returned shortly after Gohan's departure, was met with a gruesome sight. The ground lay strewn with the corpses of his legion, while the spacecraft had vanished. Rage coursed through him, veins bulging and eyes blazing with fury. This is utterly intolerable. Whoever is responsible shall face a torturous demise. He had resolved that the one with a power level of 90,000 must be none other than Vegeta. Having a profound understanding of Vegeta's strength, he recalled how the Ginyu Force had long regarded Goku with disdain. Had it not been for the need to prevent the Earthlings from making wishes, they would have eliminated him already. Now that the dragon had vanished, there was no hesitation left. After dispatching these two nuisances, he would hunt down the Earth Brat. This scoundrel has underestimated me. Vegeta seethed, his ire boiling over. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, his temper flared, and in an instant, he unleashed a formidable energy blast towards him. Ginyu deftly evaded the attack, vanishing just in time. The energy blast detonated, obliterating a mountain and sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. What on earth is happening? Is there a battle underway? Could it be the thief of the Dragon Balls? Frieza, seething with rage, spotted the mushroom cloud rising in the distance and rocketed towards the source of the explosion. Vegeta, how dare you resort to tricks? He is my adversary. Witnessing Vegeta's aggressive stance, Goku refused to be outdone and charged towards Ginyu. When did he become your opponent? Vegeta's fury surged as he craved an exhilarating battle to release his pent-up rage. Ha! You two wild monkeys, even together, I fear you not. Ginyu, undeterred by their advance, charged at Goku and Vegeta. The clash commenced with a flurry of blows as the three engaged in combat. At last it begins. In the cosmos, Son Gohan sensed the tumultuous battle on Namek, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he detected Goku's energy. In a swift motion, Gohan vanished from his spot, only to reappear on the battlefield. In the world of Dragon Ball, instant transmission manifests in two distinct forms. The instantaneous teleportation of the inhabitants of planet Aditella can only be activated by sensing one's breath, making it exceedingly convenient for locating others. In contrast, the instantaneous teleportation of the Kaioshin attendant, Jebit, allows for traversal solely within the cosmos, independent of breath. Gohan perceives the instantaneous teleportation ability bestowed upon him by the dragon as remarkably perfect, akin to a fusion of the techniques of the Aditella inhabitants and Jebit. His current ability to appear wherever he desires, without being constrained to Goku's side, is liberating. In the anime, Goku frequently materializes beside others using instantaneous teleportation. He recalls a particular instance when he was wielding the Kaioshin sword, and Goku nearly severed his head with a sudden teleportation. Ding! A combat power attribute of 300 has dropped ahead. Gohan's sudden appearance on the battlefield went unnoticed by anyone. As soon as he manifested, the system's notification resonated in his mind. The sky bore witness to the fierce battle among Vegeta, Ginyu, and Goku, where every punch seemed to rain down combat power attributes like droplets of rain. He eagerly collected them all. Observing the abundance of combat power attributes strewn across the ground brought immense joy to Gohan. They flowed toward him like a river, gradually merging into his every limb and sinew. In the combat power bar of his personal attributes interface, the numbers spun wildly, reminiscent of a money printer in action. Suddenly, the stones across the battlefield began to levitate. A formidable presence abruptly enveloped the arena. The trio ceased their combat, fixated on the newcomer. Chapter 29. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza arrives at the battlefield. Ha ha ha. I did not expect such a lively gathering here. Vegeta, it seems your wings have grown strong. Frieza, in a fit of rage, chuckled, causing the atmosphere to grow several degrees colder. His triangular eyes scanned the three combatants, ultimately resting on Vegeta. Upon spotting Goku, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered this individual before, though the memory eluded him. Gohan, merely a child, was disregarded entirely. On his way here, Frieza had already devised plans for tormenting those who had dared to steal his Dragon Balls. He vowed to make them suffer beyond comprehension. Frieza. Vegeta felt a twinge of trepidation at Frieza's arrival, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Lord Frieza, you have finally arrived, Ginyu proclaimed respectfully. The arrival of Lord Frieza invigorated him immensely. Has he finally made his entrance? Gohan, too, felt a surge of excitement at Frieza's appearance. The more formidable the foe, the greater the combat power attributes that would fall. Just moments ago, the battle with Jinyu had yielded a staggering 300 attributes, the highest yet. Are you the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? May I engage you in battle? Sun Wukong sensed the formidable aura emanating from Frieza, and his heart began to stir with anticipation. He could not resist the urge to engage in battle. Ha ha ha, the ignorant are indeed fearless. What gives this lowly wild monkey the audacity to challenge me? A wicked smile crept across Frieza's face, for those who once spoke to him in such a manner had long since been reduced to cosmic dust. Lord Frieza, my subordinates will swiftly eliminate them, Jinyu declared, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Now is the perfect moment to showcase their prowess. Very well, I shall relish in tormenting them. Ensuring their suffering is beyond measure. Frieza was in no rush to strike. He preferred to observe the unfolding spectacle first. A warrior with a battle power of 90,000. You say? This fellow seems increasingly familiar. Ah, I recall, prior to the explosion of planet Vegeta, there was one who bore a striking resemblance to him. Stepping forth to intercept my energy wave. It appears that the Scion of Earth is undoubtedly the offspring of that individual. How fortuitous, to have killed his father. And now to slay both him and his son. Ha ha. The mere thought is both amusing and exhilarating. My subordinates understand, Jinyu proclaimed, unleashing a powerful aura as he resolved to display his full strength before Lord Frieza. Enveloped in a shroud of white energy, the ground began to tremble, and waves of force surged outward in all directions. The very planet Namek quivered under the strain. Ah, the battles of Dragon Ball hinge upon sheer force. Sun Wukong rooted himself, unleashing his entire aura, creating a tempest of energy that sent tremors through the earth. Vegeta, too, refused to be outdone, continuously amplifying his power. Enveloped in a brilliant white flame, the enmity between him and Frieza had reached a breaking point. Today, it would be either his demise or Frieza's. Now aligned with Kakarot, the two planned to vanquish Jinyu before turning their attention to Frieza, hoping to carve out a sliver of survival. Shall we begin? Such a mighty aura. I can feel its clarity even from this distance. Krillin, alongside Bulma and Dondi, stood atop a distant peak, observing the unfolding battle. His task was to protect the two, ensuring they remained safe from the battlefield's tumult. What on earth is happening? Is this an earthquake? Bulma remarked, watching the trembling Namek. They are about to engage in combat. This planet shakes under the influence of their immense power, Krillin explained, directing his gaze toward the source of the energy. Prepare to meet your end, wild monkey. Jinyu initiated the assault, swiftly appearing before Sun Wukong and delivering a powerful punch. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, eager to gauge his opponent's strength, which was characteristic of his usual approach. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, yet Jinyu remained unfazed. Astonishingly, Sun Wukong was sent hurtling back several meters by the sheer force of the impact. Kakarot, that rascal is still concealing his true power. At that moment, Vegeta arrived, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks at Jinyu, displaying a desperate fighting style starkly different from Sun Wukong's. The clash of combat echoed through the air. Jinyu deftly evaded Vegeta's every strike, regardless of their speed. His movements were effortlessly graceful. Impressive. Sun Wukong soon rejoined the fray, attacking Jinyu alongside Vegeta. The three engaged in a fierce battle that spanned hundreds of exchanges. Observing this spectacle, Son Gohan was overjoyed, witnessing the remarkable display of their fluctuating battle powers akin to a torrential downpour. Sun Wukong aimed a punch at Jinyu, only to strike at a mere illusion. He swiftly shifted to the right for another strike, yet it was still too slow. With a sudden thud, Jinyu knocked him down with a sweeping kick, sending him crashing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. He executed a 360-degree roll, dissipating the force of the impact as his feet carved deep furrows into the earth. Kakarot, stop toying around. Finish this scoundrel quickly. We still have Frieza to contend with. Vegeta shouted in exasperation at Sun Wukong. This rogue was persistently concealing his full strength, refusing to engage in earnest combat. Is this not your true power? Jinyu inquired, looking down at Sun Wukong with a perplexed expression. Currently, Jinyu's battle power stood at 110,000, while Sun Wukong's normal state was merely 90,000, creating an insurmountable disparity between them. Thus, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage from the onset. Vegeta, step aside, Jinyu commanded, his fist delivering a rapid-fire assault akin to a machine gun. Alone, Vegeta could not withstand Jinyu's fierce onslaught. He took a punch to the abdomen, racked with unbearable pain, and coughed up bile, clutching his stomach as he hunched over. Jinyu interlaced his fingers, delivering a powerful blow that sent Vegeta crashing into the ground. The earth was instantly marred by a deep crater. As Sun Wukong battled Jinyu, he felt a persistent ache coursing through his arms. He realized that with both he and Vegeta attacking Jinyu, there was no need to resort to the Kaioken technique. If he were to employ the Kaioken, he could easily overpower Jinyu, rendering the duo's combined efforts unnecessary. He yearned for a fair fight with Jinyu, yet Vegeta's earlier admonition made him aware of his initial misjudgment. Frieza remained the paramount threat. Double Kaioken. Although Sun Wukong may lack acumen in various matters, his mind is as clear as a mirror when it comes to combat. With a mighty roar, his white aura transformed into a vibrant red. Aware of Frieza's formidable strength, he understood the necessity to conserve his own power. He immediately joined the fray, turning the tide of battle in an instant. Utilizing the Kaioken technique, Sun Wukong's battle power soared to a staggering 180,000. Captain Jinyu found himself utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, soon being tossed about like a football, toyed with at Sun Wukong's whim. From the onset of the skirmish, the notifications from the system in Son Gohan's mind had been incessant. 300 battle power attributes acquired. He eagerly collected them, feeling an overwhelming surge of power flood into his being, filling him with joy. Frieza, with his triangular eyes, was equally astonished by the sudden escalation in the trio's strength. How could the Saiyans become so powerful in an instant? Especially the one who had descended from Earth. Chapter 30. Jinyu's ambition on the battlefield. Son Gohan swiftly approached the deep pit where the battered Vegeta lay, exclaiming, "Vegeta, your battle power remains woefully inadequate. Allow me to assist you." He was counting on Vegeta to contribute significantly to his own attributes. Extending his palm towards Vegeta, a gentle energy emanated from his hand, visibly healing the wounds at a remarkable pace. Vegeta was instantly revitalized, rising to his feet, exhilarated by the newfound strength coursing through him. It seemed evident that each time he healed from injury, his battle power would increase. "Vegeta, do you wish to further enhance your strength?" Son Gohan asked with a smile. "If you want the horse to run swiftly, it must be well fed." Initially, he refrained from employing the Elder's method to help Sun Wukong unlock his potential, intending instead to leverage Jinyu's hand to severely injure him, as Saiyans experience a substantial power boost following recovery. However, Frieza's unexpected arrival had completely derailed this plan. "Do you have a way? Help me," Vegeta instinctively implored, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This little brat had delivered too many surprises. He had long been in pursuit of power. "Very well, relax," Son Gohan instructed, levitating beside Vegeta and placing a hand on his head. Vegeta wore a bewildered expression, questioning whether this was truly the key to enhancing his battle power. He felt no fear that Son Gohan would suddenly turn on him, for he had spared and saved him on numerous occasions. As Son Gohan's hand enveloped in white aura surged into Vegeta's body, a tremendous energy erupted forth from him. The pit expanded exponentially, the ground fracturing like a spider's web. Son Gohan eventually withdrew his hand. This overwhelming force was none other than Vegeta's. Sun Wukong was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming aura. He found himself glancing at Vegeta intermittently. Was this commotion instigated by Gohan? How many secrets does he harbor that I remain unaware of? Is this truly my power? It feels so formidable. It seems that even Frieza is no longer my match. Vegeta, sensing the violent energy coursing through him, felt as if he might soar. He realized that this aura was even mightier than Frieza's current strength. If a scouter could detect it, his power would undoubtedly reach 500,000. It is no wonder he believed his combat prowess had surpassed that of Frieza. Vegeta, a genius warrior, possessed untapped potential that should not be underestimated. What could this mean? Is this the handiwork of that little brat? Frieza had been closely monitoring the battle between Jinyu and Sun Wukong, completely oblivious to the happenings concerning Vegeta. Now, witnessing such a tremendous uproar from the opposing side, he was utterly baffled. Splendid. In the skies, Jinyu was caught in a blend of agony and ecstasy as he was relentlessly battered by Sun Wukong. His cries of distress were occasionally interspersed with bouts of laughter. Anyone observing might suspect he was losing his mind. He had not anticipated the Saiyan's strength to be so formidable. He was utterly defenseless. He had already set his sights on this body, merely waiting for the moment when his opponent would mercilessly pummel him, making the body exchange all the more exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Jinyu had entirely surrendered to the onslaught. Had he already resolved to employ that technique? Frieza grinned with excitement. What expression would the opponent bear after the exchange? The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Vegeta, avenge your grievances. Delay any longer, and the opportunity will be lost. Gohan smiled at Vegeta, lifting his gaze towards the clash between Jinyu and Sun Wukong. He then soared out of the pit, ascending into the air to observe the battle further. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, he discerned the opponent's intentions. You wish to exchange bodies? You are mistaken. Jinyu, prepare to meet your end. Vegeta exerted force through his legs, causing the ground to crumble beneath him. In an instant, he vanished. Boom. When he reappeared, he stood before Jinyu, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. You relished the earlier assault, did you not? Now, experience the taste of being struck. Ugh. Jinyu's stomach twisted in agony, the pain unbearable. He doubled over, retching uncontrollably. Vegeta followed up with another heavy blow to Jinyu's back. These movements flowed seamlessly. Jinyu had yet to react. His body shot towards the ground like a cannonball. Vegeta was determined to reclaim the dignity that had just been stripped from him by his adversary. He attacked Jinyu with the same ferocity. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's sudden prowess, was left utterly astonished, having failed to comprehend the events that had transpired moments before. The disparity between the two was staggering, akin to a grown man besting a child. With a thunderous crash, the ground was rent asunder, creating a vast crater. Jinyu lay in the depths of this pit, coughing, his gaze fixed on the airborne Vegeta with an expression of exhilaration, as if he beheld a breathtaking beauty, saliva dripping from his mouth. This vessel was nothing short of perfect. Just a few blows had rendered him utterly incapacitated. His own battle power of 110,000 seemed trivial in the presence of Vegeta. This was indeed the body he had yearned for. Vegeta, your body shall be mine. From within Jinyu's form, a beam of energy shot forth, ensnaring Vegeta in an instant. A radiant light burst from his mouth, aimed at his opponent. What? My body. I cannot move. Vegeta struggled with all his might, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yet he was utterly powerless. This was indeed the superpower Gohan had spoken of. The white light emitted by Jinyu was presumably his soul. Goku hastily tossed a worm at Vegeta's feet. Frieza, save me. Jinyu shouted desperately at Frieza upon seeing the worm Goku had thrown. Why does he carry that thing everywhere? Do the Saiyans know of my body-swapping ability? How audacious. Frieza unleashed a crimson energy wave towards the worm, for he could not allow his sole subordinate to be incapacitated before him. Not a chance. Gohan, having anticipated Frieza's attack, swiftly intercepted the energy wave, sending it careening away. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave pierced through a mountain. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, intent on retaliating, but it was too late. He had not expected this young boy to withstand his energy wave. However, the worm successfully shielded Vegeta. In an instant, Jinyu's soul exchanged places with the worm, culminating in a heart-wrenching cry. Jinyu, vanish from my sight. Once Vegeta regained the ability to move, he unleashed a furious energy wave, obliterating both the worm and Jinyu's body on the ground. While he had been immobilized moments before, he had observed everything with clarity. Had it not been for the intervention of Kakarot and his son, his soul would have indeed been exchanged with Jinyu's. All of it is mine to claim. Gohan gathered the scattered attributes of battle power. The personal attributes screen displayed an astonishing surge in battle power. I underestimated you all. Frieza gazed at the trio with a savage expression, his eyes sharpening increasingly. Chapter 31. Vegeta vs. Frieza. Frieza, cease your brazen boasts. I have long harbored disdain for you. Vegeta felt his own energy surpassing that of Frieza's. He had long desired to grind his opponent into the ground. My dear Vegeta, I never anticipated that upon arriving on Earth, you would undergo such a transformation. It has been a while since I last stretched my limbs. Today, I shall impart to you the essence of existence. Frieza emerged from the BB vehicle, stretching his muscles. Now stripped of his usual entourage, he had to rely solely on himself. Vegeta unleashed a powerful aura that radiated outward, dispersing the clouds above. The sea crashed relentlessly against the shore, and the ground trembled violently. Impressive, Yet I wonder how far your prowess has truly progressed. Frieza observed Vegeta quietly, though turmoil roiled within him. Since his return from Earth, Vegeta seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Prepare to meet your end, Frieza. Vegeta had fully amplified his battle power, eagerly charging toward Frieza. Come at me. I shall demonstrate the chasm between us. Frieza, not one to back down, surged forward as well. Bang! Their fists collided instantaneously, sending a shockwave rippling outward. In their first clash, Frieza found himself at a disadvantage, involuntarily staggering back several steps. Ding! Battle power attribute of 300 has dropped ahead. As the battle commenced, Gohan's mind resonated with the system's notification. He smiled broadly, observing the spectacle unfold. Frieza, have you become a soft-shelled shrimp from your prolonged inactivity? Vegeta seized the momentum and charged at his opponent. Frieza steadied himself and countered with a punch. However, it merely pierced through a mere afterimage of Vegeta. Vegeta's true form appeared behind Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Without looking back, Frieza retaliated with an elbow strike, colliding with Vegeta's incoming blow. The immense force propelled both combatants backward. The two engaged in a fierce brawl, exchanging blows, relying solely on their physical prowess. Do not let arrogance blind you. Light beam. As Frieza and Vegeta clashed, beams of crimson light shot forth from Frieza's eyes, rendering defense nearly impossible. This is bad. Vegeta sensed the fluctuation in energy and executed a roll just in time to evade the attack. Had he not learned this skill on Earth, he would have been in grave danger. Ding! Light beam attribute has dropped ahead. Do you wish to collect it? Where are you running? Multiple beams of death. Frieza's fingers emitted a series of red and white beams directed at Vegeta. It resembled a technique befitting a prince. Astonishing. Vegeta desperately evaded the relentless onslaught of beams. Boom. The ground trembled as if bombarded by artillery. In an instant, chaos erupted, and dust filled the air. Damn it. How could this be? How could Frieza possess such overwhelming power? In terms of speed and strength, we were nearly equal. Vegeta's anxiety grew with each exchange, as he hastily dodged the beams. Remarkable. How could Vegeta's strength be so formidable? Goku observed that Vegeta's power matched Frieza's, filled with envy and admiration. Just moments ago, he had been utterly defeated by Jinyu. And now he displayed such ferocity. Father, allow me to help unlock your potential. It seemed that Vegeta stood no chance against Frieza. Sensing his father's envious demeanor, Gohan realized his eagerness to join the fray. If Goku entered the battle, they could collectively harness their battle prowess. What? Gohan, did you enhance Vegeta's strength? Hurry and boost mine too. I've been itching for a fight. Goku paced back and forth, brimming with excitement, astonished that Gohan possessed such abilities. Gohan smiled and nodded, raising his hand to rest upon Goku's head. Employing the same method he used on Vegeta, he elevated Goku's strength. Boom. A powerful aura surged from Goku's body, creating shockwaves that radiated outward. He felt the terrifying power coursing through him and was filled with joy. How is it? Are you satisfied with my strength? Frieza chuckled at the disheveled Vegeta, his heart swelling with pride. Now was the perfect moment to crush this arrogant foe beneath his heel. Frieza, do not revel too soon. After enhancing his strength, Goku immediately plunged into the fray. With a swift movement, he launched a punch at Frieza. Bam! Unfamiliar with the fluctuations of energy, Frieza was caught off guard by the blow. His body hurtled like a missile, crashing into a mountain. Vegeta's peril was now alleviated. Fight, fight, fight! He unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts towards Frieza's fallen form, as if they were free. Boom! The mountain was obliterated, shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke. A colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Vegeta ceased his assault, breathing heavily. Time to gather the spoils. The opportunity to harvest attributes had arrived. Gohan watched as the attributes flooded the ground, pouring into his body like a tidal wave. Within the realm of personal attributes, an extraordinary ability has emerged, the light beam and the multiple death beam. The combat power has surged to an unprecedented level. The skill known as the light beam allows one's eyes to emit beams of light, rendering opponents utterly defenseless during combat. The death beam, one of Frieza's signature energy attacks, involves concentrating energy into the fingertip before unleashing a swift red laser. This attack possesses the capacity to penetrate foes with a single strike or inflict non-lethal injuries. In his golden form, this technique is even more potent. Frieza has swiftly dispatched numerous assassins from Universe 9 using this very method. The double death beam is significantly faster than the standard death beam, originating from 2 fingers. Frieza once attempted to employ this technique to eliminate Gohan, but was thwarted by Vegeta. The multiple death beam serves as a continuous firing variant of the death beam, rapidly releasing purple energy waves from the fingers to assault adversaries. The frenzied death beam, utilized by Frieza in his 3rd form against Piccolo, possesses lower power yet boasts an incredibly rapid firing rate, making it a means of tormenting opponents. The death beam net involves the simultaneous emission of countless death beams from both hands, weaving them into a net that restricts the opponent's movement, inflicting harm upon contact. This technique is notably energy draining. Frieza chuckled heartily, declaring the practicality of this move. Gohan laughed with confidence, proclaiming that with this technique, launching energy waves would no longer be a hassle. Ah, how intriguing. You are indeed fortunate. Allow me to reveal my 2nd form. Experience the terror of true power. As the smoke dissipated, Frieza stood unscathed, having activated a protective barrier moments prior. Frieza, cease your empty boasts. Today marks your demise, Vegeta retorted, skeptical of Frieza's supposed prowess. After years of proximity to Frieza, he had never heard of a 2nd form. A 2nd form? Goku inquired, puzzled by Frieza's display. Was this truly not his ultimate strength? Let us continue this battle, so I may harvest your power, Gohan replied with a subtle smile. In truth, since ascending to the throne of the universe, Frieza had seldom engaged in combat. Vegeta's ignorance of Frieza's transformation was thus understandable. A formidable and oppressive aura radiated from Frieza, enveloping him in a swirling white energy flame. Both Vegeta and Goku were taken aback by this overwhelming presence. Was he a monster? This fierce and terrifying energy continued to escalate. Chapter 32. Frieza's 2nd form. My apologies for the wait, Frieza remarked with a satisfied grin after completing his transformation into his 2nd form. Moments ago, the astonishment reflected in the eyes of Son Wukong and Vegeta filled him with secret pride. In his 2nd form, his stature had increased, rendering him a formidable figure reminiscent of his father, King Cold. Who would have anticipated that your strength had escalated yet again? Truly a fearsome opponent, Son Wukong remarked, surveying this incarnation of Frieza with admiration. His intentions were pure, merely seeking to engage in combat with a master. Enough chatter, Vegeta, known for his fiery temper, declared as he charged forward, delivering a swift punch. His speed was at its zenith, aware that Frieza's energy eclipsed his own. He aimed to leverage his velocity for victory. Yet his ambitions were grander than reality would allow. With a resounding thud, Frieza effortlessly caught Vegeta's punch in his outstretched palm. Ding! Combat power attribute dropped by 400. As the battle commenced, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. What? How could this be? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, straining to escape Frieza's iron grip. Did you think my 2nd form merely enhanced my strength? Vegeta, you are woefully unprepared to confront me, Frieza taunted arrogantly. Do not underestimate me. I am the strongest Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes reddened with fury, his energy flaring as he unleashed another furious punch. Arrogance reigned as Frieza preemptively struck Vegeta in the abdomen, his eyes gleaming with amusement and disdain. Vegeta gasped, the force of the blow nearly dislodging his eyes. The pain in his stomach was unbearable, as if his insides were twisted in knots, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood onto Frieza's face. Humph, detestable monkey, your blood reeks, Frieza remarked, disdainfully licking the warm blood from his face. Bent over in agony, Vegeta's vitality waned. Gohan watched the unfolding scene with a stoic expression. This truly had become a tragic spectacle. A single punch had incapacitated him. The gap in their powers was insurmountable, akin to a battle between an adult and a child. Presently, Frieza's combat power in his 2nd form stood at 1,600,000, while Vegeta's was a mere 500,000. How could he possibly prevail? Had Frieza not sought to humiliate Vegeta, that punch might well have cost him his life. In a moment of resolve, Son Wukong activated the Kaioken technique at 3 times its usual intensity, enveloping his body in a crimson aura. Like a bolt of lightning, he launched himself at Frieza, delivering a punch. Do you truly believe this technique will be effective against me? Frieza retorted, now well versed in the patterns of Son Wukong's movements, having learned from past encounters. Release Vegeta, raising both hands high, and deliver another crushing blow to his back. Thud! Vegeta's body soared like a cannonball, instantly creating a deep crater in the ground. At this moment, he had completely lost his combat prowess. Frieza and Goku, embodying the spirit of compassion, quickened their pace upon witnessing Vegeta's brutal thrashing. In an instant, Goku dashed before Frieza and threw a punch, but the latter was equally defiant, retaliating with a strike of his own. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged several blows. Their strengths evenly matched. Frieza was slightly taken aback, astonished by the formidable power of the Saiyans from Earth, capable of matching his speed and might. If every Saiyan possessed such terrifying strength, the universe would have long been under their dominion. It seemed that his decision to annihilate planet Vegeta and eradicate all Saiyans had been a judicious choice. Ding, combat power attribute dropped. 400. The higher the combat power, the greater the attributes that fall. Gohan, witnessing the significant attribute drop, remained unfazed, now numb to the situation. Frieza executed a sweeping kick aimed at Goku's head, but the latter raised a hand to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Goku countered with a kick aimed at Frieza's abdomen. Yet the latter twisted his body in an uncanny manner to evade the strike. Ah, how exhilarating. It had been ages since he encountered a true opponent. Frieza was drenched in sweat, relishing the long-awaited thrill of battle. He chuckled to himself. Had I not employed the Kaioken at triple strength, I would have already succumbed. You are the most formidable adversary I have ever faced. Goku, wearing a proud grin, reveled in the clash with a powerful foe. Is that so? Then let us engage in some delightful play. Sphere of confinement. Frieza's lips curled into an ominous smile as he devised a playful tactic, enveloping Goku in a sphere of light that rendered him immobile. What? Why can't I move? Goku exclaimed in shock, his body ensnared by the luminous mist. This technique bore resemblance to a dumpling's superpower, entrapping his opponent. To his astonishment, Frieza also wielded such abilities. Let us play soccer, Frieza declared, his playful spirit ignited. Eager to trample the Saiyan and toy with him at his leisure, he lunged forward, kicking Goku away, then swiftly repositioned himself to deliver another strike. It was as if he were playing a game of soccer, reveling in the joy of it all. Goku, now deprived of his capacity to act, felt dizzy from Frieza's relentless kicks, a wave of nausea washing over him. How infuriating! How could Frieza's combat power be so overwhelmingly strong? I cannot afford to lose. Vegeta, trapped in a deep pit, furiously pounded the ground. I refuse to be forever trampled by Frieza. I must grow stronger. Is this all you are capable of, Vegeta? What purpose does it serve to hide in a pit and vent your anger? If you possess the spirit of a true warrior, rise and confront Frieza once more. Wait until I make my move, and you shall find no respite. Gohan, eager to harvest another wave of Vegeta's combat prowess, approached and healed him. Once restored, Vegeta felt a significant surge of power coursing through him. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists, exhilaration etched across his face. That insufferable brat. So it was you orchestrating this. Frieza, upon witnessing Gohan's healing of Vegeta, realized that he had intentionally inflicted severe damage on him. He had been perplexed as to how, after being utterly defeated by Jinyu, Vegeta could suddenly return to full strength, and now he comprehended that the source of this revival lay with the young boy. If he did not eliminate this child swiftly, trouble would be unending. Frieza's heart turned cold with murderous intent. Chapter 33. The fear of the North Kai. After Vegeta was fully revived, his first action was to join the fray. He charged at Frieza, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and launching it toward him. How tiresome, Frieza scoffed, gathering an energy orb of his own, ready to unleash it against Goku's binding sphere. Seeing Vegeta revived, he resolved to eliminate one foe before the other. Binding technique. Gohan instantly invoked his psychic powers, immobilizing Frieza. The murderous glint in Frieza's eyes betrayed his horror. What? My body won't move. This was Goku's binding technique. Suddenly, Frieza found himself paralyzed, the energy he had been gathering dissipating into nothingness. Astonished, he realized this was Goku's power. He had not anticipated that the Saiyan child could wield such abilities. He needed to act quickly, for leaving him alive would spell disaster. Boom. The energy blast fired by Vegeta struck the immobilized Frieza, the explosion resonating like thunder. Frieza turned, shock written across his face as he gazed at Gohan, astonished that this child could also employ psychic powers. In a frenzied response, he conjured an energy blast aimed at Frieza, unleashing a relentless barrage. That was truly perilous, Goku remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The sight of the energy sphere Frieza had gathered still haunted him. With Gohan restraining Frieza with his psychic ability, Goku regained his mobility, summoning energy blasts in rapid succession, unleashing a torrent of power like a tempest. The system's alert resonated repeatedly in Gohan's mind, announcing the imminent drop of combat power attributes amounting to 500. He observed Vegeta unleashing a frenzied barrage, with combat power attributes cascading down like a torrential downpour. A smile crept across Gohan's lips at the sight of the abundant attributes scattered across the ground, affirming his efforts in healing Vegeta were not in vain. Boom! Vegeta unleashed hundreds, even thousands, of energy blasts, with the explosion's radius expanding exponentially. Satisfied with his handiwork, he nodded approvingly, momentarily ceasing his actions. At this juncture, Vegeta was also slightly out of breath. You annoying wild monkeys shall witness what true, overwhelming power looks like. After a considerable interval, as the thick smoke dissipated, Frieza's form became visible. He wiped the blood from his mouth, and a formidable aura began to surge from him. A white flame enveloped Frieza's body, with tendrils of electricity crackling around it. His physique began to mutate, horns sprouting from his back. How is this possible? Can Frieza still transform? What manner of creature is he? Feeling the intense energy radiating from Frieza, cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's brow. He was astounded to realize that Frieza had concealed his true strength. What is happening? Is this truly his real power? Goku, sensing Frieza's overwhelming and tyrannical presence, was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how the opponent continually reshaped his understanding of strength. Collect everything, Gohan silently urged himself. He paid no mind to Frieza's transformation. It was evident that the more formidable the opponent, the greater the combat power attributes dropped in battle. As the myriad attributes merged frantically into his being, his expression brightened with elation. The combat power attribute bar surged with vibrant fluctuations. On the North Kai's planet, the Kai observed in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated Frieza's capacity to transform, a predicament indeed. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably at the fearsome power displayed. He had long cautioned Goku against provoking the cosmic tyrant Frieza. What now? The North Kai's gaze unconsciously shifted towards Gohan, who appeared unfazed by Frieza's terrifying aura, seemingly relishing the challenge. Could it be that Gohan's combat power exceeds Frieza's? Witnessing Gohan's composed demeanor ignited a flicker of hope within the North Kai. The last crisis on Earth had been averted thanks to this young man. Could another miracle be in store? Lord Kai, what troubles you? Yamcha inquired, observing the North Kai lost in thought, his body still quivering. Tien Shinhan and the others momentarily ceased their training, their gazes converging upon one another. The moment had arrived for Frieza and Goku to confront each other. The King Kai turned to the assembly, elucidating that attaining the throne of the Universe Emperor necessitated exceptional prowess. He could already sense a profound sense of helplessness emanating from Frieza's very being. Could it be true? With the King Kai's fist augmenting their power, Goku and his son would undoubtedly prevail against Frieza. Regrettably, we are unable to witness their battle employing the King Kai's fist, Tien remarked with a hint of resignation. He yearned to witness the unfolding events on planet Namek. King Kai, surely you possess a means to allow us to see, don't you? Yamcha chimed in, his face alight with excitement. The previous battle on Earth had left him feeling utterly constrained. Piccolo, too, perked up, eager to glimpse the visage of his homeland. However, he was notoriously inept at social interaction. Haha, you underestimate humanity far too much. I am the King Kai of the North Galaxy, he proclaimed. What difficulty lies in viewing the situation on planet Namek? Simply place your hands upon my back. Like all beings, the North Kai relished the flattery, and his mood brightened significantly, displaying a smug expression toward Tien and the others. The group placed their hands on the King Kai's back, and the events on planet Namek vividly materialized in their minds, as if they were watching a film. On planet Namek, a tempest raged, the sky illuminated by flashes of lightning and thunder, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Waves of energy radiated outward from Frieza's core, akin to a typhoon's fury. The ocean relentlessly battered the shores, and the ground trembled as though an earthquake were occurring. Ah, Krillin, what has happened to this planet? Bulma exclaimed, on the verge of madness. It seemed as if planet Namek was perpetually on the brink of cataclysm. The air was filled with deafening, terrifying sounds, accompanied by the Earth's violent upheaval. Bulma, This planet cannot withstand Frieza's overwhelming power, hence this phenomenon, Krillin explained, as he, Dend, and Bulma observed the battle from a distance. The clash between Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta continually shattered his understanding, and he bore witness to this historic showdown. Returning to the battlefield, Frieza had finally achieved his third form. Clenching his fists, he brimmed with power. Vegeta, upon witnessing Frieza in this form, instinctively retreated several steps, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his energy. Compared to his previous forms, Frieza's third form was visually striking. His muscles swelled further, and his physique broadened. His visage appeared grotesque, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence, reminiscent of the extraterrestrial beings from the renowned science fiction series, Alien. In a chilling display of power, Frieza resolved to bypass a transformation and confront his adversaries in his ultimate form. His triangular eyes swept over Vegeta and Goku, a playful glint illuminating his gaze. The aura emanating from his being surged with an unrelenting ferocity. What? Is this not Frieza's full strength? Can he transform further? This is terrifying. Vegeta and Goku were utterly astonished, gazing at Frieza as though he were a monstrous apparition. They never anticipated that their understanding would be so profoundly challenged time and again. An overwhelming aura, akin to an unfathomable ocean, cascaded from Frieza's form, sending shockwaves outward. Both Goku and Vegeta were propelled backward by the force of this energy. Chapter 34. Overwhelming Power, King Kai's Planet. How is this possible? Does Frieza have no limits? This power is staggering. The realization dawned upon them. Frieza was indeed a monster. The intensity of his energy continued to escalate, raising the question of whether he would transform yet again. Could Goku and his son possibly contend with Frieza in this new form? The terror of Frieza's presence was palpable, far beyond their previous comprehension. Yamcha and the others, witnessing the events transpiring on Namek from King Kai's vantage point, were left in shock by Frieza's terrifying combat prowess. Cold sweat poured from their brows, their bodies trembling in fear. Never before had they encountered such an overwhelming presence. They had not fathomed that such a formidable fiend existed within the cosmos. Their attention inevitably shifted to Gohan, hoping the child might once more conjure a miracle. Gohan appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unperturbed by Frieza's might. This brought a modicum of solace to their anxious hearts. King Kai, too, was at a loss, devoid of any plans. Even a deity has its limitations. He could only let events unfold as they would. Frieza, at last, are you prepared to unleash your full potential? It is time for me to reveal my true strength as well. As Gohan observed Frieza's form undergoing a genuine transformation, a powerful gust enveloped the battlefield. The sky crackling with thunder, the sea relentlessly battered the shore, and the ground erupted with deep, unfathomable fissures. The entire Namekian landscape trembled, reminiscent of an earthquake. Krillin felt the weight of this power, as if he had emerged from water, his body drenched in sweat. My apologies for the wait, Frieza declared after a span of 5 or 6 minutes, as the tremor subsided. In his final form, Frieza's visage was altered, his body compact yet potent, his combat power soaring to an astonishing 60 million. The Kaioken multiplied 20-fold. Son Goku sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from Frieza and elevated his Kaioken to 20 times its normal strength. His battle power now soared to an astonishing 1 million. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Whoosh! Frieza's speed was extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Son Goku. What? Goku felt Frieza's presence looming behind him, yet he was unable to react in time. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as intense pain surged through Goku's back, propelling his body towards the ground like a missile. Boom! Goku executed a 360-degree flip to dissipate the force of the impact and charged once more at Frieza. Had Frieza not held back to humiliate him, that punch could have been fatal. Otherwise, Goku would have already been defeated. Vegeta rushed in, launching a flurry of attacks against Frieza, but the latter effortlessly evaded each strike. At this juncture, Goku also joined the fray. Yet their combined efforts were easily thwarted by Frieza. Ha ha ha. You foolish monkeys, do you think my transformations merely alter my appearance? With each transformation, my speed and power multiply exponentially. I'm merely playing with you, Frieza taunted while dodging Vegeta's attacks. His current strength and speed rendered both Vegeta and Goku utterly inadequate. You underestimate us, Frieza. Vegeta's aura erupted with renewed intensity, fueled by fury, enhancing his power once more. Goku's eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for battle. He was undeterred by the opponent's might. As long as he could engage in combat, he felt exhilarated. The Saiyan physiology thrived on conflict, constantly elevating their capabilities in battle. You should take a break. Now it's my turn to attack, Frieza declared, his face adorned with a smug grin. Suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. Here. Goku swiftly turned to deliver a punch, but his fist passed through Frieza's form, revealing it to be but an illusion. When Frieza reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind Vegeta and unleashed a devastating punch. Vegeta sensed Frieza's presence behind him and, without turning, retaliated with an elbow strike. Boom. A shockwave radiated outward. Vegeta was propelled away by the force of the impact. Multiple death beams. Frieza remained rooted in place, as if his feet had taken root in the ground, and his slanted eyes focused menacingly on Vegeta as he unleashed a barrage of death rays. Damn it! I refuse to be defeated. Vegeta's furious voice reverberated once more as he unleashed another energy sphere. The air was filled with explosive sounds, akin to a splendid fireworks display, with plumes of smoke billowing forth. The explosions expanded in magnitude, forcing Vegeta to retreat repeatedly. Experience this move of mine, Supernova? Frieza's finger coalesced a dark crimson energy, which began to swell at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, the energy sphere grew to the size of a towering mountain. With a swift motion of his finger, the immense energy orb hurtled toward Vegeta. Supernova, an evolved version of the Death Ball, possessed a power surpassing that of the Death Sphere. The mechanical Frieza had previously employed this technique against Trunks, yet it had been effortlessly evaded. Vegeta, stunned by the colossal energy, instinctively took several steps back. Regaining his composure, he cast aside his fears and summoned all his strength to channel his most formidable technique, the Big Bang attack, directing its beam toward the oncoming dark crimson energy sphere. At that moment, Vegeta's combat prowess seemed insufficient to withstand the formidable destructive force of the energy blast. With a thunderous clash, the two energy waves collided. Frieza's dark crimson energy sphere ruthlessly overpowered Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta furiously poured all his energy into the beam. This is bad. I cannot hold back this energy blast. Goku, witnessing the massive dark crimson energy sphere, broke into a cold sweat. In an instant, he appeared beside Vegeta, employing the Kaioken technique at 20 times its normal strength with his Kamehameha wave. With a resounding impact, Goku's Kamehameha combined with Vegeta's Big Bang attack, momentarily pushing Frieza's dark crimson energy sphere back. Do you believe that sheer numbers grant you an advantage? In the face of absolute power, you are but insignificant ants, Frieza declared arrogantly, his hands furiously amplifying the dark crimson energy sphere, which swelled even larger. The energy orb surged forward once more. Hold your ground. Goku, grappling with the immense dark crimson energy sphere, was forced to retreat step by step, yet he clenched his teeth, struggling to endure. Damn it! How can Frieza's power be so overwhelming? Vegeta cursed through gritted teeth, his own fury palpable as he exerted every ounce of strength he had left. Yet, he saw no effect. The dark crimson energy sphere continued its relentless advance. His steps faltered as he was pushed back. This is bad. I cannot withstand it. Goku's Kamehameha surged with renewed vigor, its energy beam expanding dramatically. Chapter 35. The mightiest warrior in the universe, Super Saiyan, all shall be acquired. With a mere thought, Son Gohan felt the formidable battle power attributes surge into his being. For several minutes, the battle power displayed in his attribute bar continued to rise until it finally stabilized. Upon witnessing the staggering figure of 10 million, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. His journey to Namek had indeed been immensely rewarding. With the assistance of the system's attribute acquisition, his battle power had increased by several million. He had also gained Den's healing abilities, the Grand Elder's potential unlocking attributes, and the capacity to read others' memories. Additionally, he acquired Guru's extraordinary powers, including binding techniques, telekinesis, and temporal attributes, alongside Frieza's skills such as the Death Beam and Eye Laser. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, Son Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, amplified by the 20-fold Kaioken, resulting in an explosive surge of energy. The two forces momentarily clashed. Ha ha ha, wild monkey, is this all the power you possess? Frieza taunted. Allow me to inform you, this is far from my full strength. Frieza's power surged once more, exceeding 60 million. Neither Vegeta nor Goku could withstand such overwhelming force. The dark red energy sphere briefly faltered before relentlessly pushing both Vegeta and Goku backward. Curse it! Am I to perish here today? I refuse to accept this. Vegeta roared in fury, venting his frustration and despair. With a spurt of blood, his stamina waned, indicating he was nearing his limit. Incredible! We are utterly powerless to retaliate. Gohan, it's time for you to act. I can no longer hold on, Goku gasped, having exhausted all his strength against the oncoming dark red energy sphere. The enormous Kamehameha wave demanded a tremendous amount of stamina, leaving him with no choice but to call upon Gohan for assistance. Ever since the latent power within his son had been awakened, Gohan's battle power had become unfathomable. Although Goku managed to suppress his own battle power, an unmistakable aura of danger still emanated from him. Ha ha ha, wild monkey, have you truly been rendered speechless? You dare send a mere child to confront me? Frieza cackled madly. Fueled by his overwhelming strength, he felt invincible, viewing all before him as nothing more than insignificant insects. Moreover, Gohan was merely a child in his eyes. A low roar emerged from Son Gohan as he assumed a hoarse stance, his fists clenched tightly, and a column of energy surged skyward. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. The stones on the ground began to levitate, rising to a certain height before disintegrating into dust. A wave of energy radiated from Son Gohan, sweeping outward in all directions, reminiscent of a typhoon wreaking havoc. With sand and stones swirling chaotically around him, his aura surged with an overwhelming, domineering ferocity. The ground, unable to withstand such immense power, began to crack and fracture. The sea relentlessly crashed against the shore, as if heralding the apocalypse. As Son Gohan's energy escalated, the entire Namekian planet trembled violently, with soil cascading down the mountains and the waters beginning to surge backward. Could it be that this insufferable brat is a Super Saiyan? No, that is impossible. The universe's mightiest warrior, a Super Saiyan, emerges only once every 1,000 years. Surely, the one destined to become a Super Saiyan is none other than me, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta felt the overwhelming, tyrannical energy and muttered to himself involuntarily. This terrifying aura eclipsed even Frieza's from earlier. It suddenly reminded Vegeta of an ancient legend surrounding the Super Saiyans. How could a Saiyan possess such extraordinary power? Today, without fail, I must annihilate every Saiyan on this planet. Although Frieza did not comprehend the magnitude of the energy, the tremors of Namek and the changing weather instilled within him a vague sense of impending danger. A Super Saiyan? Are you suggesting Gohan is a Super Saiyan? What do you mean a Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years? Goku posed a soul-searching trio of questions, utterly oblivious to the concept of a Super Saiyan. This was the first he had ever heard of it from Vegeta. Boom. An even more terrifying aura engulfed the scene as Gohan's energy peaked. A golden blaze erupted from him, his hair and eyebrows transforming instantly to a vibrant yellow. His pupils shifted to a piercing blue, his gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree, emanating a chilling presence. Gohan's piercing eyes scanned Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza, ultimately resting on Frieza with an emotionless demeanor, as if gazing upon a lifeless corpse. The transformed Super Saiyan's eyes, now blue, radiated a cold and merciless intent. A Saiyan can actually transform? That gaze is utterly terrifying. I cannot even bear to meet his eyes. Frieza felt as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, his heart filled with dread. A Saiyan with yellow hair? Frieza stared at Gohan, murmuring to himself. In his mind, the dying admonition of the ancestors of the frozen demon clan suddenly echoed, from this day forth. Should you encounter a Saiyan with golden hair, you must not provoke them. The Super Saiyan. Vegeta gazed at the formidable aura emanating from Gohan, who was enveloped in a brilliant golden flame. His hair transformed to a striking yellow. In a fit of rage, he bellowed. He had always believed himself to be the most likely candidate to become a Super Saiyan, for he was the prince of the Saiyan race, possessing a pure and noble royal bloodline, alongside being a prodigious warrior. To his astonishment, a lowly warrior's offspring, a child born of Earth, had achieved the status of a Super Saiyan. How remarkable! He had not anticipated that Gohan could transform. Is this truly what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan? This aura was as vast as the cosmos itself. Goku wore an expression of excitement and envy. He had not foreseen that his son possessed such immense power. This was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan that Vegeta spoke of, one appearing only once in a millennium. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, the sovereign of this cosmos. To hell with the notion that Saiyans with golden hair are untouchable. Who would believe such nonsense? My frozen demon clan is the mightiest race in this universe. Saiyans, today I shall annihilate you all upon this planet. Frieza suppressed the fear surging within him. Igniting his fury, he unleashed a torrent of energy from his hands. There was no longer any need for games. Chapter 36. Frieza's full-power North Kai's planet. What? Gohan can transform like Frieza? Is this truly the essence of Gohan? It is terrifying. Frieza is surely no match for Gohan now. It is almost unbelievable that Gohan can also transform, and his aura is so overwhelmingly powerful. The Saiyans are indeed monstrous beings. Who would have thought such a small body could harbor such immense combat potential? Gohan's latent power is astonishing. It was Piccolo's expertise that successfully brought forth this hidden strength. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, and North Kai were all left in shock. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that the spokesperson could assume such a form beyond that of a giant ape. Cursed wild monkey, disappear. Frieza, upon encountering the transformed Gohan, was rendered speechless by the intensity in his eyes. He unleashed the full extent of his 6 million battle power, his dark red energy sphere surging with ferocity. The colossal crimson energy orb expanded exponentially, blotting out the sky. Frieza sought to obliterate this planet and the Saiyans entirely. From the moment Gohan transformed, he sensed an imminent threat encroaching upon him, an instinct honed through experience among the elite. The system's voice echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. Ding. A combat power attribute of 10,000 has dropped ahead. Son Gohan's heart soared with joy upon realizing such an extraordinary bounty. He had never encountered a drop of this magnitude before. Frieza, you ought to contribute more to the combat power. Meanwhile, Vegeta coughed up blood once more, utterly drained and unable to sustain the enormous crimson energy sphere any longer. Sun Wukong was not faring much better. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he exerted every ounce of his strength. The disparity in combat power was insurmountable. With resolve, Son Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha Wave, a powerful energy beam that instantly propelled Frieza's dark red orb away from the Namekian planet. Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After retracting his 20-fold Kaioken, the repercussions coursed through Sun Wukong's body, causing him to stagger backward and sit upon the ground, gasping for breath. No, it cannot be. How could your combat power surpass mine? I am the strongest warrior in the universe. Frieza's fury escalated as he witnessed his energy sphere effortlessly dispatched by Son Gohan. In a frenzied assault, he charged at Gohan, throwing punches and kicks. Gohan skillfully evaded Frieza's onslaught, ascending into the air, yet Frieza remained relentless, shadowing him closely. The two engaged in a whirlwind of combat, exchanging blows at an astonishing pace, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta unable to comprehend the rapid movements of their opponents. They could only hear the resonant clashes of power echoing through the air, as the ground beneath them occasionally buckled and collapsed under the strain. Flame break. Frieza unleashed a devastating energy attack from his palm. The proximity between them allowed the energy to engulf Super Saiyan Gohan in an instant. Father! Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm as he witnessed his son consumed by Frieza's energy. A surge of anxiety coursed through him, a sensation he had never experienced in battle before. Frieza, that move is impressive, but it won't work on me. Gohan surged forth, breaking free from the energy to deliver a powerful punch to Frieza's head. Ah! Frieza screamed as he was propelled like a cannonball towards the ocean's surface. With a resounding crash, the sea erupted in a towering wave. In the anime, Frieza had used this technique against Super Saiyan Goku, yet it had failed to inflict any damage. Now, facing Super Saiyan Gohan, whose combat power surpassed that of Goku's in the series, the outcome was unmistakably different. Collect all. As Sun Wukong gazed upon the vast array of battle power attributes cascading down, a fervent warmth surged within him. Instantly, these attributes flowed unceasingly into his being. After a mere few breaths, the figures representing his battle power ceased their ascent, revealing an astonishing increase of 1 million. How could this be? Is this the true strength of a Super Saiyan? To obliterate an opponent as formidable as Frieza with a single blow? It was infuriating. He found himself utterly unable to witness their clash. Was this the disparity in power between Frieza and the Super Saiyan? Vegeta watched in disbelief as Super Saiyan Gohan dispatched Frieza with a single punch. Gritting his teeth, he roared in frustration, "This glory belongs to me. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the rightful candidate to become a Super Saiyan. Why has fate betrayed me?" His resentment and fury erupted forth. "Ha ha ha. You nearly scared me to death just now. I never imagined Gohan's power could be so immense." Effortlessly disregarding Frieza's assault, Sun Wukong thought, beginning to relax. In battles between masters, a single move could determine the victor. He retrieved a small pouch from his belt, containing the last 2 remaining senzu beans. He tossed one to Vegeta, who said nothing as he consumed it, chewing and swallowing it whole. Instantly, their injuries healed completely. A formidable aura emanating from their bodies as they felt their battle power surge dramatically. Suddenly, the sea began to churn violently, bubbling as if boiling. Frieza erupted from the depths, a more potent aura radiating from him. His triangular eyes were bloodshot, his visage twisted with malevolence. "Frieza, this battle is utterly pointless. Show me your full strength and fight," Gohan remarked disdainfully, eager to harvest more of Frieza's battle power attributes. "Damn it, you forced my hand. You won't regret this," Frieza spat through clenched teeth, fully aware that his current battle power was no match for his adversary. Though unleashing his full strength would leave him weakened for a time, he deemed it a necessary risk. How is this possible? Is this not Frieza's true power? Could he still be concealing his true strength? Vegeta pondered, utterly bewildered by their exchange. Frieza continued to shatter his understanding, revealing that he could indeed enhance his prowess. A more potent aura exploded from Frieza, sweeping across the battlefield with overwhelming force. His battle power soared at an astonishing rate. Chapter 37. Fierce Battle, North Kai's Planet. The Kai's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Is this not the true extent of Frieza's strength? Astonishing. Frieza's combat power is still capable of further escalation. What manner of race is this, capable of transforming repeatedly while their battle prowess continues to surge? Is there truly no limit to his strength? How could Gohan be so foolish? He should have vanquished Frieza by now. Piccolo and the others, sensing this cataclysmic clash, are filled with trepidation. The intensity of the battle between Super Saiyan Gohan and Frieza renders them unable to perceive each other's movements. On Namek, Frieza boasts, "Ha ha ha, this is my full power." Surprised? Unexpected? Are you prepared to meet your demise? As he elevates his combat prowess to its zenith, he becomes increasingly arrogant. His body rippling with explosive muscle. His strength has now reached an astounding 12 million. TCH, and he begins to flaunt himself with such paltry power, Gohan remarks disdainfully. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength has multiplied by 50 times. Thus, Gohan's current power level stands at a terrifying 5 to 600 million. Impudent brat. Do not underestimate me. I am the mighty Emperor Frieza. Frieza, filled with rage, charges at Gohan, intent on torturing him to death for the repeated humiliations he has suffered. Bang! Their fists collide with a deafening impact, unleashing a dreadful shockwave that radiates outward. A nearby hill collapses, and the sea churns violently. The two engage in fierce combat, exchanging blows. Ding! Combat power attribute of 500,000 dropped ahead. Ding! Combat power attribute of 500,000 dropped ahead. Gohan's mind is inundated with the system's notifications. A satisfied smile graces his lips. His plan has finally come to fruition. 500,000 combat power. Frieza, are you ready to meet your end? Gohan's movements remain unceasing. Suddenly, 2 beams of energy erupt from his eyes. How could you possibly use this technique? Frieza, caught off guard and unaware of Gohan's energy signature, is struck by the attack, launching him backward. Fortunately, his resilient physique prevents any serious harm. Frieza, shocked, realizes that this technique is one of his own, the Death Ray. What is this? Allow me to demonstrate my own move. He retorts, unleashing his own barrage of energy blasts toward Gohan. Death Ray? How can this be? Frieza, a master in his own right, quickly regains his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. He unleashed a frenzied death beam. Thunderous roars echoed as the beams collided in midair, producing a dazzling explosion. How impressive! This is Frieza's technique. I never imagined that Gohan would master it as well, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his face brimming with excitement. His son's extraordinary talent brought him pride. He was not the least bit surprised by Gohan's ability to execute his opponent's signature move. Back on Earth, It took him half a year of training under King Kai to learn the King Kai fist, yet Gohan grasped it with just a glance. How infuriating. I never expected this little brat to possess such formidable talent, capable of perfectly replicating Frieza's technique. At this moment, Vegeta was consumed by envy and resentment. As a Saiyan warrior of great renown, why did he lack such a gift? And this little brat, merely the son of a lowly warrior. Boom. The explosion expanded, prompting both combatants to cease their death beams. As the smoke cleared, they appeared unscathed. You wild monkey, aren't you formidable? Dare you take my attack? Cutting disc. Frieza's fingers coalesced into a thin, purple energy. He looked at Gohan with a smug expression. I can do that too. Spirit Bomb Slash. Gohan retaliated with Krillin's signature move, gathering a thin energy curtain at his fingertips. The cutting disc, akin to Krillin's Spirit Bomb Slash, formed a disc in his palm, capable of slicing and redirecting with precision. In the anime, Frieza used this technique against the Super Saiyan son Wukong, but couldn't match his speed, ultimately leading to his own demise due to overconfidence. Ding. Cutting disc attributes dropped ahead. No, it's impossible. You shall perish. Frieza exclaimed incredulously, eyeing the disc in Gohan's hand, feeling as though this little rascal was mimicking his moves. In rage, he hurled the cutting disc at Gohan. What is impossible about it? Gohan shot back, launching his Spirit Bomb Slash in response. The two techniques collided with a thunderous boom, their energies canceling each other out. Collect everything, Gohan silently commanded. The attributes of combat power and cutting disc surged into his body, augmenting his personal attribute bar with millions in battle power and cutting disc attributes. Damn wild monkey. Frieza bellowed in fury, continuously conjuring cutting discs to hurl at Gohan, intent on shredding him to pieces. He couldn't fathom that Gohan could replicate a technique that typically required repeated use. Heh, I can do it too. Son Gohan engaged in combat using the slicing discs he had recently acquired from the system. He hurled several discs at Frieza, resulting in a thunderous clash. Boom. The discs from both sides collided violently. You bastard. Frieza seethed with rage, having never encountered such an anomaly. The audacity of his opponent to employ his own techniques against him was infuriating. This time, Frieza had learned his lesson. He refrained from utilizing any skills and charged directly at Son Gohan, determined to test his strength and physical prowess. Frieza unleashed a flurry of punches, but Son Gohan intercepted them effortlessly. Their fingers interlocked, and they began a fierce contest of strength. Frieza rooted himself, gritting his teeth as he exerted immense force. In contrast, Son Gohan maintained an impassive expression, channeling his power. The stones on the ground began to levitate, and the entire Namekian planet trembled under the weight of their clash. Their hands remained tightly clasped, but Son Gohan leaned back, and Frieza felt an overwhelming force surge forward, lifting him off the ground. Bang! Super Saiyan Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip. Frieza's body soared into the air like a kite severed from its string. Son Gohan vanished from his original position, reappearing in midair to await Frieza's arrival. With his hands pressed together, he delivered a devastating blow to Frieza's back. Frieza expelled a mouthful of bile, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as he plummeted towards the ground. Boom. The earth was instantly transformed into a massive crater. Chapter 38. Frieza's Nightmare. Remarkable. I never expected Gohan's power to be so formidable after his transformation. Even the cosmic tyrant Frieza is being overwhelmed. Krillin, watching the battle from a distance, could hardly believe his eyes. He instinctively rubbed them in disbelief. Yes, it seems Gohan is on the verge of victory. The Grand Elder's words rang true. Gohan had indeed vanquished the villains. Bulma and Din shared in Krillin's excitement, confident that Son Gohan would not disappoint them. On the battlefield, Frieza's fury erupted. Vowing not to forgive the detestable Saiyan, an astounding surge of energy emanated from him, causing the crater to expand exponentially. With a powerful push from his legs, he launched himself at Son Gohan like a cannonball. The ground could not withstand the force, caving in and cracking beneath him. Boastful words. Unleash whatever abilities you possess. Son Gohan retorted disdainfully, adopting a fighting stance, ready for the impending clash. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza unleashed the full extent of his power, and in an instant, the two combatants were entangled in a fierce struggle, their speeds reaching unparalleled heights. Goku and Vegeta could scarcely perceive each other's movements, only hearing the resounding clashes reverberating through the air. The The ground occasionally bore deep craters, and landslides cascaded from the mountains. They shook their heads in resignation, acknowledging their own inadequacies. If they were to face Frieza themselves, they doubted they could withstand even a single blow from him. Frieza's fist pierced through Gohan's body. But contrary to expectations, there was no torrent of blood. Instead, the figure slowly faded away, revealing itself to be merely an afterimage. Frieza, startled, began to scan his surroundings warily. Yet, he was too late. Gohan appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Gah! Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood. Gohan followed up with a sweeping kick, sending him hurtling into a mountain. With a resounding crash, Frieza's body was thrust deep into the mountain's core, the rocks quickly engulfing him. A terrifying surge of energy erupted skyward, reducing the entire mountain to mere dust. This planet no longer deserves to exist. You shall perish along with it. Frieza, battered and bruised, bore a desperate countenance. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he propelled himself into the sky, conjuring a massive sphere of energy that swiftly expanded. Frieza's hatred for Gohan and this planet reached a boiling point. No matter the form of attack, energy blasts, or physical confrontation, none could rival Gohan's prowess. He resolved to obliterate this planet and its inhabitants, ensuring that no one would know that the cosmic tyrant Frieza had been defeated by a Saiyan. Oh no, Frieza intends to destroy this planet. The members of the Frost Demon race could survive in the cosmos, and Vegeta felt a surge of fear upon witnessing the colossal energy sphere in Frieza's grasp. In stark contrast, Goku wore a confident expression, trusting that his son would resolve this crisis. Frieza, if you seek demise, I shall oblige, Gohan stated coldly, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. A terrifying and domineering energy sphere rapidly swelled in his palm, radiating a blinding brilliance. Savage monkey, perish! Frieza cried, hurling the destructive energy sphere towards the ground, relishing the sight of others struggling before him. With determination, Gohan thrust forth his Kamehameha, sending forth a wave of energy. A colossal beam of energy surged toward Frieza's energy sphere. With a resounding crash, the two energy orbs collided instantaneously. A wave of terrifying and domineering energy radiated outward in all directions. Vegeta and Goku braced themselves, adopting a wide stance and crossing their fists to shield their heads. Their feet seemed rooted to the ground, yet they were still pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force. The ground was cleaved, leaving two deep furrows. No, it cannot be. You dare to withstand my energy attack? Unleash everything. Disappear. Frieza's eyes blazed with fury as he directed his energy toward the sphere. The energy surged exponentially, visibly swelling in intensity. Trivial skills. Gohan intensified his energy output, causing his energy beam to swell dramatically. The Kamehameha wave pushed back Frieza's formidable energy wave. No, this is impossible. Frieza let out a heart-wrenching roar of rage. The tremendous energy of the Kamehameha wave engulfed him, and his body began to dissolve slowly. There would be no resurrection, every single cell obliterated. Thus, a cosmic emperor met his demise. On King Kai's planet, cheers erupted. Yes, we won. Gohan, you did not disappoint me. They could hardly believe Gohan's power was so formidable. Huh, what of the cosmic emperor? When faced with Gohan, he is merely unfortunate. The battle had been nothing short of spectacular. Hee. Now Earth has its own powerful guardians. Who would dare to invade our planet now? Far away on King Kai's planet, King Kai, Piccolo, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu rejoiced, dancing with glee. They had witnessed Frieza being obliterated by Gohan's Kamehameha wave. The atmosphere was electric with their excitement, each sharing their thoughts. This was a moment of great exhilaration. Gohan had brought them immense surprise. They had not only completed their mission but also saved Piccolo's homeland, Namek. Even the cosmic emperor Frieza had been reduced to cosmic dust by Gohan. On Namek, Vegeta looked at Gohan in shock and confusion. He had never anticipated Frieza would be vanquished. This brat, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, possesses unfathomable power. Gohan, well done. I never imagined you harbored such terrifying strength within you. Goku flew to Gohan, patting him on the shoulder with excitement and admiration. He could hardly believe his son was so formidable. Dad, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, my power increased 50-fold. If you were to transform, your strength would also become terrifying, Gohan replied with a smile. Due to personal reasons, Son Wukong was unable to transcend the limits of a Saiyan and transform into a Super Saiyan on the planet Namek. Is what you say true? Can I also transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong's feet danced restlessly, his heart soaring with exhilaration at the unexpected opportunity to become a Super Saiyan. If his combat power were to rise to 50 upon transformation, it would indeed be a staggering figure. What? Every Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan? Wasn't it said that a Super Saiyan only appears once every 1,000 years? Upon overhearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and his son, Vegeta's face reflected a mixture of shock and excitement. He had long doubted the ancient legend of the Super Saiyans, believing it implausible that lower-class warriors could achieve such a transformation while gifted fighters could not. Now, Vegeta finally confirmed that he too had the chance to become a Super Saiyan. How could this not leave him astonished and thrilled? Collect all. Son Gohan retracted his Super Saiyan form, the golden light dissipating as his hair returned to black. Upon witnessing the scattered combat attributes on the ground, a delightful smile involuntarily graced his lips. The combat attributes surged into his body like a wild river. Within mere moments, his combat power soared to 30 million. Chapter 39, The Fury of King Cold. In the vast cosmos, on planet 67, King Cold, father of Frieza, felt as though he had lost something profound. A solitary tear escaped the corner of his eye. What is happening to me? Why does my heart ache so? Just as King Cold stood in bewilderment, a voice pulled him back to reality, wiping away the tear that had fallen. Report, King Cold. We have just detected the life signs of Lord Frieza have vanished. It appears he was engaged in battle with someone, both emanating tremendous combat power, before the detector exploded. An electric door swung open, and a toad-like alien hurriedly approached King Cold's throne, bowing respectfully. What? My son Frieza's life signs have disappeared? The shocking news ignited a fierce anger within King Cold. However, he quickly reassured himself, knowing that his son, a member of the Frost Demon race, possessed a tenacious vitality and could not easily perish. Even if Frieza's cells were found, he could be resurrected. He continuously soothed his restless heart. We will depart immediately to the last location where Frieza was detected. If he is alive, we shall see him. If he is dead, we shall see his body. King Cold roared to those below. I must uncover the identity of the one who dared to lay a hand on my son. They shall pay dearly. However, he never anticipated that Frieza's cells would dissolve under the energy of the Kamehameha wave. Yes, my subordinate will attend to it immediately. The alien, resembling a toad, fled in terror. He had never witnessed King Cold in such a furious state. In truth, Frieza had come to planet Namek in search of the Dragon Balls and had not disclosed his intentions to his father, King Cold. He sought immortality for himself to extend his reign over the universe. Were his father to learn of his plans, he would undoubtedly compete with him for the opportunity to wish upon the Dragon Balls. On planet Namek, Lord King Kai, can you hear my voice? Goku shouted into the air. At that moment, Krillin, Bulma, Dende, and the others had all gathered together. After deliberation, they decided to first resurrect all the Namekians and subsequently utilize the Namekian dragon to bring back the people of Earth. Yes, Goku, I can hear you. Gohan's defeat of Frieza is indeed a cause for celebration. You have all rendered a great service to the universe, King Kai exclaimed with joy. Previously, Frieza had wreaked havoc across the cosmos, forming alliances and becoming a malignant tumor in the universe. Now, that tumor had finally been eradicated. Lord King Kai, I would like you to inform the Earth's deity to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekians. Then, we can use the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive all the inhabitants of Earth. Goku succinctly outlined the plan. Excellent. This method allows for the revival of both parties. King Kai responded, finding Goku's proposal quite agreeable. He promptly contacted the Earth's deity, relaying the events that had transpired on planet Namek. Upon hearing this, the deity immediately began to busily search for the Dragon Balls to make the wish. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, Ding, combat attribute fallen, 10,000. Ding, battle power attribute, 10,000. The system's prompt echoed continuously in Gohan's mind. A smile crept across his lips as he watched the two fighters battling in the sky with great interest. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their powers colliding resonated through the air. Indeed, the combatants were none other than Goku and Vegeta, two fervent warriors. Saiyans are inherently combative, and the two were fighting with all their might for the sake of their promise to Earth. They understood that Gohan and Din's miraculous healing abilities could restore life as long as there remained a breath in their bodies. thus they fought without restraint. Both were reckless fighters, delivering blows as if the other were their father's sworn enemy. The sky was filled with their anguished cries. Ah! The sound of their wails filled the air. Wow! Saiyans are truly insane. Krillin winced involuntarily as he listened to their cries, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the sight of their fierce battle. Were it not for Gohan's presence, he would have kept his distance. The two combatants clashed with such ferocity that the very ground trembled, leaving devastation in their wake, pockmarked earth and scattered debris everywhere. Goku refrained from using the Kaioken, otherwise, Vegeta would have faced a brutal defeat. Both fighters exerted every ounce of strength, striving to overpower one another. With a swift movement, Vegeta positioned himself behind Goku to launch an attack, but midway, he abruptly altered his strike to the right. Yet it was too late. Goku's knee crashed into Vegeta's back. With a gasp, Vegeta spat out blood, having been thrust violently against a mountainside by Goku's knee. Is it truly safe for them to fight like this? Bulma, witnessing the breathtaking scene from a close distance, instinctively grasped Gohan's arm, seeking solace. The intensity of their battle was terrifying, reminiscent of celestial beings clashing in the heavens. If they continued in this manner, it was conceivable that the very planet would be obliterated. It's fine, they know their limits. Besides, I'm here too. Just relax and watch the battle. Gohan asserted confidently. Even if planet Namek were to explode, he would use instant transmission to escape, and he would not permit such a calamity to occur. Damn it, Kakarot. I'll give it my all. Vegeta roared, unleashing a formidable aura as he soared into the sky, enveloped in a white energy flame. With arms outstretched, he released a tremendous energy blast, the final flash. Seeing this, Goku decisively countered with his signature technique, the Kamehameha. Brilliant light erupted between his palms, causing rocks on the ground to levitate. Boom! Two colossal beams of energy collided, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The ground was swept by a tempest of dust and debris, akin to a forceful gale. Gohan, having anticipated this, had already conjured a protective shield to safeguard everyone. Incredible! Krillin exclaimed, awed by the clash of such immense energy. Had it not been for Gohan's protective barrier, they might have been swept away by the force. Kakarot, I refuse to be defeated by a low-class warrior. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious fighter. Vegeta, consumed by fury, squeezed every last drop of his fighting spirit. Having already tasted defeat on Earth, he was determined to reclaim his princely dignity this time. Vegeta, you are living in a fantasy. Break. Goku responded, channeling all his energy into the fray. Even without the enhancement of the Kaioken technique, he is determined to defeat Vegeta. He has not forgotten the promise made to Krillin on Earth. When Vegeta invaded Earth, he was rendered incapacitated by Gohan's overwhelming power. However, Goku, in his impulsiveness, allowed the opponent to escape, vowing to Krillin that the next encounter with Vegeta would culminate in his defeat. The energy of the Kamehameha wave countered the energy of the flash cannon. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta was instantly struck by the Kamehameha, resulting in a spectacular explosion. A thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air. Collect everything, Gohan silently resolved. An overwhelming surge of battle energy flooded his body, raising his combat power to an astonishing 32 million. To his astonishment, the two had contributed an additional 2 million in battle power. As a gust of wind swept through, the smoke dissipated, revealing Vegeta, his battle suit tattered and worn, resembling a beggar in disarray. Both warriors were panting heavily in the air, and ultimately, Vegeta found himself outmaneuvered, resulting in his defeat in this battle. Chapter 40. The method of transforming into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. What? The method to transform into a Super Saiyan is to concentrate all energy in the back. Goku and Vegeta, having been healed by Gohan, were fully revitalized, their battle power significantly increased. Due to the unique physiology of Saiyans, their combat strength surged remarkably upon revival. Upon learning the technique for transformation from Gohan, both Vegeta and Goku were filled with astonishment and exhilaration. They had not anticipated that becoming a Super Saiyan involved such technique. Gohan observed their joy, reminiscent of children. In truth, by the time of the Majin Buu saga, the transformation into a Super Saiyan had become commonplace. Even young Goten and Trunks could achieve it. Ah, so this is the key to becoming a Super Saiyan. This time, I will surely transform as well. Vegeta exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he had long sought immense power. Witnessing Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan had filled him with envy and desire. With a thunderous roar, both Goku and Vegeta channeled all their energy, eagerly desiring to transform into Super Saiyans. They concentrated their power entirely in their backs. Crackling sounds erupted as they attempted to manifest the transformation, yet there were no signs of becoming Super Saiyans. After several attempts, they faced the same disappointing outcome. Beyond feeling utterly drained, they had failed to achieve the transformation. What is happening? Is our power insufficient? Goku gasped for breath, his expression one of confusion. Is my method flawed? It shouldn't be, should it? Damn it. I still cannot transform. Vegeta gritted his teeth and declared, I am a genius warrior. Why can I not ascend to Super Saiyan? The power you possess at present is simply insufficient. Your physical forms cannot withstand the tremendous strength required for this transformation. Gohan explained to the two. What? Our power is too low? Our bodies incapable of enduring the fierce strength of Super Saiyan? Vegeta and Goku exchanged incredulous glances. It dawned on them that they had underestimated the situation. Their physical forms were indeed not ready to bear the terrifying power of a Saiyan. Time sped by. 3 days elapsed. The Guardian of Earth, utilizing the Dragon Balls, wished for the resurrection of the Namekians. Since the Grand Elder had passed away, he could not be revived. Thus, the Second Elder ascended to his position. Den had conveyed the events that transpired on Namek, along with the resurrection of everyone by the Earth's dragon, to his fellow Namekians. The Namekians, imbued with gratitude and a love for peace, united their strength and, after half a month of effort, successfully created new Dragon Balls. With the birth of these new Dragon Balls, the Namekians had elevated their dragon to a new level, now akin to Earth's Dragon Balls. Capable of resurrecting multiple individuals at once and granting 3 wishes. Goku made a wish to resurrect Vegeta and the people killed by Nappa on Earth. Gohan made the 2nd and 3rd wishes, which were to ensure that his mother Chi-Chi and Bulma would remain eternally youthful. It was a small token of compensation for their sacrifices. Upon fulfilling the wishes with the Namekian dragon, a white aura enveloped Bulma and Chi-Chi, gradually transforming their physical conditions. While Chi-Chi was less enthusiastic about her newfound eternal youth, Bulma was overjoyed. In truth, within the realm of the Dragon Balls, Chi-Chi and Bulma were perhaps the most unfortunate women, as they had married Saiyans. Saiyans were consumed by training and battle, neglecting domestic life. Vegeta fared slightly better, having wed a wealthy woman, thus securing his livelihood. Bulma, from a prosperous family, did not toil over daily sustenance. However, Chi-Chi's plight was the direst, since marrying Goku. She had devoted herself entirely to their household. In the anime, Goku spent most of his time training, fighting, or even perishing. When Raditz invaded Earth, Goku had died for a year, only to meet death again during the Cell Saga for 7 years. Now, having traversed into Gohan's body, I shall shoulder any burdens that arise. I will not permit this family to be torn asunder. North Kai's planet. Hooray, they have been revived. At long last, Wukong and his companions achieved their goal. How wonderful. I have finally been resurrected. The halos above Tianjin's head and the others flickered out in an instant. Meanwhile, the Dragon of Namek lent its divine assistance, restoring Jiaozi to his corporeal form. Overcome with excitement, they leaped into the air. The North Kai also regarded them with a look of approval, astonished that the Dragon of Namek had indeed been created. After deliberating, Wukong and the others resolved to return to Earth and engage in training within the gravity chamber. They bid farewell to the Namekians. Vegeta, why not accompany us to Earth? We can ask Bulma to construct a gravity chamber for our training. Wukong extended the invitation to Vegeta. Where else could he find an opponent as formidable as Vegeta? Especially since he currently had nowhere to go. I refuse to live on such a worthless planet. Vegeta retorted with an air of aloofness. In truth, he was now homeless and uncertain of his next steps. Perhaps training on Earth would be beneficial, providing an opportunity to one day defeat Kakarot. After all, he was a genius warrior, the prince of the Saiyans. How could he concede to a lowly fighter? Yet, Vegeta's fierce pride prevented him from lowering his noble head. Hee. Vegeta, are you afraid of losing to me? Too embarrassed to come to Earth? Wukong grinned and taunted, employing a tactic to provoke him. If you are still a man, then prove your worth by coming to Earth. We shall have the chance to battle again. Wukong's intention was to entice Vegeta to join him on Earth for more frequent encounters. Afraid? I, Prince Vegeta, have never known fear. Kakarot, one day I shall personally eliminate you. Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched. He was taken aback by Wukong's childish provocation. Very well, it is settled then. You shall come with me to Earth, Wukong declared with a mischievous grin, pleased that Vegeta had acquiesced so readily. I have acquired a new skill. If you all hold hands, I shall transport you back to Earth now, Son Gohan announced to the group. He was not keen on using a spaceship, as it would waste too much time. He yearned to test his instant transmission ability. What a show-off. Is that truly possible? The others looked at Son Gohan in disbelief, doubtful that holding hands could facilitate their return. Do you truly think we are children? Yet, they complied, grasping each other's hands. In an instant, they vanished from their location. Chapter 41. Instant Transmission Earth. Wow, what in the world? Is this Earth? I can sense the presence of Master Roshi. Earth? Someone tell me this isn't a dream. I can feel Master Matato's aura as well. Oh my goodness, this is instantaneous teleportation. Returning from Namek to Earth typically requires a span of 6 days. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, we are back on Earth. Gohan, how have you accomplished this? Gohan and his companions suddenly materialized on Earth, leaving everyone astounded by this remarkable feat. My word, even a deity would struggle to master such a divine skill. Indeed, this is Earth. A charming smile graced Gohan's lips. The thrill of using instantaneous movement for the first time was exhilarating. In the future, traveling anywhere would no longer necessitate a spaceship. Ha ha ha, what a convenient and effortless method. Gohan, how did you manage this? Let us try again. Goku exclaimed with palpable excitement, utterly captivated by this extraordinary technique. If he could master it as well, his journeys would become immensely easier. Very well, let us first visit Master Roshi. Gohan was eager to experiment further with his newfound teleportation ability. He began to sense Master Roshi's energy. I found it. Now hold hands. Gohan's power had reached the pinnacle on Earth, and no energy signature could elude his awareness. Soon enough, he detected Master Roshi's presence. Whoosh! The group vanished once more from their original location. On came house. Master Roshi was engrossed in reading a magazine, drooling at its contents. Grandpa, Master Matato. Suddenly, the sound of Goku and Krillin reached his ears. He paused for a moment, then lowered the magazine, obscuring his view, only to behold Goku and the others standing before him. Goodness! Goku, is that really you? Master Roshi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The group appearing as if conjured from thin air. Am I hallucinating? How could the Saiyans have arrived on Earth alongside Goku? You old pervert, have you developed senility? It's only been a little over a month since we last met, and you fail to recognize us? Bulma chided, unable to stifle her laughter at Master Roshi's bewildered expression. That old lecher spends all day engrossed in such inappropriate magazines. Cough, cough, cough. It truly is you all. I thought I was experiencing a mirage. Seeing you safely returned is simply wonderful. At that moment, Master Roshi finally confirmed that Goku and the others had indeed returned from Namek. Hehe. This is a new skill Gohan has acquired, instantaneous movement. We teleported directly from Namek. Goku declared proudly, as if eager for everyone to acknowledge his son's remarkable achievement. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi regarded Gohan with an expression of sheer astonishment, as though he were gazing at a marvel. After everyone greeted one another, they recounted the events that transpired on Namek. At last, Gohan grasped the essence of the instant transmission technique granted by the Dragon of Namek. This was a fusion of the instant transmission abilities of the Yard Rats and the Supreme Kai's attendant, Kibito. In the Dragon Ball anime, there exist two distinct versions of instant transmission. The Yard Rats technique relies solely on sensing ki. If one cannot detect the aura, the skill becomes futile. In contrast, Kibito's instant transmission does not depend on ki, allowing him to traverse freely to any location on Earth or other planets. Bowsy Mountain. Oh my Gohan. It has been nearly 2 months since I last saw you. I wonder if you have been washing your hair daily and keeping up with your studies? Chi-Chi lamented, lost in thought, her words flowing incessantly. Ever since Goku and Gohan had departed, she often found herself in such a state. Mom, we're back. Chi-Chi, how have you been? Gohan exclaimed as he utilized instant transmission to return home. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, they had escorted Bulma back to West City. While Krillin remained with Master Roshi, Vegeta was diligently training in Bulma's gravity chamber. Gohan had sold 3 spaceships belonging to the Ginyu Force to Bulma's Capsule Corporation, earning a substantial sum in the process. My Gohan, you have returned. Upon hearing Gohan's voice, Chi-Chi was electrified. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Goku and Gohan. and upon confirming her vision, she rushed forward to embrace Gohan, showering him with warmth and concern. Gohan presented the considerable earnings from the sale of the spaceships to Chi-Chi. Explaining their origin, Chi-Chi beamed with joy, praising her son for growing up and contributing to the family's finances. Thus, they embarked on a new chapter of their lives together. Goku also commenced training in the gravity chamber, as Gohan had brought back the spaceship used for Goku's journey to Namek, which contained a weight mechanism that was now put to good use. Before they knew it, 2 weeks had elapsed. Gohan calculated that King Cold would soon arrive on Namek in search of Frieza. He devised a plan to assemble everyone and assess their battle powers. After all, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. They could match strength against strength. Utilizing instant transmission, Gohan and Goku sought out Vegeta and Krillin, inviting them to join in the battle. The two eagerly followed. On North Kai's planet, a sudden appearance of guests occurred. They were none other than Goku and his companions, who had arrived through instant transmission. What? How did you just appear out of nowhere? Incredible. Just now, I didn't T-sense your ki at all. This technique is truly remarkable. If it were to be followed by a punch, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Yamcha, and Piccolo would all be left in astonishment. The magnitude of this operation is simply breathtaking. Uncle Piccolo, perhaps influenced by the memories of the original host, was embraced by son Gohan, who wept with joy. A vivid image flashed in his mind of Piccolo protecting him with his very life. At that time, Piccolo, with tears in his eyes, remarked, "You are the only one who truly converses with me, Gohan. Well done. You are my pride." Even Piccolo the great demon felt his eyes moisten. He had always held great expectations for son Gohan, who had not disappointed him, succeeding in saving both Earth and his home planet, Namek. Sun Wukong explained that the purpose of this visit was to engage in battle, igniting anticipation among the group. Utilizing the Grand Elder's extraordinary abilities, Son Gohan elevated everyone's potential. The combat power of Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Dumpling soared to just above 10,000. Chapter 42, The Gathering of Dragon Ball Warriors in the Vast Cosmos. A luminous entity streaked across the sky like a meteor. As the view zoomed in, it revealed a spaceship identical to Frieza's. It turned out that King Cold had summoned his forces and hastily made his way here. "Report, my king. We will land on Namek in 20 minutes. Frieza's life signs have vanished from this location. An alien from the intelligence department respectfully informed King Cold. The aura emanating from King Cold was overwhelmingly powerful, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Despite being in close proximity to Namek, they had yet to detect Frieza, indicating that his fate was dire. "I shall make all Namekians pay for this," King Cold bellowed in agony, his expression twisted with rage as he gazed at the verdant Namek. Deep down, he had long sensed the demise of his son, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope in search of Frieza's cells. As they drew nearer to Namek, a heavy dread settled in his heart, accompanied by a nagging pain. He could not accept that Frieza could have perished so easily. "Namek, this is bad. A tremendously powerful and evil aura is approaching our planet, along with many beings even stronger than us. What should we do? These scoundrels must be here to seize the Dragon Balls. This presence is several times more potent than Frieza's from a month ago, and there are numerous adversaries. Heavens! Could it truly mean the annihilation of our Namekian race? Who will come to our rescue?" At this moment, the Namekians could feel the overwhelming malevolent energy drawing near to their planet, sensing the many formidable extraterrestrials among them. The crowd was engulfed in the shadows cast by Frieza. These extraterrestrials were undeniably formidable and utterly devoid of humanity. Had it not been for Gohan's timely intervention during the last encounter, their race would have faced annihilation at Frieza's hands. If only Gohan were present now, he would undoubtedly triumph over the villains once more. At that moment, Dandy suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to him. Indeed, only a Super Saiyan could vanquish these malevolent invaders. How could they possibly convey this urgent message? As time ticked away, the Namekians were in a state of frantic desperation, yet they felt utterly powerless to avert this impending disaster. Boom! A colossal spaceship soared overhead, casting an ominous shadow over the entire planet. An aura of malevolence enveloped the Namekians, causing them to tremble in fear, just as they were at a loss. A sudden flash heralded the arrival of a multitude of figures. It was Gohan, once again utilizing his instant transmission ability to bring everyone to safety. They gradually descended before the Namekians. "Gohan, brother, it's wonderful to see you." Dandy exclaimed as he rushed into Gohan's embrace, akin to a drowning man clutching a lifeline. Moments ago, his brothers had been paralyzed by fear, and he himself was equally terrified. The sight of Gohan and the others descending from the heavens filled the Namekians with exhilaration, as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. They knew their planet was no longer doomed. Gohan sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence approaching. Frieza's father, King Cold, had arrived. "I have returned to my homeland, the Namekian planet," Piccolo remarked, gazing at his kin and homeland, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He took several deep breaths to quell the surge of emotion within him. Piccolo felt as though he had been living abroad, never having laid eyes on his kindred. Suddenly, returning to his homeland and witnessing his identical kin was an experience beyond words. "Greetings and welcome back." The Namekians, stirred by Piccolo's words, turned their attention to him. Finally recognizing their fellow tribesmen who had lived on Earth, they exchanged greetings and soared toward the spaceship's landing site. The Namekians, lacking combat prowess, along with the Elder, refrained from approaching the battlefield. If the Elder were to perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish with him, leaving them without the means to resurrect their fallen brethren. The massive spaceship's hatch slowly opened, revealing King Cold, flanked by a multitude of small minions. This time, King Cold had deliberately come seeking vengeance, bringing his forces with him. Upon seeing the visage of King Cold, the crowd suddenly grasped the reality before them. It was, in fact, a family member of Frieza, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. "Vegeta, so you are here as well. It seems that Frieza's demise is inextricably linked to you," King Cold thundered, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury akin to that of an enraged lion. Suppressing the tempest of rage within, he bellowed at Vegeta and the others. His form bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's second transformation, tall and formidable. In the past, I lacked the power to vanquish Frieza. Now, eliminating you shall suffice." A wicked smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he regarded King Cold with a playful demeanor. The sight of Frieza's father ignited a desire to strike him down. Why waste words? Let us engage directly. Gohan, upon witnessing King Cold, felt as though his fighting prowess was surging uncontrollably. This time, the spoils of victory were assured. The Saiyans are truly ungrateful wretches. "Frieza's annihilation of your planet was indeed justified," King Cold proclaimed with a smug grin directed at Vegeta and Gohan. He also noted the brown tail protruding from Gohan's rear, realizing, to his astonishment, that there were more Saiyans aside from Vegeta. "Cursed be you, you shall pay." Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an infuriated tiger. "Saiyans, what is so remarkable about that? Truly, the young are fearless of the mighty." King Cold regarded Gohan, perceiving him merely as a child, dismissing any notion of his combat prowess. His piercing gaze swept over the assembly, declaring disdainfully, "The strongest among you possesses barely over 10,000 in battle power." Goku could sense that King Cold's strength surpassed even that of Frieza. "Kill them," King Cold commanded with a sweeping gesture, issuing orders to the vast army behind him. With that, he ascended slowly into the air to observe the fray. "Slay them. Avenge our Lord Frieza." The horde surged forward like a swarm of flies, charging at Goku and the others, numbering in the hundreds from Frieza's battalion. "Fear not. Strike with all your might. Even in death, we can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Kill." The formidable Namekian warrior Nail roared. "Today, it is either your demise or mine." With Gohan and the others joining the fray, they felt invincible. Worst case, they could always return with the Dragon Balls. Chapter 43, The Great Melee on the Planet Namek. Ding, combat power attribute drops, 100. Ding, combat power attribute, 100. As the battle commenced, Gohan's mind was inundated with the ceaseless notifications from the system. Fight to your heart's content. The more intense the skirmish, the quicker the combat power attributes will fall. He beheld the grand spectacle of the battle with immense delight, his heart blooming with joy. This was an opportunity for monumental gain. The scene unfolded much like the epic clash on Earth following the resurrection of Frieza, where he, accompanied by his legion, sought vengeance. A chaotic melee ensued. King Cold refrained from intervening, suspended in midair, observing the fray. Goku and his son, along with Vegeta, also chose to remain aloof, hovering above to witness the unfolding drama. They understood that with their current might, should they engage prematurely, the weaker combatants would be utterly obliterated by their sheer force. Piccolo, Tien, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, and Krillin were akin to wolves among sheep. The Namekian warrior Nappa was ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the invaders as if he were slicing through vegetables. Empowered by Gohan's awakened potential, their combat power surged, with each surpassing the 10,000 mark, transforming the battlefield into their dominion. If they awaited Gohan's arrival, their chances of participating would dwindle. The Frieza force was merely a ragtag assembly, their combat powers largely hovering around the 2,000 to 3,000 range. The last encounter had decimated the elite of the Frieza force on planet Namek. The Ginyu force, while formidable, had also met their demise. Only individuals like Zarbon and Dodoria had recently breached the 20,000 threshold, earning Frieza's favor. It was evident that the Frieza force was a disorganized mob, and the outcome of the battle was never in doubt. King Cold gazed impassively at the conflict, feeling no sorrow for the fallen Lil Roro. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Acquired Namekian bloodline attribute. Astonished, he exclaimed, "The Namekian bloodline? This system is truly remarkable." He promptly collected all the attributes. Gohan instinctively recited the words, feeling the combat power and Namekian bloodline attributes merging within him. How splendid! Will I be able to possess multiple bloodlines like Cell? As long as my head remains intact, I can resurrect infinitely. The battle raged for an hour, culminating in the annihilation of the Frieza force. The Namekians suffered grievous losses, with only 5 or 6 remaining. Were it not for the assistance of Nappa and Piccolo, the Namekians might have been entirely eradicated. Krillin and the others also bore injuries, despite their superior power. They could not withstand the overwhelming numbers. Gohan collected all combat attributes, now boasting a personal power level of 35 million, signifying a remarkable gain of 5 million from this skirmish. Useless. All of them are worthless. King Cold bellowed in frustration. In the vast legion, not a single useful subordinate could be found. The king of the Kurds, having witnessed the spectacle, now it was our turn to take action. Vegeta was already itching to engage. Over the past fortnight, he had been training intensely in the gravity chamber, and he felt his body had significantly strengthened. Vegeta, I will make you wish for death, the king of the Kurds remarked with a sinister smile. You will soon witness my true power. Let us see if you can maintain your arrogance. We should find another location for our battle, Goku called out to the king of the Kurds. He unleashed a powerful aura and soared to the other side. There are far too many injured here. If we fight in this place, it will undoubtedly endanger their lives. It matters not where we battle. Today, I shall annihilate all you Saiyans, the king of the Kurds declared menacingly as he pursued Goku. He was determined to exterminate both the Saiyans and the inhabitants of this planet. Kakarot, you scoundrel, how dare you steal my opponent? Vegeta roared in fury, chasing after the king of the Kurds, taken aback by Goku's unexpected maneuver. The three did not fly far before coming to a halt. Allow me to heal you. Gohan descended, addressing Piccolo and the others. The healing Namekians had not yet arrived at the battlefield, and without timely treatment, the wounded might perish. Gohan, thank you. You are our savior from Namek, Nail expressed sincerely, acknowledging that without Gohan's protection, they might have already been doomed. Piccolo and the others were puzzled. Did Gohan possess the magical beans? The Earth warriors exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. But how can he place his hands on the Namekians? Everyone, do not be alarmed. Gohan has learned the healing technique, Krillin explained, noticing the eager curiosity on the faces of Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo. What? Healing technique? When did Gohan become so formidable? Did he learn it upon arriving on Namek? Piccolo and the others watched intently as Gohan's palms emanated a white aura, initiating the restoration of the wounded. The injuries of the Namekians visibly healed at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, a near-lifeless individual was revitalized, brimming with vitality. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that such a terrifying healing technique existed in the world. This healing art rivaled the mystical beings of Earth. In no time, all the injured Namekians were restored to full health. Gohan, this healing technique is truly extraordinary. It is nothing short of divine. Your future is indeed boundless. Beers and others have experienced this firsthand and are full of praise. After enduring this fierce battle, their combat prowess has been significantly diminished, and everyone bears injuries of varying degrees. However, with Gohan's healing, not only have their wounds healed, but their fighting capabilities have also been restored to full strength. Once they regained their composure, they all swiftly flew towards King Cold, Goku, and Vegeta. Gohan casually stored the luxurious spaceship piloted by King Cold into the system's space. Upon returning to Earth, he plans to sell one of the 2 spaceships he now possesses, including Frieza's vessel still nestled within the system. Perhaps due to Gohan's past as an orphan, or perhaps to spare his mother Chi-Chi from financial worries, he decided to keep the spaceship. Finding a quiet spot, Gohan settled in to observe the unfolding events, absorbing the attributes of combat power. A low, resonant voice echoed as Goku assumed a martial stance, unleashing a surge of energy that soared into the sky. In an instant, he released all his strength, enveloped in a brilliant white aura, and gazed at King Cold with exhilaration. "Saiyan, your courage is commendable, but you have chosen the wrong opponent," King Cold remarked disdainfully, a powerful aura emanating from him. The battlefield was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and Tien and the others awaited the clash with eager anticipation. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 44. The contest of 2 races on the battlefield, King Cold declared, "Prepare to meet your end." At this moment, Vegeta arrived and threw a punch towards King Cold, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. "Vegeta, you are far too cunning." Goku, witnessing his prey being snatched away, charged towards King Cold. "A mere trick, I see you." King Cold, now alert, retaliated with a punch. Both warriors chose to confront each other head-on, eschewing subtleties. Although in the anime King Cold meets his demise at the hands of future Trunks, his combat prowess remains formidable. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, producing a deep, thunderous sound. A terrifying shockwave surged forth. King Cold stood unwavering, as though rooted to the ground, while Vegeta was forced back several paces. With a tremendous roar, Goku joined the fray, landing a punch squarely on King Cold's 8-pack abs. Yet, his opponent remained unfazed, and Goku felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Unrelenting, he unleashed his Wolf Fang fist, relentlessly assaulting King Cold's abdomen. Ding! Combat power attribute of 1000 has dropped ahead. As the battle commenced, a system prompt echoed in Sun Wukong's mind, announcing a combat power of 10,000. He watched the unfolding conflict with keen interest. "Is this truly your strength?" "It feels akin to a mere tickle," remarked King Kurd, with a playful glint in his eye as he observed Sun Wukong. Seizing his opponent's hand, he executed a swift 130-degree turn, hurling Sun Wukong toward the incoming Vegeta. With an unusual agility, Vegeta evaded the strike aimed at him, revealing his true prowess. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, enveloping his form in a blaze of white energy. Vegeta sought to press King Kurd down to the ground, determined to showcase his might. Was the disparity in their strengths truly so vast? With a 20-fold Kaioken, Sun Wukong realized his attacks bore no fruit. He resolutely unleashed his enhanced combat power. Cloaked in a red aura, his speed and strength surged, propelling him once more into the fray. In a matter of moments, the trio engaged in hundreds of exchanges. King Kurd seized an opportunity, delivering a punch aimed at Sun Wukong's abdomen. Yet, before his fist could connect, he redirected his attack towards Sun Wukong's back. It was a feint. Sun Wukong had maneuvered swiftly behind him. However, King Kurd, a seasoned warrior, instinctively countered with a punch aimed at his rear. The impact sent Sun Wukong crashing away once more. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot from King Kurd's eyes. Vegeta, utilizing his ability to sense energy, leaned back, delivering a kick to King Kurd's chin, successfully evading the sneak attack. Seizing the momentum, Vegeta launched himself at King Kurd from above, his hands poised for a crushing blow. With a resounding thud, King Kurd's body plummeted into the sea like a cannonball. Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the ocean. The explosions erupted with thunderous roars, sending water splashing dozens of meters into the air. Witnessing such a spectacle from such proximity was utterly awe-inspiring. Their combat prowess was overwhelmingly potent, making it nearly impossible to discern their movements. "Incredible. This battle is truly terrifying," remarked the Namekians and Earth warriors, beads of cold sweat adorning their brows. Had Sun Wukong and his son, along with Vegeta, been present, the Namekian planet might have been obliterated long ago. The seawater billowed with steam, resembling boiling liquid, as a towering column of water surged skyward, with King Kurd standing atop it. How is this possible? After enduring such a fierce assault, the opponent remains unscathed. The disparity in our combat prowess is staggering. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment as the Kurdish king emerged from the ocean, his expression a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. It is no wonder that Frieza's battle strength is so formidable. Vegeta, witnessing the Kurdish king's unblemished state, felt a surge of frustration. He had not anticipated that his and Kakarot's attacks would yield no effect whatsoever. Cyberman, your warm-up should have concluded by now. Prepare to face my wrath. The Kurdish king declared, looking down upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta with an expression akin to that of a predator toying with its prey. His aura suddenly erupted forth. A torrent of power. What? His energy continues to rise. Is this his warm-up? Sun Wukong pondered, having already unleashed 20 times the power of the Kaioken. Damn it! I am utterly useless. Piccolo and the others seethed with frustration, blaming their own inadequate strength. They had underestimated Sun Wukong's true combat capabilities while their adversary was merely warming up. Apologies for the wait, the Kurdish king chuckled, relishing the immense power surging within him. His laughter was infuriating, prompting Vegeta to act first in a fit of rage. With a swift movement, he charged at the Kurdish king, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his head. Bang! The Kurdish king did not flinch. His face met Vegeta's fist in a collision that seemed to leave him unfazed. Standing tall like the Eiffel Tower. What? How can this be? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His fist remained pressed against the king's face, which merely blocked his strike with a look of bemusement. There is nothing impossible. The game is over. Lie down, Vegeta. The Kurdish king's massive fist struck Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his stomach, he doubled over in agony, resembling a shrimp. Could it be? A one-hit knockout? The gap in their strengths was far greater than anticipated. Vegeta could not withstand even a single blow from the Kurdish king. The onlookers were left speechless, bewildered by the mismatch. Their battle resembled that of an adult against a child. Does it hurt? It should. I intend to make you suffer beyond comprehension, the Kurdish king hissed. His visage Chui Chapter 45. The fear of King cooled. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Little did anyone anticipate the sheer terror of King Cool's might. As he swiftly overpowered Vegeta, Goku bellowed, unleashing an energy blast directed at King Cool. Ha ha ha, are all you Saiyans so impulsive? Do not fret. Your turn shall come soon. King Cool ceased his assault, raising a hand to deflect Goku's energy with ease. A smirk danced upon his lips, reminiscent of a feline observing its prey. Vegeta, once I have dealt with your companions, we shall have our fun. Suddenly, King Cool materialized above Vegeta, delivering a crushing blow that sent him plummeting to the ground. Boom! The impact carved a massive crater into the earth. Vegeta lay helplessly within the pit, his eyes betraying a profound sense of unwillingness and despair. The Kamehameha wave was summoned as Goku, realizing his initial energy blast was ineffective against King Cool, decisively unleashed the Kamehameha augmented by a 20-fold Kaioken. A colossal beam of light surged toward his opponent. Pitiful Saiyan, perish. King Cool sneered, his finger conjuring a titanic energy orb that overshadowed the heavens. With a mere flick, he sent the massive energy blast hurtling toward Goku's Kamehameha wave. Bang! The two formidable forces collided, shaking the very foundations of planet Namek, causing mountains to crumble and seas to surge. The sky darkened, crackling with thunder and lightning, as the weather transformed under the weight of their clash. Ding! Power level attribute of 20,000 detected. Ding! Power level attribute of 20,000 confirmed. Remarkable. Goku. Hold on. The tension was palpable. If that colossal energy sphere struck planet Namek, it could spell annihilation for the entire world. Onlookers clenched their fists, their expressions etched with anxiety as they witnessed the fierce standoff. Die? King Cool, sensing that Goku's energy beam was holding its ground against his own, decided to amplify his output. The previously hastily formed energy orb surged exponentially. The Kamehameha wave was forced back, and Goku gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of energy into his attack. The Kamehameha wave's intensity surged, yet it seemed futile. King Cool's energy orb pressed forward relentlessly, dominating the confrontation. Ha ha ha, tremble, Saiyan. We, the Frozen Demon Clan, are the true might of this universe. King Cool reveled in his advantage, his laughter echoing triumphantly. Gohan, intervene. Your father is on the brink. Krillin urged, his face a mask of urgency. Not receiving a response, he instinctively glanced toward Gohan, only to find no trace of the adversary. Swish! The silhouette of Gohan suddenly appeared beside Goku, enveloped in a quintuple Kaioken, his entire being shrouded in a crimson and white aura. In an instant, Gohan's Kamehameha took shape and surged towards the energy blast of King Cold. Boom! The Kamehameha waves from both fighters collided and repelled each other's energy blasts. Well, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable, King Cold remarked, narrowly evading the retaliatory attack. His mind was tumultuous, astonished by the immense power exhibited by these Saiyans. Ha ha ha! Gohan, the forthcoming battle is yours. It's time for me to exit, Goku declared, retracting the Kaioken and returning to his normal state, patting Gohan's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. With that, he soared away from the battlefield, joining Krillin and the others as a mere spectator. The ensuing conflict was no longer his concern, remaining would only hinder progress. Moreover, King Cold had yet to reveal his true strength. Should the adversary become serious, Goku knew he would end up like Vegeta, sprawled on the ground. Gather it all, Gohan silently chanted. The battle power attributes on the ground surged into his body like a rushing river. His power escalated drastically, stabilizing at 40 million within a few breaths. A smile crept across his lips as his battle power surged an additional 5 million. What is this? You must be underestimating me greatly to send a mere child to battle. King Cold sneered, incredulous. I truly admire the audacity and ignorance of the Saiyans. You will regret this. Soon I shall snap this little brat's neck. Observing Goku's departure from the battlefield, leaving only a small child to confront him, King Cold displayed a mixture of shock and disdain. Even if this child had trained since birth, how strong could he possibly be? King Cold, your arrogance is misplaced. My strength is far beyond mere trifles. Prepare to experience the terrifying power of true dominance. Boom! Gohan withdrew the Kaioken, unleashing a surge of energy that soared skyward. A terrifying aura emanating from him. The ground beneath him instantly caved in. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge as he glared at King Cold. What? The golden-haired Saiyan. Frieza, was it you who killed him? King Cold stumbled back a few steps, fear etched on his face. That gaze was utterly terrifying. He recalled the dying words of his ancestors. Beware of the Saiyan with golden hair. Indeed, it was I who ended Frieza, Gohan replied coldly, devoid of emotion. As the air around them seemed to chill. How impressive. The power emanating from him is truly terrifying. Observing it up close makes it difficult to breathe. Is this the true strength of Gohan? It's utterly frightening. Those witnessing the battle are filled with dread. This aura is overwhelmingly shocking. The last time, I didn't experience it from such proximity. Now, I am completely awestruck. Very well, arrogant child. Today I shall shatter you into 1,000,000 pieces. King Cold unleashes his full power, which far surpasses that of Frieza. To the onlookers, he appears as a demon risen from the depths of hell. They never anticipated that King Cold had been concealing his strength. Saiyans, prepare to meet your demise. King Cold strikes first, launching a massive energy blast at Gohan. Boom! Gohan raises his hand and swats the energy blast aside. Suddenly, he vanishes from sight. When he reappears, he unleashes a colossal energy blast that detonates against King Cold's back. A pained scream escapes King Cold as he is propelled backward. In an instant, Gohan accelerates, pursuing King Cold's retreating form. He drives a knee into his opponent, crashing him into a mountain. The earth trembles. King Cold's body collides with a massive rock, shattering it. With a gasp, he spews forth blood. Chapter 46, Frieza's brother, Cooler. We, the Frost Demons, are the strongest race in this universe. King Cold roars in fury. His eyes begin to gather energy as he prepares to use his I-beam technique. He realizes he had been too careless, underestimating a mere child lacking combat prowess. Unexpectedly, he has allowed Gohan to seize the opportunity. I can do that too. Gohan, noticing King Cold's intent, begins to gather energy as well. Boom. The two energy beams collide instantaneously, sending King Cold crashing into the mountainside. Gohan follows him in. Incredible. I never thought that the formidable King Cold would be so thoroughly dominated by Gohan. Gohan's power is simply astounding. Before we could even comprehend the situation, King Cold was already down on the ground. What is happening? Tien, can your three eyes perceive their movements? The crowd is baffled, struggling to grasp the unfolding events. Gohan's combat prowess has far exceeded their understanding. It's hard to believe that in just 2 months, he has undergone such a transformation, leaving the rest of them far behind. Piccolo and Goku share broad smiles, returning our focus to the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. The entire mountain is reduced to rubble. The two figures soar into the sky from the wreckage, unleashing a barrage of devastating death beams. The king of the Kurds, battered and bruised, unleashed a furious beam of death in his wrath, seeking to harness energy to strike at his opponent. Yet, this was but a trifling skill. Son Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, boasting a battle power of 2 billion. At this moment, he disregarded all forms of energy attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Son Gohan allowed the barrage of energy blasts to rain upon him, yet they bore no effect whatsoever. The king of the Kurds, drenched in sweat and desperation, found himself powerless. In an instant, Son Gohan broke through the barrage, delivering a single punch squarely to the king's head. Bam! The king's body soared backward like a kite severed from its string. Without affording him a moment's respite, Son Gohan rapidly advanced to his front, delivering another kick. Suddenly, it became a game of aerial soccer, with the anguished cries of the king echoing through the air. The onlookers could only hear the relentless wails, unable to discern the movements of the two combatants. Vegeta, alone in a deep pit, ground his teeth in frustration, seemingly forgotten by all. The injustice was unbearable. This planet no longer warranted existence. The king of the Kurds, enraged and blinded by fury, directed a surge of energy toward the ground, intent on reducing planet Namek to rubble, casting the inhabitants into the void of space. Stripped of their ability to survive in the cosmos, they would perish en masse. This is dire. Gohan, we may not make it. Are we all to meet our demise? You wretched king of the Kurds. You intend to drag us all down with you. A cold sweat broke out among the crowd. Should this energy strike planet Namek, the entire sphere would disintegrate instantaneously, leading to their swift demise. Kurds, your plan is flawed, for you have chosen the wrong adversary. Time stop technique. Son Gohan instantaneously activated his supernatural ability, holding his breath. Suddenly, all on planet Namek came to a standstill, as though the television had been paused. Only Son Gohan remained capable of movement. In a flash, he positioned himself at the point where the energy blast was destined to fall. As he gathered energy for the Kamehameha wave, he silently calculated how long he could maintain the pause. The king of the Kurds, blinded by rage, could not be allowed to endure. At the 5-second mark, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. Exhaling, the time stop technique promptly ceased, and everything resumed its original state. Son Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a colossal beam of light swiftly engulfing the energy blast descending from the king. The momentum unyielding, it surged toward the opponent. How could this be? How can your speed be so extraordinary? No. The immense energy beam swiftly consumed the king of the Kurds, leaving only a cry of anguish in its wake. All was collected. In his heart, Sun Wukong silently reflected as an endless stream of combat attributes infused his every limb and sinew. His personal attribute panel revealed that his combat power had reached an astonishing 45 million. Huzzah! Victory is ours. I was utterly terrified just moments ago. I knew Wukong would not let us down. How dare you say that? Your face was ashen with fear just now. Tianjin and the others, initially stunned, soon expressed their exhilaration. This battle had completely reshaped their understanding of strength, igniting a fervent desire within them to train and surpass Sun Wukong. Wukong, thank you for once again saving our planet. The Namekians leaped with joy, seeking to release their pent-up excitement. Their joy knew no bounds. After vanquishing King Cold, the Namekians utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen kin. Sun Wukong made a wish for Goku to be free from illness, impervious to all toxins. Aware that during the Cell Saga, Goku would suffer from chronic heart disease. Had it not been for Future Trunks delivering medicine, the consequences would have been dire. Time flew by. A year passed in the blink of an eye. After defeating King Cold, Sun Wukong used instant transmission to bring everyone back to Earth. Each began their own training regimen. Suddenly, a colossal spacecraft breached Earth's atmosphere, enveloping the planet in a wave of terrifying and malevolent energy. This is bad. Earth is in danger. The Supreme Kai sensed this overwhelming and sinister presence, his face pale with fear, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, overwhelmed by its might. He gazed towards the direction of the Capsule Corporation, murmuring, Wukong, The fate of Earth rests in your hands. Could this sinister aura be Frieza's? That shouldn't be possible. As this malevolent energy approached Earth, Sun Wukong sensed it instantly. It seemed that by vanquishing King Cold and Frieza, he had altered certain events. Now, the one seeking vengeance on Earth was Frieza's brother, Cooler. Cooler, the ruler of a region in the universe, first made his appearance in Dragon Ball Z, Movie 5. The strongest versus the strongest. When Frieza annihilated the Saiyans, Cooler observed from a distance, sparing the young Goku, Kakarot, who was sent to Earth. He also mocked Frieza's carelessness. And 24 years later, Frieza was defeated by the Super Saiyan Goku. In the movie, to defeat Goku, Cooler and his minions invaded Earth. Who would have thought he would arrive so swiftly? Soon, the warriors of Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tianjin, Chaozu, and Krillin, sensed the terrifying and malevolent energy invading Earth. They all took off, flying towards the source of the sinister presence. Chapter 47, Future Trunks. Just as everyone rushed towards the malevolent energy, suddenly, a time machine manifested on Earth, gently descending to the ground. Mother, we have succeeded. The hatch of the time machine slowly opened, and a youth, bearing a sword upon his back, leaped down, dressed in a coat emblazoned with the universal capsule insignia. His light blue hair suggested he was around 16 or 17 years of age. Gazing at this familiar locale, his face illuminated with excitement, he exclaimed, "What is happening? Have I mistakenly arrived in another timeline? Why do I sense 3 Saiyan auras? Is that formidable presence Master Gohan? How could it resemble him so closely? The other 2 auras must belong to Uncle Goku and my father. Indeed, I have arrived here as future Trunks, yet confusion clouds my mind. Logically, Uncle Goku should not have returned to Earth yet. Moreover, why is there only one malevolent presence? Isn't King Cold resurrecting Frieza to seek vengeance on this planet?" He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Never mind for now. I must hurry to uncover the truth. With a swift motion, Future Trunks transformed the time machine back into a universal capsule and stored it in his pocket. Then, an aura of white energy erupted from him as he soared towards the sinister presence. What is this power? Trunks? Gohan sensed a Saiyan aura, and a vision of a youth with a long sword suddenly appeared in his mind. To his astonishment, Future Trunks had also arrived. This aura was unmistakably Saiyan. What could this mean? Vegeta too detected a familiar Saiyan presence. With so few Saiyans remaining, who could it be? It seemed as if the opponent had materialized out of thin air. Without hesitation, Vegeta propelled himself towards the malevolent aura, drawn by the powerful Saiyan energy converging in that direction. Gohan, what is this terrifying presence? It bears a striking resemblance to Frieza. I also sense another familiar aura that has seemingly appeared out of nowhere, likely a Saiyan. Goku, observing Gohan's perplexed expression, inquired, "How could 2 exceptionally powerful auras suddenly emerge on Earth? Let us investigate. The answers will reveal themselves." Gohan grasped Goku's hand, utilizing instant transmission to transport them. Boom. A colossal spaceship landed on Earth with great speed. "Is this Earth? What a splendid planet," Gula remarked, marveling at the planet's remarkably light gravity. Following him, his subordinates emerged from the spacecraft in succession. Frieza, possessing remarkable composure and formidable combat strength of 170,000, along with Dre, whose prowess reaches 185,000, and Nez, with a battle power of 163,000, stand united as the vanguard of Gula, much akin to the Ginyu force of Frieza's army. In a flash, Goku and his son, utilizing instant transmission, are the first to arrive, followed closely by Future Trunks. What is happening? Who is this being resembling Frieza? How could my Uncle Goku be here? Have I truly entered the wrong timeline? Gula, robust and towering at a height similar to Goku, possesses an ordinary demeanor, occasionally crossing his arms. His blood-red eyes and purple-black lips are striking, with 2 streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. His purple shell glistens, and his feet, equipped with 3 toes, produce a creaking sound with each step. His entire body is shielded by a tough exterior, effectively immunizing him against all conventional physical attacks, particularly protecting his joints and body from friction and impact. "Haha, I never anticipated you would come to me," Gula cackled. "Science, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gula, the brother of Frieza. I have come to Earth to annihilate you Saiyans. We, the Frost Demons, are the universe's strongest warriors." Gula gazed at Goku and his son, along with Future Trunks, expressing his intent for vengeance on Earth, driven by the humiliation he felt from Frieza and King Cold's disgrace upon their family. He must eradicate the Saiyans to restore their honor. What? Frieza's brother? What does this mean? Have I truly arrived at the wrong time? Shouldn't it be King Cold and Mechanical Frieza seeking revenge on Earth? Trunks pondered. Where did Frieza even acquire a brother? Greetings, Trunks. Gohan disregarded Gula's words and approached Trunks, speaking in hushed tones meant only for them. He felt a profound sorrow for future Trunks, who fights alone in a bleak timeline. The future Trunks, astonished, wondered how Gohan from this timeline could possibly know him. Could it be that I did not enter the wrong timeline after all? I, too, have traversed through time, which is why I am aware of your origins. Gohan casually remarked, brushing off the inquiry. Just as Trunks sought further clarification, a booming voice interrupted their exchange. Fools, I am speaking here, and you dare to engage in idle chatter below? You impolite wild monkeys, I shall slay you. Gula exclaimed, having noticed Gohan and future Trunks whispering to one another. His gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, pointing towards Son Gohan and Trunks. Two lethal beams of energy shot forth, aimed respectively at Son Gohan and Trunks. In response, Son Gohan unleashed two beams of death towards Gula, while Trunks launched an energy blast of his own. The collision of Gula's death beams and Son Gohan's resulted in a powerful counteraction, while Trunks' energy surged forward in an instant. With a mere flick of his hand, Gula effortlessly deflected the energy. How audacious! Are you a Saiyan? Why is your hair a light blue? Vegeta demanded as he arrived on the scene, addressing the future Trunks. He had never encountered a Saiyan with such lavender locks. Why yes, Mr. Vegeta, it is natural, the future Trunks stammered, his head bowed in deference, unable to meet Vegeta's gaze. Tears of excitement brimmed in his eyes. I finally see my father. What do you think? Am I a disappointment? Son Gohan placed a reassuring hand on future Trunks' shoulder. I feel elated, just as my mother described, future Trunks replied, regaining his composure and beaming with excitement. His childhood wish had always been to meet the formidable father his mother had spoken of, for in his timeline, the future Vegeta had fallen to the androids when he was very young. At that moment, Piccolo and the others had arrived on the battlefield. Before they could grasp the situation, they witnessed a figure resembling Frieza issuing orders. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. Gula commanded, and his armored troops surged into action, swarming like locusts towards Vegeta and the others. Son Gohan ascended into the sky, deeming these foes unworthy of his effort. Future Trunks followed suit, eager to understand the unfolding circumstances, yet it was clearly not the time for inquiries. The two of them distanced themselves from the fray to observe the battle, but Gula noticed their departure and pursued them relentlessly. Kill them. Not a single Saiyan shall escape. Gula roared. His loyal henchmen, Zaviza, Dre, and Nez, engaged in combat against Vegeta and Son Goku. As the scouter indicated that these two possessed the greatest battle power in the area, Piccolo and the others soon joined the fray, their power having significantly increased over the past year of training. This battle served as the perfect opportunity to test the fruits of their labor. In an instant, flames erupted, and cries of anguish filled the air. As the battle commenced, an incessant series of system notifications echoed in Son Gohan's mind. Ding! Combat power attribute of 1000 dropped ahead. Combat power attribute of 100 drop. Chapter 48. Gula vs. Future Trunks. The battlefield unfolds. You two little scoundrels, so you were hiding here. Today, you shall all meet your demise. Feel the terror of hellish power. Gula has been relentlessly searching for Son Gohan and future Trunks. How dare these two display such insolence? Just moments ago, while he was speaking, they disregarded his existence entirely. They even dared to strike at him. Truly, they know not the gravity of their actions. Boom. Gula's body erupted with a terrifying and malevolent energy, instantly enveloping the entire planet. He would not follow the path of Frieza and King Cold, revealing his true power all at once. Upon transforming into his final form, his physique expanded considerably, becoming even more formidable. From his head, four horns extended backward, and his mouth was shielded by a mask, though it could also remain uncovered. His eyes turned crimson, the pupils vanished, and his shoulders jutted out like protective armor. With two additional horns sprouting from his back, his arms morphed into blade-like protrusions, further enhancing his strength. What is happening? How could Gula's aura be so potent? He is capable of transforming once more? Future Trunks instantly ascended to Super Saiyan, the least reckless among the Saiyans, revealing his true power without hesitation. Clang! The sword at his back was unsheathed in an instant, casting a chilling aura across the battlefield. What? This scoundrel can also transform into a Super Saiyan? At that moment, Vegeta witnessed future Trunks' transformation and, filled with fury, gritted his teeth. Every young upstart has become a Super Saiyan, while he, the Prince of Saiyans and a genius warrior, remains unable to achieve such a form. Vegeta, enraged like a tiger, unleashed his fury upon his adversaries. His power surged, fully unleashed, and he swiftly decimated Gula's 3 formidable warriors. Their power levels barely exceeded 100,000, while his soared into the millions. He too took to the skies, observing the battle from a distance. Piccolo and others, like tigers among wolves, ruthlessly harvested their foes' lives. They sought a swift resolution, eager to witness the ensuing chaos. Remarkable. I never anticipated this young one could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku, ignited by an inner fighting spirit, unleashed a formidable aura, sending a swarm of lesser foes flying. He was filled with envy and resentment, astonished at the prowess of the younger generation. Gula could indeed transform once more, his aura seemingly surpassing that of the young warrior. Goku, like Vegeta, moved to another location to observe the battle. What? That young man is also a Saiyan? Why had Vegeta and Goku never mentioned this? Could he be a friend of Gohan? The warriors of Earth felt the weight of 2 terrifying forces. Yet, with Gohan present, the planet stood as an impregnable fortress. Fear was not in their hearts. A Super Saiyan, the Ice Demon Clan, and the true might of the cosmos. Cooler, having learned of the Saiyans' ability to transform over the past year, was not the least bit surprised. He had thoroughly researched them and undergone grueling training, achieving a power level of 470 million. Arrogance will be your downfall today. Future Trunks, wielding his sword, aimed to strike directly at Cooler's head. With a resounding clang, Cooler merely extended a finger to block the sword's attack. In the realm of anime, Goku had employed a similar tactic, effortlessly halting Future Trunks' sword with a mere fingertip. Now, Cooler enveloped himself in energy, completely disregarding the blade aimed at him. Future Trunks executed a series of sword techniques, but they proved futile. Even if struck, Cooler's body was as resilient as iron. The sword could inflict no damage upon him. Damn it, watch this. Future Trunks sheathed his sword and prepared to unleash energy blasts and physical strikes against Cooler. Ding! Combat attribute dropped. 1 million. Ding! Combat power attribute. 1 million. Cursed be this fiend. How can his power be so formidable? Future Trunks grew increasingly alarmed. This adversary surpassed even the androids in strength. Is this all you've got? Now it's my turn to strike. Seizing the opportunity, Cooler unleashed a powerful punch towards Future Trunks. The latter evaded with agility, countering with an energy blast. Boom. The energy blast struck Cooler, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke. Yet, he surged forth from the haze, landing a punch squarely in Future Trunks' abdomen. Ugh. Future Trunks spat out blood, pain contorting his body like a shrimp. You cursed Saiyan, do you now comprehend our disparity? I have yet to exert my full strength. Relish the fear of death. Cooler swiftly appeared behind Future Trunks and delivered a crushing blow to his back. Future Trunks plummeted towards the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Cooler's might was indeed formidable. It was evident that he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, having come to Earth to eliminate the Saiyans and restore honor to his family. Incredible, what a fearsome foe. Unexpectedly, even the Super Saiyans could not withstand Gula's onslaught. One wonders if Gohan's combat prowess can triumph over him. Goku, witnessing the impending strike of Future Trunks upon the ground, expressed his deep concern, declaring, I absolutely cannot afford to lose. I must not allow this Earth to descend into the same fate as our future timeline. I must eradicate you. In a flash of brilliance, Future Trunks soared from the depths of the crater, his eyes ablaze with fury. With both hands raised, he concentrated his immense energy into a colossal beam aimed at Gula. He realized that if he were to falter, the entire planet would fall under the adversary's dominion, plunging this timeline into the same relentless despair and helplessness as the future. Humanity would be left to scurry like rats, barely clinging to life. Come forth. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of overwhelming power, Gula retorted, unwavering in the face of Future Trunks' energy assault. He was determined to prevail in every aspect, showcasing that his race, the frozen demon lineage, was the strongest in the universe. In an instant, Gula conjured an energy sphere at his fingertip, crashing it down upon the incoming energy beam. What? The magic flash? How could this wretch wield my technique? Is this a lesson from Gohan? Piccolo pondered, momentarily taken aback by Future Trunks' display. The two energies collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing a violent shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. Vanish, Saiyan! Gula bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy that expanded instantaneously to the size of a basketball court, intent on obliterating the earth along with it. I shall not be defeated. Trunks gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing his own energy. The beam of his magic flash surged dramatically, pushing back the immense energy sphere, sending it hurtling into the cosmos. Unbeknownst to Trunks, Gula had already vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him in a flash, delivering a powerful punch. How could this be? Future Trunks gasped, sensing Gula's presence looming behind him. He retaliated with a spinning kick, but it was still too slow. With a resounding thud, he felt a sharp pain in his back, propelling him into the air, crashing against the wall of the crater. Gula pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Future Trunks. The battle had devolved into a brutal exchange of blows, with both warriors trading injuries, yet the disparity in their combat strength was insurmountable. As they clashed within the depths of the pit, the ground was carved into a deep ravine by their ferocity. Future Trunks was struck by an uppercut from Gula, sending him soaring into the sky. The chaos intensified as Gula unleashed a frenzied beam of death. Countless beams of violet energy emanated from Gula's hands, relentlessly bombarding Future Trunks. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air as the densely packed energy strikes pummeled him, forcing forth a cacophony of agonizing cries. A notification chimed, announcing the loss of a combat power attribute of 1 million. Another notification followed, reiterating the same figure. Saiyan, the more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Gula cackled maniacally, reveling in the torment of the Saiyan, intent on demonstrating his supremacy in this universe. After unleashing hundreds of energy blasts, Future Trunks returned to a semblance of normalcy, his voice diminishing to a whisper. Gula ceased his assault, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, unwilling to deliver a swift death that would rob him of the pleasure derived from instilling fear. He aimed to toy with his opponent before delivering the final blow. Panting heavily, Future Trunks found himself in tatters, his clothing in shreds. How is this possible? I have lost. This adversary's power is overwhelming. What can I do now? He was engulfed in confusion. Collect it all, Son Gohan silently urged, as the combat power attributes from the ground surged into his body. Within mere breaths, his combat power surged to 50 million. Gula, do not be so arrogant. Today, you shall witness the terror of the Saiyans. With a resounding explosion, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing an even more formidable aura that spread like wildfire. Future Trunks stood in stunned disbelief, momentarily forgetting his injuries. Wasn't it Uncle Goku who transformed into a Super Saiyan? How is it that Teacher Gohan can also achieve this form? His power after transformation is exponentially more terrifying than mine. Confusion reigned on Future Trunks' face as he grappled with the situation. Gohan's combat power seemed to escalate further. Why is it that every time I see Gohan, he surprises us anew? Does he possess no limits to his strength? The Saiyan physique is truly extraordinary. Tianjin and the others effortlessly dealt with the group of lesser foes. Among the extraterrestrials, only 3 posed any significant threat, all of whom Vegeta dispatched with ease. The remainder were mere misfits, easily manageable by the others. Witnessing Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan again, Vegeta felt a surge of envy and resentment. One day, I shall trample both of you beneath my feet. Ha ha ha, you Saiyans revel in your pretentious displays. That Super Saiyan was nothing more than a plaything in my hands. No matter how many Super Saiyans appear, the outcome remains unchanged. We, the Frost Demons, still reign as the mightiest warriors in this universe, proclaimed Gula arrogantly. After vanquishing Future Trunks, his confidence soared, leading him to believe that Super Saiyans were nothing exceptional. Had Gula possessed the ability to sense ki, he would have trembled in fear, for the aura of Super Saiyan Gohan was on an entirely different plane compared to that of Future Trunks. Suddenly, Gohan's form vanished, only to reappear right before Gula, launching a powerful punch toward him. What? How can your speed be so astonishing? Gula thought that Super Saiyan Gohan's strength was inferior to that of Future Trunks, thus he underestimated his combat prowess, considering him merely a child. Even if his power was formidable, How could a child surpass an adult? However, Gula's calculations were profoundly mistaken. With a resounding impact, Gohan's fist struck Gula, and he immediately regretted his underestimation. A surge of intense force propelled him backward, leaving him with a tingling sensation in his arm. Ding! Combat attribute decreased by 1,000. What? Gohan sent Gula flying with a single punch? The sheer strength of Gohan, the teacher, was staggering. Future Trunks stood in astonishment, realizing that this version of Gohan not only could transform into a Super Saiyan, but also possessed terrifying combat skills. The foe he struggled against, Gula, was effortlessly dispatched by Gohan with a single blow. He found himself utterly bewildered by the turn of events. All right, let us deal with him for daring to create havoc on Earth. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Gohan's transformed state. The young Super Saiyan's power was evidently incomparable to Gohan's. Meanwhile, Tien and his companions had already dispatched a group of small foes, cheering Gohan on from the sidelines. These extraterrestrials had the audacity to wreak havoc on Earth without considering their own strengths. Was this not akin to an old man committing suicide, seeking a longer life? How is this possible? This child's power is astonishingly strong. Gula realized that his foolish brother's demise at Gohan's hands was not undeserved. Steadying himself, he regarded Gohan with heightened caution, having never encountered such a formidable opponent. It was clear that a careful approach was imperative. Nothing is impossible. King Cold and Frieza met their end at my hands. Unleash your full power in battle, or else you shall find no opportunity afterwards, Gohan declared disdainfully, his piercing gaze devoid of emotion, as if regarding a corpse. How dare you underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Gula roared in exasperation. A terrifying aura emanated from his being, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Instantly, the entire Earth began to tremble. The sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Ah, help! Is this an earthquake? We must take cover. I do not wish to perish. The inhabitants of Earth mistakenly believed they were experiencing a seismic event. Roads were clogged, and billboards tumbled from buildings as people frantically sought refuge from the impending disaster. Chapter 50. Gula's 100% combat power. Behold, this is my absolute power. You should consider yourself fortunate. Never has anyone compelled me to unleash the full extent of my terrifying strength in battle. You are the only one, and the last. Gula proclaimed, a triumphant expression adorning his face after revealing his full might. He yearned to witness fear and despair reflected in Gohan's eyes. However, Gula's expectations were dashed. The other's expression remained utterly impassive. It is nothing. This power is simply too feeble, Gohan remarked coldly. He insisted that his opponent reveal his true capabilities. He was eager to see if the system would yield even greater combat attributes. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. You insolent brat, I shall tear you to shreds. Gula snarled through gritted teeth, utterly astonished that he had been underestimated. In his fury, he charged at Gohan, unleashing a left hook. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he did not send the boy flying. Gohan's form began to dissipate. Gula retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at his rear. Bang! The two clashed once more. The ground could not withstand the force, shattering under their might. They became entangled in a fierce struggle, exchanging punches and kicks in a relentless melee. The air resonated with the sounds of their violent encounters, each collision generating waves of energy. Ding! 1 million combat power dropped ahead. Ding! Combat power decreased by 1 million. A continuous stream of notifications echoed in Gohan's mind. It appeared that a decline of 1 million in combat attributes was the ceiling. I beam. Gohan's gaze suddenly emitted 2 beams of light. With a cry of shock, Gula was blasted away before he could react. The pain compelled him to scream in frustration. Damn it! Gula clenched his teeth, utterly unprepared for the boy's ambush. Fortunately, his armor absorbed part of the energy attack. Was this truly a mere child? His combat power was formidable, his movements agile, and his battle experience remarkably extensive. Wow, that attack was executed beautifully, leaving no room for defense. I never anticipated Gohan's combat prowess to be so formidable. This alien is clearly no match for him. Tianjin Fan and the others felt a tremendous sense of relief, their faces aglow with joy. Just moments ago, they had witnessed future Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan. Unable to best the extraterrestrial adversary, they harbored quiet concerns about whether son Gohan possessed the strength to overcome him. It seemed they had underestimated Gohan's capabilities. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo, observing the battle, felt a spark of pride as he noted Gohan had mastered his special beam cannon, wielding it with formidable power. Ha, Piccolo. I owe you my gratitude, Gohan expressed sincerely. Having such a mentor was indeed a boon for him. Son Goku turned to Piccolo with heartfelt thanks, acknowledging that his son's prowess was largely due to Piccolo's influence. Spare me your flattery, Goku. I will surely defeat you one day, Piccolo retorted, his tone laced with irritation. This fellow was undeniably vexing. One day, he vowed, he would bring this rascal down to earth. Yet, witnessing Son Gohan's performance filled Piccolo with a sense of satisfaction. Vegeta gritted his teeth, determined to train diligently and aspire to become a Super Saiyan as swiftly as possible. This glory rightfully belonged to him, and it was unbearably frustrating to merely observe others engage in battle from a distance. The battle was far from over. After sending Gula flying, Gohan conjured Frieza's signature move, the Death Saucer, and unleashed 5 slicing discs. The technique resembled Krillin's Destructo disc, forming a circular disc of energy that could slice through foes and change direction with ease. What? Gula exclaimed, bolting in terror. He recognized the devastating power of the move, a signature attack of his brother Frieza. He had not anticipated that this Saiyan could wield it as well. If struck, he knew he would be cleaved into countless pieces. He swiftly distanced himself from the attack range. Gohan expertly maneuvered the 5 slicing discs, relentlessly pursuing Gula. What a marvel! I never imagined this technique could be utilized in such a manner, Krillin mused, mistakenly believing the move to be his own Destructo disc. It seemed he had a sudden epiphany, realizing that this technique could be employed similarly to Yamcha's Spirit Ball. Once this crisis was resolved, he resolved to give it a try himself. This move is futile against me, Gula declared as he summoned his own slicing discs. The two techniques clashing and canceling each other out. He had merely lacked the opportunity to execute it earlier. Now, with distance between them, he could unleash the same attack. Is that so? Gohan's voice suddenly echoed from behind Gula, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his forehead in terror. This boy was truly elusive. Gula spun around, gathering energy into an enormous ki blast aimed at Gohan. Boom. Son Gohan was instantly engulfed by the energy wave. Ha. This time you shall not escape death. Seeing this, Gula felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Surely, this little brat is destined to be obliterated. The way he laughs is akin to a fool. Indeed, he doesn't even know where his opponent is. Yet, one cannot entirely fault them. After all, aliens lack the ability to perceive the movement of energy. They must rely solely on their sight and instincts to gauge the location of their adversaries. Those watching from below were well aware that Son Gohan had narrowly evaded the energy attack just in time. Meanwhile, Gula remained blissfully ignorant, believing he had annihilated the Super Saiyan Gohan. You dare seek vengeance on Earth without comprehending the strength of your opponent? I truly admire your audacity. Gohan observed Gula, who resembled a simpleton in his laughter. Unable to contain his disdain, he remarked, how despicable. The Frost Demon clan is indeed the strongest race in the universe. I will ensure your complete annihilation. Is fleeing all that the Saiyans are capable of? Upon hearing Gohan's words, Gula roared in fury. He turned sharply, only to find Gohan had appeared directly behind him. Fleeing? You overestimate yourself. Now, let me demonstrate the disparity between us, Gohan scoffed, his aura surging dramatically. He had ascertained that the maximum combat attribute dropped by the system was 1 million. It was time to showcase his true skills. What? Gohan's strength is indeed unfathomable. Krillin sensed Gohan's escalating aura and couldn't help but swallow hard. You little brat, your arrogance knows no bounds. Gula charged at Gohan, intent on snapping his neck. This little rascal was utterly insufferable. Bang! Gula moved swiftly, but even faster was Gohan, who sent him soaring backward with a single kick. Chapter 51. The Fall of Gula. No, this cannot be happening. As Gula was propelled backward, disbelief flooded his mind. How could this Saiyan child possess such ferocity? This was my absolute power. Surely, I was merely caught off guard by the Saiyans' assault. Yes, that must be it. What is impossible? Next year on this day shall mark your demise. Once you arrive, there will be no escape. At that moment, Gula once again heard Gohan's voice in his ear. Boom. Gohan had closed the distance, delivering a devastating punch to Gula's body. Gula spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying once more. Super Saiyan Gohan shadowed him relentlessly striking Gula's body as if he were playing a game of football. The anguished cries of Gula echoed through the air. Little did he anticipate that his arduous journey to Earth in pursuit of vengeance would culminate in becoming a mere plaything. How astonishing it was that a formidable adversary like Gula could be toyed with by Gohan. Indeed, Gohan's prowess was unparalleled. With him guarding Earth, there was no fear of any malevolent beings invading. You mentioned that if we do not diligently train, we shall become mere spectators in the future. You are absolutely right. We must strive to hone our skills and aspire to match Gohan's strength. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement, a truly exhilarating sight. Everyone engaged in animated conversation. Yet the limitations of human physiology made the notion of catching up to Gohan a mere folly. Magic flash. Gohan propelled Gula's body upwards, placing his hands atop his head to gather energy. What? I refuse to be defeated. I will obliterate everything here. Supernova. Gula felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed Gohan's energy coalescing into a massive wave. Faced with the specter of death, even Gula felt fear. He mustered all his strength to resist the onslaught and began to gather his own energy. Concentrating his power into a single finger, he formed a colossal energy sphere capable of annihilating a planet. Gula intended to reduce this planet and all its inhabitants to cosmic dust. The Saiyans, whom he once regarded as mere insects, now had the capacity to overpower him. How could Gula endure such humiliation? He was determined to obliterate everything here. The game must come to an end. Gohan unleashed a tremendous beam of energy towards Gula hovering above. He deemed further combat unnecessary. It was time to conclude this. Let all of it turn to cosmic dust. Gula hurled an ominous energy sphere, brimming with terrifying power, toward Gohan, intent on turning this place of his humiliation to ashes. Boom. The two colossal energies collided instantaneously, sending debris flying and raising clouds of dust. The ground fissured deeply, and the entire planet trembled. Gula's immense energy was gradually repelled by Gohan's magic flash. Gohan, you must hold on. Our Earth depends on you. Give it your all. The onlookers watched with clenched fists. The sheer magnitude of the energies at play was utterly terrifying. The ground nearby crumbled, sending them soaring into the sky for a better view. Future Trunks was astounded by the clash, never having imagined that this timeline's Gohan would be so formidable. The foes he could not contend with were effortlessly handled by Gohan. Piccolo, witnessing the ferocity of Gohan's magic flash energy wave, felt a surge of joy. To my astonishment, the ultimate technique of the old master proves to be remarkably potent in the hands of Gohan. Son Wukong gazes confidently at his son as he confronts Gula, unable to suppress his grateful glance towards Piccolo. Vegeta's eyes blaze with fury, cursing the audacious brat for his rapid increase in combat power. You wait. One day I shall surpass you all. He seethes. Damn brat, go to hell. Gula, with veins bulging on his forehead and bloodshot eyes, furiously channels energy into his sphere, causing it to swell to twice its size. Suddenly, Son Gohan unleashes his full power, a blinding radiance emanating that leaves onlookers unable to open their eyes. The massive energy beam transforms into a blue-white flame, devouring Gula's energy sphere with unyielding momentum. A chilling scream escapes Gula as his body is disintegrated by the energy beam, sealing the fates of the three father and son as mere particles of dust in the cosmos. Thus, the reign of the once mighty Gula comes to an end. In the anime, Gula descends upon Earth seeking vengeance against Son Wukong, launching the Kamehameha wave towards the sun. However, rather than perishing, he survives with only half of his head intact. Utilizing advanced technology from the cosmic grave of planet Namek, he repairs his body, enhancing his strength to a staggering 10 billion. He transforms into mechanical Gula, his form now encased in countless mechanical chips, significantly increasing his size. Only the right side of his head remains of his original self, the left entirely replaced by machinery. Yet, with his original body and cells obliterated, resurrection awaits only in a future life. As Son Gohan relinquishes his Super Saiyan form, he silently contemplates the endless influx of combat attributes surging through his limbs. The data on his personal attribute panel fluctuates wildly, gradually stabilizing. His combat power now registers at 80 million, signifying a remarkable gain of 30 million from this battle. Yes, we have finally triumphed. He exclaims joyously, haha, Gohan truly delivers. I knew victory was destined to be ours. The crowd erupts in jubilant chatter, celebrating with animated gestures. With Gohan safeguarding Earth, no malevolent forces dare to emerge. In the heavenly palace, the wrinkle-faced Kai wipes the cold sweat from his brow. Astonished by the sudden appearance of a Saiyan on Earth, though relieved to find that he has come to aid in resolving the crisis. Meanwhile, in the future, Trunks, transformed into a Super Saiyan, struggles against the invaders, unable to prevail. The celestial being broke into a cold sweat, taken aback by the terrifying combat prowess of the extraterrestrials. Fortunately, the mighty Super Saiyan Gohan subsequently decimated and eliminated the adversaries. Otherwise, Earth would have faced dire peril. He nodded in satisfaction, astonished that such a diminutive physique could harbor such formidable energy. The nature of the Saiyan race was indeed extraordinary. This marked his first encounter with the true strength of Gohan. Chapter 52. A Journey to the Future. What? This individual is actually Trunks, who has traversed through time from the future. He is the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma. Moreover, in 3 years, formidable artificial beings will emerge. Goku has succumbed to chronic heart disease and is unable to partake in battle. One by one, the warriors have perished protecting Earth, leaving the future world under the dominion of these artificial beings. The citizens of Earth endure a life of anguish, akin to mice scurrying through the streets, desperately clinging to existence. The Namekian race possesses unique physical traits, notably their exceptional hearing. Upon overhearing the conversation between Gohan and future Trunks, Piccolo felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, utterly flabbergasted by the startling revelation. This was simply unfathomable. Hearing future Trunks' words, Gohan did not express surprise, for he understood that the artificial beings of the primary timeline were vastly different from those of the future. In the primary timeline, androids 17 and 18 did not view humanity as mere insects, deriving pleasure from destruction. They were created solely with the intent to eliminate Goku, who had once obliterated the Red Ribbon Army in his youth, orchestrated by Dr. Gero. Master Gohan, I hope you can keep my identity a secret for the time being. Future Trunks implored. He feared that revealing his identity might alter history, jeopardizing his very existence. You need not worry. We shall keep it confidential, Gohan replied. Involuntarily glancing at Piccolo, he was acutely aware of the Namekian's unique abilities, capable of hearing conversations from great distances. With the bloodline of a Namekian now coursing through him, he could hear the dialogue of Tien and the others. Master Gohan, your strength is remarkable. I would like to request your assistance in the future to help us eradicate the androids, future Trunks earnestly proposed. He wished for his mother in the future timeline and the people of Earth to no longer suffer under the threat of the androids. Certainly, Gohan readily agreed. Intrigued by the boundless energy properties of androids 17 and 18, who had initially been ordinary humans before Dr. Gero transformed them. Master Gohan, let us depart at once. In the future, Trunks retrieved a universal capsule from his convenience box, pressed it, and tossed it aside. With a resounding boom, a time machine materialized before him. He opened the door and stepped inside, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Vegeta. Farewell, Father. It brings me great joy to see you this time. Hello, Father, Uncle Piccolo, and everyone. This friend has come to request my assistance, and I must accompany him now. I shall return once I complete my tasks. In an instant, Gohan appeared before the group to greet them. He handed the special medicine to Piccolo, saying, Uncle Piccolo, please explain this to them. Gohan and future Trunks then vanished into the time machine, leaving the others in astonishment. What? That kid is a time traveler? Exclaimed one. On May 12th, 767 of the Age of Artificial Humans, number 19 will appear in Southtown? That is merely 3 years away. The group struggled to comprehend Piccolo's words, finding them utterly unbelievable. This is simply preposterous. Piccolo refrained from revealing Trunks' true identity. The enemy is so formidable. Should we not seek to eliminate it? Krillin cautiously suggested, fearing the unknown adversary and unwilling to take such a risk. Indeed, that is a prudent course of action. We can eradicate the danger in its infancy, Yamcha concurred, sharing the sentiment that unnecessary risks should be avoided, especially considering his own past death. Anyone who dares to act in such a manner, I shall slay. Vegeta declared with a fierce expression. Scions grow stronger in the face of adversity, and the swiftest path to power is through combat. The group's attention turned to Goku. Eager for his perspective, I, too, yearn to battle a formidable opponent, Goku said with palpable excitement, his heart racing at the thought of a worthy challenge. Ahem, actually, I have yet to finish, Piccolo interjected. Goku will succumb to a chronic heart virus 3 years hence, and will not partake in this battle. This young man has come bearing the remedy for his ailment. Piccolo unveiled this shocking revelation, handing the special medicine to Goku. The group was left astounded. The mighty Saiyan Goku, it seemed, would meet his end not on the battlefield but through illness. A bitter irony indeed. Wow, that startled me. I had no idea there was a remedy, Goku exclaimed, patting his chest in disbelief. He was unconcerned as long as a solution existed. Well then, we must take our leave. We must intensify our training to prepare for the impending battle in 3 years, Tien and Kaiotsu said, soaring into the sky and swiftly disappearing from view. Vegeta also set his course towards West City. Next time, I shall undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan. The crowd bid their farewells and returned to their respective places to cultivate. In the future realm, the capital city. Oh dear. A few crows circled above, occasionally cawing. This place resembled a desolate city, akin to a purgatory on earth. Ruins lay strewn about, with buildings collapsed and in tatters, as if it had just endured a fierce battle. The ground was pockmarked, appearing to have been subjected to relentless bombardment, with wisps of black smoke rising. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Corpses lay scattered, sprawled in pools of blood, with severed limbs visible everywhere. Suddenly, a time machine materialized in midair, gradually descending. Cursed be it, I did not anticipate that East City had also fallen. Future Trunks gazed at the desolation of East City, his face contorted in rage. It wasn't long since we departed, and the androids have commenced their destruction once again. Trunks, please accept my condolences. Everything will improve, Son Gohan remarked, his eyes cold at the sight before him. The androids of this timeline reveled in slaughter and devastation. Master Gohan, let us seek out the androids at once. They must be wreaking havoc in Peppa City. I can sense it. Trunks gritted his teeth, having had extensive dealings with the androids. Through certain unique channels, he could feel the energy fluctuations of the androids. Future Trunks transformed the time machine into a universal capsule and stowed it away. A potent aura erupted from him as he prepared to soar towards Peppa City. Is flying truly necessary? It is far too slow, Son Gohan interjected, grasping Trunks just as he was about to take off. Upon arriving in the future realm, his formidable perception had already locked onto this planet. He knew the whereabouts of androids 17 and 18. In a flash, Son Gohan and future Trunks vanished from their location. Chapter 53, Androids of the Future Realm, Peppa City. Boom. Energy blasts rained down upon buildings with deafening explosions. It felt as if the area was under missile attack, engulfed in flames. The entire skyscraper collapsed in an instant, sending dust and debris into the air, accompanied by screams and wails that sent chills down one's spine. It turned out that half an hour prior, the androids had launched a sudden assault here. Android 17, adorned with a red scarf, and Android 18, with her golden hair, relentlessly unleashed energy waves upon the buildings and the inhabitants. As they witnessed the explosions and collapses and heard the anguished cries of the people, their hearts swelled with joy and satisfaction. Little mice, let us play a game. You must run with all your might. After a mere 10 minutes, we shall make our move. Should you manage to escape within this time frame, congratulations, for your lives will be spared. The androids, number 17 and number 18, hovered above, a playful glint in their eyes as they addressed the gathered crowd. They intended to engage in a game of cat and mouse. The onlookers, paralyzed with fear, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly intimidated by these two fiends. The chaos surrounding them was palpable. The prospect of fleeing within 10 minutes seemed utterly futile. Yet, if there exists a glimmer of hope, one must take the chance. The citizens of Peppa City fled in all directions, creating a scene of utter disarray. Before long, the 10 minutes had evaporated. Ha ha, time's up. Prepare to meet your demise. They cackled. Oh, fragile humans, it is not that we deny you a chance. Rather, you fail to appreciate the opportunity bestowed upon you. Thus, you must bear the consequences. The androids erupted in sinister laughter, delivering their final ultimatum. You two demons intend to eradicate us completely. I do not wish to die. Trunks, please come to our rescue. Mother, farewell. We shall meet again in another life. Trunks, hurry. The cries of despair echoed from the men, women, and children of Peppa City. At that moment, they all faced the specter of death. Their only recourse to pray silently, hoping that Earth's great hero, Trunks, would save them. Ha ha, Trunks, that little mouse cannot even save himself. How could he possibly save you? The androids, number 17 and number 18, smirked malevolently as they began to coalesce energy orbs in their hands. They hurled the energy orbs toward the crowd below. Witnessing this, despair enveloped the onlookers. Some closed their eyes, seemingly resigned to their fate. The moment those orbs struck, the entire city would be obliterated. Suddenly, in a flash, the two androids appeared before the crowd. They raised their hands and sent the energy blasts soaring away. The resulting explosions echoed in the distance, mushroom clouds rising like missiles. The deafening noise jolted the crowd back to reality. Trunks, you have truly come to our aid. Am I dreaming? Dreaming? I see it too. This is incredible. It seems my prayers have indeed been answered. We shall not perish today. Indeed, Gohan had utilized his instant transmission technique to arrive just in the nick of time, deflecting the incoming energy blasts. Trunks, you have finally shown up. I thought you would remain a coward, but it seems I have reeled you in at last. Number 17 said, a triumphant smile gracing his face as his devious plan unfolded. It turns out that all of this was orchestrated to lure Trunks into the open. Just moments ago, the two siblings were wreaking havoc everywhere. Now that the bait has finally taken, how could one not feel elated? Androids, you two fiends. Today marks your demise. As foes meet, an undeniable animosity ignites, Trunks declared through gritted teeth. He then turned to Gohan, saying, Gohan, I entrust this to you. Ah, Trunks. So you sought assistance. What did you just call him? Teacher Gohan. No wonder he seems so familiar. It's the young Gohan from back in the day. I see now that your previous escape involved using the time machine to journey to the past. Trunks, have you lost your wits by bringing the young Gohan to fight us? How formidable could he possibly be in his youth? Are you attempting to amuse us? Ha ha. Once we eliminate you, we shall traverse the timelines for our amusement. The two androids, number 17 and number 18, exchanged jibes at Trunks and Gohan. The audacity of returning to the past to summon a young Gohan for battle was indeed baffling. Presently, only Trunks stands as Earth's defender against them. All other ordinary individuals are utterly powerless, easily extinguished by a mere energy sphere. Are you two excessively arrogant? Gohan surveyed the androids with keen interest. Number 18, worthy of being called the goddess of the Dragon Ball universe, possessed a striking silhouette with her sleek golden hair and exquisite features. Regrettably, these androids from this timeline are irredeemable, born solely for destruction and slaughter, devoid of humanity. Arrogant? Not at all. Gohan, today I shall demonstrate what true arrogance entails. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged seductive smiles before charging towards Gohan. Sensing the impending confrontation, Gohan soared away, mindful of the ordinary lives behind him. A battle here would endanger many innocents. What is the matter? Are you fleeing upon seeing my sister? Number 18 mocked as she pursued Gohan, believing he cowered in fear, as he was merely a child. 17. Let us find a suitable place to settle the score. Trunks seethed, his body gradually levitating as he pursued Gohan. Number 17 flashed a sinister smile and followed suit. I was nearly terrified to death. Fortunately, Lord Trunks appeared, or we would have all met our end. After the artificial humans, Trunks, and Gohan took to the skies, a palpable sense of relief washed over the crowd. The exhilarating feeling of escaping death was truly liberating. Everyone silently prayed, hoping that Trunks and the child could vanquish these two demons and liberate the people of Earth from their dire straits. Wishing for a life of peace and tranquility. Gohan, where are you fleeing to? Number 18 was relentlessly pursuing him, her impatience evident as she casually hurled an energy blast in his direction. Chapter 54. The fury of the artificial human in a distant future atop a great mountain. A man and a woman hovered in the air. Number 18. Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? Gohan raised his hand and deflected the incoming energy blast. He paused and inquired of number 18. Hee, I do enjoy your fiery temperament. I hope you remain as defiant when the time comes. Number 18 replied, her laughter revealing her amusement. The onlookers were riddled with fear, their powerlessness stark against her strength, which only bored her further. Have I not always been this way? Let me show you what it feels like to face death, Gohan retorted, his anger surging forth, an immense aura emanating from him that made the very planet tremble. At that moment, Trunks and number 17 arrived on the scene, opting to observe rather than intervene, watching intently the clash between Gohan and number 18. Hee, you Saiyans are fond of your flashy transformations. Transform into a Super Saiyan, and I shall relish the challenge. Number 18 exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she anticipated a worthy adversary. Is that so? Then let us await the spectacle, Gohan declared, and with that, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before number 18, delivering a swift left hook. Wow, what? How could he move so quickly? Number 18 thought, barely registering his presence before he struck her. Like a kite severed from its string, her body was sent hurtling to the side. But it was not over yet. You enjoy playing, don't you? Let us engage in this game, Gohan declared, unleashing a barrage of death beams. In an instant, he teleported to where number 18 was careening through the air. His finger pointed at her as a flurry of energy blasts erupted forth. He showed no mercy, striking with unrelenting force. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Number 18 cried out, her body being riddled with blasts, her anguished screams echoing through the air. Number 17 watched helplessly as his sister endured the relentless assault. He was filled with an urgent desire to assist. 17, do not forget, your opponent is me. In an instant, Trunks transformed into his Super Saiyan form, spreading his arms wide like a cross, blocking 17's path. He had not anticipated that Gohan would prove so formidable, swiftly subduing 18. Get lost. 17, enraged, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, aiming to force Trunks aside and rescue 18. Trunks skillfully dodged the onslaught, evading the energy projectiles with agility. As their combat powers were closely matched, he saw no need to directly confront the energy blasts. Ding! Ahead, combat power attribute of 100,000 has dropped. Combat power attribute of 100,000 has dropped. Ding! Ahead, infinite energy attribute has dropped. At that moment, Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications, followed by the emergence of the infinite energy attribute. He collected it all. The infinite energy and combat power attributes surged wildly into Gohan's body. As he had surmised, 17 and 18 were indeed modified beings. The artificial bodies merely housed a miniature bomb, while the rest remained original. Thus, the infinite energy was likely to drop. Henceforth, he too would possess infinite energy. He would not suffer weakness from overexertion. In Dragon Ball, Goku frequently faced dire consequences due to exhaustion. During the Cell Saga, after battling Cell, Goku was left drained and subsequently fell victim to the onslaught of the younger Cell. In the Majin Buu Saga, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Yet he was unable to maintain this form due to insufficient energy, ultimately leading to his defeat by Majin Buu. Even in his final attempt to utilize the Spirit Bomb against Majin Buu, he nearly succumbed to exhaustion, almost allowing Buu to deflect the attack back at him. Ultimately, he had to wish for his stamina to be restored from the dragon Shenron to vanquish Majin Buu. Die. 17, with ulterior motives, seized the opportunity while Trunks was evading, redirecting his energy blasts towards Gohan. This was his true objective. Not good. Trunks realized he had been deceived. 17's target was indeed Gohan. Come at me. Super Saiyan Gohan also aimed at 17. Now armed with infinite energy, he had no fear of engaging in a war of attrition. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves from both combatants clashed continuously in the air, resulting in numerous explosions that engulfed the surroundings in thick smoke. At that moment, 18 coughed up blood. Her body battered and bruised, clearly suffering severe injuries. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothing was torn, resembling a beggar in her disheveled state. Damn it, unforgivable. Son Gohan, how dare you inflict such harm upon me? I want you dead. The eyes of Android 18 were bloodshot, radiating an insatiable hunger for vengeance. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face contorted in fury. Ever since Dr. Gero had transformed them, they had never encountered such a setback. The siblings had never faced a worthy adversary. Once, they toyed with the Saiyans at will, yet now they found themselves in such a dire predicament. The humiliation was unbearable. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, blood trickling down her fingertips. At this moment, Android 18 had completely lost her reason. Like a rampaging bull, she charged at Son Gohan. Android 18, your opponent is me. Trunks, caught off guard by Android 17's trickery, swiftly positioned himself in front of 18. Had he intercepted 17's attack on Gohan earlier, 18 might have been defeated by his master. Get out of my way. Android 18, consumed by rage, unleashed a flurry of attacks on Trunks. The two were instantly locked in a fierce struggle. Ding. Combat power attribute dropped by 1,000,000. Android 18 executed a sweeping kick aimed at Trunks' head. Boom. Trunks raised his hand to block and countered with a punch directed at her abdomen. A scream echoed as 18, taken by surprise, was struck in the stomach, her body flying backward. Trunks, relentless as a shadow, ensured she had no chance to recover. With a swift movement, he appeared before her, kicking her into the air. Then, akin to a soccer player, he unleashed a barrage of kicks upon her midair form. The sky was filled with Android 18's desperate cries. In her current state, she was utterly unhinged, blinded by rage and weakened by injury. She fell victim to Trunks' relentless assault. Come on, 18. Trunks unleashed all his pent-up frustration. Drawing his sword from behind, he roared with a fearsome countenance. Chapter 55. The Nightmare of Future Androids. How is this possible? My power is limitless. How can you still be standing after exchanging energy blasts with me for so long? Android 17 inquired, astonishment etched across his face. He had aimed to deplete Son Gohan's energy using his own infinite reserves. Yet he was bewildered to find that Gohan showed no signs of exhaustion. There is nothing impossible. Did you think you alone possessed boundless stamina and energy? Son Gohan replied, a joyous expression illuminating his face. His arrival in this future timeline was precisely for the sake of infinite energy. Having just attempted it, the sensation is truly exquisite. The two of them had unleashed a frenzied output, yet the energy within them remains inexhaustible, akin to an eternal fountain, limitless and boundless. This feeling is utterly delightful. What? Do you, too, possess infinite energy? Upon hearing Gohan's words, number 17 was taken aback, astonished by the overwhelming prowess of another Gohan from a different timeline. Congratulations. You are correct. I reward you with a fist. Suddenly, Super Saiyan Gohan materialized behind number 17, delivering a powerful blow to his back. Ouch! A sharp pain surged through number 17's back, a tremendous force propelling him away. Experienced the taste of death firsthand. As Gohan's voice faded, he gradually vanished, only to reappear ahead, awaiting number 17's arrival. Bang! Another heavy punch struck the opponent's abdomen. Gah! Number 17 spat out a mouthful of blood. Excruciating pain forcing him to curl up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach. Their combat prowess was clearly not on the same level. The androids from the future were devoid of humanity, unworthy of existence in this world. Gohan showed no mercy, incapacitating his adversary with a single punch. How could this be? I can't believe it. Cough, cough. Number 17 coughed incessantly, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping him entirely. He had never imagined he would face such a day. The Super Saiyans of this timeline could easily toy with him, while the childhood Gohan from another dimension proved to be astonishingly powerful. It was simply unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. I have yet to unleash my true power. The disparity between us is insurmountable. I lack even the desire to engage you. Gohan seized number 17's head and flung him towards Trunks. Number 17 had entirely lost his fighting capability and could only be manipulated. Trunks had been closely observing the battle of his mentor, Gohan. Upon witnessing number 17 being hurled in his direction, he decisively abandoned his assault on number 18. This is disastrous. As number 17 shrieked while soaring towards Trunks, a chill ran down his spine. A wave of terror washed over him, reminiscent of being doused in icy water from head to toe. Is this the feeling of death? It is utterly horrific. Die, number 17. Trunks, brandishing his sword, launched a flurry of strikes at the approaching number 17. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The unfortunate number 17 was instantly reduced to countless fragments. Trunks unleashed another energy wave, turning the remains of his foe into dust. Number 17 and number 18 witnessed the demise of number 17 before their very eyes. Overwhelmed with anguish, she cried out. Her heart shattered at the sight. It was only because Trunks had abandoned his assault on number 18 that she was afforded a chance to escape. How ridiculous this was. Number 18, do you possess emotions after all? You have taken so many lives. Do you think others lack familial bonds? Trunks, consumed with fury, found irony in the situation. At last, he could avenge his deceased father and the people of Earth by eliminating these two malevolent beings. I will fight you, Trunks. Number 18 finally regained her composure. With a fierce energy attack directed at him, she executed a swift maneuver to flee. The most pressing concern was to preserve her life, to heal her wounds, and then seek retribution. You shall not escape, number 18. Trunks, noticing her attempt to flee, unleashed a formidable aura, pursuing her relentlessly. Binding technique. The Super Saiyan Gohan swiftly positioned himself in front of number 18, casting a powerful ability that immobilized her movements. Should number 18 manage to escape, locating her again would prove exceedingly difficult, for the androids emitted no aura. How is this possible? My body. I cannot move. Number 18 was paralyzed with fear, grappling with the unfamiliar sensation of helplessness. It seemed that even in the face of death, she could feel trepidation. Die? Trunks paid no heed to whether number 18 could move. With a flash, he appeared before her, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Slash, slash, slash. In an instant, number 18 was reduced to countless pieces. Trunks' energy wave obliterated her, turning her into mere dust. Never did he imagine the reinforcements he had summoned would prove so formidable. Before the two siblings, Gohan and Goten, she was utterly defenseless. It is over. Everything has come to an end. Father, Master Gohan, the people of Earth, I have finally avenged you. Trunks cried out, his voice filled with heart-wrenching emotion. The long-suppressed desire was finally fulfilled. At last, he could release the burdens he had carried for so long. Life had been unbearably stifling, fraught with hardship. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Now, Trunks could unburden years of resentment. All of it shall be reclaimed. The power attributes scattered across the ground flowed into him like a river. The combat power has soared to an astonishing 100 million. The inhabitants of Earth have finally vanquished the androids. Henceforth, there is no need for anyone to live in a state of constant fear. Those who have been hiding in basements can now emerge to embrace a new life. After a moment of catharsis, Trunks let out a series of furious roars directed towards the heavens. He is determined to convey this splendid news to everyone without delay. In his Super Saiyan state, his voice resonated like a broadcast, echoing across 100 miles. This is the voice of Lord Trunks, he proclaimed. The androids have been eradicated. Cheers erupted among the people. At last, the androids have been defeated. Lord Trunks, you are our hero, they exclaimed. Oh my, Earth is finally safe. Now we can live in peace. Upon hearing Trunks's words, tears of joy streamed down many faces. Some shouted with elation, while others danced in jubilation. They were profoundly moved. The people were finally free. There would be no more need for hiding or living in fear. Chapter 56. Future Time and the Pitiful Chi-Chi in the Future Timeline. What? The time machine is out of energy? It will take a year to recharge? Son Gohan looked at Trunks with a puzzled expression. He had not anticipated that replenishing the energy would require such an extensive duration. I apologize, Master Gohan. The androids have caused widespread destruction, leading to a scarcity of energy. Regrettably, we have no choice but to impose upon you for a while, Trunks replied, his face filled with embarrassment. When he had invited Gohan over, he had not considered this predicament. That's all right. We can treat it as a vacation, Gohan reassured him, patting Trunks on the shoulder. If we cannot change the situation, we must accept it. Let me take you to meet my mother. She will be overjoyed to see you, Trunks exclaimed with excitement. Eager to share this good news back in West City, the two soared towards West City. West City, once a vibrant place, had long since turned into ruins. From now on, the citizens of West City need no longer live in hiding. The androids have been defeated, and everyone can begin anew with peace of mind. Trunks announced from above. He wished for this message to reach every ear. Is that the voice of Lord Trunks? This is incredible. The androids have truly been eliminated. We will no longer have to live in fear, the people rejoiced. After Trunks finished speaking, he observed figures gradually approaching from the ground. These individuals, both male and female, are clad in tattered garments, yet their faces radiate joy and an insatiable thirst for life. They engage in cheerful discussions, overwhelmed by tears of happiness. For years, they have lived in hiding, much like street rats, fearful of being discovered by the androids. The area has transformed into ruins. Where do you reside? Son Gohan observes the uneven ground, littered with skeletal remains. Not a single structure stands intact. All are dilapidated. Master Gohan, you and I both understand. Trunks calls out to Son Gohan as he strides ahead, gesturing for him to follow. The two make their way to the basement, which is brightly illuminated. Trunks weaves through the twists and turns until he arrives at a laboratory. Presently, Bulma is the sole scientist left on Earth, her 10 fingers tirelessly tapping away at the keyboard, seemingly engrossed in research. Mom, I'm back. We successfully returned to the past, and even met Dad. I brought Master Gohan with me. Together, we shall eradicate the androids. No longer will we live in fear within this basement. Trunks exclaims joyfully as he rushes to Bulma's side, eager to share his achievements. His excitement makes him appear as carefree as a child. Despite being only 16 or 17 years old, the burdens he carries lend him an air of maturity beyond his years. My dear child, you have suffered so much in these years, Bulma says, setting aside her work to gently stroke Trunks' head, her expression filled with maternal concern. It has been a long time since she has seen Trunks smile. Hello, Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan greets the future version of Bulma with a warm smile. The years have taken their toll on her. The youthful glow has faded, leaving behind crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, yet she retains a certain dignified charm. Perhaps the harsh living conditions of this timeline have prevented her from taking proper care of herself, resulting in a more aged appearance. Thank you, Gohan. I never expected to see you again. It is truly wonderful that you came to this timeline to help us eliminate the androids. Without your assistance, who knows how long we would have to endure this life? Bulma expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Son Gohan. Aunt Bulma, you are too kind. May I inquire if my mother still lives in this timeline? Son Gohan asks, his curiosity piqued about whether Chi-Chi still exists in this future world. Your mother is still alive. I once urged her to move in with me so that we could support each other, but she declined my invitation, Bulma replies. Chi-Chi expressed that Bowsy Mountain is filled with countless beautiful memories, asserting that it is her true home. Should she catch sight of you, she would undoubtedly leap with joy. Bulma, too, awaited with eager anticipation the reunion between Chi-Chi and Son Gohan. As a mother, the prospect of once again embracing her son would be a source of immense happiness. You two converse for now. I shall attend to my mother from the future. Son Gohan mused, reflecting on Chi-Chi in this timeline. Indeed, she must be the most unfortunate woman in this reality. In her youth, the future Son Goku tragically succumbed to illness. Upon reaching middle age, her son, the future Son Gohan, was slain by an artificial being. Truly, it is a poignant tale of a parent mourning their child. Suddenly, Son Gohan's form vanished from the basement. Goku, Gohan, how cruel you both are to leave me to endure this solitude. Chi-Chi lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks like delicate raindrops, rendering her a picture of sorrowful beauty. In her solitude, she often found herself longing to chat with the father and son duo. Bulma had even suggested moving in to offer each other companionship, yet Chi-Chi declined. For Bowsy Mountain was her true home, steeped in the cherished memories of their family. Abruptly, a figure materialized at the entrance. It was Son Gohan, who had utilized his instantaneous movement ability to return to Bowsy Mountain, his home. Chi-Chi seemed to sense his presence, slowly turning her gaze toward the door. Hee, Gohan. It appears my yearning for you has led me to envision your younger self. Remarkably, you were quite handsome in your childhood, she remarked, gradually rising and walking toward him. Fearful that hastening her steps would shatter the dream, causing Son Gohan to vanish. Mother, Son Gohan exclaimed, his heart stirred by the sight of this sorrowful woman, tears streaming down his face. It seemed his memories were overwhelming him. I miss you dearly, Gohan. I never anticipated that even in dreams, the experience could feel so authentic. As she approached her son, Chi-Chi gently caressed his face. Mother, I miss you too. I am indeed your son Gohan, he replied, enveloping her in his embrace. The plight of this mother in this timeline was profoundly tragic. I know you are my son. May this dream never end, so that I may remain with Gohan. Chi-Chi declared, her expression radiant with happiness. She felt overwhelmingly blessed by fate. Mother, you are not dreaming. Feel my heartbeat. I am real. It is Bulma Annie's time machine. Son Gohan reassured her. Following Trunks, I traversed into the future timeline. After exchanging a heartfelt embrace, Chi-Chi's emotional turmoil began to settle. Son Gohan recounted the entire sequence of events to her. Chapter 57. The true power of Son Gohan. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. With the artificial beings now eradicated, a moment of respite had finally arrived. Trunks reclined upon a large boulder on the Capsule Mountain, while the entire Earth endeavored to reconstruct its homeland, as the devastation wrought by the artificial beings had left much in ruins. Amidst the chaos, Trunks seized an opportunity to visit his mentor, Son Gohan, who now resided with his future mother, Chi-Chi, on the mountain. Trunks, in this timeline, you stand as the sole warrior. You must never relent in your training. The Earth will continue to require your guardianship, Son Gohan urged. He pondered the future timeline, where the malevolent Kaioshin Zamasu and the sinister Black Goku would inevitably emerge. Zamasu, originally the Kaioshin of Universe 10, had been selected as a candidate for the position of Kaioshin due to his formidable prowess. However, his warped perception of good and evil rendered him intolerant of any transgressions he deemed sinful. Despite being a deity, he harbored prejudice against humanity, believing that mortals, referring to all non-divine intelligent beings in the universe, were prone to violence and war. This led to a divergence of views with his master, Gowasu, regarding the worthiness of humanity to be protected. Ultimately, Zamasu devised a harrowing plan, known as the Zero Mortals Plan, which spanned across multiple parallel universes. Black Goku, in truth, was another incarnation of Zamasu from a different timeline. This alternate Zamasu successfully usurped his master and seized the Patera earrings and the Time Ring. Becoming the Kaioshin of Universe 10, he then utilized the Super Dragon Balls to exchange bodies with Goku from 1 year into the future of another timeline. Black Goku annihilated all the Kaioshins across the universe, and upon wishing for immortality, he destroyed the Super Dragon Balls. As the gods of destruction and Kaioshins exist in a symbiotic relationship, the death of the Kaioshin would also lead to the demise of the god of destruction, and the angels would fall into slumber. Thus, the future timeline was left devoid of any other deities, save for the Grand Zeno, with only 2 Zamasus remaining, the Black Goku from another timeline and the original Zamasu residing in the future timeline. Gohan, do you possess knowledge of certain matters? Trunks inquired. A look of confusion etched across his face as he regarded Son Gohan. He sensed that his mentor was privy to some hidden truths. Trunks, there are certain things that would not serve you well to know. Simply devote yourself to your training and safeguard your Earth, Son Gohan replied earnestly. He hoped for a peaceful existence for the people of Earth in the future timeline, as well as for Trunks and his companions. Gohan, I understand. I hope you will train me once again, Trunks expressed with determination. Trunks spoke earnestly, reminiscing about the moments spent training alongside his mentor, Gohan. Very well. Let us engage in a sparring session. Gohan, realizing that he could not return to the past, decided instead to focus on his training in the present. Moreover, he had a formidable training partner in the form of the Super Saiyan Trunks. The system's acquisition of combat attributes would yield significant benefits. Master Gohan, might you allow me to witness your true power? Trunks exclaimed, springing from the rock with a graceful roll, his gaze sincere as he regarded Gohan. He yearned to ascertain the extent of his mentor's prowess. Very well, let me demonstrate my true strength, Gohan replied. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. Boom. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a radiant golden flame, achieving full power in his Super Saiyan form. This state allowed him to maintain the Super Saiyan transformation for an extended duration, representing the pinnacle of Super Saiyan capability. The advantage of full power lies in its ability to counteract the rapid depletion of stamina that plagues Super Saiyans during battle, thus maximizing the latent combat potential of Super Saiyan 1 while minimizing energy loss, even in the absence of conflict. This is the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Gohan elucidated. Currently, my base strength is 100 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it multiplies by 50, resulting in a combat power of 5 billion. Remarkable. Trunks exclaimed, nodding in astonishment as if he were a machine. The aura emanating from Gohan was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to the vastness of the universe. But that is not all, Gohan continued, causing Trunks to be taken aback further as Gohan's aura surged even higher. What? How is this possible? Trunks was utterly astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Boom. An immense surge of energy shot into the sky, darkening the heavens with ominous clouds and illuminating the air with flashes of lightning. The ground fissured, cracking deep as if bottomless, and the entire earth began to tremble. Gohan's body radiated a blinding light, rendering it nearly impossible to look directly at him. The very spot where he stood sank deeply into the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling. 1 minute later, the sky regained its normalcy, and the ground ceased its tremors. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. Gohan's golden aura transformed into a jet-like form rather than a flame. His hair stood on end, and arcs of electricity danced around him as he emitted tremendous energy. Snap! Crackle! The lightning sporadically emits sounds. This form is even more chilling than that of a full-powered Super Saiyan, with eyes that become sharp and penetrating. Trunks stands in stunned silence, overwhelmed by a sense of despair that defies verbal expression. This is the Super Saiyan 2, whose combat power has increased 100-fold from its original state. Gohan's piercing gaze meets Trunks' eyes, revealing the sheer magnificence of this power, which now amounts to 10 billion. Super Saiyan 2? Trunks takes 2 involuntary steps back upon encountering Gohan's intense stare. He had always believed that transforming into a Super Saiyan was the ultimate form, only to realize that his perspective was limited. Yet, the transformation is not complete. With a powerful Kaioken, Gohan envelopes himself in a terrifying crimson aura. The entire Earth trembles violently as thunder rumbles in the sky. Gohan, please stop. The Earth can barely withstand this force. Trunks exclaims urgently, witnessing the scene before him. If this power continues to escalate, the very planet may be on the brink of destruction. Gohan's strength is unfathomable. Even the planet itself seems unable to endure this terrifying pressure. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gohan gradually diminishes his aura and reverts from his Super Saiyan form. Chapter 58. Future Time-Space Cell Trunks. I will take you to a certain place, Gohan states. Just moments ago, while in his Super Saiyan 2 form, his perception had increased 100-fold, allowing him to sense a faint presence that flickered intermittently. Since all martial artists on Earth have been eradicated by the androids, no other energy signatures exist. Thus, there remains only one possibility. A small creature hiding underground, Cell. Created by Dr. Gero, Cell is the ultimate android, possessing the cells of numerous powerful fighters. His objective is to absorb Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve his perfect form. In the anime, Cell kills another Trunks from a different timeline. Due to his enormous size, he is unable to use the time machine, thus reverting to his larval state and traversing to the main timeline. He remains hidden underground for several years until Android 17 and 18 emerge, at which point he makes his appearance. Utilizing sheer force, he absorbs Android 17, transforming into a semi-perfect being. Later, he seizes the opportunity presented by Vegeta to absorb Android 18, achieving his perfect form. He subsequently defeats both Vegeta and Trunks, and holds his own against Goku. Later, Gohan, enraged by the death of Android 16, transforms into Super Saiyan 2, overpowering and humiliating Cell. After Cell's failed self-destruction, he revives with enhanced strength due to his Saiyan cells. Teetering on the brink of death, he utilized instant transmission to return to Earth and swiftly vanquished Trunks. In a mere 3 seconds, the formidable warrior Vegeta, upon witnessing his son's demise, was engulfed in a torrent of fury. He unleashed a fierce aura, relentlessly assaulting Cell. However, our valiant Prince of Saiyans was not invulnerable. He narrowly escaped annihilation. In a bid to shield Vegeta, Gohan sustained an injury to his left arm inflicted by Cell. Ultimately, Cell momentarily had the upper hand against Gohan during their clash of Kamehameha waves. Yet, he was ultimately overpowered by the encouragement of Goku and the united efforts of Earth's warriors. Gohan unleashed his full potential, and Cell met his bitter end. Had Gohan not transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he might never have sensed that faint energy. Teacher Gohan, have you discerned something? Trunks inquired, his expression one of confusion. He recognized that his mentor possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable maturity and composure, far beyond that of a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. You will understand when we arrive. Let us depart now, Gohan replied with a smile, using instant transmission to vanish from the lookout. In an instant, Gohan and Trunks found themselves within a dilapidated cave, evidently ravaged by human interference. The equipment lay in disarray, deliberately damaged, and the cave had partially collapsed. It was clear that this location was well concealed, shrouded in cobwebs and dust, suggesting it had stood for many years. Where's this place? Trunks asked, surveying the dilapidated surroundings. This is Dr. Gero's laboratory for the androids, he deduced, scrutinizing the equipment and research blueprints. It was unmistakable. This cave was indeed the birthplace of the androids. Let us remain quietly. Perhaps a surprise awaits us, Gohan remarked with a smile, sensing the faint energy from earlier, indicating that Cell was about to emerge. If this little insect discovers we are awaiting its arrival, might it be frightened? Surprise? Could there be more androids here? Trunks felt a sudden pang of alarm. His vigilance heightened as he absorbed the atmosphere around him. Suddenly, with astonishment, Trunks gazed at Gohan. He sensed an extremely faint energy, sporadic and emanating from beneath the ground. Had Gohan not pointed it out, he would have overlooked this subtle presence. Gohan nodded, and the two fell into silence, patiently awaiting developments. After approximately half an hour, the cave began to tremble. The ground split open, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth, and a tremendous aura surged forth. Wow, what? What on earth is happening? This aura is constantly shifting. It is the essence of Uncle Sun Wukong and my father, along with the malevolent presence of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Additionally, I can sense the energies of Piccolo, Tien Shinyan, Krillin, and nearly all the formidable warriors of Earth. What kind of monstrosity has Dr. Gero created? Since Trunks has returned to the past, he is acutely aware of everyone's presence. At this moment, he is utterly astounded. In the hearts of those from the future, Dr. Gero is regarded as a timeless villain. If not for this wretched man as creation of the androids, Earth would not have faced such unprecedented peril. It is due to his existence that the Earth in the future is subjugated by these artificial beings, forcing humanity to endure humiliation and live in a state of survival. Boom. From beneath the ground, a mottled green creature hovers in the air. I, Cell, the ultimate android, have finally emerged. I reign supreme, transcending heaven and earth. Dr. Gero, I shall absorb androids 17 and 18 and attain my perfect form, fulfilling your wishes to dominate the entire universe. Upon his emergence, Cell is filled with unbridled ambition and confidence, his laughter echoing through the cavern. Cell, the ultimate android? Absorbing androids 17 and 18 to achieve perfection? Who gives you the audacity to rule the universe? You are merely daydreaming. Upon hearing Cell's words, Trunks roars in fury. Little did he expect that the despicable Dr. Gero had also created the ultimate android. If it weren't for Master Gohan bringing him here, he would not have discovered this creature. He cannot allow Earth to endure such suffering once again, living in hiding and shame. He must eradicate this monster in its infancy. Trunks? Gohan, how did you two end up here? Cell looks at them in shock, realizing he had been too caught up in his excitement to notice their presence. How curious. Why does Gohan appear as a child? Shouldn't he be older than Trunks? Cell's gaze finally settles on Gohan. You little pest, you have finally shown yourself. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Gohan smiles at Cell, who is undeniably repulsive, evoking a sense of nausea. How does this monster know us? And why does he possess the essence of so many powerful beings? Trunks is taken aback that this creature could recognize them upon its birth, and he wonders how it holds the energies of so many strong warriors. Isn't there a lack of breath in the artificial beings? What is the true nature of this phenomenon? With a sudden burst, Cell's eyes darted towards Gohan and Trunks. In an instant, a white aura erupted from him, propelling him towards the cave entrance. Survival was paramount. He had no intention of taking risks. He needed to leave this place immediately, absorbing androids 17 and 18 to attain his perfect form later. Chapter 59, Cell's plea for mercy in the future timeline inside the cave. Trunks had been prepared for this moment. In a swift motion, he positioned himself at the cave's entrance, blocking Cell's escape. Every action of Cell was under his control. He would not permit the abomination created by Dr. Gero to threaten the Earth once more. Cell glared at the two with fury, suppressing the anger that surged within him. It was unexpected to be cornered by them so soon after his emergence. His combat power had yet to reach its peak. If he could just absorb a few humans outside, he would grow stronger. Then, he would find androids 17 and 18, fuse with them, and evolve into his perfect form. At that point, neither the Earth nor the universe would fear anyone. Now was not the time for a deadly confrontation. He needed to devise a means of escape. Indeed, within me lies the essence of all formidable warriors. In prior battles against you, Dr. Gero utilized advanced technology to collect your cells. He then merged all the collected cells into an embryo, which has now given rise to me. Cell stated succinctly, hoping to deceive them. What do you mean by absorbing androids 17 and 18 to become perfect? Are you capable of evolution? Dr. Gero's ultimate plan is to dominate the entire universe? His ambitions are truly grand, Trunks observed in astonishment, studying this monster. He recalled the words spoken by Cell upon his emergence. Did I say such things? Perhaps. In my nascent state, my mind was not yet clear, leading to my nonsensical utterances. Why not let me leave now? We can discuss matters later, Cell urged, eager to escape and seek out androids 17 and 18 for his evolution. Not speaking the truth may be acceptable, but today you shall remain buried here forever. Trunks's gaze turned icy, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet several degrees. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Cell, delivering a powerful punch. Trunks, You are far too arrogant. This is not your domain, Cell retorted, launching a punch of his own, having been on guard all along. The ground trembled with their clash. A powerful gust surged forth, causing the entire cavern to collapse in an instant. In Trunks' heart, Dr. Gero had already been sentenced to death. Anything he had created must be obliterated. There was no way the Earth could be allowed to fall into crisis again. Boom. The mountain was reduced to dust, revealing 3 figures. Ding. Combat power attribute of 100,000 detected ahead. With the first clash, Cell immediately recognized Trunks' true strength. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power was formidable. This was not the time for mutual destruction. Trunks, do not overstep your bounds. I have committed no wrongdoing. On what grounds do you seek to end my life? Cell exclaimed, his face aflame with indignation. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary upon his emergence. For now, he could only bow his head and retreat. Committed no wrongdoing? By the time you realize your misdeeds, it will be too late. Trunks charged at Cell once more, resolute in his decision to ensure this monster did not escape. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Cell's mind raced with disbelief. Was there truly such a rationale? What an extraordinary individual. I find myself at a loss for words. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Ding. Combat power attribute of 100,000 detected. Ding. Combat power attribute increased by 100,000. As the battle commenced, Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. It was exhilarating. Here, he could simply be a bystander and still reap the rewards of combat power. Trunks, you are overstepping. Behold my multiform technique. Cell leapt back with force, creating distance between himself and Trunks. He assumed a horse stance and executed Tien's signature move, the multiform. Cell's body split into 2, then 4. And soon 4 identical cells appeared. Their auras were indistinguishable from the original, unlike Tien, who divided his energy among his clones. Cell executed the multiform with exceptional finesse, effectively embodying 4 identical cells. Ding, multiform attribute detected ahead. Trunks has unveiled his true power. A formidable and terrifying aura erupted from him, a tremendous force crashing down upon them. The 4 cells were pushed back several steps by the onslaught of energy. Boom. The ground trembled as dust and debris flew. Trunks enveloped himself in golden flames, his hair and brows transforming to a brilliant gold. A Super Saiyan? I shall match your strength. The 4 cells swiftly surrounded the Super Trunks. They raised their hands and unleashed their ki blasts, requiring no time to gather energy. Everything unfolded seamlessly. The 4 energy cannons unleashed their luminous beams towards Super Saiyan Trunks in an instant. Boom. Just before the energy cannon detonated, Trunks' body soared into the heavens. The demon convergence beam was unleashed as 4 cell duplicates simultaneously concentrated their energy into spiraling waves of light directed at Trunks in midair. Ding. The properties of the demon convergence beam have dropped ahead. Now, Cell was employing the technique of Majin Buu. When Buu executed this ultimate move, it required considerable time to gather energy. Yet, Cell accomplished the launch instantaneously, without any need for energy accumulation. It could be said that such formidable techniques, when wielded by Cell, were executed with absolute perfection. You ugly creature, such long-range attacks are utterly futile against me. Trunks swiftly evaded the 4 beams of light with a sudden dash. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess had significantly escalated, making it trivial to dodge such assaults due to the vast disparity in their strengths. Is that so? Then brace yourself for my technique. The cutting discs were deployed as the 4 cells once again utilized Frieza's move, hurling them towards Trunks with the intent to shred his body into oblivion. They relentlessly pursued him from below, yet Trunks' speed was simply too overwhelming. The 4 cutting discs, despite encircling him, were unable to keep pace. Child's play. It's time for you to fall. Trunks, growing increasingly impatient with Cell's incessant attacks, was incensed. He charged towards Cell, intending to bring this nuisance directly before him before swiftly evading. What? You bastard! Cell shouted in anger as he noticed Trunks barreling towards him. He had not anticipated that Trunks would bring the cutting discs along. One of the cells was caught off guard and was instantly sliced into several pieces. Super Saiyan Trunks then lunged at the remaining 3 cells. In no way. How can he be this fast? Cell thought, witnessing Trunks flickering closer with each moment, his body trembling in fear. This is bad. What should I do? He could not discern Trunks' movements at all. In a flurry of flashes, Trunks delivered a punch, a kick, and an elbow strike, swiftly incapacitating the three bewildered cells. Chapter 60, Future Cell, Annihilation. All attributes collected, Gohan murmured internally. The properties on the ground flowed into him like a swarm of tadpoles, causing his combat power to rise incessantly. The battle skill bar now included the Demon Convergence Beam and the Four-Body Fist. Should he utilize the Four-Body Fist in combat? The system's collection of combat power attributes would be flawless. Gulp. Gohan could not help but swallow hard. For identical Super Saiyans, the mere thought evokes awe. A rumbling sound echoed as the severed cell miraculously revived. The four merged into one. This was the essence of Piccolo, for his lineage possessed the power of regeneration. Trunks, witnessing Cell's full revival despite being torn apart, was momentarily astonished but quickly grasped the situation. It was indeed Piccolo's cells at play. Trunks, such a battle is utterly unfair. Why not let me go? Once I achieve my perfect form, we can engage in a proper contest, Cell proposed, rising from the ground. His eyes darting as he concocted a cunning plan, with Saiyan cells coursing through him. He intended to leverage their combative and arrogant nature to persuade Trunks to grant him freedom. After absorbing androids 17 and 18 to attain perfection, he could reclaim his dignity. Let you go? Do you take me for a fool? You think you can evolve into your perfect form? Dream on. That wish will never be fulfilled in this lifetime. Trunks retorted, looking down upon Cell with disdain, akin to viewing a fool. Do you truly believe I would allow you to roam free, endangering Earth? Cell, struck as if by lightning, could hardly fathom the revelation that androids 17 and 18 had been annihilated. Impossible. Androids possess infinite energy and formidable strength. Trunks must be attempting to deceive me. Yet, if the androids were indeed destroyed, his aspirations of achieving perfection would become mere folly. Is what you say true? Both 17 and 18 have perished at your hands? Cell pondered, regaining his composure, though a sense of unease crept in. Why were Gohan and Trunks present in this cave? Dismissing the thought, he resolved to escape this accursed place. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the silent Gohan, and a nefarious idea took root. Why not capture this brat and use him as leverage against Trunks? It seems fate has not abandoned me. If I seize Gohan, a glimmer of hope may yet remain. Should Trunks become aware of Cell's intentions, he would surely find it laughable. Gohan's combat prowess was terrifying. Even Trunks would falter against him. Trunks, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Sharu incessantly conjured energy blasts in his hands, unleashing a barrage upon Trunks. Boom, boom, boom. Trunks evaded these energy projectiles in midair. Ha ha ha, you've fallen for my trick. Sharu ceased his energy assault and charged towards Gohan with unparalleled speed. He's merely a child. Capturing him will be a breeze. Victory appeared to him just within reach. You wretched insect, are you courting death? Gohan's gaze turned frigid, and a surge of overwhelming energy erupted forth. Boom. An immense power ascended into the sky as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A formidable shockwave surged toward Sharu. Goodness. This little brat can transform into a Super Saiyan too. Sharu's heels struck the ground first, his legs skidding to halt, carving two deep grooves into the earth. He was now awestruck by the sight of a Super Saiyan. You come here. Gohan, with an expressionless face, pointed a finger at Sharu and called out loudly. How terrifying. Sharu found himself paralyzed by Gohan's piercing gaze and overwhelming aura. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and a sense of impending doom coursed from his head to his toes. Sharu's steps retreated involuntarily. He felt as though Gohan were a primordial beast fixated on its prey. Gohan, please, quell your wrath. Leave this scoundrel to me. Trunks suddenly appeared at Gohan's side, wearing a smile. Very well, Gohan nodded, relinquishing his Super Saiyan form. He had little interest in battling an opponent of this caliber and found it far more comfortable to await the outcome. Trunks, must you pursue total annihilation? We harbor no grievances. Is it necessary to fight to the death? Observing this scenario, Sharu could only lower his head in submission to save his life. Engaging head-on was clearly futile. His only option now was to seek a compromise for survival. Total annihilation? If you must place blame, direct it towards Dr. Gero. His creations have brought catastrophic devastation to Earth. I absolutely cannot permit these androids to inflict any further harm. Trunks's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. His mindset was one of preferring to slay 100 innocents than to let one escape. All of Dr. Gero's creations must perish. The people of Earth could no longer endure the tyranny of androids. Ha ha ha. Well, if you insist on my demise, let us perish together. Shiro laughed maniacally. Realizing he bore Frieza's cells, he contemplated obliterating the Earth, leading them all to a shared demise. Only then did Cell prepare to unleash an energy attack upon the ground. You grotesque creature, seeking mutual destruction, you are still far too naive. In a flash, Trunks appeared before Cell, seizing the hand that was gathering energy. Crack! A resounding snap echoed as Cell's arm fractured, causing the energy sphere in his grasp to vanish instantaneously. The disparity in their combat prowess was overwhelmingly vast. The battle between Cell and the Super Saiyan Trunks resembled that of a child engaging an adult. They were not even in the same league. Ah, my hand! You wretched Trunks! Cell screamed in agony, his hand contorting into a shape reminiscent of a fried dough stick. If you are so eager to depart, allow me to escort you on your journey. Instant transmission. Trunks hurled Cell into the air, channeling colossal beams of energy from both hands towards his airborne adversary. No. Cell was instantly engulfed by the energy beams, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. His body was obliterated by the energy, leaving not a trace of flesh behind. To resurrect, he would have to await reincarnation. Trunks, I shall take you to another place. Gohan retracted all his combat attributes. Another place? My goodness, could it be that doctor? Jero has another laboratory? Trunks asked, a look of confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Gohan. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Chapter 61. Gohan's instruction to future Trunks, the sacred world of the Kais. This is the abode of the Earth's deities throughout the ages. Presently, it lay in desolation, a scene of ruin as if no one had inhabited it for many years. Even the attendant of the Kai, Mr. Popo, had vanished without a trace. Likely fallen victim to the androids, number 17 and number 18. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the plaza of the sacred world, Gohan and future Trunks. Having utilized instant transmission to arrive. Where's this place? Trunks inquired, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he surveyed the surroundings. He had never been here before and was unaware that such a location existed on Earth. When the androids emerged in the future timeline, Goku had succumbed to illness. Shortly after Trunks faced his own crisis, Vegeta and the others were also slain by the androids. Young Gohan could only lead Trunks in a life of evasion. Thus, it was not surprising that Trunks was oblivious to the existence of this place. This was the top of Korin Tower, the residence of the Earth's past deities. The sacred world of the Kais. Residing here was the attendant of the Kai, Mr. Popo. No one knew from whence he came. All that was known was that he had served several deities. It appears that the androids have wreaked havoc here, and Bobo has vanished as well. Son Gohan succinctly elucidated the situation. He recalled spending 7 or 8 days in the main timeline with Mr. Bobo. Now, he merely expressed his feelings about it. Master Gohan, is there something peculiar about this place? Trunks inquired curiously, still perplexed by son Gohan's intentions for bringing him here. This is an excellent training ground. I wonder if it has been compromised by the androids, son Gohan remarked, already familiar with the area as he made his way toward the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks, brimming with excitement, asked, where is this wonderful place Master Gohan speaks of? I can't wait to see it. The two meandered until they arrived at a quaint, ancient gate. Halting before it, fortunately, it remained undamaged. You have good fortune, son Gohan observed, gazing at the pristine entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber with a triumphant smile. Presently, Trunks was the sole warrior in this timeline. Gohan hoped that Trunks' combat prowess would escalate swiftly, enabling him to better safeguard the future. Master Gohan, what makes the interior so special? Trunks asked, his face a mask of confusion. From Gohan's words, he discerned that this was a sacred training ground, with the chamber itself serving as a portal to another dimension. Upon opening this grand door, one would enter a realm where the flow of time differs. Within, a year equates to merely a day outside. Furthermore, gravity is tenfold stronger inside, making it an extraordinarily conducive environment for training. Gohan recounted the principles governing the hyperbolic time chamber, leaving Trunks utterly astounded. He had never imagined Earth harbored such a sanctuary for cultivation. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed through the air. In an instant, Gohan struck Trunks in the abdomen with a powerful punch. Taken by surprise, Trunks felt the full force of the blow. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Gohan, never imagining he would be on the receiving end of such an attack. Gasping, Trunks expelled a few mouthfuls of bile. The pain in his abdomen felt as if his intestines were knotted together. He doubled over, clutching his stomach like a shrimp. Trunks, remember this pain. It will hasten your path to strength. You are the only warrior in this timeline now. The foes of the future will only grow stronger. If you falter, the Earth will once again plunge into turmoil akin to the havoc wrought by the androids. The populace will suffer, enduring a life devoid of hope, merely struggling to survive. Is this what you desire? Son Gohan said, placing a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, his tone earnest and profound. He recalled the formidable Kaioshin Zamasu and Black Goku from the future timeline. After resting for a while, Trunks finally felt relief in his abdomen. He resolved to diligently train and grow stronger, vowing to protect his homeland in the future. He was determined not to allow Earth to face another catastrophe. With unwavering conviction, Trunks declared, "Last time at Bowsy Mountain, my master mentioned the emergence of powerful enemies in the future. Yet when I inquired about it with Mr. Gohan, he refused to divulge any information, insisting that it was better for me to know as little as possible. This was the second warning he had given me. It seems the enemies are overwhelmingly strong, and my master fears I might lose my will to survive. Very well, the future world rests upon your guardianship. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek our assistance from that timeline," Gohan advised Trunks. "Master, do you know something? Please, I implore you to share it with me." "I can handle it," Trunks earnestly requested, eager to understand the nature of the enemies that lay ahead. "All right, but you must prepare yourself mentally. In the future timeline, you will face the Kaioshin Zamasu, as well as another Zamasu who has crossed over from a different dimension, and the Black Goku, who has exchanged bodies with the 7th universe's Goku utilizing the Super Dragon Balls. Both are Kaioshin Zamasu, albeit from distinct timelines," Gohan revealed. "They plan to eradicate all of humanity on Earth, believing that humans only bring forth violence and war, rendering them unworthy of protection. Thus, they intend to execute the Zero Plan against humanity." Under Trunks' strong insistence, Gohan disclosed all the enemies expected to appear in the future timeline. Zamasu, the immortal being who can recover from any injury. They seek to annihilate all humans on Earth. This is utterly deranged. They are unworthy of being gods. I shall not allow you to succeed. Future Trunks clenched his fists, his face etched with fury. He fully trusted Gohan's words, as he himself had traversed through time to seek out his master. "Do not burden yourself with such immense pressure. I share this with you only to encourage your training and prepare you for what lies ahead. When Zamasu appears, we will come to assist you," Gohan comforted, patting future Trunks on the shoulder. "Thank you, Mr. Gohan. I will exert myself in my training to safeguard the future timeline." Future Trunks responded with unwavering determination. Over the years, his character had become remarkably resilient. With that, the two pushed open the ancient doors and entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 62. The marvelous application of the four-way fist in the future hyperbolic time chamber. A notification chimed. Warning, combat power attribute of 1,000,000 detected ahead. The combat power attribute stands at 1,000,000. The air reverberates with the sounds of forceful collisions. Waves of energy disperse in all directions. It is none other than Gohan, employing the multiplication technique to create 4 versions of himself, all transformed into Super Saiyans engaged in battle. The movements of these warriors are imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only the echoes of their mighty clashes. The ground is strewn with the remnants of combat power attributes, as Gohan utilizes the technique to amass energy. Meanwhile, Trunks minimizes his combat power to acclimatize himself to the gravity within the hyperbolic time chamber. He diligently performs simple exercises, such as push-ups and one-handed push-ups, sweating profusely. After several days of rigorous training, Trunks has completely mastered the gravity of this realm. Their daily existence is defined by rigorous training and combat. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, the sounds of fierce fighting echo. The 2 Super Saiyans flicker in the air, each collision unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Ding! Combat power of 1,000,000 dropped ahead. Combat power attribute 1,000,000. Gohan-sensei, behold my special beam cannon. Trunks distances himself and unleashes a formidable energy beam towards Gohan. You wish to compete in energy? I shall match you blow for blow. Gohan retorts, equally resolute, releasing an energy beam of his own. To challenge a member of the Sun family in a beam struggle is indeed a grave mistake. Boom! The 2 energy beams collide, generating a cataclysmic wave that reverberates throughout the space, shaking the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan-sensei, be careful. Trunks warns as he intensifies his output. His energy beam surges exponentially. Show me what you've got, you rascal. Gohan quips, amplifying his energy output. The overwhelming force of his beam begins to push Trunks back relentlessly, gradually engulfing him. With a thunderous explosion, the massive energy beam erupts, sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The epicenter of the blast is engulfed in thick smoke, with a terrifying wave of energy radiating outward. After a prolonged moment, the smoke begins to dissipate. Incredible! Trunks emerges, his attire tattered and his body trembling. Covered in wounds and gasping for breath, he quickly regains his composure. With a resounding thud, he collapses to the ground as he relaxes his body. Trunks, are you alright? Gohan, now also back to his normal state, rushes to Trunks' side. He crouched down, placing his hands upon the other's body. A gentle energy instantaneously coursed into Trunks. I'm fine, Trunks uttered weakly, feeling an ache throughout his entire body. Suddenly, he sensed a comforting energy emanating from Gohan's palm, prompting him to involuntarily moan in relief. The injuries on his body began to heal at a visible pace. What? My injuries have completely healed, he exclaimed in astonishment, realizing his combat power had significantly increased. Gohan, your ability is remarkable, akin to a mobile version of the Senzu beans. Trunks quickly regained his vitality, rising from the ground and assessing his condition with excitement. Hee. You're quite the chatterbox. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. This is merely a healing ability, Gohan teased with a chuckle. How exhilarating it is to flaunt one's prowess. Gohan silently mused as the combat attributes from the ground surged into his limbs. Both Trunks and Gohan had devoted themselves to training and battle, undeterred by the passage of time. 2 years had swiftly elapsed, and Gohan was now 10 years old. Standing at approximately 1.5 meters tall, his facial features had become more defined, with a sharp fringe framing his forehead. When he unleashed his power, a torrent of brilliant silver energy erupted from his body. The last time he visited Master Roshi on Kame House with Goku, he was merely 4 years old. He had spent a total of 4 years training in both the main and future timelines hyperbolic time chamber, and trained an additional year under Piccolo. After defeating Frieza, he returned to Earth for another year. Boom, boom, boom. The sky echoed with the sounds of battle. Gohan, I never imagined that in just 2 years, I would be unable to match your base form, Trunks expressed in astonishment. Under Gohan's guidance, he had successfully achieved Super Saiyan 2, yet even in this form, he found himself unable to defeat Gohan in his normal state. Ha, my good fortune and diligent training have propelled my growth, Gohan replied with pride. During these 2 years, aside from battling Trunks, Gohan had also utilized the multi-form technique to create 4 identical Super Saiyan clones for combat. The combat attributes amassed over the year were beyond quantification. Gohan, without even transforming, was now able to hold his ground against Trunks in Super Saiyan 2. Furthermore, he had successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 3. Based on his combat power, reaching Super Saiyan 4 seemed within grasp. However, the transformation required him to become a giant ape, a prospect he dreaded due to the risk of losing control in that state. Killing Trunks and destroying this place would spell trouble. Thus, Gohan has hesitated to act. At this moment, no one knows the true extent of Gohan's fighting prowess. You monster, witness my power, Trunks exclaimed angrily, launching a fierce barrage of energy blasts as if they were of no consequence, relentlessly bombarding Gohan. Ha, this technique is ineffective against me. Gohan adeptly maneuvered, darting left and right, his form flickering until he appeared behind Trunks, delivering a powerful punch. Right here. Without turning, Trunks retaliated with an elbow strike. The two forces collided, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the air. Trunks, your reflexes are impressive, Gohan praised, acknowledging the rapid progress they both made during their 2 years of rigorous training. Their battle was evenly matched, with neither side able to claim victory. Over these 2 years, they had grown well acquainted with each other's techniques. Let us step outside. It is essential to balance work and rest, Gohan suggested, explaining the drawbacks of the hyperbolic time chamber. Each individual could only train for 2 years, after which the door would seal permanently, trapping them within. However, should one possess sufficient strength, they could shatter the spatial confines of the chamber. As Gohan opened the door, he continued his explanation. This scenario mirrored an event in the anime, where Gotenks attempted to trap Majin Buu within the chamber, yet Bu's roar shattered the space, allowing him to escape. Balancing effort and rest? I understand now. If one is powerful enough, they can break free from the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. How splendid! Trunks exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Trunks, once we emerge from here, instruct your mother to create a time machine for me, Gohan proposed, revealing yet another audacious idea. Chapter 63. Future Time and Chi-Chi's Thoughts at Mount Pozu. Chi-Chi exclaimed, Gohan, after 2 days apart, you seem to have grown significantly taller, and your appearance has become even more handsome. She was astonished to see Gohan and Trunks emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, each returning to their respective homes. Is that so? I feel much the same, Gohan replied nonchalantly, wanting to spare Chi-Chi any undue worry. Perhaps it's true. Your mother is just overjoyed to see you, Chi-Chi said with a radiant smile. The joy of seeing her son, whom she had thought lost, filled her heart with warmth. During Gohan's absence these past 2 days, Chi-Chi felt an emptiness within her, a poignant sense of longing and uncertainty. If Gohan were to return to his original timeline, she would be left all alone. Suddenly, a bold thought surged into her mind, to accompany Gohan back to his world. This way, she could be with her son forever. Gohan, actually. Kiki hesitated, her gaze lingering on Gohan, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Mom, do you have something on your mind? Gohan inquired, noticing Kiki's shy demeanor. Kiki, after much contemplation over the past few days, would you take me with you when you return to your timeline? She finally mustered the courage to express her profound sorrow about her current existence. I often pondered whether it would be better to die alongside you and Goku than to live in solitude and despair. Yet, seeing you from the past has rekindled my hope for life. I yearn to live alongside you and start anew. Kiki anxiously awaited Gohan's response after voicing her troubled thoughts. Of course, that is not an issue at all. As long as you wish for it, we shall return together, Gohan replied, somewhat taken aback by Kiki's desire to journey to the past. However, he quickly found solace in the idea. After all, it was a rare opportunity to reunite with his son, even if he hailed from a different time. What mother wouldn't he wish to be with her child? Moreover, in this timeline, he was unable to frequently accompany her, and his father, Goku, was consumed by his training. It would be beneficial for the two mothers to have each other for support and companionship, just like in the anime, where the kings of the main timeline and the future timeline could coexist harmoniously. He believed that both mothers could also live peacefully together. Really? That is wonderful. But what of my lost youth? Will Goku resent me? Kiki Henti anticipated Gohan's quick agreement, tears of joy streaming down her face. There was no better news than this. Yet, she couldn't help but think of her age. Hey, how could Dad possibly resent you? If you bring him back another wife, he might even wake up smiling from his dreams, Gohan chuckled. As for the issue of youth, that is hardly a concern. Mom, have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls in our timeline? Gohan said lightly. Now that the two timelines are independent entities, crossing over one alter history. Haha. Dad Goku wouldn't mind, I'm sure. If we find him another mother, he'll be able to embrace both of you. That would truly be a life of bliss. You should also retire and enjoy your life at home. Indeed, how could I have forgotten that? You rascal. All you do is tease me. In an instant, Chi-Chi's mood brightened. She now eagerly anticipated returning to the past, to live alongside Wukong and his son. Time flies. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Chi-Chi packed her belongings and, with a flash, transported herself to Bulma's home alongside son Gohan. What? Chi-Chi, do you intend to return to his timeline with Gohan? Bulma expressed her surprise upon hearing this news. She admired Chi-Chi's audacity and open-mindedness. If it were her, she might not have the same carefree spirit, pursuing her desires without hesitation. Yet, considering that Chi-Chi had no ties left in this timeline, her husband and son both gone, she had persevered with remarkable strength. Now, she had finally reached a turning point. Indeed, I've contemplated it thoroughly. In this timeline, I have lost everything. Now that I finally have an opportunity to start anew, I do not wish to let it slip away. A spark of determination shone in Chi-Chi's eyes, brimming with a thirst for life. Bulma, why don't we return together? Son Gohan remarked teasingly at Bulma's surprised expression. You impudent child, I am not as audacious as your mother, Bulma laughed, playfully chiding him. She still had Trunks as a source of support in this timeline, unlike Chi-Chi, who was free of concerns. Here are your time machine's universal capsules and the Dragon Radar. Come visit whenever you have time. Bulma handed these items to son Gohan. as the Dragon radar was no longer of use in this timeline, but might be valuable for Chi-Chi in the other timeline. How considerate of Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan accepted the items with a smile, tossing one of the universal capsules into the air. With a resounding bang, a time machine materialized before them. Son Gohan and Chi-Chi climbed aboard the time machine. Teacher Gohan, allow me to teach you how to operate it, Future Trunks said as he flew over to Son Gohan, explaining the functions and operations of the time machine. Soon, Son Gohan grasped the intricacies of its workings. Now that the time is set, simply press this button, and the time machine will traverse through time, returning us to the previous timeline, Future Trunks instructed, pointing at the red button. He had thoroughly explained the machine's functions. Bulma. Trunks, take care. We are heading back. If any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to seek me out, both Son Gohan and Chi-Chi stated. The time machine gradually ascended into the sky. Take care. Teacher Gohan, I will miss you both. Bulma and Trunks waved farewell to the two aboard the time machine. Whoosh. In an instant, they vanished into the fabric of time and space. The primary timeline. Suddenly, a time machine materialized in the sky, gently descending to the ground. The hatch slowly opened, and two figures leapt out. Mom, we have arrived, said Son Gohan, grasping Chi-Chi's hand as they emerged from the time machine. He felt a familiar aura enveloping him. It was the essence of Son Gohan. After a year apart, his presence had grown remarkably potent. At that moment, the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth sensed Gohan's energy. Piccolo, Krillin, and others, scattered across the land, turned their gazes toward a singular point. Gohan had returned, and his energy was unexpectedly formidable. Sun Wukong wore a broad smile, proud of his son. Gohan, let us seek the Dragon Balls first. I prefer not to have Goku see me in this state, Chi-Chi expressed, a mix of anticipation and concern crossing her face. She wished to avoid leaving a negative impression in front of everyone. All right, I shall locate the Dragon Balls, Gohan replied, stowing the time machine away and retrieving the Dragon radar to detect their whereabouts. Mom, I found them. I'll carry you, he said, bending down to Chi-Chi. He was aware that she could not perform instant transmission. Whoosh. In an instant, they vanished from their spot. With the aid of the Dragon radar, Gohan and Chi-Chi swiftly located the Dragon Balls. They gathered the 7 orbs and summoned Shenron to make their wish, for future Chi-Chi to remain eternally youthful. Chapter 64. The Request of King Kai at Baozi Mountain. Son Gohan and the rejuvenated future Chi-Chi utilized instant transmission to return home. When the primary timeline Chi-Chi beheld both Gohans, they stared at each other for several moments. Ahem, allow me to explain. Gohan quickly clarified the entire situation to the primary timeline Chi-Chi and Son Wukong. Upon hearing the tale, primary timeline Chi-Chi felt immense sympathy for her future counterpart. Ultimately, they all decided to live together. Son Wukong, ever carefree, was unperturbed, focused solely on his training to defeat the androids. Gohan, it's truly wonderful that you've returned. Let us engage in battle. Son Wukong exclaimed with palpable excitement, eager to face a worthy opponent. No problem, as long as you're happy. Gohan replied with a warm smile, understanding his father's love for combat. The two ascended into the sky, flying in a different direction, aware that battles should be fought away from home to avoid inadvertently destroying it. Future Chi-Chi and primary timeline Chi-Chi exchanged blissful smiles as they watched the two depart. Then the two entered the room and began their conversation. Curious about the future, Kiki from the main timeline pondered what events could have led to her future self living in solitude upon this desolate mountain. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body began to radiate energy, emanating a terrifying aura that spread in all directions. Golden flames erupted from his form, his hair and eyebrows turned yellow, while his light blue irises sharpened. Gohan, how do you like it? I can transform into a Super Saiyan now, Sun Wukong declared with a triumphant expression, clearly seeking praise. Super Saiyan, quite impressive, Gohan remarked, unfazed by his father's transformation. Had it not been for his own presence, he could have transformed on Namek. However, he still had 2 long years to wait before attaining the Super Saiyan form himself. Father, come witness my strength, Gohan exclaimed, a charming smile gracing his face as his energy surged, rapidly surpassing that of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. Gohan's current state resembled the moment when old Kai had helped him unlock his potential in the anime. He no longer needed to transform. He was capable of battling Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form effortlessly. This power, was it a result of the bond between father and son? It felt truly formidable. Even the Earth warriors, like Krillin and the others, sensed the overwhelming auras and gazed in the direction of the source. Incredible. Gohan, you're terrifying even without transforming, Sun Wukong said, exhilarated by his son's prowess. Gohan, I'm coming. With a fierce determination, Super Saiyan Sun Wukong declared before vanishing from sight. Father, unleash your full strength. Let me see how much you've advanced over these 2 years, Gohan replied confidently, entering a battle-ready stance as he attuned to the surroundings. I'm right here. Sun Wukong's voice echoed as he suddenly appeared to Gohan's left, launching a powerful punch. Boom. Their fists collided, yet Gohan remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ground, while Sun Wukong was sent flying back by the tremendous force. Ding. Combat power attribute dropped. 1,000,000. Father, you seem a bit off, Gohan chuckled, observing Sun Wukong being knocked back several meters. Hee hee, I didn't expect you, you little rascal, to have improved your combat power so rapidly in just a year. Sun Wukong remarked, not at all frustrated, and continued charging toward Gohan. The battle commenced anew. With a swift movement, Sun Wukong appeared before Son Gohan, unleashing a flurry of punches. Father, do lend a hand, he chided. Your speed leaves much to be desired. Gohan deftly evaded the onslaught, mocking, impossible. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. There's no way you can hit me. Wukong accelerated to his utmost, yet his efforts bore no fruit. Nothing is impossible. Am I the only one who has made progress? Gohan declared, now it is my turn to strike. In his base form, he could effortlessly contend with Super Saiyan 2. To Wukong, his Super Saiyan 1 form felt trivial. As Gohan's words lingered in the air, a thunderous sound echoed, and a searing pain shot through Wukong's abdomen. He gasped, doubling over in agony, his body curling like a shrimp. Returning to his normal state, he asked, Father, are you all right? Let me heal you. Gohan approached, administering treatment. Momentarily losing control of his power, he soon revitalized Wukong, restoring him fully. Wufan, I never anticipated your combat prowess to be so formidable. Not even a single punch could I withstand. Wukong exclaimed, determination gleaming in his eyes. I must redouble my training. He was wholly consumed by the thought of self-improvement, unaware that Gohan's strength had surged at an astonishing rate. After this encounter, the two returned to the peaceful confines of their home on Baozi Mountain, where they lived joyfully as a family. Meanwhile, future Chi-Chi had conveyed all the events from her timeline to the Chi-Chi of the primary timeline. Her insistence on forcing future Gohan to study, while forbidding him from training, had led to tragic consequences. Her son had lost an arm to an android and ultimately perished at their hands. Regretting her earlier decisions, future Chi-Chi realized that had she allowed Gohan to train, their timeline might not have succumbed to android domination. Consequently, she no longer imposed her wishes upon Gohan, allowing him the freedom to pursue his own path. As time flew by, a year passed, filled with happiness and contentment for Gohan and his family. Gohan, greetings. I am King Kai. A voice resonated in Gohan's mind. The king could communicate telepathically with anyone, regardless of their location. In the saga of Majin Buu, Wukong sought to gather enough energy to vanquish the fiend. The North Kai possesses the extraordinary ability to communicate with every inhabitant of Earth through telepathy, enabling him to relay others' words into the ears of all. North Kai, what brings you to contact me? Son Gohan inquired, somewhat surprised by the North Kai's call. Currently, the southern universe is plagued by rampant Super Saiyans wreaking havoc upon planets. Ding. Telepathic communication attribute acquired. In the near future, this may pose a threat to our northern universe. I seek your assistance in resolving this matter, the North Kai expressed with a worried countenance, understanding that Gohan's formidable strength would surely enable him to address the issue. As the North Kai spoke, a notification resonated in Gohan's mind. Chapter 65, The Super Saiyan, Broly. Earth. No problem. I shall set off immediately to investigate, Gohan affirmed. There is a scene in the anime where Goku, compelled by Chi-Chi, is dressed in a suit for a job interview. However, during this process, he receives a call from the North Kai informing him of a cosmic danger. Utilizing instant transmission, Goku vanishes, prompting an enraged outburst from Chi-Chi. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the universe, the North Kai concluded before hanging up. Gohan felt a surge of joy upon receiving the North Kai's call, which unexpectedly bore fruit. Utilizing the newly acquired telepathic communication attribute, Gohan informed his family of his desire to venture outside. He soared into the cosmos, beginning to sense the energies of other planets, seemingly on a quest for something. Whoosh! Gohan's figure abruptly vanished from the cosmos. On an unknown planet, lush and vibrant, teeming with life, it was an exceptionally habitable world. With a swift motion, Gohan materialized on this planet. Sensing its energy and realizing the absence of human presence, only a few animals roamed, indicating it had yet to be developed. Indeed, it was a splendid planet. Gohan nodded with a smile, then vanished once more, as if plotting something. On another planet, a young man clutched his head in agony, a terrifying and overwhelming energy radiating from him. No, Broly is losing control of his power again, Paragus exclaimed upon hearing Broly's distress. He hurriedly rushed over and pressed a button on his remote control. Crackling sounds ensued as the golden collar around Broly's neck emitted a potent surge of electricity, rendering him slightly incapacitated, and the overwhelming force within him began to dissipate. Gradually, he stood up from the ground. In his normal state, Broly presents an image of dull eyes and fragile demeanor, likely a consequence of being under Paragus's control. He is compelled to follow the path laid out for him by his father, and any hint of disobedience results in him being electrocuted by a remote control. Thus, Broly has become nothing more than a tool for Paragus's vengeance. Though not particularly muscular, he possesses long limbs and stands over 2 meters tall. His upper body bears save for golden wristbands and a necklace, custom designed by scientists at Paragus's behest. Paragus seeks to harness the terrifying power within Broly for his own ends. Though King Vegeta has perished, his son, Prince Vegeta, remains, and for years, Paragus has roamed in search of him with Broly in tow. When Prince Vegeta was born, his power level barely exceeded 1,000, whereas Broly's was astonishingly over 10,000 at birth. Born alongside Goku, whose power level was a mere 2. Broly's overwhelming presence frightened the infant Goku to tears. This fear stemmed from their childhood, when Goku's cries disturbed Broly's sleep, causing Broly to associate Goku's voice with irritation and rage as he matured. Fearing for his throne due to Broly's immense power, King Vegeta secretly orchestrated the elimination of both Broly and his father. However, when Frieza suddenly attacked, King Vegeta hastily disposed of their bodies, leaving them in a refuse pile, unaware that both father and son had not perished. As Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, Broly, on the brink of death, escaped with Paragus. While it is said that Saiyans can attain Super Saiyan status through rigorous training, Broly is a rare Super Saiyan, appearing once in a millennium. His power is innate, requiring no training, and as he ages, his strength naturally escalates, leading him towards Super Saiyan transformation. Yet, without the means to control his ferocious power, he frequently succumbs to madness, becoming a destructive force of a Super Saiyan. When Broly unleashes his fury, entire planets suffer. Paragus seeks to exploit this power to dominate the universe, commissioning scientists to create devices that would allow him to control Broly. Whenever Broly defies him, Paragus simply presses the button on his remote to inflict suffering upon his son. Suddenly, Gohan's figure materializes on this planet. "Who are you?" Paragus exclaims, his face alight with shock at Gohan's unexpected appearance, having come without any forewarning. The frail Broly remained utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure before him, though he felt a strange sense of familiarity. However, he was certain he had never encountered this individual before. "Come with me," commanded Gohan, swiftly seizing the weakened Broly and vanishing from the spot in an instant. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Paragus had yet to register what had occurred before Broly was taken away. He could only shout angrily at the sky, but his cries were in vain. Losing Broly meant that his aspirations would be irrevocably dashed. On another planet, the very one Gohan had recently scouted, which remained undiscovered by others and was superbly suited for battle, 2 figures suddenly materialized. Indeed, it was Gohan and Broly, having traversed space through instantaneous movement. "Who are you? Have we met somewhere?" Broly inquired, breaking free from Gohan's grasp, his expression one of caution. "Hello, Broly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gohan, the son of Kakarot." Gohan observed Broly with keen interest, pondering if this was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. In the anime, Broly transforms into the fabled Super Saiyan, and even the combined might of Super Saiyan Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, and others fell short in the face of his overwhelming power. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of a Super Saiyan, said to emerge only once in a millennium. The name Kakarot echoed in Broly's mind. accompanied by the cries of a child, as his energy surged ominously. Repeatedly uttering Kakarot's name, Broly's fury reached a boiling point. Just as in the anime, the mere mention of Kakarot sent him into a frenzied rage. Gohan, unfazed, had anticipated this reaction. Broly's existence was akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Kakarot, Broly roared, now free from the tether of Paragus' remote control, unleashing his pent-up fury. His terrifyingly violent power surged forth, causing the device around his neck to explode instantaneously. Broly's muscles swelled, transforming him into a formidable figure. The stones on the ground began to levitate, disintegrating into dust that scattered with the wind. The very ground trembled under the weight of his formidable force, fissures spreading throughout, deep and unfathomable. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with lightning. The entire planet quaked in response. Broly erupted with a grass-green aura, his black hair shifting to the same vivid hue. Kakarot, Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, a fearsome presence rising to the heavens. He is currently in a state of uncontrollable rage, having completely lost his sanity. Chapter 66, Acquiring the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Boom. Broly exerted force through his feet, causing the ground to instantly cave in. He charged towards Gohan with unrestrained ferocity. Gohan, undaunted, erupted with a formidable aura, causing the ground beneath him to similarly sink, showcasing the sheer terror of their combined power. Boom. The two collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. A massive crater formed in the ground as they engaged in a furious melee. Bang, 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 ding, battle power attribute dropped. 1. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Battle power attribute. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. As their battle raged on, the system within Gohan's mind continuously chimed. The fabled Super Saiyan is indeed formidable. Gohan, in his normal state, can match future Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form, yet Broly now stands as his equal. They exchanged hundreds of blows, battling from the ground to the skies, the air filled with the sounds of their clashing might. Broly's punch pierced through Gohan's body, yet no blood was shed. Instead, Gohan's form gradually faded away, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. Boom. Gohan suddenly appeared behind Broly, executing a sweeping kick that sent him flying. Boom. Broly was hurled into a mountain. Kakarot, Broly roared, unleashing a powerful shockwave that obliterated the mountain into mere nothingness. In this berserk state, he resembled a relentless war machine. Rumble. Broly, like a raging bull, had completely lost his mind, continuously conjuring green energy blasts in his hands and bombarding Gohan indiscriminately. Yaha! Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 1, charging towards Broly. The incoming energy blasts were deftly deflected as he expertly countered. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted with explosions all around. Gohan approached Broly, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The sound resonated as his fist struck Broly's body. Ding! Battle power attribute dropped. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Battle power attribute. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Broly's body soared away like a kite severed from its string, propelled towards another location. Gohan instantaneously teleported to intercept. Boom. Another kick sent Broly soaring into the air, where Gohan unleashed Frieza's ultimate technique, the Death Ray Net. With both hands emanating countless beams of death, he condensed them into a net, restraining his opponent's movements. Any physical contact would result in injury. This technique was highly energy-consuming. However, during his time in the future, with the aid of the system, Son Gohan had acquired the attributes of the android's infinite energy. Thus, he was no longer concerned about energy expenditure. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air as Broly, akin to a trapped wild beast, struggled violently. Yet, any contact with the net inflicted pain upon him. Time and again, as Kakarot struggled, he sustained injuries, leaving his body marred and battered. His energy surged once more, indicating that the power within Broly had been suppressed for far too long by the equipment around his neck. Now, liberated from its constraints, his body was on the verge of breaking through its limits. The entire planet trembled violently, shrouded in dark clouds that swirled ominously. The sea surged as if heralding the apocalypse, while the ground cracked open with unfathomable depths. Suddenly, a prompt from the system echoed in Son Gohan's mind. Ding. Acquired the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Elated, he instinctively collected it. The attributes of battle power and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline surged into his being. The legendary Super Saiyan was indeed fearsome, vastly surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan. In the anime, there is a scene where, upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly stands with arms crossed, enduring blows from both Super Saiyan Goku and Piccolo, who, despite their efforts, could barely inflict any harm upon him. Ultimately, Broly effortlessly subdued them, pressing them to the ground. The proud Prince Vegeta trembled in fear at Broly's display of power as the legendary Saiyan, completely abandoning any resistance and succumbing to despair. It was only through Piccolo's scathing reprimand that he managed to pull Vegeta back from the brink of hopelessness. Broly in his base form could effortlessly overpower Son Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, and Son Gohan, along with the Namekian Piccolo. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly easily dominated them all, showcasing the terrifying might of this legendary transformation. After integrating the newly acquired legendary Super Saiyan bloodline with his own, Son Gohan sensed a gradual transformation within his physique. The fabled legendary Super Saiyan, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. With an explosive surge of power, Son Gohan eagerly channeled this newfound strength, abandoning the use of the Death Beam net against Broly, tightly anchoring his stance, with fists clenched. An overwhelming surge of terrifying power emanated from Son Gohan's being. The golden aura gradually transformed into a verdant green blaze. His hair, eyebrows, and even his irises shifted to this striking hue. Could this be the legendary might of a Super Saiyan? No wonder he could rival 3 or 4 ordinary Super Saiyans. The intensity of this power was indeed formidable. Yet, he felt an uncanny clarity of mind despite the overwhelming force coursing through him. The current Son Gohan, a traveler from another realm, had not succumbed to frenzy or belligerence. His transformation into this advanced state seemed as natural as the flowing of water. Perhaps his ordinary physique had already evolved to the point of achieving Super Saiyan 3, rendering him extraordinarily resilient. His body could now endure the terrifying strength bestowed by the Super Saiyan bloodline. Son Gohan pressed onward, seeking to breach the second tier of this transformation. Eager to discover the limits of his capabilities, the green flames morphed into a mist-like form, and his aura swelled exponentially. With an ease akin to familiarity, he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The emerald blaze now billowed like vapor, adorned with flickering bolts of lightning, the crackling sounds echoing intermittently. The power of this Super Saiyan 2 transformation was indeed monstrous, likely requiring the strength of a Super Saiyan 3 to contend with. It seemed that the Super Saiyan forms of this advanced state could effortlessly surpass the capabilities of ordinary Super Saiyans. He felt the surge of power within him. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai observed Son Gohan's transformation into this advanced state, silently taken aback. Was this truly the extent of Son Gohan's prowess? Each encounter with this young man brought forth new surprises. What were the true limits of his strength? With Son Gohan present, the entire universe felt secure. The North Kai could hardly fathom the emergence of such a formidable human within his domain. He nodded with pride. On the battlefield, "Oh, Kakarot!" Broly roared. Having finally transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his battle power had doubled. The green flames took on a misty quality, crackling with electricity, his presence becoming overwhelmingly powerful. It seemed that Broly's injuries had nearly healed. With a fierce expression, he glared at Son Gohan. Chapter 67. The Fall of Broly on the Battlefield. Broly now resembled a relentless machine, focused solely on destruction. The air crackled with energy, punctuated by the sounds of lightning. Broly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, delivering an all-encompassing, high-intensity assault. Countless green energy spheres formed in the sky, densely packed. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the energy blasts hurtled towards Son Gohan. "Child's play," Son Gohan remarked, witnessing the swarm of energy blasts approaching. His protective shield instantly expanded. Boom! A myriad of energy blasts were all repelled by the energy barrier. Son Gohan's shield was as formidable as an impenetrable fortress, with hundreds and thousands of energy blasts failing to shatter it. Instead, the explosions of the energy blasts produced thick clouds of smoke. Broly, now completely devoid of reason, revealed a sinister smile amidst the billowing smoke. At this moment, Son Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, disregarded the assaults of the energy blasts entirely. "Now it is my turn to strike." As the smoke cleared, Son Gohan emerged unscathed, his protective shield vanishing. He smiled at Broly and then disappeared from his previous position. Kakarot. Broly had transformed into a ferocious beast, with Son Gohan as his prey. With his quarry vanished, an overwhelming aura erupted from Broly's body. Bang! Son Gohan suddenly reappeared before Broly, delivering a powerful punch. Broly's body soared away like a kite severed from its string. Heh. It seems I might have struck a bit too hard. It appears I must gradually acclimate to this terrifying power. Son Gohan rapidly pursued. Broly forcibly adjusted his posture to stabilize his flight, charging towards the incoming Son Gohan without hesitation. Bang! 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 Both were in Super Saiyan 2 form, their combat prowess terrifying. Ding! Combat power 1 million. Combat power attribute 1 million. The system's notifications echoed repeatedly in Son Gohan's mind. He treated Broly as his training partner, familiarizing himself with the frenzied strength of Super Saiyan transformations. Broly's massive fists came crashing down. Son Gohan crossed his arms, tightly clenching his fists before his chest. Boom! The immense impact sent Son Gohan flying. It is undeniable how fearsome a Super Saiyan in its ultimate form can be. Seizing the advantage, Broly pursued, his body lunging after Son Gohan. No more games, is it? Son Gohan executed a perfect 360-degree spin, dissipating the residual force. His eyes emitted twin beams of light directed towards the approaching Broly. However, Broly evaded with an uncanny agility, his speed unabated. Oh, it seems the learning capacity of Super Saiyan transformations is quite formidable. Son Gohan, intrigued by Broly's evasion of his energy beams, pondered. If the opponent cannot sense energy, they would be unable to evade such an assault. Behold my devastating death beam. Son Gohan pointed his fingers at the charging Broly, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, thick smoke billowed into the air. Son Gohan unleashed a barrage of over 1,000 deadly energy beams before ceasing his assault. He sensed that Broly's aura had not diminished in the slightest. As the smoke cleared, Broly's figure emerged, revealing that he too had activated a protective shield, rendering Gohan's attack utterly ineffective. To his surprise, Broly exhibited a remarkable capacity for learning, even mastering the shield technique. With fury in his eyes, Broly fixed his gaze upon Son Gohan, preparing to charge at him. This opponent proved to be quite formidable, now that Gohan had become familiar with his own strength. And with his mission accomplished, he had no intention of prolonging the battle. He surged forward to meet Broly head-on. Bang! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward, uprooting the ground as if it had been plowed. Broly was sent hurtling backward, but it was far from over. Die! Gohan had now become attuned to Broly's aura, and there was no need for mercy. He swiftly appeared above Broly, delivering a crushing kick. Broly's body was driven into the earth, creating a massive crater. With a fierce roar, Broly once again unleashed his formidable energy. Cracks spread rapidly across the ground as he launched himself into the air, aiming for Gohan. Cough, cough. Broly, you're like an indestructible cockroach. Gohan directed an energy attack at the oncoming Broly. Now devoid of rational thought, Broly, having never trained, was unable to control the raging power within him. He had succumbed to the force, becoming a relentless fighting machine, akin to a frenzied beast. Kakarot! Broly shouted as he saw a colossal beam of light hurtling toward him. He bellowed in response, gathering a massive energy sphere and hurling it forth. Boom! The two immense beams collided, shaking the very ground beneath them. Fissures spreading deep into the earth. The planet trembled under the impact. Die, Broly! Gohan's energy beam surged explosively, multiplying in intensity. Broly gritted his teeth. His visage twisted in a fierce snarl. Despite his frantic efforts, it was futile. The colossal energy beam swiftly engulfed Broly. Kakarot! His powerful form began to disintegrate under the energy, leaving behind only a furious cry. From that moment forth, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly vanished forever from this universe. After Son Gohan retracted his Super Saiyan form, he felt a sense of victory. The legendary Saiyan transformation proved to be formidable. Far away on North Kai's planet, the North Kai was filled with trepidation at the sight of the fierce battle. Fortunately, with someone as powerful as Son Gohan safeguarding the North Galaxy, the entire universe was spared from calamity. Broly resembled a ticking time bomb. If he were not eliminated, the North Galaxy would inevitably face destruction at his hands. The North Kai nodded in satisfaction at Son Gohan and communicated telepathically to express his gratitude. Son Gohan silently affirmed his resolve as the essence of battle surged within him, causing his power level to skyrocket dramatically. The combat data displayed on his personal attribute panel soared into the millions. Chapter 68. The Emergence of Androids on Earth. After defeating Broly, Son Gohan returned to live joyfully with his family, having not inherited the Saiyan trait of competitiveness. However, happiness is fleeting. And a year passed in the blink of an eye. In a small town in the south, atop a nearby mountain, it was already 8 o'clock. Why had the androids not yet appeared? Gohan, could there be an error in the information? Someone wondered. Indeed, my fists are itching for action, Gohan replied. All the Dragon Ball warriors of Earth, except for Vegeta, had gathered together. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiotsu, Krillin, Piccolo, and Goku, all eagerly anticipating the confrontation. They were both excited and anxious as they looked to Son Gohan, for today would reveal the fruits of their 3 years of arduous training. Among them, only Son Gohan had ventured into the future, and his power was unparalleled. Thus, all eyes were focused on him. The information is accurate. The androids are robots, so they emit no energy signature. Gohan suggested, let us split up to search for them. If we encounter the androids, do not engage in prolonged battles. I will utilize instant transmission to provide immediate support. Gohan knew that the androids in question were Android 19 and Android 20, both of whom were indeed robots. No wonder we couldn't sense them, the group realized. Let us follow Gohan's lead. If we find them, avoid unnecessary battles and wait for support. With Gohan's explanation, the team understood the nature of the androids. Whoosh! They all soared toward the town, quickly dispersing to locate the androids. Son Gohan remained vigilant, monitoring the fluctuations in their energy signatures. Should anything unusual occur, he would be ready to use instant transmission to assist. Half an hour later, Yamcha's energy began to plummet rapidly. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth curled slightly. In an instant, his form vanished from sight. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong appeared before the android and Yamcha. Yamcha, witnessing Sun Wukong's sudden arrival, was filled with a desperate urge to survive, believing his end was imminent. To his astonishment, Sun Wukong truly sensed the rapid decline of his energy. It turned out that Yamcha's body had been grasped from behind by the elderly android. One of the old man's hands covered Yamcha's mouth, stifling his cries for help, while the other hand siphoned away his energy. The old man bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Gero, remove your filthy hands. Sun Wukong's figure flickered and materialized beside the two. With a deft maneuver, he seized the android's arm and yanked it forcefully. With a resounding crash, the entire mechanical arm was wrenched from the android's body. Dr. Gero, once human, had sought eternal life and a formidable body. He constructed a mechanical form and extracted his memories from his flesh, infusing them into the machine to attain everlasting existence. You wretched little brat, Dr. Gero snarled, his face contorted with rage as oil seeped from his arm. Being a robot, he felt no pain. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha delivered a powerful elbow strike to the android's chest. Clang! The android was sent hurtling several meters before coming to a halt. Thank you, Wukong, Yamcha breathed, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's timely intervention, he might have met his demise. Damn humans! I will not let you go unpunished. Dr. Gero seethed with fury, his anger mounting as he contemplated the loss of an arm upon their first encounter. It seems I cannot defeat this group without awakening the dormant 17th and 18th models. However, those two are failures and refuse to obey. I do not know if I can successfully modify them this time. Reluctantly, I cannot release these disobedient ones. Dr. Gero's mind raced. He descended to the ground, swiftly concealing his presence. Wukong, shall we not pursue? Yamcha exclaimed anxiously, noticing the android's disappearance. It matters not, he cannot escape. This is merely an appetizer. The main event lies ahead, Sun Wukong replied enigmatically. No sooner had he spoken than his form vanished once again. Is there indeed more to come? Could there be even more powerful androids? Yamcha pondered, bewildered by Sun Wukong's abrupt disappearance. He was utterly oblivious to the meaning behind Gohan's earlier words and found himself unable to keep pace with his opponent. Yamcha soared towards the direction of Sun Wukong, sensing the fluctuations in his energy. When the androids emerged, future Trunks had not arrived in the primary timeline, for he was confident that Gohan possessed the strength to confront the androids. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Are you one of the androids? Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong sought the androids, he was attacked by a rotund figure resembling a pig. Drawing upon his extensive battle experience, he deftly evaded the enemy's assault. The opponent emitted no energy, appearing as lifeless as a doll. Curiously, Sun Wukong inquired, "I am Android 19. You are Sun Wukong, correct?" The hefty figure chuckled at him. Dr. Gero had already implanted the information of the fighters into their minds. Their primary mission now was to eliminate Sun Wukong. Wow, an android? That is certainly true. There are far too many people here. Let us find a more suitable location to battle. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement, swiftly departing the town. He feared that engaging in battle here might lead to the destruction of the entire town. The hefty figure, undeterred, took flight in pursuit, demonstrating surprising agility despite his size. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That energy signature belongs to Sun Wukong. It seems he has discovered the androids. Piccolo and the others sensed the powerful energy erupting from Sun Wukong and hastened towards his direction. Let us fight right here. Sun Wukong alighted in a desolate area and turned to the hefty figure, declaring, "It makes no difference where we battle. You shall obediently meet your demise." Android 19 grinned wickedly at Sun Wukong. He was engineered solely for the purpose of exterminating his adversary. It seems you possess quite a bit of confidence. Let us hasten this encounter. Eager for battle, Sun Wukong charged at Android 19. Bang! The two colossal fists collided, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Remarkable. I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable. Upon contact, Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain coursing through his arm and was subsequently propelled backward. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he executed a 360-degree roll to dissipate the force of the impact. Sun Wukong, it appears you are nothing more than a paper tiger. Android 19 taunted, reveling in his apparent triumph as he sent Sun Wukong flying. At this moment, Baiku and others arrived at the scene. Observing from a distance as Sun Wukong faced off against a stout adversary, it appeared that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, engaging in battle was futile. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, emanating a formidable aura. The ground trembled, and waves of energy surged toward them, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. Chapter 69, Dr. Gero reaps his own consequences on a desolate and secluded mountain. Dr. Gero, having lost an arm, retreated to his laboratory. Damn that Son Gohan. I never anticipated your battle prowess to be so formidable. Once I unleash androids 17 and 18, your fate will be sealed. He began to work on his prosthetic arm. Utilizing the readily available materials and his familiarity with the process, swiftly attaching it. Dr. Gero approached two dormant capsules, gazing at his modified creations, androids 17 and 18. He pressed the remote, and the capsules slowly hissed open. Greetings, Dr. Gero, a handsome young man, adorned with a red scarf, gradually opened his eyes, realizing his surroundings. He respectfully approached Dr. Gero. Hello, Dr. Gero, a beautiful girl with golden hair, her features exquisite, also slowly awakened and greeted him with deference. 17, 18, splendid. It seems your bodies have been successfully repaired, Dr. Gero exclaimed with delight at their respectful demeanor. It appeared that both had been thoroughly modified, otherwise, their attitudes would not have shifted so dramatically. We are both fully functional now. We will certainly heed your commands. Dr. Gero, 17 and 18, originally siblings and normal humans, had been transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Their modifications significantly enhanced their physical abilities, rendering them nearly perfect. However, they had previously shown reluctance to obey his orders. A remote control had been devised to ensure compliance. Should they defy him, Dr. Gero would press the shutdown button, plunging them into eternal slumber. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us venture forth and eliminate Sun Wukong and his allies. Dr. Gero chuckled, filled with joy at having added two formidable warriors to his ranks, rendering him unafraid of Son Gohan and his companions. This scoundrel severed his own arm, an affront he could hardly swallow. He vowed to torment the little brat, ensuring he tasted the bitterness of losing a limb. Why don't you take the lead? Just as 17 finished speaking, he moved like lightning, delivering a swift chop to Dr. Gero's neck. In a moment of fury, Dr. Gero attempted to wield the remote control to force androids 17 and 18 into a state of dormancy. However, his body betrayed him entirely. To his astonishment, he found his own creations turning against him. With a resounding thud, his head fell to the ground. Well done, 17. Chuckled Android 18, relishing the moment. This old scoundrel had concealed a trick up his sleeve by installing a remote device. He deserved this fate. Dr. Gero, Do you still possess that remote? It seems it can no longer intimidate us, 17 proclaimed with a triumphant grin. They had awaited this day for far too long. Finally free from Dr. Gero's grasp. They were on the cusp of liberation. You two miscreants dare to treat me this way? Your future will be no better than mine. Dr. Gero spat defiantly. I created you to serve as nourishment for others. He envisioned the emergence of his ultimate creation, Cell, knowing that by absorbing 17 and 18, he would achieve perfection. Are you trying to intimidate us? Wishing to keep us in fear? You overestimate yourself. You may now rest in peace. The androids dismissed his threats, believing him to be rambling incoherently. With a swift motion, 17 crushed Dr. Gero's head beneath his foot. Now, let us activate this behemoth, 18 suggested, pointing to the stasis pod marked 16 nearby. The figure within towered over them at over 2 meters, robust and imposing. No problem, 17 replied, approaching to press the button. The stasis pod slowly opened, revealing the giant's eyes fluttering open. He remained silent as he stood, surveying his surroundings with a slow, deliberate gaze. I hope 16 is not a failure. Why is he not speaking? 17 questioned with a hint of concern, feeling unappreciated for saving this being. 18 shared his sentiment, gazing at 16 with a mixture of pity and curiosity. How many androids has Dr. Gero truly created? At that moment, a young man entered the room. It was Son Gohan, who had stealthily followed Dr. Gero. He had already arrived earlier, quietly gathering all the instruments and valuables into his system storage. Oh, what a strikingly handsome young man. Number 18 paused momentarily upon seeing Son Gohan, astonished to find him already within the base. Neither of them had noticed his presence. Son Gohan, I never anticipated you would arrive here, she remarked. Number 17 felt no surprise whatsoever. After all, he considered Son Gohan merely a child, whose combat prowess could not be formidable. They had simply overlooked the possibility of another presence in this location. Son Gohan, your fighting strength is formidable. Number 16 observed upon laying eyes on him, sensing the immense power emanating from the young warrior. Big fella, I thought you were incapable of speech. Both number 17 and number 18 remarked in unison, having initially dismissed him as a defective model incapable of communication. To their astonishment, this hulking figure uttered a sentence upon witnessing Son Gohan. It appears you are familiar with me. Thus, I shall forego further introductions. If you wish to eliminate Son Goku, you must first contend with me, Son Gohan declared, casting a glance at the trio. In this anime universe, number 16, 17, and 18 refrained from indiscriminate violence. They had been engineered solely to eradicate Son Goku. Young man, your filial piety is commendable. I truly admire your courage. Number 18 teased as she stepped forward to plant a kiss on Son Gohan. Her intention was merely to provoke him. Number 18, such actions are perilous, Son Gohan said, feeling the warmth radiating from his flushed cheeks, the spot where he had been kissed, now pleasantly cool. He had not expected to be so playfully teased. I recall that in the anime, number 18 similarly toyed with Krillin, ultimately leading him to fall deeply in love with her. Is it dangerous? If you have the ability, come at me. Number 18 taunted with a mischievous smile, relishing the sight of Son Gohan's reddened cheeks. Chapter 70. Number 17 and number 18 questioning their existence after being beaten. In Dr. Gero's laboratory, number 17 urged, number 18, cease your frivolity. Let us first subdue Son Gohan before seeking out Son Goku. He was eager to eliminate Goku swiftly. Ha ha ha, defeat me? Son Gohan laughed heartily as he surveyed the laboratory. Everything he touched seemed to vanish into thin air, for he had absorbed them all into his system space. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded by Son Gohan's display of power. What is happening? Is he robbing us in plain sight? Son Gohan's strength was overwhelming. You cannot possibly win, echoed number 16's voice, resonating with calm certainty. He sensed the formidable combat capabilities of Son Gohan. I cannot defeat him. How ludicrous. I am the mightiest android, exclaimed Android 17 in exasperation. It was one thing to be looked down upon by foes, but to be scorned by this oaf was utterly intolerable. Today, I shall demonstrate my true power. Son Gohan, your arrogance knows no bounds. Watch as I render you unrecognizable to your own mother. With that, Android 17 charged at Gohan, throwing a powerful punch. Unfazed, Gohan responded with a punch of his own. Boom. The sheer force of their clash turned everything around them to ashes, leveling the entire mountain. No, this cannot be. How can your battle power be so formidable? Android 17 was taken aback. Witnessing Gohan remain utterly still as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He was acutely aware of the strength behind his earlier blow. Yet Gohan had effortlessly absorbed it, not even shifting his stance. Android 18 watched in disbelief as their fists collided, astonished by the boy's immense strength. Meanwhile, Android 16 observed the two with an impassive expression. Ding. Battle power decreased by 1 million. Is this truly your strength, 17? It seems utterly ineffective against me. Gohan remarked with a smirk, his confidence unwavering. He hadn't even exerted himself. Had he done so, 17 might have been obliterated. I will not spare you, Gohan. Android 17 unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, yet each strike was deftly countered by Gohan. I expected your prowess to be far greater. If you wish to defeat Goku, you must first surpass me. Gohan refrained from retaliating as their battle escalated from the ground to the skies. How is this possible? Gohan's battle power cannot be this overwhelming. Android 17, his face twisted in fury, intensified his onslaught, but no matter how agile or fierce his strikes, he could not land a blow on Gohan. I never imagined you spoke the truth, 16. Gohan's power is indeed extraordinary. Remarkably, 17 hadn't even brushed against Gohan's garments. Android 18, observing the aerial duel, felt a chill of apprehension. Gohan's strength far exceeded the data they had on file. Unleash whatever special techniques you possess. Otherwise, once I engage, you shall have no chance, Gohan taunted the relentlessly attacking Android 17. Had it not been for the fact that the androids in this timeline had committed no heinous acts, he would have already vanquished them. 18, allow me to assist you. Recognizing that 17 alone could not contend with Gohan, Android 18 soared into the air, rushing to join the fray. They all come here just the same. Sun Wukong gazed at the approaching Android 18 and remarked, his normal state can now surpass Super Saiyan 2. Dealing with these androids should feel like child's play. The two engaged in combat, their assaults resembling a torrential storm. Yet Sun Wukong effortlessly countered each blow. You've fought long enough. Now it's my turn to strike, he declared, his patience wearing thin. No sooner had his words fallen than his figure vanished from their sight. What? He disappeared? Androids 17 and 18 exclaimed in shock, their expressions shifting to one of wariness as they scanned their surroundings, unable to sense his energy. I am right here. Sun Wukong's silhouette materialized behind Android 17. As Android 18 attempted to warn him, it was too late. Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing. With a resounding thud, Android 17 was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Sun Wukong, take this. Android 18 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward him, seeking to deplete his seemingly boundless energy reserves. The energy orbs erupted forth as if they were free of cost. Ding! Battle power drops to 1,000,000. Ding! Battle power attributes at 1,000,000. A tumultuous roar echoed as thick smoke enveloped Sun Wukong. Excellent. Let us wear him down. Android 17 shouted in approval as he joined Android 18 in directing energy at the swirling haze. Explosions reverberated continuously, the smoke thickening with each attack. After unleashing thousands of energy blasts, they paused, gazing with pride at their handiwork. Despite their ferocious onslaught, they could not escape the law of smoke and safety. After a prolonged silence, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a blurry figure. Did the androids exhaust their energy so quickly? Even standing here, you cannot harm me. Sun Wukong's voice resonated, a smirk gracing his lips as he spoke with audacity. No, it's impossible. Your battle power remains formidable. Androids 17 and 18 looked upon him as if confronted by a demon, incredulous at his resilience. They had attacked mercilessly. How could he have sustained no damage at all? Not even a tear in his clothing. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Wukong had activated a protective shield earlier. Now that you're finished, it's your turn to face me. In an instant, he appeared before Android 18. With a powerful punch, he struck her in the abdomen. Ugh! Android 18 gasped, retching a mouthful of bile. A sharp pain surged through her lower abdomen, causing her body to curl up like a shrimp. Number 18 and number 17 witnessed her agony as she clutched her belly. In a fit of rage, he charged towards Son Gohan. You are but a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to save yourself. Yet you still have the audacity to shout here. Number 17 arrived swiftly, and left even quicker. Having received a punch from Son Gohan that sent him hurtling like a cannonball, collapsing a mountain in the process. 16. Will you not lend a hand? Son Gohan directed his gaze towards the ever-observant number 16. Chapter 71. Son Goku's audacious plan. Son Gohan, I am not your match, number 16 declared. His expression devoid of emotion. Within him lay the ability to calculate an opponent's combat power, yet Son Gohan's strength had surpassed any measurement he could fathom, transcending the limits of his calculations. Clever. Those who discern the times are indeed wise. Son Gohan smiled at number 16. He began to absorb the combat attributes scattered across the ground, watching his own powers surge dramatically. His system had already collected all the instruments and results from Dr. Gero's modifications, which he intended to present to Bulma for further study. With a thunderous roar, an energy wave shot skyward, reducing the entire mountain to dust. Son Gohan, I will fight you. Number 17, filled with fury, charged once more at Son Gohan. Since their transformation, they had never encountered a true adversary, and the weight of this revelation was unbearable. Number 17 and number 18 had always believed themselves to be the strongest in the world, yet here they were, humiliated by Son Gohan. After a brief respite, number 18 felt her pain subside and launched herself at Son Gohan. Come at me. Let me show you the true disparity in our strengths. A subtle smile graced Son Gohan's face as he remained stationary. 17 and 18 unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. Ding. Combat power attribute dropped. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. Combat power attribute. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. Have you forgotten to eat? Put some effort into your attacks, Son Gohan remarked, his arms crossed and a smug grin upon his face. Even standing here, I can absorb your combat attributes. The disparity in combat power among the three was glaring, with 17 and 18 appearing as mere children in his presence. Regardless of their relentless assault, they could not inflict any harm upon him. How could this be? Son Gohan, how can you be so strong? This is impossible. We are the strongest. 17 and 18 poured every ounce of effort into their onslaught. Powerful blows landed upon Son Wukong's son, Gohan, as if he were merely undergoing a vigorous massage. Let me demonstrate the disparity between us, Gohan remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a fierce white mist erupted from his body, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent androids 17 and 18 sprawling. No, this cannot be real. 17 exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never encountered such an overwhelming force. They had been engineered to defeat Goku, yet now they found themselves unable to subdue his son. 17, 18, cease your attacks. 16 shouted, observing the overwhelming power radiating from Gohan. The gaze of the onlookers shifted towards 16, acknowledging the truth in his words. 17 and 18 hesitated, refraining from further aggression. Consider your actions carefully. If you wish to confront Goku, you must first overcome me, Gohan declared, his aura gradually dissipating. Will you truly allow us to leave? 18 inquired, her eyes widening with surprise, struggling to believe her ears. Gohan's willingness to spare them was unexpected. If you seek vengeance, come find me at Bayazine Mountain, he stated, dismissing any further dialogue. In an instant, he vanished from view. We should go. The androids exchanged glances, then took flight, departing the scene. When Gohan reappeared, he found himself in the subterranean laboratory of Dr. Gero, where he beheld the still gestating embryo of the grotesque creature, Cell. You wretched little insect. Did you ever anticipate your demise before even being born? Gohan mused, collecting all the research and blueprints from the facility into his system. He then raised his hand, unleashing an energy wave that obliterated the abomination. Meanwhile, Goku and Android 19 were engaged in an intense battle. Although 19 was rather portly, his agility was remarkable. Initially, he struggled against Goku's prowess, but equipped with energy-absorbing technology, he began to thrive amidst the clash. Gradually, he matched Goku blow for blow. Something seems off. This hefty android was clearly no match for Goku before, yet now he grows stronger with each exchange, Piccolo observed, astonished by the unfolding events. I recall now, one of the androids attacked me earlier. His hand can absorb energy, and had Gohan not intervened, I might not have made it back, Yamcha commented, reflecting on the situation as he listened to Piccolo's words. He suddenly recalled the moment when that old man attacked him, draining the energy from his very being. Was it truly an ability of absorption? The androids were indeed peculiar. Piccolo and the others experienced a moment of realization, discovering that the androids possessed such a skill. If this continued, it could lead to significant trouble. Number 19. I never expected you to grow more formidable with each battle. I truly admire your tenacity. Allow me to showcase my technique. Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards number 19. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishingly, number 19 caught each energy blast with his bare hands. The blasts vanished in an instant, as if absorbed by him. Although Sun Wukong was naive in many respects, his combat acumen surpassed that of anyone else. He quickly discerned the android's tactics and silently admired the ingenuity of Dr. Gero, the creator of the androids. Who would have thought this individual's technology had advanced to such a level, capable of appropriating another's energy to enhance his own strength? Sun Wukong ceased his energy assault. Previously, during the battle on Namek, Gohan had wished upon Shinran to free Sun Wukong from illness. Moreover, future Trunks had brought with him an effective remedy for chronic heart disease. Consequently, Sun Wukong's ailments had vanished entirely. Thank you for your energy blasts, he said with a sinister smile towards Sun Wukong. He had rapidly increased his power through this battle and felt an overwhelming confidence in his ability to prevail. Number 19. I never anticipated you possessed such a skill. Today, I shall allow you to absorb to your heart's content. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong began to gather energy for the Kamehameha wave, with a sphere of energy slowly coalescing in his hands. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong, unleash your full strength. Number 19 gazed eagerly at the energy wave in Sun Wukong's hands. It appeared that he was aware of his ability to absorb energy to bolster his power. It seemed I had underestimated his intellect. This is troubling. Has Wukong not yet realized that the androids can siphon his energy? No, this warrior would never be careless in battle. He must have uncovered the secret to the android's enhancement. So why then is he still preparing the Kamehameha wave? Krillin and the others observed Sun Wukong's actions with puzzled expressions, discussing among themselves. Now, the androids could engage with Sun Wukong in kind. If this hefty foe continued to absorb energy, it could spell danger. Sun Wukong seemed intent on overwhelming the androids. This rascal possessed a sharp mind when it came to combat. Piccolo, witnessing Sun Wukong's strategy, understood his intentions. As the saying goes, sometimes those who know you best are not friends, but foes. Would Sun Wukong's plan ultimately succeed? Chapter 72, Super Saiyan Vegeta, Kamehameha. With a mighty roar, Son Goku unleashed the concentrated beam of energy from his hands. Ha ha, Son Goku, I shall gladly accept your energy. The android no. 19 chuckled heartily upon witnessing the colossal energy beam hurtling towards him, spreading his arms wide in anticipation of the fierce wave of power. Boom. The android no. 19 frantically absorbed the energy with both hands, while the onlookers watched the fierce battle with bated breath. After all, Son Goku had only transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 years prior, leaving everyone uncertain of his true capabilities. Simultaneously, a figure raced toward the battlefield from the sky, our proud prince, Vegeta. In a twist of fate, androids number 16, 17, and 18 encountered him midair. You bastards! You are androids? Vegeta exclaimed, unable to sense their energy. With a fierce demeanor, he shouted at number 16, 17, and 18, brimming with confidence, believing he could easily take on all three. What is wrong with this world? Have we appeared too benevolent? Even the most insignificant creatures wish to tread upon us. Android number 17 hurled a punch at Vegeta, fueled by the frustration from their earlier encounter with Son Gohan. Now, a mad dog had blocked their path. What? Such speed. Vegeta had anticipated an attack, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of his opponent. He could only clench his fists tightly to shield himself from No. 17th's incoming blow. Bang! Vegeta's body flew back like a swift arrow, performing a 360-degree roll to dissipate the force of the impact. Hee hee, number 17. I see you got the jump on him, number 18 remarked with a smirk, reveling in the moment. She and No. 17 had been thoroughly beaten by Son Gohan and were now eager to vent their frustration. Bah! What an ignorant fool! With such meager combat power, he dares to obstruct our path. Number 17 spat disdainfully at Vegeta, his mood evidently lightened. How infuriating! Vegeta roared in anger, astonished by the formidable strength of the androids. A single punch had sent him flying, striking a blow to his pride. As the prince of the Saiyan warrior race, how could he possibly be bested by mere earthlings? A formidable aura emanated from Vegeta's being, as a golden blaze enveloped his entire form, transforming him into a Super Saiyan in an instant. It was indeed our esteemed prince, who had ascended to the ranks of the Super Saiyans. In this moment, he felt invincible. This surge of power belonged to Vegeta. Could it be that he had encountered the androids? How many of them were there truly? As Vegeta unleashed his intense and domineering Super Saiyan aura, everyone sensed his presence. Earlier, Gohan had also exhibited a fierce energy, yet there was no cause for alarm. Now, however, they feared that Vegeta, like Goku, had encountered a formidable foe. After all, their transformation into Super Saiyans was still relatively recent. It seems our Vegeta is poised to unleash his wrath. Are you frightened? The androids, number 17 and number 18, charged directly at Vegeta, their anger simmering beneath the surface. Android 16 observed the impending clash from a distance, lacking any desire to engage unless under extraordinary circumstances. All of you shall perish, Vegeta declared, conjuring a barrage of energy blasts in his hands and hurling them at the advancing number 17 and number 18. Merely a trivial skill, he scoffed. Who are we afraid of? Number 17 and number 18 retorted confidently, their energy seemingly limitless. Even if they could not secure victory, they intended to wear down their adversary. However, they had just been disregarded by Gohan, and now faced another who dared to contest their energy. They truly did not comprehend the peril they invited. Boom, boom, boom. The trio relentlessly unleashed their powers as energy blasts collided in the air, producing a cacophony of deafening explosions. Clouds of smoke billowed forth, and shockwaves surged towards the ground, leaving devastation in their wake. Let us shift our focus to Goku's battlefield. Ha ha ha, what tremendous energy! He exclaimed. Goku, I shall express my gratitude shortly. Number 19 laughed joyously, continuously absorbing the energy of the Kamehameha wave, his combat prowess escalating. Alas, this time the stakes were perilously high. Goku could clearly feel his stamina waning, and the energy of the Kamehameha was gradually diminishing. This was a consequence of Gohan's emergence. Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan had been delayed by 2 years compared to the timeline of the anime. Thus, his fighting strength was not as formidable as depicted in the series. What? The android has absorbed all of Goku's Kamehameha wave energy. This is disastrous. Gohan seems to be the more reliable one. Krillin and the others watched in dismay as the energy beam of the Kamehameha grew increasingly feeble. Concern gripped the group. Sun Wukong was being reckless. Despite knowing that the androids could absorb energy to grow stronger, he relentlessly unleashed energy attacks. Was he tempting fate? It seemed he had indeed gone too far this time. Ha ha. Thank you, Sun Wukong. Android 19 finally absorbed all the energy from Wukong's Kamehameha. At this moment, he felt a surge of formidable power within him. He chuckled, realizing he had unleashed something grand. Sun Wukong glanced at the fervently determined Android 19. A sheepish smile spreading across his face. He had initially intended to overwhelm the android, but it appeared his plan had backfired. This was dire, just moments ago. The android had been evenly matched with Sun Wukong, and now it had absorbed such immense energy. How could he possibly contend with that? The onlookers were on edge, shocked that Wukong's strategy had faltered. Their only hope now rested on Son Gohan. Sun Wukong, in gratitude for the energy you've provided, I shall take good care of you, Android 19 said with a sinister smile, before vanishing from sight. Swift as the wind, Sun Wukong remained vigilant, aware that his recent use of the Kamehameha had drained much of his energy. Hey, I'm right here. The voice of Android 17 echoed ominously from behind Wukong, who instinctively threw a punch. Drawing on years of combat experience, Wukong delivered an elbow strike without looking back. Bam! A tremendous force propelled Wukong's body through the air. In an instant, Android 19 caught up with him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring upwards. Wukong cried out in agony. He had yet to regain control of his body when Android 19 struck him again, causing him to grimace in pain. But the onslaught was far from over. In a flash, Android 19's bulky form appeared above him, fingers interlaced, arms raised high, awaiting Wukong's approach. Bam! Once more, Wukong's abdomen was met with a crushing blow from Android 19. He screamed in torment, blood spewing forth, his body hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The earth was instantly scarred by the impact, leaving behind a massive crater. Incredible! Krillin exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His body trembled with fear. The disparity in power after the android absorbed Wukong's energy was staggering. Gohan, where are you? Hurry! Chapter 73. The Might of Android number 19 upon a desolate mountain peak. Vegeta found himself under intense fire from androids number 17 and 18. The limits of an individual's strength were starkly evident. Facing three adversaries, Vegeta had overestimated his own capabilities. As the saying goes, two fists cannot contend against four hands. The energy waves he unleashed paled in comparison to those of the androids. With a thunderous roar, the energy blast from 17 and 18 swiftly obliterated Vegeta's attacks. Unwilling to linger in a losing battle, he recognized the disparity in their power. Resolutely, he abandoned the futile exchange of energy and swiftly maneuvered behind the androids, executing a sweeping kick aimed at 17's head. Thud! 17 raised his arm to block Vegeta's incoming strike. What? You managed to thwart my attack? Vegeta was taken aback, as this outcome deviated significantly from his expectations. After his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he believed his fighting prowess had surged to such heights that he could easily dominate the three androids. To his astonishment, they could withstand his onslaught. Vegeta, you fool, with such meager strength, you dare attempt a sneak attack on us? Your power is woefully inadequate, 17 taunted, coalescing energy in his other hand and launching it toward Vegeta. You underestimate me, you scoundrel. Vegeta deftly evaded 17's energy assault with an agile maneuver. Once again, a formidable and terrifying aura erupted from him. Years of grueling training were dedicated to proving he was the mightiest Saiyan of all. I refuse to remain a mere spectator. Prince Vegeta is the true protagonist. Hee, Vegeta, don't get too ahead of yourself. The real spectacle has only just begun. 18 observed with a playful glint in her eye. Almost immediately, she vanished from sight, reappearing in front of Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Androids, today marks your demise. Vegeta retorted fiercely, launching a punch of his own. He could not fathom that, after his ascension to Super Saiyan, his strength would still be inferior to theirs. With a resounding crash, their fists collided. Vegeta's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, propelled by an overwhelming force. In that moment of impact, he realized the naivety of his assumptions. The android's power surpassed his own. 17, witnessing Vegeta hurtling toward him, raised a leg and sent Vegeta careening back. Just as he screamed in pain, his body was once again propelled toward 18. Ha ha ha, 18, shall we play a game of kickball? On the 17th day, Android 17, filled with mischief, bellowed at Android 18. All right, no problem at all. Upon hearing his suggestion, Android 18 eagerly agreed, instantly forgetting the humiliation she had just endured at the hands of Gohan. With a swift kick, she sent Vegeta soaring through the air. The two androids delighted in their playful antics, tossing Vegeta back and forth like a mere ball. Vegeta emitted heart-wrenching cries as he soared through the sky, having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, only to find himself reduced to a plaything for the androids. Meanwhile, let us turn our gaze to the battle between Goku and Android 19. Gohan, where on earth are you? Goku gasped, struggling to maintain his ground. Krillin, witnessing Goku being mercilessly pressed into the ground by Android 19, shouted in desperation. The others clenched their fists in anger, realizing they were no match for the androids after witnessing the fierce clash. Prepare to feel my ultimate move, Goku. Android 19 grew increasingly emboldened. He suspended himself in the air, bending down to embrace his legs, transforming into a round, plump ball, and hurled himself toward Goku. With a resounding impact, Goku retaliated with a punch, sending a powerful shockwave that propelled Android 19 away. Yet, the round android returned once more, crashing into Goku's form. Having learned from his previous encounter, Goku opted to evade rather than meet the attack head-on, employing an unusual agility to dodge the spherical onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was pockmarked with deep craters from the relentless strikes. Incredible. The android can engage in such antics? Yamcha exclaimed, astonished as he watched Goku constantly evade the hefty android's attacks. The sheer strength of the adversary was overwhelming. After using the Kamehameha wave, Goku had already depleted a significant portion of his energy, and with the android absorbing it, their power levels were no longer comparable. Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Android 19, yet the android merely deflected them as if they were nothing more than trivial nuisances. How absurdly powerful these androids are. The onlookers thought, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. Having absorbed Goku's Kamehameha, Android 19's power surged at an alarming rate, rendering Goku little more than a plaything in his hands. Suddenly, Goku was struck by the massive form of Android 19, causing blood to spurt from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. This is bad, Goku gasped, struggling for breath. Each time a powerful move is unleashed, the combat strength diminishes significantly. Sun Wukong, I have nearly exhausted my efforts. Prepare to meet your demise. Number 19's body swiftly rejuvenated, and a colossal energy sphere began to coalesce in his hands. What should we do? Why hasn't Gohan arrived yet? This is truly exasperating. The onlookers anxiously fidgeted, yearning to assist, yet their own strength felt woefully inadequate. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, a flash, Gohan's figure suddenly materialized before Sun Wukong. He had sensed the immense depletion of Sun Wukong's energy and teleported over in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Gohan, you made it. Sun Wukong greeted him while struggling with coughs. If it weren't for his miscalculations, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. His overconfidence in his own power, in an attempt to overwhelm number 19, had unwittingly led to his own downfall. Father, are you all right? Gohan disregarded number 19 entirely, kneeling to tend to Sun Wukong's injuries. Once treated, Sun Wukong's energy surged back to life. How infuriating. You insolent brat dare to ruin my plans. Number 19, astonished by Gohan's sudden appearance before Sun Wukong, felt a surge of anger upon being ignored. Insolent child, you dare to dismiss my existence? You shall all perish. With a grotesque expression, number 19 unleashed a furious barrage of energy blasts, the intensity of which swelled dramatically, raining down upon the father and son duo. Chapter 74, Vegeta's Resentment and Fury on the Battlefield. Gohan retaliated against number 19's energy blasts with a magical flash. A tremendous beam of light met the oncoming deluge of energy, effectively halting its descent. Ding! Combat power attribute drops by 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Combat power attribute 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The two forces collided instantaneously, and the system's voice echoed in Gohan's mind. Ha ha ha! Perish, all of you. Number 19. Witnessing that the colossal energy blast had not descended, but rather was repelled by Gohan's energy beam, exerted every ounce of strength to suppress it further. Boom! A white aura erupted from Gohan, a formidable and domineering energy radiating from his form. Even Sun Wukong was thrust back by the sheer force of this powerful aura. Incredible! Who would have imagined that without transforming, Gohan could wield such terrifying strength? Could it be that Gohan's base form surpasses even the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong? The crowd gazed in disbelief at Gohan. They had not anticipated his rapid progress, which allowed him to rival the power of his father, the Super Saiyan Goku. In his normal form, one could only imagine the extent of Gohan's strength upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. The thought left them all astounded. Gohan's energy surged dramatically, forcefully repelling the energy blast from Android 19. However, Android 19 was taken aback, staring incredulously at the retreating energy projectile. He swiftly reacted, escaping the blast's range. Android 19, weren't you just so arrogant? Why the sudden retreat? Gohan taunted him mercilessly. He felt no surprise that Goku had fallen to the androids. After all, Goku had delayed his transformation into a Super Saiyan by 2 years due to his own choices. It was entirely reasonable that he could not defeat the plump Android 19. Do not be too arrogant, Gohan. I was merely holding back. Android 19 feigned calmness, though inwardly he was quite anxious, having narrowly escaped the energy wave's impact. Ha ha! What unmitigated gall! The crowd erupted in laughter at the android's boastfulness, astonished that even an artificial being could possess such pride. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have been reduced to mere rubble by the energy blast. Enough chatter. Gohan raised his hand, conjuring a surge of purple energy aimed directly at Android 19. This was Frieza's death beam. Bring it on. Android 19 smirked, underestimating Gohan. He believed both father and son had momentarily lost their wits. Another energy source was being offered to him. He thought that by absorbing this energy, he could enhance his own strength, rendering everyone else powerless against him. However, fate had other plans. As soon as Android 19's palm made contact with the energy wave, it was obliterated. What? No, this cannot be. Android 19 was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Who was he? Where was he? Gohan's death beam continued to fire relentlessly. Android 19 quickly regained his senses, attempting to flee the scene. Yet, he was akin to a moving target. Gohan, like a skilled hunter, unleashed a barrage upon him. Bang! 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 In an instant, Android 19 was riddled with holes, his body disintegrating into fragments. Within moments, Gohan had reduced him to mere dust. Yes, Gohan. Well done. Android 19 has been utterly vanquished. Gohan's reliability shone through as he vanquished the android number 19, eliciting a chorus of laughter and cheers from the onlookers. Everyone lavished praise upon him. The power attributes scattered across the ground, resembling a form of ancient script, seamlessly integrated into his being. The battle data fluctuated incessantly. Concurrently, androids 17 and 18 toyed with Vegeta, kicking him around like a mere ball, leaving him disoriented and bewildered. Their laughter rang out, echoing the amusement of the moment. With a playful glint in her eyes, 18 delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's back, exclaiming, "How delightful!" Yet, in response, Vegeta's face twisted in fury, and he conjured a sphere of energy, hurling it at 17. It was disheartening for him. After 3 years of arduous training, he had finally attained the status of Super Saiyan, only to be treated as a plaything by these wretched androids. With a swift motion, 17 deflected the energy blast effortlessly and retaliated with a punch directed at Vegeta's abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Vegeta's core, causing him to double over, retching violently. "Foolish creature, perish!" 17 taunted as he delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's back. Vegeta's body plummeted to the ground like a missile, resulting in a thunderous impact that created a colossal crater. Now, stripped of his combat prowess and returned to his normal state, Vegeta lay defeated. 17, your strikes are excessively brutal, 18 admonished, her irritation dissipating. If Gohan arrives now, we shall be the ones at his mercy. 17 acknowledged her concern, realizing the ruckus they had caused would surely attract Gohan's attention. Indeed, we must vacate this place swiftly, 18 replied, her tone playful yet revealing her youthful essence. As 17 and 18 departed with 16, Vegeta seethed in frustration, pounding the ground in anger. After finally achieving his Super Saiyan form, he found himself overpowered by these lowly androids, an indignity he could scarcely endure. In the throes of despair, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Gohan, Vegeta's energy is alarmingly faint. We should investigate. He may have encountered the androids," Goku remarked as he approached Gohan, having sensed the fluctuations in Vegeta's energy. "Indeed, let us hasten to investigate. If there are still androids present, it could spell trouble. Gohan, we must set off promptly." "Indeed, saving lives is akin to extinguishing a raging fire. We shall depart immediately." The group reached a consensus with a flurry of voices. In an instant, Gohan utilized instant transmission, and they vanished from their location. Chapter 75. Methods for rapidly enhancing combat power. A spray aircraft soared through the sky, piloted by Bulma, while Yajirobe cradled a chubby child in the rear. Both were en route to the battlefield. Yajirobe had been dispatched by Master Karen to deliver senzu beans to Goku and his companions. However, upon failing to locate them, he fortuitously encountered Bulma, and they decided to join forces and head to the battlefield. In a flash, Gohan and the group reappeared near Vegeta. They beheld the battlefield in utter disarray, with the ground pockmarked and ravaged. Vegeta lay in a deep pit, seemingly unconscious, his fate uncertain. Piccolo and the others exchanged glances, their expressions betraying lingering resentment towards Vegeta. The last time this individual invaded Earth, it was he who indirectly caused the demise of Piccolo, Tien, and others, and they held him accountable. Yamcha's face bore a hint of schadenfreude. If not for Vegeta, Bulma would not have parted ways with him. That scoundrel would be better off dead. "Vegeta!" Goku dashed forward, scooping him up and laying him before Gohan on the ground. "He's fine. He'll recover quickly." Gohan, upon observing Vegeta's battered form, felt a pang of sorrow, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. This warrior was undoubtedly unwilling to concede defeat to androids 17 and 18. Crouching beside Vegeta, Gohan placed his hands upon him. Waves of energy surged forth, penetrating Vegeta's wounds, which healed at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was revitalized, his strength considerably restored. "Where are the androids?" Vegeta sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings but finding no sign of the androids. "Were you defeated by them?" Goku inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "When we arrived, you were merely lying in that pit, with no trace of the androids." "How many androids remain?" Goku questioned, perplexed by the formidable power of the androids. Kakarot, "You insolent fool. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Goku, his expression twisted in fury. Goku had unwittingly struck a nerve. Vegeta had toiled diligently to attain the status of Super Saiyan. How astonishing it is to be toyed with by two androids. In a fit of rage, he soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. Vegeta, how could you resort to such insults? Goku remarked as he watched Vegeta's departing figure, aware that his counterpart was in a furious state, merely commenting in jest. The combat prowess of the androids was indeed formidable, and their presence was devoid of any discernible energy. The only option left to locate them was to wait. Gohan, you are the only one capable of confronting the androids now. As the group engaged in animated discussion, a buzzing sound echoed through the air. Shortly after Vegeta's departure, an aircraft descended before them. Bulma emerged, cradling a small child, followed closely by Yajirobe. Vegeta's child? Trunks? Goku exclaimed upon seeing Bulma with the infant. The others were taken aback, astonished by the revelation that Bulma and Vegeta had become involved. Wasn't she in a relationship with Yamcha? How could she have a child with Vegeta? Moreover, considering Vegeta's proud disposition, it seemed utterly implausible for him to be with Bulma. The sheer absurdity left everyone in shock. Goku, how do you know his name is Trunks? Bulma, disregarding the astonishment of the crowd, inquired with wide eyes. Having had no contact with them for 3 years, she had never disclosed her relationship with Vegeta to anyone. How could Goku have known Trunks' name upon their first encounter? Surely, there was something she was unaware of. You fool, Piccolo remarked with exasperation, looking at Goku, who was notoriously unable to keep secrets. Well, now that the matter is settled, there's no need to worry about Trunks' existence. Goku succinctly recounted the events of the future timeline, explaining how future Trunks had used the time machine he designed to arrive in their timeline. Bulma was utterly stunned by this revelation. The vastness of the world held unimaginable wonders. She could hardly fathom that beyond their current timeline, there existed a future timeline, where the fates of its inhabitants were so grim. The destiny of Earth was, astonishingly, in the hands of the androids, highlighting the brilliance of Dr. Gero's inventions, albeit tragically misapplied, leading to endless calamities for the planet. Hey, Goku, I'm here to deliver some Senzu beans. Yajirobe, the courier, tossed a bag at Goku's feet. He was merely a delivery man, unconcerned with the grand affairs at hand. It's all because my strength is too feeble. With a heavy heart, Piccolo lamented his dismal state. He felt utterly despondent, having devoted 3 arduous years only to find himself a mere spectator. Each battle, he stood by as an onlooker, unable to partake in the intense clashes that unfolded before him. The once formidable reputation of King Piccolo had faded into obscurity, leaving him feeling utterly ineffectual. Was his combat prowess truly so inadequate? Uncle Piccolo, your body is incomplete. Only through merging with the Supreme Kai can you achieve perfection. For you are fundamentally intertwined as one. Upon your fusion, your cultivation will flourish exponentially, and your combat strength will see a significant enhancement. The physical constitution of us Namekians is not significantly inferior to that of the Saiyans. Gohan recalled the anime where Piccolo, after merging with the Supreme Kai, experienced a substantial boost in power, enabling him to confront Cell's second form. Could this be true? A surge of joy welled up within Piccolo, his eyes alight with renewed hope. He had long believed his lack of innate talent was the issue. Now he understood that the absence of the Supreme Kai's essence in his body had hindered his training progress. Gohan, do you possess any means to elevate our combat strength? We yearn to fight. Tianjin Fan, recognizing that Piccolo had pinpointed the key to enhancing their abilities, expressed his desire to discover his own potential for growth. In truth, the Supreme Kai's temple housed an exceptional training sanctuary. If they trained there, their combat prowess would soar. Gohan surveyed his companions, acknowledging their current weakness. He then shared the training methods of the hyperbolic time chamber. Does the Supreme Kai's temple truly have such a sacred training ground? We must not delay. Let us depart at once. The group wholeheartedly believed Gohan's words, and they swiftly made their way to the Supreme Kai's temple. Chapter 76. The birth of the Super Namekian at the Supreme Kai's temple. The old Kai, his face etched with wrinkles and leaning on a staff, greeted them with a kind expression. I am aware of your purpose here. Allow me to guide you to the hyperbolic time chamber for your training. Beside him stood Mr. Popo. It turned out that Vegeta had also arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple, having received a telepathic call from Gohan during his journey. Upon hearing of Gohan's method for rapidly enhancing combat strength, Vegeta hastily made his way there. His foremost intention was to assert his dominance over the androids, reclaiming his lost pride. After all, he was the mightiest Saiyan. He would not permit himself to be bested by Earth's androids. Thank you, Supreme Kai. A multitude trailed behind the divine being and Bobo, swiftly arriving before an ancient, grand door, where they paused. Upon its opening, they were ushered into an alternate dimension, referred to as the Spirit Time House. Within this realm, the gravity was tenfold that of Earth, and the passage of time diverged significantly. One day outside equated to an entire year within. Each entry allowed only 2 individuals, with each person permitted to cultivate for 2 years inside, which corresponded to merely 2 days outside. Should the time elapse and the individuals remain within, the door to the Spirit Time House would vanish forever, trapping them in this dimensional space for eternity. The divine being succinctly elucidated the temporal laws and usage of the Spirit Time House, which was met with incredulous nods from the crowd. It was indeed a superb sanctuary for cultivation, albeit regrettably limited to a mere 2-year tenure. Decide amongst yourselves who shall enter first, the divine being directed towards Sun Wukong and the others. He had already articulated the formidable aspects of the 2-dimensional spaces, leaving the allocation of participants to the group. I, along with Kakarot, shall enter first. Your lot would be of no use inside, Vegeta declared imperiously, deeming the others as mere distractions. Even if you were to cultivate for 2 years, what difference would it make? You are still the ones who would be bested by the androids. Yamcha, undeterred, retorted, emboldened by the presence of so many witnesses. Vegeta, long irked by him, snapped. You fool. And in an instant, he appeared before Yamcha, launching a punch aimed squarely at his face, intent on silencing him. Yamcha, taken aback by Vegeta's sudden assault, felt a chill run down his spine. Just as Vegeta's fist was mere centimeters from Yamcha's visage, Son Gohan seized his hand firmly, preventing any further advance. Vegeta, enough. Son Gohan's gaze turned icy, chilling the air itself. He gently pushed, causing Vegeta to stagger back several paces. TCH. Ignoring the crowd, Vegeta approached the door of the Spirit Time House and pushed it open, stepping inside, with no desire to cultivate alongside them. Apologies, everyone. Kakarot, and I shall proceed first. Sun Wukong observed the reluctance among the crowd to remain with Vegeta and thus followed him inside. The door slowly closed behind them. Thank you, Gohan. Yamcha expressed his gratitude. His earlier fear had merely been a reflex. He had calculated that, with so many present, Vegeta would not dare to act against him. Uncle Yamcha, you are excessively modest. Your diligent cultivation is essential for the protection of Earth in the future, Son Gohan encouraged, patting Yamcha on the shoulder. Yamcha, we can train outside as well. I would like to spar with you, Krillin suggested to alleviate the awkwardness among the group. Absolutely. I have been itching for a fight. Yamcha readily accepted Krillin's invitation. I nearly met my end at the hands of that old man from the androids. I have a lot of pin-up frustration to release. The two quickly engaged in combat. Beep, combat power attribute of 10,000, dropped ahead. Combat power attribute of 10,000. As their battle commenced, a notification resonated in Son Gohan's mind. Gohan, I am aware that Piccolo has reformed. With Earth in peril, I feel it is my duty to assist. I am willing to fuse with Piccolo once more. But Earth cannot be without a guardian deity. Can you take on the role of Earth's deity? The god of Earth earnestly inquired. His concern for the planet's safety evident. Having experienced the Saiyan invasion, he had altered his perception of Piccolo. Now, with Earth once again facing the threat of androids, he chose to support Piccolo, who required greater power to safeguard the planet. Divine One, I do not believe I am suited to be Earth's deity. However, I have a more fitting candidate in mind, Dandy from Namek. He would be an excellent choice for the role, Son Gohan confidently asserted. In the anime, once the god of Earth fused with Piccolo, the position of deity became vacant. Goku utilized instant transmission to summon Dandy from Namek to assume the role of Earth's deity. Dandy also upgraded the Dragon Balls, enabling them to grant 3 wishes, akin to those of Namek. Gohan, I entrust you with the position of Earth's deity. The god expressed his gratitude, his eyes filled with admiration. Your combat prowess at such a young age is extraordinary. Your future is boundless. Do not worry, Divine One. I will protect Earth moving forward, Son Gohan reassured him, nodding as he collected all the combat power attributes. Divine One, I will miss you. Bu said with tearful eyes as he gazed at the deity. Having been by his side for many years, the thought of separation saddened him. Foolish one, I am not leaving this world. There is no need for such sorrow. After my fusion with Piccolo, you will still be able to see me. The god of earth chided with a smile, amused by Bu's dramatic demeanor. He was most terrified of such a scene. Turning to Piccolo, he said, "Come on." "All right." Piccolo nodded, for he was not a man of indecision. In a swift motion, he appeared before the Supreme Kai. Their bodies spun incessantly, and a flash of white light illuminated the space as the Supreme Kai's essence melded with Piccolo's. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing the entire Kai's temple to tremble. A wave of energy radiated outward, akin to the onset of a tempest. Krillin and Yamcha had long since abandoned the fight, both adopting a stance of readiness. What an overwhelming presence, they marveled. It was as potent as that of a Super Saiyan. As the crowd witnessed the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, they were struck with astonishment. Was the potential of extraterrestrials so terrifying? Chapter 77, Another Timeline of Cell Planet Namek. A group of Namekians toiled diligently in their fields, sharing laughter and living harmoniously together. The tranquility and peace of the realm had been restored, devoid of war and invasion. No misguided extraterrestrial dared to covet the Dragon Balls, for the tyrants Frieza and King Cold had met their demise on Namek. Consequently, rumors spread across neighboring planets, proclaiming that Namek was guarded by powerful beings, instilling fear in the hearts of outsiders. Suddenly, Gohan's figure appeared on planet Namek. "Hello, everyone," he greeted the gathered crowd, having utilized his instant transmission ability to arrive there. "Gohan, it has been a while. You've grown taller," the Namekians exclaimed, recognizing him warmly. "Indeed, it has been 3 years in the blink of an eye," Gohan replied with a smile, receiving their enthusiastic welcome. In another timeline of Cell, due to future Trunks time travel, 3 parallel universes emerged: the future timeline, the past timeline, and the Cell timeline. On Earth, this timeline mirrored the future one. Goku had succumbed to illness, and Vegeta, along with others, fell one by one to the androids, leaving Trunks as the solitary warrior. A peculiar phenomenon occurred in a small town where every inhabitant vanished without a trace overnight. The entire city resembled a ghost town, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, from one of the houses emerged a monstrous creature, its body mottled, sporting a tail with spikes designed to extract human essence, resembling a green insect. If Son Gohan were here, he would undoubtedly recognize it at a glance. This is the pest he refers to, Cell. Dr. Gero has cultivated the ultimate android from the collected cells of formidable warriors. Initially, it began as an embryo, evolving into a larva. However, once Cell absorbs androids 17 and 18, he will undergo a profound transformation. His appearance and physique will undergo tremendous changes, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his power, ultimately evolving into a complete form of the ultimate android. At that point, the androids will conquer not only the entire Earth, but even the cosmos. "Where are you? Androids 17 and 18? I miss you dearly. Come and merge with me," Cell bellowed toward the heavens. Due to Son Gohan's actions, a butterfly effect ensued, causing Cell to emerge prematurely. In this timeline, androids 17 and 18 have yet to be eliminated by Trunks. Oh, that energy, it belongs to android 17 and Trunks engaged in battle. Suddenly, Cell perceives 2 energies clashing. He immediately detects Trunks' presence. Eagerly, Cell wishes to absorb androids 17 and 18, achieving his complete form. A white aura erupts around him as he swiftly flies toward the direction of their confrontation. This energy is formidable. It approaches with astonishing speed. Could it be another android? That is impossible. Androids do not possess energy signatures. Regardless, I must eliminate the android first. In the future, Trunks sensed Cell's presence the moment he erupted with energy. He is currently battling android 17 and must devise a swift resolution. Regardless of whether the approaching entity is friend or foe, he must first deal with android 17. Android 17, prepare to meet your end. Trunks charged at him. His current strength is only sufficient to confront one of the androids. Ha. Trunks, it's been a few days. I wonder if your skills have improved. However, your tongue has certainly become sharp. If you seek my life, let us see if you possess the capability, Android 17 retorted as he charged toward Trunks. In this timeline, there is no one left to oppose the androids. If they can eliminate Trunks, Earth will become their playground, and they can indulge as they please. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon engaged in combat. Trunks is the sole warrior of this timeline. Reality has dulled his edges, and he strikes with swiftness, precision, and ferocity, aiming to eliminate his opponent as quickly as possible, nipping danger in the bud. Trunks does not waste time like other Saiyans. Boom. Android 17 is struck by Trunks' left hook, sending his body flying in the opposite direction. Yet, this is not the end. Trunks let out a fierce roar, his body darting like a specter to the other side, poised for the arrival of Android 17. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch upon 17, who was sent crashing towards the ground. The impact created a colossal crater, shaking the very earth beneath them. Trunks, undeterred, began unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts into the chasm, the explosive sounds echoing deafeningly. As dust and debris filled the air, the ground was rent with a vast fissure, seemingly bottomless. In this moment, Android 17 found himself in dire straits. Observing the clash, Android 18 sighed, not inclined to intervene, wishing for 17 to endure some hardship. After all, he often contested her for prey. Trunks, momentarily pausing his assault, caught his breath, sensing an ominous presence drawing near. Android 18, too, seemed to perceive the impending danger and glanced towards the direction Trunks was focused on. In the midst of her contemplation, Trunks swiftly regained his composure, drawing his sword and charging into the thick smoke that enveloped the area. Android 18 realized too late to thwart him. Trunks understood that mere attacks would not vanquish 17. He needed to act decisively before the formidable energy approached, using the smoke as cover to evade 18's interference. Visibility within the smoke was severely compromised, yet both Trunks and 17 relied on their extensive combat experience. Android 17, now in a precarious state, bore the tattered remnants of his attire, resembling a beggar after the recent explosion. However, Trunks paid no heed to this. His singular focus was to conclude the battle swiftly, aiming to extinguish 17's life in this very moment. Prepare to meet your end, 17, Trunks declared, swinging his sword with fervor. Caught off guard by the preceding onslaught, 17 barely registered the figure that surged into the smoke. Their lines of sight were obscured, yet with sword in hand, Trunks cut through the haze with ruthless efficiency, the glint of his blade slicing through the obscurity. Chapter 78. Despair from another dimension in an alternate dimension. On the battlefield, Android 18 felt a cold sweat bead upon her brow, instinctively retreating several steps. This was a primal reaction, as she sensed the imminent threat approaching. The ground trembled slightly, and fragments of stone began to levitate. With a thunderous roar, the chaos intensified. A malevolent wind swept across the battlefield, an overwhelming presence materializing in an instant. The thick smoke was swiftly dispersed, revealing Trunks' silhouette. The ground bore no trace of Android 17, only scattered remnants of debris. Witnessing this scene, Androids 17 and 18 were momentarily engulfed in dizziness, unleashing heart-wrenching cries at the sight of the shattered remains below. They could scarcely fathom that her only brother had perished in such a manner. The reality was too surreal to accept. She had previously battled against Trunks, yet his power had never been so formidable. What, then, was happening? She was utterly perplexed. What? Android 17 is dead? My complete form. The newly arrived cell. Upon hearing Android 18's anguished wails, felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. He had not anticipated arriving too late. Android 17 lay slain at Trunks' hands. What, then, would become of my complete form? Who are you? Why are you here? Trunks regarded the green creature, its body marked with insect-like spots, with a wary expression. The creature exuded an immense power, undoubtedly on par with the androids. Cell was roused from his thoughts by Trunks' voice. Following the sound, he beheld Trunks and felt an unusual spark ignite within his eyes. How could I have been so foolish? Trunks managed to return to a past timeline using the time machine. Why could I not do the same? Surely, Android 17 in the future timeline has yet to be slain. Oh, my mind. Cell chuckled lightly, tapping his head with one hand. What are you laughing at? You hideous creature? I am inquiring about you. Trunks, incensed by being disregarded, pointed his sword threateningly at Cell. Kik. I am the ultimate android, created by Dr. Gero. Cell explained to Trunks, having come to a realization. Even if this timeline's Android 17 had perished, it mattered not. He could utilize the time machine to absorb Android 17 from the past and attain his complete form. Cursed be that old bastard, Dr. Gero, for having a contingency plan. Today, I shall annihilate all of you androids. Trunks declared through gritted teeth, his anger ignited at the mere mention of Dr. Gero. He had not anticipated that the fiend would conjure such a monstrosity. Ha! Countless have sought to kill me. Who do you think you are? Come at me if you dare. Cell retorted with a grin. For years, he had endured humiliation, secretly absorbing the essence of humanity to enhance his combat strength. All in preparation to ultimately defeat androids 17 and 18 and absorb them into his complete form. At last, the moment has arrived. In a fit of rage, Trunks charged towards Cell, determined to catch his opponent off guard. With a flurry of strikes, Trunks unleashed a series of sword techniques. What? Have you not eaten? With such speed, you think you can defeat me? It's utterly impossible. Cell effortlessly dodged Trunks' attacks, taunting him as he moved with ease. You fool. Trunks erupted with a more formidable aura, intensifying his assault. Yet, Cell continued to evade his strikes with remarkable agility. With such limited speed, do you truly believe you can slay me? Prepare to fall. Cell sneered, delivering a kick aimed at Trunks. You're seeking your own demise. Trunks retaliated with a swift strike of his sword, intent on severing Cell's leg. A scream escaped Cell as Trunks successfully severed a leg. But his tail lashed out at Trunks, delivering a devastating blow. Bang! Trunks was sent crashing into a nearby building, which collapsed upon impact, burying him beneath the rubble. He was astonished by the sheer power of Cell's tail. However, with a thunderous explosion, the debris disintegrated, revealing Trunks, adorned with a radiant golden glow. One leg in exchange for an attack? I find no loss in that, he remarked, wiping the blood from his lips, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. Cell, now less intimidating, seemed to be at a disadvantage. Trunks thought to himself that even if Cell's speed was remarkable, defeating him with one leg was nothing short of a delusion. Trunks, how naive you are. Do you really believe I would be so foolish? That was merely to amuse you. Cell strained, his muscles shifting as he exerted himself. Boom. A new leg sprouted from the wound. What? You possess regenerative abilities? Trunks gasped in disbelief, astonished by this revelation. He had not anticipated that this creature had the power to regenerate. Such rarity. This must be the essence of the Namekian cells, able to regrow limbs. Cell reveled in Trunks' astonishment, relishing the opportunity to show off. Trunks, prepare to meet your end. At that moment, Android 18 regained consciousness amidst her sorrow. Fueled by a desire for vengeance for Android 17, she launched a colossal energy blast towards Trunks. Cell's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of Android 18 intervening. Although Android 17 had been vanquished, there remained Android 18. I shall now absorb her, and then seize the time machine to return to the past and assimilate Android 17. Allow me to proceed. Trunks, wielding his sword, charged forward, striking at the colossal energy blast with fervor. Flash, flash, flash. The energy sphere was swiftly cleaved into fragments. I will fight to the finish. Upon realizing that her energy blast had no effect on Trunks, Android 18 was determined to rush in and engage him fiercely. This is dire. Android 18 seems intent on a desperate confrontation. I must absorb her quickly, otherwise, it would be a pity if Trunks were to fall to her. Cell swiftly positioned himself between the two, palms extended before his face, bellowing, solar flare. A brilliant radiance enveloped the area, rendering both Android 18 and Trunks momentarily blinded. Oh, I can't see, Trunks cried out, wildly swinging his sword in front of him, fearful of a surprise attack. My eyes. Android 18 shielded herself against the blinding light. A sinister smirk crept across Cell's face as he deftly maneuvered to Android 18's side, the tip of his tail expanding into a funnel shape, descending upon her. Ah, what are you doing? Let me go? Android 18 found herself suddenly immobilized, as if being consumed by some unseen force, her voice filled with terror. Do not struggle. Merging with me is your ultimate honor. Cell laughed heartily, his tail writhing as it engulfed Android 18. A formidable aura surged from his being, and his form underwent a dramatic transformation. He successfully evolved into his second stage. Retaining his tail, his physique became more robust and humanoid. His facial features resembling those of a human, with pronounced lips and the ability to alter his voice. Chapter 79, The Last Warrior Falls. Earth, the sacred world. Suddenly, the figures of Gohan and Din from Namek appeared. Greetings were exchanged among the gathered. It turned out that Gohan had traveled to Namek to brief the Elder and Din on the situation on Earth. In gratitude, the Namekians sent Din to Earth to serve as the guardian. Thus, the two returned to Earth, with Din rightfully assuming the role of the Guardian. In another timeline. What have you done, you monster? Where is Android 18? As the blinding light dissipated, Trunks was met with a shocking sight. Android 18 had vanished without a trace. From the sounds he had just heard, it seemed she had been consumed by this creature. Now, this monster had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Retaining its tail, its physique appeared remarkably robust, resembling that of a human even more closely. The visage began to resemble that of a human, with lips notably voluminous. His aura had also ascended several tiers, eliciting a hearty laugh. Is it number 18? She has fulfilled her purpose and has become my sustenance. Cell, savoring the moment, licked his lips with a look of sheer delight. Had it not been for that scoundrel Trunks slaying number 17, he would have attained his perfect form. Nevertheless, it matters not. Soon, I shall eliminate Trunks. I can still traverse back in time, absorb number 17, and transform into my ultimate state. What? This wretched creature. Trunks charged at Cell, his sword aimed directly at his head. Clang. Cell extended 2 fingers, effortlessly halting Trunks' blade. Impossible. This cannot be real. Trunks strained to free himself from Cell's grasp, his body radiating a fierce golden aura. Yet, he could not wrest the sword from Cell's grip. Trunks, nothing is impossible. Your current strength is akin to that of a mere child before me. Cell possessed Saiyan cells and inherited their prowess, attempting to intimidate Trunks. I am merely here to instill fear. Trunks decisively released his grip, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Cell. However, Cell stood resolute, akin to the Eiffel Tower, impervious to Trunks' onslaught. No matter how fierce the attacks, Cell remained unmoved. Die. Special beam cannon. Realizing his physical assaults were futile, Trunks swiftly shifted to an energy attack. A mere parlor trick. Do you dare challenge me with energy? Kamehameha. Cell relinquished his sword, positioning his hands at his waist to prepare for the energy wave. What? This is the aura of a Saiyan. You monster, I shall end you. Trunks' energy surged, unleashing a powerful assault towards Cell. Boom. The immense energy beams collided, sending debris flying as if a tempest had arisen. Cell's Kamehameha wave began to dominate the confrontation. Die. The future Trunks unleashed all his energy, refusing to yield. The fate of the Earth hinged on his victory. Trunks, do you wish to kill me? You are still too inexperienced. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm between us. Cell exerted a tremendous force against the energy beam, slowly overpowering Trunks' assault, showcasing his impeccable control over the energy. Now is not the time to reduce Trunks to ashes. He still possesses the time machine. No, I refuse to accept defeat. Trunks let out a furious roar as he was struck by an energy beam. Boom. The energy of the Kamehameha erupted instantly, sending Trunks flying. Gasp. Trunks spat out a mouthful of blood, quickly reverting to his normal state. At this moment, he lacked the energy to maintain his Super Saiyan form. His body plummeted to the ground. Thud. Trunks crashed onto the surface, panting heavily. It appeared he had sustained significant injuries. Trunks, I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament. Were it not for your slaying of Android 17, I would have transformed into my perfect form by now. Cell hovered beside Trunks, looking down with a hint of regret. To achieve perfection, perhaps in your next life. Though Trunks had lost his combat strength, his pride remained unyielding. He would never bow down to evil forces. Ha ha ha, how naive you are. Have you forgotten about the time machine? Cell remarked with a mocking grin. He had already considered the possibility of using the time machine to return to the past in search of Android 17. You shall not succeed. Trunks attempted to reach into his pocket to destroy the time machine contained within a capsule, but he was a moment too late. Boom. Cell, having anticipated Trunks' move, unleashed 2 death beams that obliterated his shoulders. Trunks let out a wretched scream as blood gushed from his arms. The agony twisted his features into a mask of rage. Bastard, you will not escape unscathed. The pain caused cold sweat to bead on Trunks' forehead, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes were bloodshot with fury. It was as if he were ready to devour Cell. Trunks understood that losing this battle meant the entire Earth would fall under the control of this monster. He was unwilling to accept this fate, yet felt utterly powerless. For now, he could only indulge in verbal defiance. Trunks, whether I meet a miserable end or not is a matter for another time. Regardless, you shall not find peace in this moment. Cell raised his hand, pointing it at Trunks' head. Energy began to coalesce at his fingertip. Tears of frustration and despair welled in the corners of Trunks' eyes. Mother, I am sorry. I have done my utmost to honor my promise to you. I am about to meet my father. If there is a next life, I will still be your son. Boom. Cell's fingertip released a devastating energy beam. Trunks' head exploded like a gourd. From that moment, all warriors from Cell's timeline perished. This timeline was one of despair, destined for tragedy. Cell retrieved the time machine capsule from Trunks' remains. Upon discovering the time machine, one adjusts it to the era of the creation of the androids. However, the sheer size of the entity poses a challenge. Therefore, Cell must undergo evolutionary transformation into a larval form, resembling a colossal egg, to board the time machine. Whoosh! In an instant, the time machine, carrying the egg that Cell has transformed into, vanishes from his timeline. In the primary timeline, on Earth, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta and Goku have been training for over a day. Suddenly, an immense aura envelopes the entire planet. What could be the cause of this? A familiar presence emerges from the ground, seemingly materializing out of thin air. Is this energy Goku's? No, it bears the essence of the tyrant Frieza as well. There's also the presence of Vegeta. How is this possible? Aren't they both training within the chamber? The overwhelming auras perplex Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien, as they grapple with the intensity of the situation. Moreover, the presence of Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza simultaneously raises questions. Gohan, sensing all this, merely smiles. Chapter 80. The Crisis of Android 17 in the Primary Timeline, on Earth. Suddenly, a time machine materializes, gradually descending to the ground. Boom. The larval form of Cell unleashes a surge of energy, shattering the time machine, and the egg leaps to the surface. Crack. The egg explodes instantaneously. Haha. Android 17. I have arrived. Prepare yourself for my arrival. A hearty laughter echoes as Cell emerges. A potent and domineering aura radiates from him as he swiftly reverts to his second form. Eager to find Android 17 and absorb him into his perfect form, he bursts forth, engulfed in a white flame, soaring toward the south. In the heavenly realm. Gohan, what is happening? Why are there so many powerful presences? All eyes turn to Gohan, for he alone has ventured into the future and knows the unfolding events. This individual is an ultimate android, created by Dr. Gero using the cells of numerous formidable warriors, which explains the varied auras that everyone perceives. Gohan recounts the situation briefly. Damn it, Dr. Gero is truly a villain of this world. How could he have the audacity to create such a monster using the cells of so many great fighters? Krillin exclaims in outrage, unable to fathom Dr. Gero's madness. Gohan, I too have longed to stretch my muscles. This monster, allow me to vanquish it. Piccolo declared with unwavering confidence. Now intertwined with the deity, he was imbued with immense power. Piccolo's self-assurance had returned. No problem, as long as Uncle Piccolo is happy. Gohan readily agreed. As a mere spectator, he could still accrue battle attributes. Why not indulge in such an opportunity? I wonder where this monster is headed. Let us also join the fray and observe. Tien and the others were filled with determination, even if they did not engage directly. Witnessing such a clash of titans would greatly aid their future training. Encounters of this caliber are exceedingly rare. Very well, we shall wait. Once the monster halts, we shall set forth. Piccolo had fully integrated into this circle. He was no longer the aloof demon king of yore. Androids 17 and 18, where could you possibly be? Cell bellowed into the sky, his voice resonating like a loudspeaker, audible for miles around. It turned out Cell had flown to Dr. Gero's research facility, now a desolate ruin. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Cell could not afford to dwell on this. According to the data in his mind, Goku's fighting power at this moment was relatively low. He aimed to lure his adversaries to him, preferably drawing in androids 17 and 18. Like a headless fly, Cell soared through the air, shouting incessantly. The androids, 16, 17, and 18, were leisurely exploring the mountains. How unfortunate, lamented 17. Reflecting on the beating they had received from Gohan, his resentment had yet to subside. Gohan was clearly aware that Dr. Gero had engineered them to eliminate Goku. Enduring such a beating was a mere trifle. Had it been someone else, they might have met their demise. You shouldn't be so naive, 18 reproached 17. She had not anticipated Gohan's strength to be so formidable, completely contradicting the information they possessed. This fellow exuded an air of mystery. Indeed, his power is astonishing. Before him, we appear as mere children, 17 confessed, a look of trepidation washing over his face. He had believed that, following Dr. Gero's modifications, his combat prowess had reached its zenith on Earth. Little did he know that upon emerging, he would receive a crushing blow from Gohan. 16. Just how powerful is Gohan? Can you measure his fighting capability? 18 inquired, turning her gaze toward the reticent 16, sensing that he was far from ordinary. Although the other party spoke very little and had never been seen in combat, he did not strike one as a failure. It is uncertain. When Son Gohan battled with you, it was not indicative of his true fighting prowess. His capabilities far exceed my measurement limits. Without a moment's hesitation, Android 16 revealed a shocking piece of information to both of them. He possesses the ability to sense energy. Through an internal energy radar, he can detect the location of specific individuals and gauge their strength. Android 16 has a fondness for nature and small creatures. As an antiquated android, he is entirely mechanical, equipped with numerous central processing units and mechanical apparatuses, and his database contains extensive information regarding Goku and the other Z fighters. Was his displayed strength merely a facade? Son Gohan, my curiosity about you intensifies, Android 18 mused. He is the first individual to have bested her since her modification. Could that fellow's power be so formidable? I comprehend now. That scoundrel has yet to transform. Much like Vegeta, his entire being radiates a golden hue. Records indicate that upon transformation, a Saiyan's fighting power multiplies by 50 times its base level, Android 17 remarked with a look of dread. If Son Gohan were to transform, his combat capabilities would undergo a terrifying enhancement. Beads of cold sweat dotted Android 17's forehead as he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The Saiyans are indeed a fearsome race. Your words resonate with me. Android 18 nodded in agreement. She finally grasped that Son Gohan had merely been holding back. Otherwise, they would have met their demise. Do you hear that? It seems someone is calling us, Android 18 stated. As the group paused to listen intently to the sounds emanating from the sky, she faintly discerned what seemed like calls for her and Android 17. What the heck? Who is this insolent fool? Do they truly believe we are easy prey? Android 17's temper flared, his anger surging. The past few days had been rife with peculiar incidents. First, he was summoned by Son Gohan for a thorough beating, then encountered Vegeta blocking his path, and now another oblivious individual was shouting at them. Let us go see what this is about, Android 18 said, equally intrigued as to why someone would seek them out. The voice was unfamiliar, and no data on the individual existed. Who, indeed, was calling for them? Android 16 remained silent, perhaps due to the distance preventing him from sensing anything. Whoosh. The trio sped towards the source of the voice. Truly, it is said that curiosity can be perilous. Chapter 81. Android 16's warning the Heavenly Temple. Little did they expect this creature was seeking the androids. What purpose does Cell have in seeking out Androids 17 and 18? Standing in the plaza of the sacred temple, Piccolo sensed the events unfolding in the lower realms. This remarkable ability was an invention of the gods. He often observed the occurrences below from this vantage point. Oh, they have arrived. Cell caught sight of three figures swiftly approaching from a distance, though he could not ascertain their identities. Androids 17 and 18 possess formidable combat prowess. We cannot discern whether they are foes or allies. It is unwise to approach recklessly. It is perilous, cautioned Android 16, who sensed their superiority and the ominous aura surrounding them. What is there to fear? They have come, so let us proceed. Do they think we are intimidated? Replied Android 17, embodying a fearless spirit. There is no sense in retreating before even encountering them, he asserted. While Android 16's reasoning was sound, caution was still advised. We have only just been activated. Where would allies come from? They must surely be adversaries. Perhaps we should lay low for now and reassess later, suggested Android 18 to her counterpart. The situation had escalated beyond their control, with the world brimming with uncertainties. The incident involving Gohan had served as a stark warning. Not everyone would treat them with kindness. With Android 16 acknowledging the strength of their pursuers, the risk of confrontation seemed unwarranted. Android 18 preferred to select her battles wisely. Yet she was taken aback by Android 16's assertion of their formidable strength. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, conceded Android 17. Understanding the concerns of both 16 and 18, he had learned the hard way the consequences of underestimating threats, having been bested by Gohan the previous day. The trio altered their course, veering toward another direction. However, Cell had already spotted them. Whoever they are, they shall not escape, he declared, unleashing an intense aura as he pursued them. He cared not for their identities, seeking only to ascertain their intentions. Oh no, That individual is in pursuit. Android 16 warned, sensing the imminent approach of their pursuer. Do they truly believe we are mere playthings? Android 17 dismissed the notion of fleeing. The indignity of being chased was too much to bear. He halted, prepared to face the approaching threat. Let us ascertain the situation. If we cannot prevail, we shall retreat, he suggested, reflecting on how cowardly it would be to flee before a confrontation. After all, what young soul lacks the fervor of youth? The three halted, awaiting Cell's arrival. Ha ha ha. It is the 17th and 18th. How splendid. The delight was palpable on Cell's face upon seeing the androids. Yet he casually overlooked the presence of Android 16 beside him. What a grotesque sight. The expressions of Androids 17 and 18 turned to one of wariness upon observing the newcomer's appearance. This creature, neither fully human nor ghostly, bore a fierce and intimidating visage, signaling that its intentions were far from benevolent. A glint of avarice flickered in its eyes, and its drool was an unpleasant sight to behold. In an instant, Cell's speed was unparalleled, and he found himself before the androids, yet he did not halt. Instead, he lunged toward Android 17 as if a primordial beast had set its sights on prey, eager to seize control over it. How dare you? This scoundrel had no intention of stopping. The trio hastily dodged to the side as the grotesque creature lunged towards them. How delightful it is to see you. I was genuinely worried you might perish. Cell missed his target, halting to turn and pat his chest, grinning lewdly at Androids 17 and 18. To his surprise, his clumsy ruse had indeed summoned the androids he had longed for. This time, the hope of achieving his perfect form seemed within reach. Are you cursing us? You wretched creature, may your entire family perish. Who are you, and what do you want with us? Do we know you? Androids 17 and 18 retorted with scorn and inquiries directed at the monstrosity, their vigilance heightened. Android 16, however, remained silent, ever watchful for a sudden attack from this creature. Sensing the danger it posed. I am Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. I have traversed through time and space to find you, Cell proclaimed with pride, feeling a weight lift from his heart. As long as this timeline's Android 17 was alive, he could disregard the rest. What? Time travel? Have you lost your senses? The ultimate android, Cell? You are nothing but a failed experiment. Androids 17 and 18 scrutinized Cell with derision. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Dr. Gero had retained a hidden card, having created the ultimate android. Yet, they dismissed him as merely a failed specimen, questioning his sanity as he claimed to have traveled through dimensions. Failed specimen? That is utterly impossible. Once I absorb you, I shall achieve my perfect form. In that moment, I shall have no rivals, reigning supreme over the entire Earth, and perhaps even the cosmos shall not remain a mere fantasy. Come, let us unite and fulfill Dr. Gero's long-cherished desire. Cell gazed at Android 17, his eyes gleaming with avarice. If only he could absorb his counterpart, he would ascend to his perfect form. You wretched beast. I shall never merge with you. Android 18 retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the grotesque creature. Who would have thought that the old scoundrel Dr. Gero's dying words held such truth? But you shall not have your way. Cell charged at Android 17, his target clear. Foolish and reckless, you are courting death. Androids 17 and 18 were undeterred, exchanging glances before launching themselves at Cell. Bang, bang, bang. The air resonated with the sounds of their fierce clashes. Waves of energy swept through the landscape, snapping trees in their wake. They battled from the skies to the ground, leaving devastation behind, pockmarked earth scattered with debris. Their combat was exceptionally intense, rippling shockwaves radiating in all directions, turning flora into mere dust. Chapter 82. Cell unleashes his full power in the sacred world. Piccolo. What do you see? Why are the androids fighting? Aren't they supposed to be allies? Krillin sensed three immense energies colliding beneath him, his curiosity piqued. That being is from another timeline. His objective here is to absorb the androids and achieve perfection. Piccolo recounted the exchange he had overheard among the androids. Given that future Trunks had also traversed timelines, he readily accepted Cell's claims. Unbelievable. This creature has crossed over from another dimension and can continue to evolve. Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha were all left astounded. We must go. As soon as Piccolo uttered those words, he vanished from the sacred world. His confidence surged. The time to showcase his prowess had arrived. The others followed, racing toward the battle with the androids, reluctant to overly rely on Gohan's instant transmission ability. Haha. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. As Cell's words echoed, a formidable aura erupted from him, sending androids 17 and 18 hurtling away. He sensed several powerful presences approaching. To ensure his transformation into perfection, Cell decided to unleash his full power. No, it's impossible. How could this abomination possess such strength? The 17th and 18th individuals were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this creature concealed such formidable power. Hee, this is my true strength, Cell remarked with a sinister grin. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the 18th with a single, swift punch. How fast? The 18th was shocked, unable to react in time, and could only raise her hand to block Cell's assault. The impact sent her flying. 18th, we are no match for this monster. You should flee, the 16th urged, catching the tumbling 18th in a flash. No, I will not abandon you. We either escape together or not at all, the 18th declared resolutely. She would not forsake anyone, for the 17th and 16th were her only family in this world. Get lost. The 17th, witnessing the 18th being hurled away by the grotesque creature, charged at Cell in a fit of rage, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential storm. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, Cell did not retaliate, allowing the 17th's feeble blows to land on his chest. Having absorbed the 18th in another dimension, Cell had evolved to his second stage. The battle now resembled a child fighting an adult. The 17th grew increasingly alarmed, astonished by the creature's overwhelming combat prowess. His arms ached with fatigue. Perhaps Cell was too preoccupied with him, for the 16th approached unnoticed from behind. What? You're a robot? Cell exclaimed in astonishment, realizing too late that this behemoth had silently grasped his tail. At that moment, the 16th activated his combat mode. Words were unnecessary. He seized Cell's tail and began to slam him into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The 16th's combat strength was unexpectedly formidable. The 18th watched in awe as the 16th relentlessly battered Cell's tail. Is this big guy really that powerful? She thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The 17th, too, was astonished by the 16th's fierce fighting spirit. With Cell hoisted up, the 16th prepared to unleash his Hell Flash Cannon. After a series of strikes, he shouted, spinning around in a full circle before launching Cell into the air. With arms crossed, he pulled forcefully, channeling energy within him to release a powerful shockwave. Like a machine gun, the 16th unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the airborne Cell. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the airborne Cell was consumed by an energy blast, the explosion resonating with a deafening roar as thick smoke billowed forth. Hurry, number 17, number 18. Number 16 shouted at the stunned 17 and 18, fully aware that such an attack lacked the power to slay this beast. Take care. 17 and 18 exchanged a knowing glance, understanding that 16's instincts were remarkably accurate. This creature was not easily vanquished. Without a moment's hesitation, they prepared to flee the scene. Yet, escape would not come so easily. Cell surged forward, charging through the dense energy. What? 16 was taken aback, astonished that Cell disregarded his energy assault. As the creature pressed on, it swiftly breached the range of the energy attack, grasping 16 by the head and flinging him aside with force. Cell spat disdainfully, annoying pest. His palm unleashed an energy blast aimed at the discarded 16. Boom. In an instant, 16 was obliterated, his parts scattered across the ground. Their combat powers were not even remotely comparable, especially now that Cell had ascended to his second stage. Slaying 16 was a mere trifle. He intended to make an example to provoke 17's wrath, inciting him to recklessly confront him. 17 and 18 were devastated upon witnessing 16's demise. They had never anticipated that their companion of merely 2 days would meet such an end. 16 had sacrificed himself to ensure their escape, only to be reduced to nothingness by this monster. The bothersome fly is gone. Cell sneered at 17. Do not struggle in vain, number 17. After dispatching 16, he turned with a lecherous grin directed at 17. He reveled in the thrill of the cat-and-mouse game, having fully embraced the Saiyan spirit. You bastard, I will avenge 16. 17's eyes burned crimson as he charged at Cell, consumed by fury and utterly devoid of reason. 17, calm down. Do not act impulsively, 18 called out, witnessing 17's reckless advance. She attempted to intervene but was too late. All she could do was follow closely behind, ready to offer support. Hee splendid. Cell observed 17's lack of an escape route, delighting in the prospect of his prey presenting itself willingly. A wicked smile spread across his face. You grotesque fiend, die? In the blink of an eye, 17 stood before Cell, unleashing a full-force strike, determined to reduce the wretched creature to mere fragments in retaliation for 16. Chapter 83. Cell's successful transformation into perfect form. Come and fight me. You are still too inexperienced, Cell taunted, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He extended his palm to effortlessly catch the furious punch from Android 17. No, this can't be happening, Android 17 thought, shocked that Cell could so easily absorb his full-strength attack. It felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, chilling him to the core. Cell yanked him closer with force. Boom. A fist the size of a sandbag crashed into Android 17's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Android 17 had no time to react and was struck hard. Gagging, he spat out blood. If not for Cell's grip on his other arm, he would likely have been sent flying. Upon releasing Android 17, he crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag doll, clearly devoid of any fighting spirit. At this moment, Android 18 charged in. With a fierce cry, she aimed a punch at Cell's head. Thud. Her small fist struck his skull, yet Cell barely budged. Looking at her with disdain. Get lost. I'll deal with you later. With a powerful punch, he sent Android 18 flying. Crash. Her body soared like a kite with its string cut, smashing into a massive boulder. Blood spilled from her mouth, her face drained of color, revealing a look of utter despair. Behold my perfect form. Cell's tail expanded rapidly, descending upon Android 17. What are you doing, you hideous creature? Let me go? Android 17 screamed in agony as Cell's tail consumed half of his body. Android 18, filled with rage, summoned her strength to launch an energy blast at Cell's tail, determined to sever it. Cell disregarded her energy attack entirely, inhaling deeply and instantly engulfing Android 17 whole. Boom. A beam of energy shot skyward. A powerful shockwave sweeping across the battlefield, sending Android 18's energy blast spiraling away. The Earth trembled under the immense force, unable to withstand such power. Dark clouds gathered overhead, accompanied by thunder and lightning, disrupting the planet's weather. The sea crashed relentlessly against the shores. Android 18, utterly despondent, collapsed to the ground. With both Android 16 and 17 dead, her fate was all but sealed. Good grief. Good grief. What is this overwhelming power? Tien and the others halted their flight, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Piccolo began to feel a twinge of regret. Had he not been so arrogant earlier? Utilizing Gohan's instant transmission to arrive at the battlefield, perhaps Cell would not have absorbed the androids to achieve his perfect form. The ominous aura continued to escalate. Gohan, we must utilize instant transmission to reach there, he urged. If we delay, unnecessary troubles may arise. Krillin's heart raced with alarm. This terrifying presence suffocated him, making it difficult to breathe. Were it not for Gohan's presence, he might have collapsed in fear. The group clasped hands, awaiting Gohan's teleportation. Let us go, Gohan declared. And with that, they vanished from their location. A surge of white energy emanated from Cell. His appearance and form began to transform. Completing his evolution in an instant, he had achieved his perfect state. Wings unfurled, his tail retracted into them, capable of releasing smaller versions of Cell, and if he so wished, could extend to absorb others. His feet resembled those of a human, and his face bore little difference from that of a human. Is this what it means to be perfect? This power is truly magnificent. Cell clenched his fists, feeling the surge of combat prowess within him. He joyfully unleashed a series of punches to test his new form. You, monster, will not escape your fate. Upon witnessing Cell's absorption of Android 17, Android 18 felt as though she had been reborn. The oppressive aura rendered her breathless. Android 18. Is it not your desire to provoke me into killing you? I shall grant your wish. You are of no use to me now that I have achieved my perfect form. With a smug expression, Cell regarded Android 18 as inconsequential. His fingers began to gather energy, aimed directly at her. He intended to end her life. As the imminent threat loomed, Android 18 slowly closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, having completely abandoned any thought of resistance. In that critical moment, a flash, Gohan and his companions materialized before Android 18. They had utilized instant transmission to arrive here. It was indeed fortuitous that Gohan appeared just in time. The instant he manifested, He sensed a surge of energy aimed at him. Seeking death, Gohan swiftly deflected the incoming death beam with a flick of his hand. Tien and the others stood in stunned silence, astonished that upon their arrival, they had been ambushed. Thankfully, Gohan's formidable strength had averted disaster. That voice belonged to Gohan. On the 18th, she thought she was experiencing a mirage. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and beheld the robust figure of Son Gohan standing protectively before her. What could possibly bring him to this place? Was he here to rescue her? How fortuitous that he arrived at such an opportune moment. You are fortunate to witness the overwhelming terror of sheer power. Upon noticing the unexpected arrival of Son Gohan and his companions, Cell, slightly taken aback, unleashed his energy blast. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Having attained his perfect form, his combat prowess had reached the pinnacle on this planet. Now, he yearned to test the frightening might of this perfected state, and their arrival was perfectly timed. Ha ha! Today I shall demonstrate the formidable strength of the Super Namekian. Piccolo, brimming with fighting spirit, had not yet utilized this immense energy since his fusion with Kami. Now, it was the perfect moment to showcase his abilities. We must leave this place. Son Gohan crouched down and effortlessly lifted 18 into a princess carry, soaring away from the battlefield. 18's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated being swept up by Son Gohan without her consent. After all, she was still a girl, unaccustomed to such intimate contact with the opposite sex. In Gohan's embrace, she caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, causing her heart to flutter like a startled deer. Having grown up, she had never been held like this by a boy. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The onlookers, witnessing the beauty of the android 18 for the first time, were captivated by her stunning appearance. Seeing Son Gohan hold a beautiful girl sparked envy and admiration among them, prompting everyone to vacate the battlefield. The clash between Piccolo and Cell was imminent. Chapter 84. Super Namekian vs. Ultimate Android Piccolo. I never imagined you would become my sharpening stone, Cell remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Piccolo. He had yet to fully acclimate to his perfect form, and Piccolo would serve as an ideal sparring partner. Enough with the chatter. Who sharpens whose blade remains to be seen, Piccolo replied, exuding confidence. Now fused with Kami, he possessed an immensely powerful energy within him. He charged at Cell, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. Cell evaded the attack with an uncanny agility, countering with a sweeping kick. Bang! Piccolo raised his hand to block Cell's kick, and a wave of energy rippled outward, indicating the force behind that strike was considerable. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, each testing the other's combat capabilities. Ding! Combat power attribute of 1,000,000 detected ahead. Combat power attribute of 1,000,000 detected. As the battle commenced, Son Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. A faint smile crept across his lips. It turned out that they had discovered a small hill, where they had become mere spectators. Son Gohan no longer focused on the battle, as he could simply absorb the combat power later. He noticed that Android 18, cradled in his arms, was clutching her abdomen in evident agony. A surge of energy emanated from his palm, permeating her body to mend her injuries. How delightful! Android 18 marveled, feeling the soothing energy coursing through her. Her wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The pain in her abdomen gradually dissipated, and her strength was fully restored. Thank you, Son Gohan. I feel much better now. Please set me down, she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had never anticipated displaying such a feminine demeanor. If Android 17 were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly emerge from Cell's belly in disbelief. Is it appropriate for you to be so vulnerable while I am being consumed by the enemy? Son Gohan gently released her, returning his attention to the ongoing battle. The clash between Cell and Piccolo escalated from the ground to the sky, their figures flickering with speed. Waves of impact collided, shattering the hills below into dust. What incredible power! Son Gohan thought, astonished by the strength exhibited by Piccolo since merging with the Supreme Kai. Are all aliens endowed with such extraordinary talents? Cell's formidable combat prowess matched Piccolo's, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation. Tenshinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin watched in awe, unable to fathom the terrifying levels of power displayed by the two fighters. Their auras remained stable, clearly indicating they had yet to unleash their full potential. Due to Son Gohan's presence, Krillin and Android 18 had not interacted, marking their first encounter. Piccolo, my warm-up is complete. Let us showcase our true abilities. Cell declared to Piccolo, relishing the exhilarating battle he had longed for. Is the grand performance about to commence? Son Gohan silently mused. As the attributes of combat power surged into his limbs, his power escalated uncontrollably. What a thrill! He exulted. Now, let me show you my true strength. Piccolo, equally invigorated, had not fought in a while, and the sensation of being the protagonist once again surged within him. Clenching his fists tightly, he levitated into the air, releasing a formidable energy from within. An aura, reminiscent of a pentagram, enveloped him, swirling around his form. A fearsome wave of power surged forth, compelling everyone to adopt a sturdy stance, firmly anchoring themselves to the ground to withstand the onslaught of energy. What a terrifying power this is! Is this the true strength of their fusion? This time, they will surely defeat the android, Cell. Krillin and the others are utterly astonished, never having anticipated that Piccolo's aura could be so formidable. They have only felt such overwhelming energy from Saiyans like Goku. Well, let me show you what true, overwhelming power feels like. A low, guttural sound emanates from Cell's throat as he clenches his fists, a violent and fearsome aura surging from his body. Waves of energy sweep across the battlefield, akin to a raging storm. Krillin and the others are sent flying by this force. Even Android 18 struggles to maintain her footing, on the verge of being blown away, until Gohan swiftly wraps his arms around her waist, preventing her from being swept off. Her cheeks flush like ripe apples, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the power on display. Cold sweat beads on Piccolo's forehead as he experiences an unprecedented sense of oppression from Cell. Is this truly Cell's real strength? Boom. A golden aura erupts from Cell, reminiscent of a transformed Saiyan. Super Saiyan. The crowd gasps in unison, astonished by what they witness in each other's eyes. This colossal power is something they have only sensed from Saiyans before. Who would have thought that this monster could transform as well? This is the essence of Saiyan Cells, Cell boasts with pride, astonished by the magnitude of his newfound power. It is the first time he has wielded such strength. Damn it, perish. Piccolo unleashes a fierce aura, charging at Cell with no desire for idle chatter, eager for a battle that will leave them both drenched in sweat. Today, you shall witness my true strength. Cell's eyes shimmer with excitement as he rushes toward Piccolo, his blood boiling with the desire to fight, embodying the Saiyan spirit of competition. Boom. The two collide like a meteor striking the earth, unleashing an overwhelming shockwave that cracks the ground beneath them, creating deep fissures. The air is filled with the sound of their relentless pursuit, punctuated by the dull thuds of their power clashing. Ding. Combat power attribute of 1 million detected ahead. Combat power attribute, 1 million. Gohan's mind is inundated with the system's notifications. Piccolo, let me show you the might of your own technique. Special beam cannon. Cell bellows, positioning his hands on his forehead. The energy was instantaneously unleashed, directed straight at Piccolo. There was no need for the prolonged concentration of energy as Piccolo had done. It was only when Cell executed it that it could be deemed truly perfect. Boom. Piccolo let out a cry of agony, caught off guard. As he was swiftly pierced through the chest, a mouthful of blood was expelled,